Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 198, The Cult is Here. A/N, the second goal of the week is to achieve 500 power stones and unlock 2 more bonus chapters. Comment, share, and you know the drill. Smiling face with sunglasses sparkles. Jay didn't hesitate and didn't even check if Brian was alive. He rushed forward again. His blade swept in a devastating arc aimed directly at Celine's neck. The strike was meant to decapitate. To end this in one blow and kill an external who'd lived for thousands of years. Her magical barriers came up instantly. Layer upon layer of protection, each one strong enough to stop artillery shells. Defensive spells that had been refined over centuries. Protection that had kept her alive through the fall of empires. All of it powered by this dimension itself where she was effectively a god. Jay's strike connected and her barriers shredded like tissue paper. The anti-magical properties of Murasima didn't just cut through mystical defenses. They negated the very concept of magical protection. Each layer simply ceased to exist as his blade passed through it, unmade at the fundamental level. Spells that should have held became nothing. Celine threw herself backward off her throne. The movement was frantic, ungraceful, and desperate in a way she hadn't been in centuries. Terror finally replaced ancient pride. Jay's blade missed her throat by inches. Close enough that a thin line of blood appeared where the edge had barely grazed her perfect skin. Before he could follow through, red strings wrapped around his arms. Jamie Braddock stood where he'd materialized, reality warping around him like heat shimmer. Both hands extended, fingers splayed as dozens of reality warping threads connected him to Jay, each one pulsing with power that could unmake life itself. His dead eyes, still crimson and empty, fixed on Jay with mechanical focus. The strings tightened and constricted. Jamie's power surged, and reality itself bent to his will. The fundamental laws of physics started to unwrite themselves around Jay's body. The very concept of Jay began to blur at the edges, his existence becoming uncertain and his probability of survival collapsing toward zero. Atoms should have begun separating, and molecular bonds should have dissolved. Even his very existence should have started to erase, reality forgetting he'd ever been born. But against all expectations, nothing happened. Jay stood completely still. The strings remained wrapped around his arms, glowing with enough power to rewrite laws of world. But they might as well have been ordinary rope for all the effect they had. His adaptation to cosmic power, like Franklin's, and his newfound resistance to reality warping, made Jamie's manipulation felt lacking, as if a child trying to move a giant. Jamie pulled harder. Confusion flickered behind the dead eyes as his corrupted mind couldn't understand as more strings manifested, wrapping around Jay's torso, his legs and finally his neck. The air shimmered with exotic energies as reality tried and failed to rewrite itself. The pocket dimension itself groaned under the strain, its walls cracking and the heartbeat pulse stuttering. Still nothing. Again. Celine's voice was shrill. Desperate in a way that made her sound mortal again. Use everything. Unmake him. Tear him apart at the quantum level. Make him never have existed. Jamie obeyed. His entire body began to glow crimson as he channeled every ounce of reality warping power he possessed. The kind of power that could reshape nations, that could make water flow uphill and fire burn cold, and that could convince the universe that the difference between being dead and alive was merely his whim. The strings multiplied, became hundreds, then thousands. The pocket dimension itself began to warp under the strain of so much localized reality manipulation. The obsidian platform started to melt and the screaming faces in the columns began to scream for real. But Jay just turned his head slowly and deliberately, looking directly at Celine through the web of red strings. His crimson eyes blazed with power and pure violence. His smile was as cold as the smile of a predator that had cornered its prey and knew it. Your tactics mean nothing. Your planning is worthless. His voice cut through the dimension like a blade through silk. Each word deliberate and nail in her coffin. This form negates your magic completely. My null field shuts down mutant abilities before they can touch me. He paused, letting the implications sink in like poison. And after adapting to cosmic scale reality warping during the resurrection. After having that kind of power run through my body for hours while bringing back 1,200 souls. His smile widened, showing too many teeth. This low-level shit isn't even an itch. He flexed. The red strings broke with a wail. One moment, they were there, glowing with impossible power. The next they were gone, unable to maintain coherence against someone whose body had been permanently altered by exposure to forces that could create entire universes. The backlash hit Jamie like a physical blow. He staggered and gasped as the strings unraveled back into his hands with enough force to tear skin. Blood welled up from his palms where the strings had been anchored. Jay started walking toward Celine. Each step taken deliberately, like a hunter who knew the prey had nowhere left to run. His transformed body left footprints of light energy on the obsidian, burning patterns into stone that should have been indestructible. The black sorcerers finally charged. Hundreds of corrupted magic users, each one individually capable of leveling city blocks, attacked as one. The sound of their footsteps created thunder, and their combined magical auras turned the air visible. Spells that could boil blood launched from dozens of hands simultaneously. Curses designed to rot flesh from the inside out, to turn bones to powder, to make organs liquefy. Even hexes that could shatter minds, trap souls, rewrite memories until the target forgot they'd ever existed. All of it launched simultaneously in a coordinated assault that should have killed anything living. One sorcerer, his face scarred from ritual sacrifice, screamed something in Latin, and fire erupted from his hands, purple and hot enough to melt steel. Another, a woman with symbols carved into her skin, wove ice from nothing as frozen spears materialized and launched with enough force to puncture tank armor. A third created a swarm of shadow creatures, things with too many teeth and not enough form, that rushed forward with hunger made manifest. Jay's null field expanded to its maximum radius. Combined with his Murasame-enhanced body and Kim Il-sung's evolved functionality manipulation, the effect was devastating. Spells simply failed. They stopped working the moment they entered his field, their mystical frameworks falling apart. The fire died, and the ice shattered mid-flight, sublimating directly to vapor, even the shadow creatures dissolved into smoke. Curses unraveled mid-flight, their dark purposes forgotten. Hexes dissolved into harmless light that sparkled and died. The concentrated magical assault of hundreds of trained sorcerers became nothing but wasted effort. But Jay didn't stop there. The first sorcerer reached him, hands still crackling with residual dark flames. The scarred man's eyes were wide with fanatical devotion, mouth open in a battle cry that praised Celine's name. Jay's blade swept through the man's defenses like they didn't exist. Through his protective charms, which had protected him for decades, then through his reinforced robes and finally through his flesh. The anti-magical edge cut clean. So clean the sorcerer didn't even realize he'd been bisected. He kept running for 2 more steps before the top half of his body slid away from the bottom. His scream cut short as shock killed him before blood loss could. The second sorcerer, seeing his companion fall, tried to teleport away. Yellow light gathered around her as dimensional barriers began to thin, and escape was seconds away. Jay's null field disrupted the portal mid-formation, and the dimensional gateway collapsed while the sorcerer was halfway through. The result was immediate and horrific. What remained couldn't be called a body anymore. Just poorly butchered meat. The third sorcerer, the woman with carved symbols, managed to conjure a physical barrier. Stone and metal, nothing magical. This was the kind of defense that should have worked regardless of anti-magic properties. Jay punched through it like cardboard. His Murasame-enhanced strength turned supposedly solid matter into powder. The barrier exploded inward, fragments catching the woman in the face and chest. She fell, bleeding from a dozen cuts, choking on blood and broken teeth. Jay's boot brutally came down on her throat and crushed it, and she finally died gurgling. Carnage spread outward from his position like wildfire through dry grass. But the sorcerers kept coming. Suicidal in their devotion and fanatical beyond reason. Each death meant nothing because there were always more. Because Celine had promised them power, pleasure, immortality, and whatever lies they needed to hear to surrender their humanity. And they believed her so completely that dying for her was an honor. For the Black Queen. One of them screamed, throwing himself at Jay with bare hands when his magic failed. Jay gutted him without breaking stride. Celine eternal. Another cried, tears streaming down her face as she charged. Her head left her shoulders before those tears could dry. They died screaming her name, praising her and thanking her for the privilege of dying in her service. This kind of devotion transcended sanity and made death preferable to disobedience. Chapter 199, Primal Instincts. A/N, the second goal of the week is to achieve 500 power stones and unlock 2 more bonus chapters. Comment, share, and you know the drill. Smiling face with sunglasses sparkles. They died screaming her name, praising her and thanking her for the privilege of dying in her service. This kind of devotion transcended sanity and made death preferable to disobedience. And while Jay carved through Celine's army, Domino and Betsy faced their own hell. Betsy dodged another spell by inches. The curse hit the wall behind her, leaving a crater that steamed and hissed. Flesh-like tissue bubbled and popped, releasing gases that smelled of rot. Her psychic blades were practically useless here. Every construct she formed had to fight against the dimension's oppressive atmosphere, like trying to swing a sword underwater. Bloody hell. She rolled sideways, another spell missing her by inches. Purple light cratered where she'd been standing. These bastards don't know when to quit. Domino's luck worked overtime. Bullets curved in impossible trajectories, finding gaps in defenses that shouldn't exist. A sorcerer raised a shield, but her bullet bounced off a piece of falling debris, ricocheted off a floating stone fragment, curved around the shield's edge and entered through the man's ear, and he dropped. Another tried to curse her, but she stumbled on uneven ground, luck making her trip at exactly the right moment. The curse passed over her head close enough to singe her hair. But even her luck couldn't make up for the sheer numbers they faced. For every sorcerer that fell, 3 more took his place in an endless tide of fanatical devotion. Even worse, Brian had rejoined the fight. Without the Sword of Might, he fought with raw mystical power channeled directly from his connection to Britain or what remained of it across dimensional barriers. Each punch carried the force of an avalanche condensed into a fist. And each kick could shatter steel. And he was aiming those strikes at his sister. "Brian, please." Betsy's voice cracked desperate. She threw up a telekinetic shield but her brother's fist shattered it like glass, the backlash sending psychic feedback through her mind and pain lanced behind her eyes. "I know you're in there. Fight her control. You're Captain Britain, for fuck's sake. You're stronger than this." His response was another devastating combination. Right cross, left hook and then a knee strike. Each one perfectly placed and aimed to kill. The techniques their father had taught them both, now weaponized against her. She barely got her psychic blade up to deflect. The impact sent numbness up her arm. Her construct flickered and destabilized by the force. "It's me. It's Betsy. Your sister." Tears streamed down her face, mixing with blood from a cut over her eye. "Remember? Remember teaching me to fight? Remember holding me when Mom and Dad died? Remember telling me I'd always be safe because you'd protect me?" Brian's dead eyes didn't change and didn't show even a hint of recognition. He raised his fist for another strike. Domino provided covering fire. Bullets forced Brian to dodge, his enhanced reflexes still functioning even without the sword. But a dark sorcerer caught her distraction, landing a spell that burned through her enhanced tactical suit and scorched just her shoulder thanks to her luck. The smell of burning flesh filled the air. "Fuck." She hissed in pain. The wound healed almost immediately, Wolverine's healing factor closing the burn. Skin knitting back together, nerves reconnecting and tissue regenerating. But the pain remained, nerves screaming even as they rebuilt themselves from the phantom agony from an injury that no longer existed. "We can't keep this up." Domino reloaded, her enhanced reflexes letting her track 3 different threats simultaneously. Her hands moved on autopilot, muscle memory and probability manipulation combining to ensure every shot counted even as exhaustion made her fingers shake. "There's too many of them. And your brother's gonna put you down if we don't figure something out fast." Betsy knew she was right. The sorcerers were coordinating now, learning from their failures. And Brian's relentless assault was wearing her down. Every block, every dodge, and every desperate counter took energy she didn't have to spare. Her psychic reserves were depleting, and her body screaming for rest it wouldn't get. A spell caught her off guard. Magical chains wrapped around her legs, yanking her to the ground hard enough to crack her ribs. Pain exploded through her chest, but she tried to phase through them, tried to cut them with psychic energy, but nothing worked. The chains were physical and mystical, both designed to hold metahumans. Brian raised his fist for a killing blow. The strike would cave in her skull and paint the obsidian with her brain matter. "Brian, no." Her voice broke completely. "Please. I love you. Don't do this." But no words reached Brian's ears. Just as she accepted death from her loving brother's hands, Jay appeared between them. His blade caught Brian's punch with a sound like colliding mountains. The impact cratered the obsidian beneath them again, sending shockwaves radiating outward that knocked nearby sorcerers off their feet. But Jay held firm, his Murasima-enhanced body absorbing force that should have liquefied bone. "Enough playing around," Jay growled. His null field expanded, washing over Brian. The mystical power channeling through Captain Britain's body simply stopped. Cut off like a switch being flipped, but even then, his enhanced strength remained from the physical conditioning he'd earned through years of training and combat. Now the magical amplification was gone, but Brian stood strong, skilled, and dangerous. But he was just a man now. Just flesh, bone, and will. Jay's other hand shot out, pressing against Brian's chest. Searching as his enhanced senses extending through armor and cloth and skin. Jay found what he was looking for. The Amulet of Right, hidden beneath Brian's armor. The mystical artifact that connected him to the Captain Britain core, that gave him his powers, that made him more than human. A small piece of worked metal and ancient magic, so important yet so fragile. Kim Il-sung's functionality manipulation surged through Jay's palm. Not destroying the amulet. That would have killed Brian, severed his connection so violently it would have stopped his heart. Just disrupting its connection to its wearer and scrambling the mystical frequencies until it couldn't maintain its bond. The amulet fought him. Ancient magic resisting modern manipulation. But against someone who'd adapted to cosmic powers, against someone whose body could negate mystical concepts themselves, the amulet's resistance meant nothing. Jay suddenly heard Domino scream and increased his intensity. The connection severed with an almost audible snap. The amulet of right fell from Brian's chest, dropped through a gap in his broken armor and hit the obsidian with a sound like a coin dropping. Brian gasped, and his body spasmed as the connection that had defined him for years, that had made him Captain Britain and had given him purpose, power, and identity, was ripped away. The psychic shock alone should have killed him. He collapsed, unconscious before he hit the ground. Alive, but diminished. Jay quickly teleported in a burst of blue energy that left after images. Back to where Jamie advanced on Domino. The reality warper's hands moved in patterns that left trails of red strings through the air. Each movement spawned new threads, reality itself becoming raw material for his power to reshape. A web of strings caught Domino as she tried to dodge. They wrapped around her torso, her arms, her legs, even her throat, and they tightened with inexorable force overwhelming her probability manipulation. The threads pulsed once, and Domino's scream cut through the dimensional hell like a knife. The reality warping energy invaded her body at the cellular level. Quantum strings finding the spaces between atoms and pulling. But Wolverine's healing factor went to war with the intrusion. Her cells died and regenerated faster than the strings could corrupt them. Her body became a battlefield. Flesh tearing itself apart at the molecular level and rebuilding in microseconds. Bones dissolving and reforming and nerves burning out and regrowing. And blood boiling and cooling as every single part of her trying to exist and not exist simultaneously. The pain was indescribable. Like being burned alive and frozen solid at the same time as every nerve in her body firing at maximum intensity while her bones ground themselves to powder and rebuilt. She was dying and being resurrected 1,000 times per second. She kept screaming. Her throat tore as her vocal cords shredded, but her healing factor repaired them, and she screamed again. And hearing her, seeing the woman he loved being unmade piece by piece, Jay saw red. Logic evaporated, and tactical thinking vanished like smoke. He forgot completely that Jamie was being controlled. That he was as much a victim as anyone else. All Jay saw was the person he loved being hurt. Being violated and destroyed. And something primal took over. Something that predated thought itself. The thing that made humans into apex predators. The thought turned primal, protect yours. Destroy threats. Kill anything that hurts your pack. He appeared behind Jamie in a spatial fold so violent it left cracks in dimensional space. His hand closed around Jamie's throat with intent to crush. His power theft ability activated with violence that made the air scream. Jamie's reality warping, that quantum string manipulation that could rewrite the laws of physics themselves, was ripped from his body, like removing a vital organ while the patient remained conscious. The backlash hit Jamie like a hammer made of broken glass and concentrated agony. His eyes went wide as the crimson glow flickered, stuttered, and finally died. The pentagram on his forehead cracked, and black ichor stopped pouring from the wound. For just a moment, blessed awareness returned to his features. Horror at what he'd become flooded them, mixed with confusion at where he was. What? His voice was his own, confused and terrified. Where am I? What did I, oh God? Chapter 200, From Hell and Back. A/N, the second goal of the week is to achieve 500 power stones and unlock 2 more bonus chapters. Comment, share, and you know the drill. Smiling face with sunglasses sparkles. Then darkness claimed him. Unconscious before Jay released him and before he could process the full horror of what Celine had made him do. He collapsed, hitting the obsidian with a sound that echoed too loud in the sudden silence. The red strings dissolved. Vanished like they'd never existed, and Domino fell, gasping, her body still healing from the internal damage. Her healing factor working overtime to put her back together and make her whole again. She looked up at Jay with eyes that showed just how close she'd come to something worse than death. Jay. Her voice was a rasp. Jay's rage didn't diminish. If anything, it intensified, crystallized into something cold and sharp and absolute. And he was going to make Celine pay for every second of suffering she'd caused. But the black sorcerers kept coming. They were endless and inexhaustible. For every 10 Jay killed, 20 more emerged from the walls as the infinite tide of fanatical devotion that showed no signs of stopping. Bodies littered the obsidian platform, and blood pooled in the cracks. The smell of death, burnt flesh, released bowels, and final breaths filled the air. And still they came, still they praised her name, still they died for her with smiles on their faces. Jay's tactical mind finally forced its way through his fury. Cold calculation cutting through red rage like ice through steam. This wasn't working. They could kill sorcerers all day, and it wouldn't matter. Celine would just keep pulling more from wherever she'd stored them. This dimension was hers, and its rules were hers. And as long as they stayed here, they were fighting a war of attrition they couldn't win. They needed to leave this dimension. He looked around, finding Betsy struggling to help her unconscious brother. Found Domino, still recovering, still shaking. Saw Jamie's crumpled form, blood leaking from his forehead where the pentagram had cracked. Betsy. His voice cut through the chaos. Grab your brothers. We're leaving. She didn't argue. Her telepathy wasn't working properly in this dimension, too much interference, too much wrong. But her telekinesis still functioned. Her arms wrapped around Brian's unconscious body while purple energy lifted Jamie's form. Both brothers floating beside her, dead weight but precious cargo. Jay appeared beside Domino in a spatial fold. His arms wrapped around her, pulling her close despite her protests, despite the blood still leaking from wounds that hadn't quite finished healing. I'm fine. We need to. Shut up and hold on. His voice was steel with no room for argument. His danger sense painted the dimensional boundaries for him. Showed him where Celine's pocket hell connected to real space. The junction was unstable, heavily guarded by mystical protections layered over millennia, and forcing through would take everything he had. Jay's multiple powers activated simultaneously. Spatial manipulation finding the path, the weak point where dimensions touched. Null field disrupting the barriers, making magic forget how to hold. Murasama's anti-magic properties cutting through what remained, severing connections that had stood for thousands of years. Kim Il-sung's functionality manipulation scrambling the defensive formations, making mystical circuits fire wrong. And finally, Jamie's stolen reality warping pulling at the dimensional fabric itself, creating stress fractures in existence. Blue energy erupted around all of them. And with violence that made reality itself scream in protest, the space folded. The sensation was worse than arriving. Like being turned inside out while simultaneously being compressed into a singularity. Then they were through and materialized back in the British Museum parking lot. The contrast was jarring. From hell dimension to mundane reality in an instant. The late afternoon sun felt wrong after the oppressive darkness, too bright and innocent. The smell of car exhaust and fresh bread from nearby shops replaced sulfur, burnt ozone, and death. The sounds of traffic, of birds, of normal human life, all of it obscene after the screaming and the combat and the slaughter. Bodies still littered the ground. Jim Jasper's bisected corpse, already starting to smell in the sun. The protesters cut apart by Celine's portal, their signs still clutched in dead hands. Blood painted the pavement in abstract patterns that reflected sunlight in ways that made the stomach turn. The normalcy of it all felt like a mockery. Jay set Domino down carefully. She was still shaking and healing, but alive. Betsy lowered her brothers to the ground with telekinesis, then collapsed beside them completely exhausted. But Jay couldn't rest because this wasn't over. Blue energy gathered around him again as Domino panicked. Spatial manipulation, finding the dimensional breach he'd just forced closed. Tearing it open again with brute force. He teleported back to Celine's pocket dimension despite Domino's wasted effort. And standing in the center of the carnage, surrounded by hundreds of black sorcerers who'd just watched their prey escape, was Celine. Her face was twisted with rage and terror in equal measure. The confidence gone and ancient pride cracked. She finally looked diminished somehow. Say, you old hag. Jay's voice carried across the plain. His Murasama-enhanced form radiated power, dark and light energy spiraling around him like living things. Blood dripped from his nose, from his ears, from the corners of his eyes. The price of forcing dimensional travel twice in as many minutes. Did you mind control these fools, too? Celine was sweating now. The effort of maintaining the dimensional space and projecting her power across it taking a visible toll. But her smile remained, confident despite the cracks showing through. Oh no, I didn't even need to touch them. Her voice dripped false sweetness, but it wavered. Cracked at the edges. They are devoted to my cause. Loyal to my mission. That's the power I command. An army of fanatics who would die at my word. Who worship me. Who see me as their goddess and savior. She spread her arms wide, encompassing the assembled sorcerers. Hundreds of them. All staring at Jay with identical expressions of fanatical devotion. All ready to die. All eager to prove their loyalty. Now do you fear me, Jay? Now do you understand? Now do you want to join me? Surrender, become mine, and I'll make it painless. Resist, and you'll watch everyone you care about suffer before I break you completely. I'll make you watch as I unmake them piece by piece. As I violate them in ways that would make your Domino's suffering seem merciful. Chapter 201, First Massacre. A/N, alright you wonderful gremlins, we just hit 200 chapters. Thank you so much and enjoy this bonus chapter sparkling heart. Jay's smile widened with predatory anticipation. The smile of someone who had stopped pretending to be human and chose violence over morality and found it liberating. He reached into his jacket, fingers finding a small dark blue crystal he'd been carrying since his visit to the afterlife months ago. A piece from the Inhumans collection, given as a trade for services rendered. Something he'd kept as insurance. As a weapon of last resort. It was a Terrigen crystal. Carl Creel's power shifted. The Murasima properties faded as new ones took their place. Jay's body began to change, black and red giving way to crystalline blue. His skin became living Terrigen, compressed mutagenic potential made manifest. Every cell a source of transformation, and every molecule a weapon designed to trigger inhuman genes or kill those without them. You and what army? Jay asked. His voice was casual, like discussing the weather. His hand, now crystalline and massive to the size of a small car, extended toward the assembled sorcerers. Diamond-like spikes erupted from his palm, each one a compressed lance of Terrigen crystal. The spikes embedded themselves throughout the plane. In pavement, the walls, even the screaming columns, as hundreds of crystalline growths, each one pulsing with contained potential. The black sorcerers stared at the crystals with confusion. Some pointed at them, some even tried to destroy them with magic, spells bouncing off harmlessly. Others attempted to teleport away, dimensional portals forming and failing as Jay's null field disrupted them. But it was too late. Had been too late the moment the crystals embedded themselves. Jay smiled and detonated them remotely. The explosion wasn't fire or force. It was transformation. Terrigen mist erupted outward in a wave that covered the area. The bluish fog was beautiful in a terrible way. Almost ethereal. Like clouds at sunrise. Like something divine made manifest. It touched the first sorcerer. His scream cut short as crystallization spread across his body. Stone-like Terrigen encased him from feet to head in seconds, blue crystal consuming flesh and bone and soul. The cocoon that should have contained transformation, that should have triggered latent inhuman genes and elevated them to something more, instead became a tomb. Because these weren't inhumans with dormant genes waiting to activate. These were humans. Plain old Homo sapiens with normal human genetics. Their DNA couldn't handle the forced mutation. The Terrigen didn't trigger evolution. It triggered cellular collapse. Genetic code unable to adapt, unable to transform, simply breaking down at the fundamental level. The cocoon crumbled. The sorcerer's body went with it, reduced to dust that scattered in the wind. Ash then nothing as a person was unmade. Across the plain, the same fate befell every black sorcerer the mist touched. Hundreds of fanatics, each one a trained mystical master, each one individually dangerous, turned to stone and then to ash in the span of seconds. Their screams created a chorus as if a hymn of death. A symphony of endings. Some tried to shield themselves with magic. Jay's lingering null field disrupted their defenses, leaving them vulnerable. The mist found them, consumed them, and unmade them. Others attempted to flee, but the mist spread too quickly, carried on the winds. The mass slaughter took less than a minute. Hundreds of people. Hundreds of human beings with names and histories and choices. All dying. All screaming and turning to dust that would blow away and be forgotten. And Jay watched. Didn't flinch nor let himself feel anything except cold satisfaction. This was necessary. This was what it took to stop someone like Celine. When the mist finally cleared, only one figure remained standing among the settling dust. Celine. But the cost of survival was visible. Her left arm was gone. Terminated cleanly at the shoulder, cauterized by her own magic. Her right leg ended at the knee, the limb missing entirely. She'd been forced to amputate. To cut away parts of her own body that had been exposed to the mist. Choosing mutilation over death. Black blood poured from the stumps. Her perfect skin turned ashen gray. The glamour that made her beautiful had vanished completely, unable to maintain itself through the trauma. Revealing the ancient horror underneath. Translucent flesh stretched over bone that was too white, too perfect, and too inhuman. Eyes that were pools of absolute black and teeth that were just slightly too sharp. This was Celine. Not the beautiful seductress or the confident external. Just the thing that had survived since civilization. And standing before her, approaching with measured steps, was Jay. His crystalline form had grown during the detonation. Now he stood 8 feet tall, his body a mass of sharp angles. Blue crystal armor covered every inch, each piece sharp enough to cut diamond. He looked like a demon made manifest. An evil incarnation pulled from nightmares and given physical form. Something that had stopped pretending to be good. Celine tried to retreat. Her remaining leg buckled as exhaustion, blood loss, and horror of what she'd just witnessed. All of it was too much and she fell, catching herself with her remaining hand. You. Her voice was broken. All the ancient power drained away, leaving just a terrified creature facing death. How can you wield such incompatible powers? She coughed, blood flecking her lips. They shouldn't, it's not possible. Jay stood over her. 8 feet of crystalline death with power radiating. Nothing's impossible, he said quietly. You just have to be willing to pay the price. He looked down at her. At this thing that had violated the Braddock brothers. That had nearly killed Domino. That had built an army of fanatics and sent them to die. That had lived for thousands of years by stealing, consuming, violating everything she touched. And he felt nothing. Just cold certainty that this needed to end. Chapter 202, Celine's Last Gambit. A/N, alright, first goal of the week is 200 power stones, so get to it. Celine stared up at the crystalline devil approaching with measured steps. 8 feet of death incarnate wearing blue crystal armor. For the first time in millennia, genuine terror seized her ancient heart. She'd survived the fall of Rome by drinking senators' blood, outlived the Black Death by feasting on plague victims and watched empires crumble to dust while she endured. Because she was Celine, the Black Queen, an external. But looking at this creature, this thing that had slaughtered her army without hesitation and turned hundreds of devoted sorcerers into dust with terrifying efficiency, she understood something fundamental. Jay wasn't going to let her walk away. He was going to end her permanently. In a way that even an external might not recover from. And worse, he had the power to do it. Her remaining hand scrabbled at the obsidian ground. Fingers found purchase in the blood pooling from her stumps. So much blood, specifically her blood, ancient and potent. Blood that had drunk from dragons and mystic creatures. She'd sworn never to use this. Never to call on him, but the cost was too terrible and the price too high. Eternal servitude to something worse than death. But the alternative was oblivion. And Celine had not survived for 17,000 years by choosing oblivion. She began drawing symbols with her own blood. The movements were frantic and desperate. Geometric patterns that predated Christ and sigils that made the air recoil and reality flinch. Jay saw the blood symbols taking shape. His danger sense exploded into cacophony so loud it made his ears ring. Every instinct screamed at him to stop her and end this before whatever she was summoning arrived. Oh, you think so? His crystalline form blurred forward 30 feet in a heartbeat. But he was too slow. Celine's voice rose. Ancient words that hurt to hear and sounds human vocal cords shouldn't produce. Her blood glowed with dark power as the circle completed itself. Jay was 10 feet away when she screamed the final word. Mephisto. Time itself held its breath. The world stopped. Literally stopped. The wind died mid-gust, the blood pool froze mid-ripple, and the dust of broken petrified sorcerers hung suspended in air. Even Jay's momentum arrested mid-stride, his crystalline form locked in place. Helpless and able to see and think, but not move. The only thing that moved was Celine's belly. It began to bulge. Swelling outward like something massive was trying to escape. The skin stretched, pulled taut, becoming translucent like rice paper. Veins stood out in stark relief, black and pulsing. The bulge grew larger and larger as her belly distended impossibly. Celine's mouth opened in a silent scream. No sound emerged because time was frozen. But her face contorted in agony, and her eyes bulged and tendons stood out. The shape pressing against the skin became clear. Fingers, long and clawed. Then a hand and then an arm, its musculature wrong. Then a fist, glowing red like living coal, punched through. The skin tore and ripped like wet fabric. Black fluid poured out, thick and viscous, hissing where it touched ground. The smell hit even through frozen time. Sulfur, rot, and something worse. The hand that emerged was red. Not blood red but pure crimson like the color of living flame and sin-given form. The fingers ended in black claws that absorbed light. The hand gripped the edges of the wound as the claws dug into Celine's flesh. And pulled. Celine's belly tore open like fabric. The sound was wet and visceral as black fluid poured out in a torrent, mixed with things that might have been organs, and through the opening, a body emerged. Naked at first. It was humanoid but wrong, its proportions slightly off, torso too long, lower limbs too reminding of hooves and muscles defined in ways that suggested inhuman strength. The skin was that same deep crimson, gleaming like polished stone. The being pulled itself free with casual strength. Then it stood and stretched, like waking from a pleasant nap. Then the body ignited. Flames erupted across its surface, but they didn't burn. They danced, worshipped, and then they transmuted as they became clothing. A suit materialized from fire itself. Perfectly tailored, deep red with black accents. The flames wove themselves into fabric. Into buttons and a pocket square that flickered with hellfire. The being's head tilted back. Hair grew from nothing, long and black, falling past its shoulders in waves that moved too fluidly. Horns sprouted from the forehead, curving backwards, polished obsidian gleaming. A tail unfurled from the base of the spine, spaded at the tip. The face was beautiful in a terrible way. Sharp features, high cheekbones, and a mouth that smiled like it knew secrets that would drive mortals mad. Even its eyes were points of yellow light. And time resumed. Jay stumbled forward, his momentum returning. He caught himself, barely, as his mind struggled to comprehend what he had just seen as his danger sense screamed. And standing before him, newly birthed from Celine's body, wearing a suit made of hellfire, was Mephisto. The Lord of Hell. The devil himself. He looked exactly like his comic book depictions. And somehow that made it worse. The corruption from his presence hit Jay like a physical force. The air itself became thick and cloying. Every breath tasted of sulfur and ash and something worse. Something that made his soul want to retreat. This wasn't just evil. This was the thing that evil feared. Jay felt it in his bones, in his blood and in the part of him that was still human despite the massacre he's done. Fear. Pure, primal, absolute fear. His hands trembled as his crystalline form flickered. His heart hammered against his ribs. He'd faced gods, fought as guardians, and conversed with cosmic entities. But this was different. This was looking into the abyss and realizing the abyss was hungry, and it knew his name. Chapter 203, When the Devil Comes Calling. A/N, here's your bonus chapter for last week's goal. Mephisto's presence was a violation of reality itself. The pocket dimension groaned as cracks appeared in the obsidian, spreading outward. The screaming faces in the columns actually screamed as the pulsing walls began to bleed real blood. The dimension was trying to reject and expel this foreign body. But it couldn't. Because Mephisto had been invited. The devil has been summoned. Given permission. And permissions and promises were everything for beings like him. The demon turned first to Celine. She lay on her back, her belly a gaping wound that slowly, impossibly, began to close. Flesh knitting and organs reforming. But her face told the real story, her eyes wide with horror at what she'd done. Her true form was fully visible. The glamour shattered as skin like parchment, bones visible beneath translucent flesh and eyes that had seen empires rise and fall now showing fear. Mephisto smiled. The expression was gentle, almost tender. The smile was of a lover. He knelt beside her with inhuman grace. His hand reached out to caress her head like one might pet a dog. "Oh, it's you, Celine." His voice was velvet wrapped around broken glass. "Cultured and educated. You finally called me after all these millennia." He paused. "Should I call you mother now? Since you birthed this body to summon me." Celine's voice came out strangled. "Lord Mephisto, I." "Shoo." His tail moved with serpentine grace. The spaded tip stretched across the ground to where her blood pooled. Touched the black fluid and licked it up like a tongue. His eyes closed in apparent pleasure. A low sound emerged from his throat, almost sexual. Another one of the externals now finally under my grasp. It's been so long since I've acquired a new one. He opened his eyes. "Do you know how rare you are, Celine? How valuable? Immortals who can still die are such delicious contradictions." He raised his hand, and hellfire erupted from his palm, but not the destructive kind. Healing flame of restorative corruption. The flames washed over Celine's mutilated form, and flesh regrew where arms and legs had been severed. Within seconds, she was whole. But the collar of hellfire around her neck remained. Burning without consuming. It was a reminder. A leash. The collar pulsed. Celine gasped, her body convulsing. When she refocused, the resistance was gone, and only submission remained. Mephisto stood, surveying the pocket dimension. His gaze tracked across the petrified remains of hundreds of sorcerers, the Terrigen dust coating everything, the blood, carnage and the dimensional tears. "I really do like what you've done with the place." His tone was conversational. Very post-apocalypse chic. "The ash of the damned really brings out the..." He paused. "Actually, I'm not sure what it brings out. But it's certainly atmospheric." "Oi, Lord of Lies." Jay's voice cut through the monologue. Not as confident but desperate. "Bit rude to ignore someone when you're standing in the middle of all my hard work here." His crystalline form shifted. He pulled the Terrigen properties back as the blue crystal melted away. Replaced by something darker. The Murasima's properties returned. His entire body became that living anti-magic state again. Black with a red sheen that pulsed like a heartbeat as red lightning crackled around him. But he didn't stop there. He channeled more power as light force energy flowed from his core. Down his arms and into his blades. The white holy energy mixed with the dark anti-magic. The result was a blade of pure contradiction in his right hand. It existed and didn't exist simultaneously. The eye couldn't focus on it. Light and darkness spiraling together. Looking at it too long made the eyes water and mind ache. But it was all Jay had. Mephisto turned to face him. His movements were lazy and casual. And his smile widened and became something that should not fit on a human face. Too many teeth, teasing too much knowledge. "No, no, my dear Jay. The demon's voice carried genuine pleasure. I'm not ignoring you. Far from it. You have my complete attention. Every aspect of my being is currently appreciating the fascinating creature standing before me. He took a step forward. Just once and the pocket dimension shuddered. After what you did on Earth. Using such primal powers. Reaching into Lady Death's domain itself and pulling back souls she'd already claimed. Daring to defy her work and living to tell the tale. He spread his arms wide. You, my boy, have all of our attention now. All those infernal lords, watching. All those abstract beings, taking notice. All those gods, wondering what you'll do next. You've made yourself very popular in circles that most mortals pray to avoid. Jay felt his rage cooling by necessity and the cold tactical mind, forcing through the terror. The monologue was buying him time to assess and plan. Time to realize just how completely, utterly fucked he was. This wasn't Selene. Wasn't some ancient mutant he could outwit or overpower. This was Mephisto. A demon who'd bargained with Thor and lived. Who'd stolen pieces of souls from heroes across every timeline. Who'd made Spider-Man sell his marriage. Who'd released Ghost Rider on the world and laughed about it. And he was here. Fully manifested. Jay could very well die. And that certainty settled into his bones. You must be one of those outsiders my other variants keep telling me about. Mephisto's tone shifted and became genuinely curious. Ah, yes. The chosen one. The Ice Guy protagonist. The self-insert made manifest. He paused. Tell me, does it feel special? Being plucked from one reality and dropped into another. Does it feel like destiny? Or does it feel like being a puppet with invisible strings? The question hung in the air. Because my variants have met so many of your kind, Jay. Across dimensions and timelines. And they all think they're special, that their knowledge makes them untouchable. He leaned forward slightly. Until they meet beings like me. Beings who exist outside your little stories. Beings who aren't constrained by narrative conventions. He straightened and brushed an imaginary speck of dust from his suit. So yes, Jay, you have my attention. You're a glitch in reality. And that makes your soul incredibly valuable. Since outsider souls don't follow the normal rules, they're pure potential and chaos. His yellow eyes blazed brighter. And I'm going to add you to my collection. Chapter 204, Jay vs. Mephisto. A/N, alright, first goal of the week is 200 power stones, so get to it. So yes, Jay, you have my attention. You're a glitch in reality. And that makes your soul incredibly valuable. Since outsider souls don't follow the normal rules, they're pure potential and chaos. His yellow eyes blazed brighter. And I'm going to add you to my collection. Jay felt something crack inside him. It was his composure. That belief shattered and broke apart like glass under a hammer. But he couldn't surrender. Because surrendering meant damnation, and it meant Domino and the others would be next. So he attacked with hope and desperation. Jay raised his weapon and channeled everything into it. Every ounce of light force and every drop of anti-magic. Holding nothing back, he swung. The dimensional slash erupted from his blade, a technique he'd refined in Camartage. But this time, amplified beyond anything he'd attempted. Fueled by desperation and the absolute need to hurt this thing. The blade cut the dimension itself. The slash expanded. Growing from knife edge to highway width in seconds. The pocket dimension itself began to tear. The attack would have killed anything mortal, banished most demons and erased a god's avatar. It should have worked. But Mephisto was not most beings. Mephisto just clapped. The sound was thunder as two giant hands manifested from nothing. Each the size of a building and made of living hellfire. They moved with impossible speed and came together and caught the dimensional slash between their palms. Like catching a fly. The clash created a shockwave that shattered what remained of the platform as the entire dimension screamed. The impossible attack and impossible defense ground against each other. Reality screamed from the strain as the dimensional slash tried to cut through, but the hellfire hands refused to be cut. Then the hands closed completely and crushed the attack like tin foil. The dimensional slash vanished and simply ceased to exist. But when the hands dissipated, Mephisto looked at his palms with surprise. A single cut marred the perfect crimson skin of both his palms. It was shallow and barely bleeding, but therein proof that Jay had hurt him. Mephisto stared at the wound for a long moment. Then, slowly, he threw his head back and laughed. Ha 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 ha. The sound was terrible. Just genuine mirth and pure delight. Ah, Jay. He licked the blood from his palm. I thought you'd lost your spark. The power you displayed in New York. But look at this. He held up his hand like a trophy. You did this to me. You actually hurt me. You really are special. You really are worth collecting. Jay didn't pause to celebrate. He activated Kim Il-sung's evolved functionality manipulation. Combined it with his null field and channeled both through the Muramasa blade, focusing everything into a single point. The attack was invisible. A wave of pure negation that unmade mystical frameworks and disrupted demonic essence. Scrambling the fundamental functions that allowed Mephisto to exist in this dimension. It should have forced him back to hell. But Mephisto waved his hand dismissively, casual and bored even. The attack hit him. Splashed against him like water against stone as some got through, leaving shallow cuts across his skin, but only surface damage. He looked at the new cuts with mild interest, then at Jay and finally back at the cuts. Is that all? His tone was genuinely curious. I expected more after that opening. That dimensional slash was art. Pure, beautiful art. But this. He gestured at the shallow wounds. This is just disappointing. Jay's heart sank. He'd used everything. Everything. And it had done nothing. Mephisto's attention turned to Celine. She stood behind him, trembling. The collar pulsing as her eyes fixed on Jay with something that might have been pity. The demon's eyes gleamed. My beautiful external. His voice was silk and pure seduction. You've given me such a wonderful gift. A rare soul of an outsider untainted by this reality's karma. His smile widened. Once I'm done with him, once I process his soul and add it to my collection, I'll be gentle with you. He paused. Instead of infinite servitude, how about finite? Say, 17,000 years. As long as you've been alive. Isn't that generous? Celine's smile was the rictus grin of someone with no choice. Of course, Lord Mephisto. I'm just happy my offering pleased you. Her eyes met Jay's. And in them, Jay saw his own future of eternal servitude and torment without end. Jay felt it then. The true weight of despair pressed down on his soul like mountains. His key attacks had failed. Everything he'd thrown had been blocked, negated, or dismissed. And Mephisto wasn't even trying. Jay was going to die here. And worse, his soul was going to be claimed. His hands trembled, as his form flickered and his breath came in sharp gasps. This was it, this was how it ended. Not in glorious battle or in Domino's arm, but in futility. But he had one more trick. One recent power he'd stolen. Jamie's reality warping. It was his final desperate gambit. Red strings materialized from his palms. Reality warping threads that pulsed with Jamie's stolen power. But Jay didn't just copy what he'd seen. He evolved it by combining it with Muramasa's anti-magic and infused it with light force while wrapping it in the null field. And finally channeled his functionality manipulation through it. And made it something new. The result was a spear. Woven from red strings that glowed white at their cores. Each thread carrying the will to unmake and reject Mephisto's existence. Jay poured everything into it. All his rage, fear, and desperate need to protect Domino and everyone else. He threw it. The spear tore through the pocket dimension like tissue paper as reality parted around it. Other realms became visible as dimensions colliding became visible. The spear crossed the distance in a microsecond. It was perfect, unstoppable, and absolute. It was his ace in the hole. But Mephisto caught it. With both hands as the demon examined the spear with genuine interest. His fingers moved, and the reality-warping strings began to unravel. Their fundamental nature rewritten. They reverted to strings, then morphed and transformed into threads and fabric. The red strings reformed themselves into an overcoat. It was perfectly tailored and stylish. Mephisto shrugged it on, settled the garment across his shoulders and adjusted the collar. Like he had all the time in the world. Celine, darling. His voice was pleasant. How do I look? She stared at the overcoat. Then at Jay, seeing the devastation in his eyes and then back at Mephisto. You look magnificent, my lord. I thought so too. Mephisto admired his new coat. The craftsmanship is exquisite. The desperation woven into each thread gives it such character. I'll have to thank Jay properly before I claim his soul. Maybe I'll let him watch as I process his loved ones. Chapter 205, The Most Embarrassing Summon in History. A/N, here's your second bonus chapter for last week's goal. Jay felt something else break inside him. The part of his soul that said, I can win, just broke. He'd thrown everything at this demon. Every power, every trick, and every desperate gambit. And it had done nothing. His legs trembled. His hands shook. His vision blurred. His throat closed. His chest felt like it was caving in. This was it. This was the end. Not just death but damnation. Unless. There was one thing. One last desperate, pathetic, humiliating thing. Something that made his pride scream and his ego recoil. But pride didn't matter when the alternative was damnation. So Jay made a choice. The only choice left. His hand moved to the ring the Ancient One had given him. But he couldn't just activate it quietly. Mephisto would notice and intercept. He needed a distraction. Needed to confuse the demon and by seconds for the portal to form. So Jay did the unthinkable and tattled. Jay raised the ring to his lips and took a deep breath. And then, in the loudest voice he could muster, with all the melodramatic desperation of a child who'd just been bullied, he shouted. Teacher. Teacher. There's a big scary demon here and he's being mean to me and I tried really hard but he's too strong and I don't know what to do and please come help because I'm scared and I don't want to die and he's going to take my soul and I can't beat him and please come help your student who's very sorry for getting into this mess and will definitely listen better next time I promise. The words tumbled out in a rush. Childish, pathetic and completely unbefitting someone who'd challenged gods. Both Selene and Mephisto froze and turned to stare at him with identical confusion. Then they began to laugh. Mephisto's laugh was rich, full of genuine amusement. Oh, that's precious. That's absolutely delicious. The mighty power broker, the man who defied death herself, reduced to crying for his teacher like a schoolchild. I haven't been this entertained in centuries. Selene's laugh was more relieved. If Jay was resorting to this, truly begging his teacher like a child, then he was defeated and no longer a threat. Did you really think, Mephisto wiped tears from his eyes, that calling your teacher would save you? That some sadhu could face me? Oh, Jay. This just makes it better. He'll arrive just in time to watch me claim you. The tragedy. The poetry. But Jay wasn't listening. He was watching the air shimmer as reality part like curtains. The Ancient One materialized as she stepped through a portal of her own making in her pristine yellow robes. Her expression was long-suffering patience mixed with resigned acceptance. The look of a teacher interrupted from important work to deal with her problem student's latest crisis. Her first act was to sigh. A long and deep sigh. Jay, my student. Her voice carried that tone. Couldn't you have asked for my help in a more dignified way? Must you always resort to the most embarrassing methods? Could you not have simply activated the ring quietly? Jay, as his Muramesa form faded, leaving him bloodied and too exhausted for his healing aura to work, could only shrug. I needed them distracted, and it gave you time to come through without interference. And honestly, teacher, dignity seemed less important than not having my soul claimed. Priorities and all that. He met her eyes. And in his own, she saw the truth. Saw what this had cost him. The Ancient One's expression softened fractionally. You did well, my student. Surviving always matters more than pride. Though we will be discussing your tendency to get into these situations later. Extensively. Her gaze shifted. First to Selene. An external. Draped in demonic corruption like a cheap cloak. How far the mighty have fallen. Tell me, Selene, was eternal servitude truly worth a few more moments of life? Selene couldn't answer. The caller stole her voice. Then the Ancient One saw Mephisto. And her expression changed completely. All trace of gentle exasperation vanished, replaced by something colder. They pointed at each other simultaneously in perfect synchronization. You goat-legged infernal. You bald bitch. The words came out in perfect unison, delivered with identical venom. Then absolute silence followed. They glared at each other with the intensity of old enemies who'd fought too many times to count. Jay blinked. Wait, you two know each other. Of course, you know each other. Know each other. The Ancient One's voice could have frozen lava. This creature has been attempting to claim my soul for the past 473 years. Every decade like clockwork. Always with some new bargain. Attempting. Mephisto's tone was genuinely offended. I've come very close, several times. That business in Calcutta was within a hair's breadth. And the incident in Paris was mere seconds from success. Those were minor setbacks, carefully orchestrated to make you overconfident. You were on your knees. Begging. I was buying time while my backup spell activated. Time you wasted gloating. They glared at each other. The air between them crackled with power, history, and millennia of mutual hatred. Jay felt hysteria bubbling up. Here he was, having just sacrificed his dignity, about to be claimed by hell, and his teacher was bickering with the devil like divorced spouses. The whiplash was visceral. From absolute terror to absurdist comedy in seconds. So. Jay ventured carefully. You can handle this, right? Teacher. Because I'm completely out of tricks and he turned my best attack into a coat and I really don't want my soul claimed by hell. The Ancient One turned her glare on him. And for a moment, he saw exasperation so profound it transcended mortal understanding. Handle. Handle. Jay, my dear, foolish, impossibly reckless student. Do you have any idea what you've gotten into? Mephisto isn't just some demon you can outsmart. He's the demon. Lord of Hell. Master of bargains. The single most dangerous entity I've explicitly, repeatedly, with emphasis and visual aids, forbidden all camartage from interacting with. To be fair, Mephisto interjected pleasantly, I was summoned. By that one. He gestured at Celine. I didn't come here of my own volition. Young Jay here is technically innocent of breaking any rules. He's just an unfortunate victim. Wrong place, wrong time, wrong demon. Don't you dare defend him. I'm merely stating facts. I am nothing but quite clear on summoning protocols. They glared at each other again. Jay watched the exchange with growing something. Not quite hope and not quite relief, but something between. The dimension groaned under the weight of two cosmic-level beings. And Jay, exhausted, terrified, barely holding together, could only watch and hope his teacher was as good as he believed. Because if she wasn't, then everything he'd sacrificed his pride for would be meaningless. And he'd be damned anyway. Chapter 206, Ancient One vs. Mephisto. A/N, alright, first goal of the week is 200 power stones, so get to it. Just as Jay was wondering what his life had come to, the Ancient One and Mephisto sprang into action. The pocket dimension shrieked. The obsidian platform beneath their feet cracked in concentric circles, spreading outward from where two supreme beings prepared to clash. The Ancient One's hands moved through intricate patterns. Each gesture left trails of golden light in the air, mandalas forming and dissolving faster than thought. The movements were precise, economical, and had no wasted motion. Centuries of practice made manifest. The eye of Agamotto blazed open on her chest, revealing the time stone's sickly green glow. Time itself fractured around her fingers like shattered glass, creating afterimages that existed simultaneously across multiple moments. She was young and old, all states superimposed over each other. Looking at her directly made the mind ache with temporal paradox. You will not interfere with my student, devil. Her voice was flat, calm, and absolutely certain that this was a line she would not allow to be crossed. Take your summoner and leave. This is your only warning. Mephisto's grin widened, showing too many teeth. Each one perfect and white and slightly too sharp. His tongue, when it flicked out, was forked. Oh, but I must, dear Sorcerer Supreme. Professional courtesy and all that. Can't let my newest pet lose out on revenge before I've properly branded her. Bad for business and even more terrible for reputation. The Lord of Hell has standards, you understand. His hands erupted with hellfire that was corruption made flame as the temperature spiked. All spells prepared, they clashed. The impact was apocalyptic. Green energy met red flame in a collision that created a shockwave visible to the naked eye. A sphere of pure force expanded outward, slamming into Jay like a physical wall and sending him stumbling backwards. It hit Celine and threw her to the ground. The obsidian platform cracked further, chunks of stone lifting into the air and hanging there, suspended by contradictory forces. Time manipulation collided with infernal power, and the dimension screamed in response. Mephisto's body split and multiplied. Each version of him slightly different. They attacked from angles from above and below and sideways and through. The Ancient One's hands moved faster. Mandalas formed shields, golden and intricate. Each one a spell unto itself, protection layered upon protection. Mephisto's flames struck the barriers and ate through them, consuming mystical frameworks like acid through paper. But new shields formed before the old ones failed, a constant cycle of destruction and creation happening faster than mortal eyes could track. Chains of Sidorak. The Ancient One's voice cut through the chaos. Crimson bands materialized from nothing, wrapping around Mephisto's multiple forms. Trying to bind him, to hold him in one position long enough for a finishing blow. But Mephisto laughed. All his versions laughed simultaneously, creating harmonics that made the eardrums ache. Oh, please. I've dealt with the Sidorak himself before. His forms blurred, phased through the binding. You'll have to do better than borrowed power, sorcerer. Very well. The time stone blazed brighter. Hoary hosts of Hoggoth, grant me sight beyond sight. Her eyes turned pure white and glowing. She could see every possible future of this fight, every branch, every outcome. And in most of them, neither one. They were too evenly matched. But in a few, in the paths where she pushed herself beyond safe limits. She made her choice. Her hands wove new patterns, intricate and dangerous spells that had warning labels in mystical texts. Mirror dimension inversion. Space folded inside out. The pocket dimension, already unstable, screamed louder as its fundamental geometry rewrote itself. Up became down. Forward became backward. Distance became meaningless. Mephisto found himself attacking his own afterimages, his multiple forms colliding with each other in impossible angles. Clever. His voice carried genuine appreciation. Respect even. But let's see how you handle this. Hellfire erupted in patterns as sigils and runes older than human civilization. I call upon the power of my domain. The flames that burned the first city. The corruption that ate the last saint. Every surface ignited. The ground, the walls, the air itself burst into hellfire. The Ancient One's shields held, but barely. The flames ate at the edges, consuming mystical energy like fuel. But Jay couldn't watch their battle. He had his own prey to deal with. Selene stood before him, fully healed from Mephisto's flames. The wounds Jay had inflicted, the missing limbs, the blood loss, all of it erased. Mephisto's intervention had restored her completely. More than completely, as she looked younger and stronger. The summoning had given her renewed vitality, a surge of demonic power that made her eyes glow red in the dimensional darkness. Seeing the cause of her current predicament before her, all exhausted and wounded, she snarled. Her hands clawed at the ground. Her fingers, elegant despite everything, dug into the obsidian with strength that cracked stone. The ground responded to her will, liquefying beneath her touch like the whole dimension was an extension of her body. Stone flowed like blood, reshaping itself according to her desire. The remains of her petrified sorcerers, hundreds of them turned to dust and scattered across the platform, began to move. It started with small vibrations. Then the dust particles lifted, drawn by invisible force. They swirled through the air like a miniature tornado, gray and black and carrying the screams of the dead. Particles drew together, compressed under impossible pressure. The ashes knew what was being done to them. Knew they were being violated even in death. The dust hardened, became denser. A shaft formed first, 10 feet long, straight and perfect. Then the head, wickedly sharp, edges that caught light wrong. Veins of crimson ran through the black stone, pulsing like arteries. Runes etched themselves into the surface, glowing with absorbed life force. Hundreds of years of stolen vitality given physical form. The weapon pulsed with power, each beat synchronized with Selene's heart. A lance. Made of condensed earth mixed with the ashes of her devoted followers. Their loyalty made weapon. She caught it midair as it fell into her grip. The weapon was wrong as it hummed with trapped souls. She rose on her legs, now steady. The fear replaced with fury. With rage that had been building since Jay first interfered with her plans. You, she spat with venom. You. Everything. Everything I've worked for. Everything I've built. It's all gone because of you. The lance came up in a guard position. The stance of someone who'd held weapons since before humans invented metallurgy. Weight distributed precisely, muscles coiled, ready to explode into motion. Drawn from millennia of experience. From thousands of battles. From wars fought when Rome was young and Atlantis still floated. Jay's grip tightened on the Muramesa blade. His long battle from the infernal demons to sorcerers to Jamie and Brian and finally to Mephisto had left him in terrible condition. Blood soaked his clothes, mixing with sweat and worse things. His stamina for healing aura had run dry hours ago. The well of power he drew from, empty. Every cut remained, every bruise darkened, and every torn muscle screamed. His ribs ached with every breath, and his arms felt like they were made of lead. But he picked up his blade anyway. Forced his body to respond despite its protests. Because he needed to finish this. Once and for all. Because stopping meant dying. And dying meant Domino was next. And that wasn't acceptable. Selene attacked. Chapter 207, You Talk Too Much for an Old Hag. A/N, alright, since we've hit the first goal, the second goal of the week is 400 power stones, so get to it. Selene attacked. The lance thrust forward, a blur of motion his exhausted mind struggled to process. The weapon's tip, sharp enough to pierce dimensions, aimed directly at his heart. Jay barely got his blade up to parry. Muscle memory and camartage training, moving his arms when his conscious mind was too slow. The Muramesa caught the lance shaft inches from his chest. Metal rang against compressed stone. The impact sent vibrations up his arms, through his shoulders, into his teeth and made them ache. His training kicked in automatically. Block, deflect and counter. The movements were muscle memory now, drilled into him through endless repetition under the Ancient One's watchful eye. His body knew what to do even when his mind was too tired to think. But Selene was faster. So much faster. The lance swept low in a horizontal arc going for his legs, trying to cripple him. Jay jumped, his exhausted muscles protesting, barely clearing the weapon. But the tip grazed his calf, the edge sharp enough to part flesh like tissue paper. Blood welled up immediately, hot and painful. The wound burned with more than physical damage. The lance was cursed, carrying the anguish of those who'd been made into it. He landed badly. Off balance. Stumbling. His wounded leg barely taking his weight. He slashed at her torso, the Muramesa cutting through air with a sound like tearing fabric. But she twisted, pivoting with inhuman grace. Her body moved like water, impossibly flexible. The blade passed through empty space where she'd been a microsecond before. The lances but slammed into his ribs. Right where they'd cracked earlier. The impact was precise. Something snapped. Pain exploded through his chest, all-consuming and white-hot. His vision whited out for a second. His breath caught, unable to inhale fully. He stumbled forward, gasping, tasting copper from blood in his mouth. Had the broken rib punctured something? Lung. Organ. And Celine pressed the advantage. She moved like a serpent. The lance became a blur of motion, striking from impossible angles. Feints within feints within feints. Every attack designed to force a response. Every response leaving him open for the next strike. The kind of combat that came from fighting for 17,000 years. From perfecting technique across millennia. From having more experience than any mortal should possess. All I wanted was the Braddock bloodline. Her voice was shrill. The composed external was replaced by someone desperate. A simple acquisition. 3 powerful mutants and magi with otherworld blood. To add to my collection. Perfect servants. Perfect tools. Perfect children to rebuild my empire. But you had to poke your nose in. The lance came down in an overhead strike. Jay rolled aside, the weapon hitting where his head had been with enough force to crater the stone. Fragments exploded outward. One caught his cheek, drawing blood. Not only did you take away my new enforcers, but you slaughtered hundreds of my followers. Followers whose families had served me for generations. Bloodlines going back centuries. All of them dust. All of them gone. Jay's blade came up, catching her next strike. The impact nearly tore the weapon from his grip. The anti-magic properties of the Muramesa kept her mystical attacks at bay, negated the curses she tried to weave into each strike. But she'd adapted and was fighting purely physically now. And now, because of you. She thrust, and Jay parried. The lance scraped against his blade with a shriek of metal on stone. I had to summon him. Do you understand? I had to call upon the devil himself. Another strike. Jay blocked, but barely. His arms shaking from the impact. Do you even know what that means? What I've condemned myself to? The hellfire collar around her neck pulsed with each word. It tightened as the flames ate at her skin without consuming it. It was proof of an eternal brand. A leash that could never be removed. She gasped mid-sentence, her voice strangling, but fury drove her forward. Made her ignore the pain because rage was all she had left. I'll be a plaything of the king of hell. Forced to do whatever he pleases. For 17,000 years minimum. As long as I've been alive. And that's if I'm lucky. If he's feeling generous. If he doesn't decide eternity would be more entertaining. Her assault intensified. Jay's body couldn't keep up. The lance found openings. Exploited weaknesses and punished every mistake. A thrust that slipped past his guard. The tip caught his shoulder, carving deep. Muscle parted, and blood sprayed. His left arm went partially numb, fingers losing their grip on the sword hilt for a moment before he forced them to close again. A sweep that he dodged too slowly. The blade edge gouged his thigh, cutting to the bone. It scraped against femur with a grinding sensation that made his stomach lurch. His leg buckled as blood ran down in a hot stream, pooling in his boot, making his footing slippery. A spin attack he didn't see coming. The lance carved through his side, barely missing organs but leaving a wound that gaped. He pressed his hand against it instinctively, trying to hold himself together literally. She was winning. And she knew it. Her eyes showed her confidence returning. Me, she screamed. Her voice broken with all pretense of dignity gone. The Black Queen. An external who has outlived empires. Reduced to a slave. A pet. A TOY for a demon to use and discard whenever he grows bored. But through the pain, through the exhaustion, through the blood loss making his vision swim, Jay kept his head cool. He had to. So, he shoved it all down. Made himself analyze. He studied her patterns and memorized her tells. The slight shift of weight before a thrust, loading power into her back leg. The tensing of shoulder muscles before a sweep, telegraphing the direction a microsecond early. The way her eyes tracked where she'd strike next, old habits from millennia of combat that she couldn't quite suppress. He was looking for an opening. Just one moment of overextension. Time passed. Minutes. Hours. Impossible to tell. The dimensional instability and the Ancient One's time manipulation made duration meaningless. Each second stretched like taffy, subjective experience warping under cosmic forces. His body screamed for rest. For healing and mercy. Finally, mid-rant, Celine overextended. You think you're special? The lance came down in a vertical slash. All her rage compressed into one blow designed to split him in half from crown to groin. You think your stolen powers make you worthy? You're nothing. Just another insect pretending to be a god. Another mortal playing with forces you don't understand. There. Her weight shifted too far forward. Committed fully to the overhead strike. Her legs locked to support the power. Her torso exposed for a fraction of a second. Jay saw his moment and took it. He dropped his guard. The Muramasa lowered, leaving his body completely exposed. The lance's edge came down. Grazed his cheek on the left side as it cut deep, from temple to jaw. Blood flowed hot and immediate. Missing his eye by millimeters. Missing his throat by inches. But it missed. And Jay surged forward. His left hand shot out. Kim Il-sung's function manipulation flooding through his palm with desperate intensity. Every ounce of power he had left. Holding nothing back because there was nothing left to hold back. The effect was immediate. The mystical frameworks holding the lands together, ancient earth magic woven by Celine herself, suddenly forgot how to bind. The weapon's structure destabilized at the quantum level. The lance shattered, and fragments flew in every direction, spinning through air like shrapnel. Some pieces were dust. Others were chunks the size of fists. All of them moving at lethal velocities. Several caught Celine in the face. One carved a line across her cheek. Another embedded itself in her forehead. A third took part of her ear. Blood flowed, black and thick and ancient. She screamed, hands going to her face instinctively. And in that moment of surprise, that instant of vulnerability, Jay drove the Muramasa blade into her abdomen. The sword sank deep. Through mystical barriers that had protected her. Through ancient flesh that had survived the fall of Atlantis. Through muscle and organ and spine. The anti-magic properties negated her defenses completely. Made her immortality meaningless. Made her just flesh that could be cut. The blade emerged from her back. Black-stained. Celine's eyes went wide. Pupils dilating as understanding flooded through her. The knowledge that she was dying. Really dying. That 17,000 years were about to end right here, right now, at the hands of someone who'd only been alive for a fraction of her existence. Her mouth opened. Words forming, a curse in Sanskrit so ancient it predated written language. Something that would transcend her death, reaching across the veil to drag him down with her. Her final spite made manifest. But the anti-magic blade was inside her. Lodged in her core. The words died as magic refused to form. The curse unraveled before completion. Mystical circuits that had functioned for millennia fired wrong, sparked like damaged electronics, failed completely. The syllables came out as meaningless sounds. Before she could try again, before she could summon strength for one more spell, Jay's right hand clamped over her mouth. His palm sealed against her lips. Fingers dug into her cheeks. He felt her trying to speak against his hand, her tongue moving desperately, her teeth scraping his skin. You talk too much for an old hag. Chapter 208, Stealing Millennia. A/N, we hit 200 power stones, so here's the first bonus chapter. Next goal is 400 power stones. If you're enjoying the story, please vote, comment, and share. You talk too much for an old hag. And his power theft activated with full, desperate, violent force. Like a thirsty man finding an oasis and drinking until he couldn't hold more. The sensation was immediate and overwhelming. It felt like reaching into molten metal barehanded. Like grabbing shapes made of broken glass. Celine's power wasn't separate from her magic. They were one thing woven together. Life force vampirism stitched into psychic manipulation, stitched into immortality, stitched into spells older than civilization. Everything was tangled and interconnected. Separating them would require precision and time. Jay had none of those things. So he just tore. Ripped and pulled with brute force. He grabbed the strands of stolen life force first. Thousands of years of accumulated vitality, taken from victims across centuries. He pulled. And Celine's body convulsed, her back arched and muscles spasmed. Ancient flesh that had remained perfect for millennia suddenly remembered what aging felt like. She thrashed against him, but the Muramasa held her pinned. Her power bled out like water from a broken dam. Next came the psychic might. Her telepathy and telekinesis. Jay grabbed it, and when it tried to attack back, all it faced was an insurmountable wall of mental shield. Jay pulled harder. His power theft ability straining as blood vessels burst in his eyes, nose, and ears. Meanwhile, far above, the Ancient One and Mephisto paused in their battle. Their attacks held in frozen tableau. Green energy and red hellfire locked in stalemate. Both combatants recognizing something significant happening below. The demon's yellow eyes tracked what was happening. Watched Jay draining Celine with visceral intensity. His grin faded and became less playful. No, no, no. His voice carried annoyance. We can't have that. I just got her back to fighting shape. Wasted good hellfire on those regenerations. That's expensive, you know. Can't just go around throwing healing flames at every broken toy. His hands moved, breaking from combat with the Ancient One to form a devil's horn gesture. Fingers crooked as hellfire gathered between his palms. A spell designed to freeze. The kind of magic that even gods feared because it negated free will itself. He aimed it at Jay. At the connection between drainer and victim. One gesture and it would all stop. The theft would fail. Celine would survive. And Mephisto's investment would be protected. But before he could finish the incantation, before the hellfire could coalesce into its final form, new energy flooded the dimension. The Ancient One's hand moved to her robes. A decision crystallized in her mind, weighing the cost against necessity. This battle required more than conventional means. She pulled out a second eye, smaller and newer than Agamotto's, pulsing with yellow light instead of green. The Mind Stone, gifted by her beloved student to be used in an emergency. This qualified. She pressed it to her forehead, right where the third eye existed in mystical traditions. The stone sank into her flesh, and the Mind Stone embedded itself in her skull with a wet sound that was perfect. Power erupted outward in a tsunami of pure cosmic force that made the dimensional walls scream. The Mind Stone's yellow light blazed like a sun being born. The corruption from Dormammu's dark dimension, the subtle influence that had been eating at her for years, the whispered temptations that came in quiet moments, the slow decay that trading with darkness always brought, burned away instantly. The Mind Stone's cosmic purity couldn't coexist with dark dimension taint. So the taint died. Screaming. Writhing. Consumed by light that showed no mercy and accepted no compromise. Her eyes blazed yellow, amplifying her mental capabilities to levels that shouldn't be possible for beings bound by physical form. Every spell she'd ever learned crystallized into perfect understanding. Every technique refined over centuries became instinctive. Every mystery of the mystic arts revealed itself like opening a book she'd always been able to read but never had the light to see by. Time manipulation became effortless like breathing and heartbeat. Her connection to the Vishanti strengthened. The trinity of cosmic entities that empowered Earth Sorcerer Supreme felt her ascension and approved as they sent more power, knowledge, and themselves. She'd reached her peak. The absolute pinnacle of what a Sorcerer Supreme could be while still remaining recognizable as human. And Mephisto felt it. Felt every erg of power and felt his advantage evaporating like water on hot stone. "Oh, you cheating," his complaint cut short. Not from fear, Mephisto didn't do fear. But from recognition that continuing this fight would cost more than he was willing to pay. "That's not playing fair, you bald." She didn't let him finish. Both time and mind working in concert. Golden mandalas formed, hundreds of them, then thousands. Hoary hosts of Hoggoth, hear my call. By the Vishanti's light, by Agamotto's eye, by the power primordial, I command THEE. Reality itself leaned in to listen, the fabric of existence bending to her will. Green and yellow energy collided with hellfire. Time and cosmic consciousness against infernal power. The dimension couldn't handle it. This pocket hell was Celine's creation, designed for her power level. This was beyond its specifications. Beyond its capacity. The walls cracked like eggshell. Light bled through from other dimensions. Their fight intensified. Became something beyond mortal comprehension. Too fast for normal eyes. Too complex for three-dimensional beings to process. Each exchange rewrote local physics. They became absorbed in their cosmic chess match. In proving dominance and showing the other that this time, this encounter would end differently than all the previous ones across their centuries-long grudge. Meanwhile, below, Jay continued draining Celine. His body began to heal. The transformation was visible as the cuts closed like time-lapse footage of wounds healing, flesh knitting together, and blood stopping its flow. The cracked rib popped back into place with sounds like breaking branches, then fused, bone rejoining bone until no fracture remained. The stolen life force flooded through him. Centuries of accumulated vitality forced into his system all at once. His stamina refilled past normal, now overflowing. His exhaustion didn't just fade. It burned away. Celine's form began to wither. The transformation was horrific as her once flawless skin wrinkled rapidly. Becoming parchment thin, translucent, then transparent. Her bones became visible beneath tissue paper flesh. Her veins stood out in stark relief, black lines against gray skin, blood flow visible and slowing, thickening. Her limbs shriveled as muscles atrophied in seconds. Her body, maintained through constant vampirism, collapsed as the foundation was ripped away. She tried to scream. But Jay's hand kept her mouth covered. Only muffled sounds escaped. Wet and desperate. Her eyes that had watched Rome burn and Atlantis sink were now filled with understanding that she was dying. Finally, terror replaced rage. Chapter 209, Devil Bound by His Word. A/N, alright, since we've hit the first goal, the second goal of the week is 400 power stones, so get to it. Just as he was about to finish her, to drain that last spark of life that held her consciousness together, to reduce the Black Queen to dust and memory, Mephisto appeared between them. The demon moved faster than physics allowed. One moment locked in combat with the Ancient One hundreds of feet above. The next standing right there, his hand catching Jay's wrist. Fingers wrapping around Jay's arm with casual strength. Now. His smile was back, suggesting he found all of this tremendously entertaining. All this fun has been delightful. But we can't have me failing on my contract. The paperwork alone would be murder. You understand. His other hand gestured lazily at himself. At the red overcoat he'd transmuted from Jay's reality-warping spear, and the coat moved. It unfolded. Extended. Becoming the idea of restraint made manifest. The reality-warping properties Jay had woven into it were still there. The coat wrapped around Jay's blade and his arm, pulling the Muramesa away from Celine's abdomen as if Muramesa's negation meant nothing. Because the coat wasn't magic. It was reality itself being polite and doing what Mephisto suggested. The blade slid free, and black blood followed. But Celine didn't collapse as Mephisto's other hand shot out, catching her by the collar. The hellfire chain blazed brighter, pulling taut, forcing her to remain upright even as her body wanted to surrender to gravity and death. Jay's form blazed as his overflowing stamina was put to use to retune to his Muramesa state. Black skin with red sheen pulsed like heartbeat. Light force flowed through him, amplified and weaponized. He was preparing to defend, since that's all he could muster. But the Ancient One appeared between them, positioning herself as a wall of power between Jay and Mephisto. Stand down, Jay. Her voice carried absolute authority. The tone that accepted no argument. The Mind Stone blazed from her forehead, yellow light creating halos around her form. Then she turned to Mephisto. Her expression was serene. And you, demon. Her voice dropped to something colder. Take your summoner and leave. Now. Before I decide that the ramifications of destroying a Hell Lord are worth the hassle. Never return while I draw breath. Mephisto laughed giddily, unhinged and genuinely delighted. Oh, this is rich. This is absolutely delicious. His yellow eyes tracked between the Ancient One's glowing forehead and Jay's battle-ready form. The Sorcerer Supreme, making demands. It's been so long since I've been out of hell properly manifested, and there's a ripe outsider soul literally bleeding reality-breaking power up for grabs. His gaze fixed on Jay with naked hunger. The need to possess and add to his collection. Surely you wouldn't deny me this prize. This delicious and absolutely fascinating specimen of... He stopped mid-sentence. His eyes were tracking Jay's hand, watching as it moved with quickness approaching his. He reached into his breast pocket and pulled out a single card. It was unassuming. Just a plain card, really. But Mephisto could feel the energy. Recognized it instantly. Similar to the Mind Stone blazing from the Ancient One's forehead and the Time Stone on her chest. Similar but different. A sibling to the other Infinity Stones. The Space Stone hidden in a card that shouldn't be able to hold it. Ah. Mephisto's voice lost its playful edge entirely as it became flat, like someone reassessing a situation and not liking their new conclusions. I see. How very clever. The boy has teeth after all. His hand twitched. Calculation flickering across his perfect face. Could he take them both? The Ancient One, wielding 2 stones and Jay with a third. The variables were numerous. And Mephisto hadn't survived since before humanity's dawn by taking stupid risks. But before he could make a move, before he could calculate whether the gamble was worth it, the Ancient One took the card. Plucked it from Jay's fingers with casual grace. Her movement was economical. The Space Stone emerged from its containment as she touched it. Blue energy, the color of deep ocean, of endless sky, of the void between stars. Pure spatial force that made the dimensions fabric stretch and strain just from existing in proximity. She now held 3 Infinity Stones. Mind blazing from her forehead. Time pulsing at her chest in the Eye of Agamotto. Space crackling in her palm, raw and barely contained. The power radiating from her was biblical. The kind of force that shouldn't exist in one location. The pocket dimensions collapse accelerated, unable to sustain existence in proximity to that much concentrated cosmic power. The walls shattered and unraveled at the seams. But it was too much. Even for the Sorcerer Supreme at her peak. Even enhanced by the Mind Stone's consciousness evolution. Blood trickled from her nose, ears, and corners of her eyes. 3 stones simultaneously pushed even her enhanced consciousness to its limits. She could feel herself fragmenting. But she held on. Gripped her sense of self with iron will. And she used that power. Not to attack. That would be a waste. Instead, her hands formed a complex gesture. A spell more complex than anything she'd ever attempted. Time, space, and mind working in concert as blue energy, shot through with green and yellow, wrapped around Celine. By the power of 3 cardinals of existence, I cast you out. The energy shifted Celine's position in space, ejecting her from this dimension entirely. Contract and summoning be damned. Space folded around the external. Time accelerated around her specifically, making her movement instantaneous. Mind ensured she arrived conscious, aware, knowing exactly what had been done to her. Wait, Mephisto's hand shot out desperately. The first truly desperate motion he'd made all fight. But it was too late. Celine vanished. Ripped from the pocket dimension with violence that left cracks in space itself. The Ancient One hurled her across dimensional barriers, through layers of reality, across the boundaries between worlds. Depositing her somewhere she'd calculated using, knowing she would gain the most. And since his summoner was gone. Since the contract's anchor had been forcibly moved across dimensional barriers. The demon began to fade. The contract pulled at him. Yanked him across space toward wherever Celine had been ejected. The summoning's terms were clear. Protect the summoner. That was the deal. That was what she'd paid for with her eternal servitude. And deals, especially deals with Mephisto, had to be honored. Even when inconvenient. Especially when inconvenient. Because that's how his contracts worked. His form became transparent as his hellfire suit flickered. The perfect body started to lose cohesion, becoming see-through and pulled back to wherever Celine had landed. Being yanked across reality by cosmic law that even Hell Lords had to obey. No. No. You conniving little bit, his complaints started angry, the rage of someone who'd been outmaneuvered. Then they dissolved into genuine respect. The Lord of Lies himself got tricked. Outgambit by the bald wonder. Ha 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 ha. The laughter echoed unhinged. But also, impressed. Appreciative. Hard to tell with Mephisto. His final words, before he vanished completely, well played, sorcerer. But this isn't over. Not by half. The boy's soul is still. Chapter 210, Back to Earth. A/N, we hit 200 power stones, so here's the second bonus chapter. The next goal is 400 power stones. If you're enjoying the story, please vote, comment, and share. Well played, sorcerer. But this isn't over. Not by half. The boy's soul is still gone. The demon disappeared mid-threat and was forcibly ejected. Silence fell. Time to leave, the Ancient One said. Her voice was tired and empty as she pushed herself beyond her limits and was now running on fumes and will. Blood still leaked from her nose, her ears. The stone's combined power had taken its toll. It would continue taking its toll for months if not years. Wielding 3 simultaneously, even briefly, wasn't something even gods were meant to survive. Her hands moved, shaking slightly. The 3 stones blazed simultaneously one final time as reality tore open, creating a portal back to Earth. With a single step, they materialized in the parking lot. One moment in dimensional hell. Next moment in London, where physics applied and gravity worked, and the sun existed in the sky. The setting evening sun hit Jay's face. The warmth felt wrong after the pocket dimension's oppressive heat. It was too pure. Jay's enhanced senses went hyperactive, and the smell of car exhaust and fresh bread from nearby shops replaced sulfur and burnt ozone and the coppery stench of mass death. The sounds of traffic, of birds singing, of normal human life chattering in the distance, all of it obscene after the screaming and combat and carnage. It was too normal. As if cosmic forces hadn't just clashed. Like Jay hadn't just nearly lost his soul to the devil himself. Bodies still littered the ground. Mad Jim Jasper's bisected corpse, already bloating in the London heat, as flies gathered around it. The protesters cut apart by Celine's portal, their signs still clutched in dead hands, messages about human supremacy now tragic and ironic. Blood painted the pavement in abstract patterns, drying brown in the sun, some of it still tacky and wet. But standing guard over the unconscious Braddock siblings was Domino. She dragged them into a defensive position. Brian and Jamie lay against a low wall, positioned where she could see all approaches. Her guns were out, one in each hand, tracking every shadow with paranoid intensity. Blood stained her clothes from wounds that had already healed, tacky patches of brown against black fabric. She looked alert but exhausted. But there she was alive, whole and waiting. Finally, her eyes found Jay. Relief flooded her features. Her whole posture changed. As her mouth opened, forming his name. Then concern replaced relief as she took in his state. Blood soaked from head to toe. Covered in cuts that were still closing, new pink flesh visible beneath torn clothing. Moving like every step hurt, and his body was one massive bruise. Jay. He crossed the distance in 3 strides, stumbling. His legs barely supporting him as adrenaline was finally crashing. The stolen life force still settling. Everything that had kept him moving was suddenly gone, leaving just exhaustion and relief and a desperate need to confirm Domino was safe. He pulled her into a hug so tight it made her gasp. Made her ribs creak as his arms wrapped around her completely, crushing her against his chest. Face buried in her neck. Breathing in her scent of gun oil, sweat and Domino. Confirming she was real and alive. His whole body trembled from something deeper, from almost losing something truly precious. Fear. Pure fear. The memory of watching Jamie's reality warping strings invade her body. Of hearing her scream as she was unmade and remade 1,000 times in seconds. Of seeing the woman he loved experiencing something worse than death. Of knowing he'd been too slow, too late to stop it before it started. It crashed over him all at once. The terror he'd been suppressing. The horror he'd been ignoring. The absolute pants-shitting fear that he'd failed. That he'd returned from battle to find her gone, erased, lost beyond any power to retrieve. "I'm sorry," he whispered against her neck. His voice cracked as tears nearly spilled from his eyes. "I wasn't fast enough. When Jamie caught you. After hearing you scream. I thought I'd lost." The words choked off as his throat closed. He couldn't finish as he feared that voicing the fear would turn it real. "Hey." Domino's arms came up, slowly. Wrapped around him just as tightly. "I'm here. I'm right here. Still breathing. It's fine, everything is fine." Her voice was rarely this soft. "Healing factor, remember. Takes more than that horseshit to put me down." But she felt it too. The way he held her like she might vanish if he loosened his arms even slightly. She could only imagine what he'd gone through. She held him tighter. They stood like that for a long moment. 2 people who'd just survived hell, literally, clinging to each other in a parking lot full of corpses and evidence that the world was so much darker than most people knew. Around them, London continued to exist. Life was going on, completely unaware that demons and cosmic forces had clashed. The normalcy of it all felt like mockery. The Ancient One watched them with approval. Recognizing that some moments were private. Then she turned, giving them privacy. The Mind Stone's light faded from her forehead as she released its power, the gem returning to dormancy in the newer eye. She carefully placed the Space Stone back in its card containment, sealing it away. 3 Infinity Stones were 3 too many for one person to wield for long. Already, she could feel the damage. The price of touching that much power was too much, she's confirmed it, sensing the changes her body was going through. But it had been worth it. Her student lived, the devil was banished, and the external was contained. If this was not victory, what was? "Come," she said to no one in particular. Her voice was tired. So tired. "We have much to discuss. But first, let these children have their moment." She moved toward the Braddock siblings, her steps slower than usual, each one requiring conscious effort. Checking their conditions with care as her mystical senses probed for corruption that had taken root. Brian and Jamie were alive. Both unconscious but breathing. The pentagrams carved into their foreheads had faded completely, leaving only scars. And brave Betsy Braddock was well enough, but too exhausted. Though her other problems still persisted. The sun continued its descent, painting the sky in brilliant oranges and deep purples. Shadows lengthened across the parking lot, mercifully obscuring some of the carnage. In an hour, maybe 2, someone would call the police. The authorities would arrive to find a scene that defied explanation. But for now, in this liminal space between battle and consequence, there was only silence and survival. Jay and Domino remained locked together, neither willing to let go just yet. 2 people who'd stared into the abyss and somehow made it back. 2 people who'd learned, viscerally and undeniably, what they had to lose. Still holding on. Still grateful to be alive. Still together, against all odds. Chapter 211, The Cost of Stones. A/N, the next goal is 400 power stones for 2 more bonus chapter. If you're enjoying the story, please vote, comment, and share. Domino held Jay's face between her hands, forcing him to meet her eyes. Her thumbs brushed away blood from where his nose had bled during the power theft. "I'm fine. For the 5th bloody time, I'm fine. Stop looking at me like I'm about to shatter." Jay's hands covered hers. His grip trembled slightly. "I saw you being unmade hundreds of times, and then I heard you scream. And my healing factor put me back together. That's what it does." She kissed him quickly. "I'm here, so stop panicking." "I'm not panicking." "Babe, you're absolutely panicking." Jay took a deep breath, forcing his racing heart to slow. The parking lot around them was a mess of bodies and blood, but Domino was alive and that was what mattered. He pulled her into another hug, needing the contact to confirm reality. Over her shoulder, he noticed something odd. The parking lot looked different somehow. The light had a strange quality to it, slightly muted, and when he focused, he could see the faintest shimmer in the air like heat haze. When did she? Jay pulled back from Domino, looking around properly. The Ancient One stood nearby, her hands still glowing with residual magic. The mirror dimension surrounded them completely, seamlessly integrated. She pulled them all into it so smoothly that Jay hadn't even noticed the transition. Brian and Jamie lay unconscious but breathing, the pentagrams on their foreheads now completely gone. No trace of corruption remained. The Ancient One had cleansed them while Jay had been focused on Domino, her expertise with dealing with dark magic making the process look effortless. She approached them now, her movements carrying exhaustion. Her hand reached out, patting Jay's head with maternal affection she rarely showed. "You should calm down, Jay. Such worry doesn't fit someone with the title of my student." Jay nodded, leaning into the touch as the gesture helped ground him. Then he noticed her hand shaking. Not much, just a slight tremor. His eyes tracked up. Dried blood marked her face in thin lines from her nose and ears. Her complexion was paler than normal. "Master." Green light flooded from his hands. Tommy's healing aura washed over her, and Jay used the connection to skin deeper, and what he found made his stomach drop. Her body was failing, shutting down from the inside out. Cells dying faster than they should, organs struggling, and the damage was systemic and catastrophic. He pushed deeper and found residual energy signatures. 3 distinct patterns: the Mind Stone's yellow glow, the Time Stone's sickly green, the Space Stone's deep blue. All 3 had left marks, burning through her system. Jay's eyes met hers as she gave him a knowing look. "It's all right, Jay. I knew the consequences when I used the stones." Her voice was calm and accepting. "Plus, it's fitting. After being freed of Dormammu's influence, I was destined to die either way. This just accelerates the timeline. The Dark Dimension's corruption had sustained me for years. Without it, my body simply can't maintain itself. The stones just hastened what was already inevitable." Jay's face went blank as his enhanced mind worked through possibilities at superhuman speed. Then he spoke, his voice flat. "Nah. No Satan cosplaying demon gets to take anyone I care about from me." Red strings materialized from his palms. Jamie's quantum string manipulation, stolen and integrated, responded to his will. The strings reached out, wrapping around the Ancient One, connecting to her at the fundamental level where reality met biology. And he began rewriting. The process was delicate. Unlike Franklin's cosmic reality warping that could reshape existence with a thought, Jamie's quantum manipulation worked through the fundamental strings that composed reality. More limited in scope but no less useful when worked precisely. Jay pulled at the strings carefully, finding the ones that represented the damage from the stones and simply unknotting them. Making them remember what they'd been before the corruption set in. But it wasn't enough. The damage was too extensive and the decay too advanced. Jamie's power alone couldn't reverse this much cellular breakdown laced with energy from multiple infinity stones. He needed more energy, more power to make the changes stick. Unless... Jay's head snapped toward Mad Jim Jasper's corpse. The bisected body lay where Celine's portal had cut through it, upper and lower half separated by feet of blood-soaked pavement. Even hours dead, the latent potential in that flesh called to him. The unactivated X gene that could rewrite universal constants. The reality warping that would have made Jasper one of the most dangerous beings on Earth. Domino caught the shift in his attention and saw where he was looking. Her hand shot out, gripping his arm. "Jay, no. You remember what Lady Death warned you about, yeah?" Jay met her eyes, but his expression was set. "My loved ones come first. Not arguing with that. Just saying death literally threatened you. Specifically about this kind of thing." Domino's voice carried fear but also understanding. She knew what he was going to do and knew she couldn't stop him. "Just, be careful, babe." Jay moved toward Jasper's corpse. He knelt beside the upper half, red strings extending from his hands. This was going to take everything. Jamie's quantum manipulation alone wasn't strong enough to resurrect someone, let alone someone with the potential to rewrite the universe who had been dead hours ago. But Jay had stolen something else from Celine. Something perfect for this situation. Her life force vampirism. And more importantly, the vast reserves of stolen vitality he drained from her ancient body. 17,000 years of accumulated life force, taken from countless victims and now residing in Jay's system like a battery waiting to be tapped. He channeled nearly all into the resurrection. Chapter 212, The Resurrection Gambit. A/N, the next goal is 600 power stones for 2 more bonus chapters. If you're enjoying the story, please vote, comment, and share. The red strings connected to Jasper's corpse at every quantum level. Jay poured Celine's stolen life force through them, using it as fuel. But resurrection wasn't just about repairing flesh. He needed to pull Jasper's soul back from wherever it had gone. Jay reached further, pushing past the physical world into something else. A cold plane of dark. He felt resistance, like trying to pull something from thick mud. Death's realm didn't give up its dead easily. For a moment, Jay felt her attention. A presence vast and ancient, turning to look at him. Disapproval radiated like cold fire. Even then, he yanked. Jasper's soul came free with a sensation like tearing fabric. The resistance snapped, and Jay pulled it back into the body, binding it with quantum strings and stolen life force. The soul slammed back into flesh with violent force. The process was brutally inefficient, but it worked. Flesh knitted back together, blood refilled veins, organs regenerated, and just like that, the bisected torso became whole. Jasper's eyes snapped open. Bloodshot, wild, filled with the trauma of dying and the confusion of being ripped back from death. His mouth opened in a silent scream. The experience had been too much and his mind couldn't process it. But the trauma did something else as it activated his latent X gene. That spark of reality warping potential, dormant Jasper's entire life, finally ignited under the extreme stress of resurrection. For just a moment, Mad Jim Jasper's power manifested. The air around him shimmered as local reality began to destabilize. His bloodshot eyes focused, as raw power gathered with his rage and resentment for superhumans crystallized into coherent thought. A mote of light began to form. The manifestation of his reality warping taking shape. But before more could happen, Jay's hand shot out. His power theft activated with desperate urgency. The connection formed, latched onto that spark of universal potential, and ripped it free. Jasper's newly activated X gene tore away from his body, the power transferring to Jay in a violent rush. Jim Jasper's eyes went wide as awareness flickered for just a moment. Understanding that something fundamental had been stolen. His mouth worked, trying to form words, but only blood came out. Then the light faded from his eyes, and he collapsed, dead again. His body couldn't sustain itself without the power that had just sparked to life. The shock of having his X gene torn away mid-activation killed him instantly. The resurrection had been successful for all of 30 seconds. But a tiny mote of light escaped. Too small for Jay to notice in the moment. It drifted upward through the mirror dimension, a fragment of Jasper's will and potential that had slipped through. The mote phased through dimensional barriers like they didn't exist, seeking, searching for something. Jay didn't see it as he was too busy adapting. The new power integrated with his existing abilities. Darwin's adaptive evolution and his adaptive power perk made the process seamless, but Jay could feel the fundamental difference between this and what he'd experienced before. Franklin's cosmic reality warping had been absolute. The ability to reshape existence with a thought, with no limits or constraints. Just pure creative force bound only by imagination. Jamie's quantum string manipulation worked through the fabric of reality itself. Pulling at the fundamental threads, reweaving them into new patterns. More limited in range and conceptually bound, but still incredibly potent. But this. Mad Jim Jasper was called mad for a reason. It was as if the cosmos itself were clay. Malleable and responsive. Jay felt like he could reach out and mold and reshape it on a universal scale. The power was insane in the truest sense. Logic didn't apply as reality became whatever Jasper's wanted it to be, and now that power belonged to Jay. Still inferior to Franklin's in raw scope. But if used creatively, with Jay's meta-knowledge, the difference wasn't so great. Especially since this version didn't have the mental instability that had plagued Jasper. Jay then turned back to the Ancient One. She stood exactly where he'd left her, her expression unreadable. Watching him integrate stolen power with the kind of patience only centuries of life could grant. He reached out with his new ability. Not just manipulating quantum strings now, but literally molding reality itself. The Ancient One's body became clay in his mind as he reshaped it, pushing her cellular structure back to its peak before the stones had damaged her, before Dormammu's corruption and before centuries of temporal manipulation. But that wasn't enough. Her body was at peak condition now, but without an external source of power to sustain it, she'd just decay again. The dark dimension's influence had been cut off, and she needed something to replace it. So, Jay gave her Celine's psychic vampirism. The power transferred smoothly, and with it came the vast reserves of life force he'd stolen. A few thousand years of remaining vitality flooded into the Ancient One's system. The effect was immediate and dramatic. The mirror dimension shook as its owner shook, renewed vigor flooding through her. The Ancient One gasped, her body straightening as power surged. The damage from the Infinity Stones vanished, her cells stopped dying and started thriving as the life force integrated with her newly reshaped body. She looked down at her hands and turned them over. The trembling was gone as she could feel her immortality returning, stronger than before. Her eyes found Jay's. Shock written across features that rarely showed emotion. Then, slowly, she stepped forward. Jay tensed, half expecting the newspaper roll. Instead, her arms came up. Hesitant at first, as if she wasn't sure how. Then she committed, pulling him into an embrace. It was the first time she'd ever done such a thing. Jay stood awkwardly, unsure how to respond. His hands hovered for a moment before settling on her back. Her eyes found Jay's. Shock written across features that rarely showed emotion. What did you? Master, if anyone is fit to use Celine's power for good, it's you. Jay's hands glowed black with stars speckled around them, using his reality warping to repair everyone's clothes and appearance. The blood vanished, torn fabric mended and bruises faded. Especially with so many dark beings and sorcerers you battle with, you won't have lack of opportunity to use it. Better you than having it go to waste. The Ancient One, Sorcerer Supreme, who'd lived for centuries and maintained emotional distance from everyone, held her student close. What did I do to deserve such a student? The words were barely audible. Jay stood awkwardly, unsure how to respond. Affection from his teacher was one thing, but this level of open emotion was completely outside his experience with her. Chapter 213, Dealing with the Aftermath. A/N, we hit 400 power stones, so here's the first bonus chapter. Next goal is 600 power stones. If you're enjoying the story, please vote, comment, and share. After a long moment, she released him, stepped back and composed herself. The professional mask sliding back into place, though her eyes retained warmth. What about them? She gestured toward the unconscious Braddock siblings. They've been through significant trauma. Both physical and psychological. Oh. Right. Jay reached out with his new reality warping power. The process was simpler this time. He didn't need to resurrect anyone or rebuild from scratch, just return them to peak health. The corruption Celine had inflicted vanished. The psychological damage from being mind-controlled and forced to attack their sister healed. Even the exhaustion from fighting faded. Brian Braddock's eyes snapped open first, then Jamie's and finally Betsy's. All three sat up simultaneously, confusion written across their faces. What? Where am? Betsy's voice trailed off as she saw her brothers. Both alive and free. She leapt forward, wrapping both of them in a fierce hug. Jamie. Brian. Bloody hell, you're okay. Thank God, you're okay. Brian returned the embrace immediately, his protective instincts kicking in even before he fully understood the situation. Bets. Easy. We're all right. Jamie moved slower, groggily processing what had happened. What happened? Where's Celine? Fragments of memory came back. The breakfast, Celine's entrance, Jamie's last-ditch reality warping to teleport Betsy to safety, the dark ritual binding their wills. Fighting their sister against their will. Being knocked unconscious by her friend's overwhelming power. And now this. Brian reached for his forehead. The pentagram that had been carved there was gone, and no trace remained, only for him to let out a shaky breath of relief. Jamie did the same, then his instincts kicked in as he tried to reach out with his reality warping. He got nothing. The power was gone. His connection to the quantum strings was severed. His eyes snapped to Jay. The power broker was here, of course, the men had taken his powers. That made perfect sense given what Jamie knew of him. Why wouldn't he steal the ability to reshape reality itself and remove any competition for the title of monarch? Jamie's hands clenched. The loss felt like losing a limb. Worse, because he'd only had the power for a short time. Just long enough to understand its potential. Betsy pulled back from the hug, wiping tears from her face. She looked at Domino and Jay, gratitude overwhelming. She moved toward them, pulling Domino into another embrace. Thank you. I can't. I don't know how to repay you for this. You don't have to thank us. Domino patted her back awkwardly. Just glad we could help. Jay produced the amulet of right and the broken pieces of the sword of might with a blue light. He handed them to Brian with an apologetic expression. Sorry. I think I broke your weapons. The paranormal scrambling doesn't play well with mystical artifacts. Brian took the pieces with trembling hands. His jaw tightened as he stared at the broken sword. Merlin himself had bestowed these artifacts on him as symbols of his role as Captain Britain. Now they lay in pieces. I see. His voice was carefully neutral, but his knuckles whitened around the fragments. The Ancient One's laugh was bright and genuine. Don't worry. I'll ask Merlin himself to grant you new artifacts. Better ones, probably, knowing how he works. Jay's head snapped toward her. You know Merlin. The Merlin. Know him. The Ancient One's smile widened. We're drinking buddies. Then why didn't you ask him for help? Jay's voice carried genuine confusion. He has the entire Captain Britain Corps as a multiversal police force. They could have dealt with your problems in minutes. The Ancient One sighed, her expression shifting to long-suffering patience. That old wizard is impossible. Every time we meet, he tries to dump his responsibilities on me. He doesn't trust Roma to maintain the balance of the multiverse properly, so he constantly attempts to make it my problem. Between Dormammu, the various dimensional threats, and maintaining Earth's mystical defenses, I have quite enough on my plate without adding multiversal oversight to the list. Jay stared at her, flabbergasted. He'd known his teacher was powerful and connected, but drinking buddies with Merlin. Being asked to take over multiversal balance duties. The depth of her influence was still something he was only beginning to grasp. He shook himself out of his thoughts. There was still one more thing to handle. Jay turned toward Jamie, preparing to return his quantum reality warping. The Ancient One's hand shot out, stopping him. Her other hand touched his temple, establishing a telepathic connection. Jay's mind shield perk blocked it automatically, but he consciously lowered the defense. Allowed her in. Young Jay. I must advise you against giving Jamie his powers back. Jay's mental voice carried confusion. Why? It's his ability. I only borrowed it to save you and deal with the situation. Even though I can't see the future clearly anymore since you came to this world, I know a few things. And one of them is that Jamie Braddock's reality warping is the reason for the retroactive disappearance of mutants from this universe. The Ancient One's mental presence was heavy with certainty. His power, once fully mastered, will be used to hide mutant kind behind a veil of altered reality. It will seriously hamper Earth's power and defensive capabilities across the future disasters. Jay processed that information in seconds. The MCU, Earth, 199999. It always had a distinct lack of mutants compared to the comics. He'd always wondered why this universe was so different in that regard, aside from the obvious copyright issues back in his home reality. And now he had his answer. Jamie Braddock. A reality warper who would eventually hide an entire subspecies of humanity. Whether intentionally or accidentally, the result would be the same. Mutants written out of history. Master, that's a huge change to the timeline. If mutants aren't hidden, if they remain visible, Earth becomes stronger. More prepared for what's coming. The Celestials. Thanos. Kang. All of it. Jay's mind raced through implications. A world with mutants and the X-Men visible and active. With that level of power integrated rather than hidden. But that wasn't the only factor. Master, that may be true, but... Jamie's voice cut through the telepathic conversation, loud and petulant. Oi. Power broker. Stop with the bloody staring contest and give me my abilities back. I want them now. The telepathic link broke. Jay blinked as he was pulled back to normal reality. Jamie stood in front of him, fists clenched, face red. His upper-class British accent somehow made the demand sound even more entitled. And Jay finally saw it. There was no gratitude for being saved, not even relief that his sisters were safe. Just anger over lost power. Jamie cared about his siblings, sure. But right now, in this moment, his fury over losing his abilities trumped everything else. Jay's expression shifted, became colder. Betsy moved immediately. Trying to mediate between her brother and the men who could unmake him with a thought. Jamie, please. He just saved us. Don't. What power? Jay's voice was flat. His expression became mocking. I took that as my fee for helping two lost puppies out of a pinch. After hearing your sister's sob story, saving you seemed like the charitable thing to do. Both the Ancient One and Domino sighed simultaneously. They recognized that smile. Jay was planning something and testing someone. This never ended well. What are you on about? Jamie's voice pitched higher, more nasal with indignation. I didn't agree to any bloody thing. And no matter what you say, just freeing us from some decrepit witch isn't enough payment to take my power. The power that commands reality itself. Do you have any idea what you've stolen from me, you? Jamie's face twisted as he searched for words. His eyes tracked over Jay, taking in his features, his skin tone. Something ugly flickered across his expression. You're not even from here, are you? Probably some coolie's son playing at being a hero. And you dare take what belongs to a proper British bloodline. My family's been protecting this realm for generations while your lot were still, well. He waved a dismissive hand. It doesn't matter. Just give it back. Chapter 214, The Ancient One's Worries. A/N, we hit 400 power stones, so here's the second bonus chapter. Next goal is 600 power stones. If you're enjoying the story, please vote, comment, and share. The words were carefully chosen. Not quite crossing the line into overt slurs. But the meaning was clear. The contempt in your lot. The emphasis on proper British bloodline. The assumption that Jay's heritage somehow made him less deserving. Jay's expression didn't change. But his eyes hardened. Domino's hand moved toward her gun. Watch yourself, British boy. Brian's face went white. Jamie, for God's sake. But the damage was done. The mask had slipped. Jay had seen exactly who Jamie Braddock was beneath the aristocratic polish. That settled it. You're right about one thing, Jay said quietly. I'm not from your noble heritage. My grandparents actually worked for their family rather than pillaging another country in the name of white man's burden. Worked harder than you've ever worked in your privileged life. And you know what? His hands began to glow with that black light. Keep your bloodline politics and think of this as a final act of kindness towards you lot. Jay reached out with Mad Jim Jasper's reality warping. Not at Jamie but at Betsy. His hands, surrounded by a black aura with bright stars speckled around them, thrust forward, appearing to plunge into Betsy's chest. She gasped, eyes going wide with shock and pain. Betsy. Brian and Jamie screamed simultaneously, their voices cracking with identical panic. Jay pulled both his hands in opposite directions. Betsy's form split down the middle. But instead of blood and gore, instead of organs and viscera, two complete bodies were separated. The process looked violent but was actually incredibly precise. Jay was unweaving reality itself, finding the place where two souls had been forced into one body and simply separating them. On the left stood Betsy Braddock with purple hair now lighter in shade. Features matching Brian's, clearly British, clearly the woman who'd been born to the Braddock family. On the right stood Quan Non with Asian features and dark violet hair, almost black. The innocent victim in all of this. The woman who'd been forced to share a body after a mystical accident, trapped and helpless while Betsy lived her life. Silence fell. Then Quan Non's knees gave out. She collapsed, hands touching her face, her arms, her body. Her own body. After months trapped, she had control again. Tears came. Not quite crying but deep, racking sobs that shook her entire frame. Her hands moved frantically, checking herself over and over. This was real. She could move her limbs, speak with her own voice, and exist as herself. The sobs intensified. Months of helplessness, of being a passenger, of screaming silently while someone else lived in her flesh, all of it came out at once. Brian caught Betsy as she stumbled, holding his sister. His actual sister, back in her original body. Easy, Bets. I've got you. His voice was thick with emotion. Betsy stared down at her hands, her features, the body she'd been born with. Brian. Is this, am I really? Her voice was barely a whisper. Jamie stared at the scene. His earlier anger forgotten. Bloody hell. How did you? Even after I tried multiple times, I couldn't separate them. The mystical binding from Siege Perilous was too complex, too deeply woven into their very essence. How did you manage it? Think of this service as a bonus. Jay's voice was cold. And consider it payment rendered for your powers. Fair trade, yeah. Domino moved to his side, her hand finding his. She squeezed once. Gentle and supportive. The Ancient One approached Quan Non, kneeling beside the sobbing woman. She placed gentle hands on her shoulders, trying to calm her down. It took time. Long minutes of Quan Non crying while the Ancient One held her, murmuring soft words in Japanese. Finally, Quan Non's breathing evened out. She looked up with red-rimmed eyes, uncertain. The Braddock siblings had their moment. Brian held Betsy close, checking her over repeatedly. Making sure she was real and whole. You're all right. You're really all right. His voice carried wonder. Jamie stood slightly apart, his expression complicated as he watched his power being used in ways he'd never imagined. Ways he'd never even considered. Jay decided enough time had passed. He gestured, and the mirror dimension began to collapse. Reality folded back on itself, the dimensional barriers dissolving as they returned to the parking lot in an instant. Only to find themselves surrounded by media crews and police officers. The crime scene had been cordoned off. Cameras pointed at them and questions shouted from every direction. Is that the power broker? Can you confirm your identity? Is it true a mutant attacked London? Did you kill all these people because they were anti-mutants? Were you involved in the attack on the Braddock estate? Reports say dozens died here. Can you explain what happened? Are those the missing Braddock siblings? Are they alive? Power broker, is it true you're connected to the mutant community? Jay sighed. Of course, the press had found them. This mess was too public to contain. He reached out with his technomorphing, finding every camera, recording device and phone. He deleted all the footage they had captured. Then, blue energy rippled, and they were teleported. The Braddock were sent to their mansion to give them time to recuperate while the rest reappeared at Kamartaj, in the meditation hall where this day had started so many hours ago. Quan Nan stumbled as the sudden shift disoriented her. She bent over, hands on her knees, breathing hard and vomiting. Wang appeared almost immediately. "We have a guest," the Ancient One said. "Please arrange accommodations. She's been through significant trauma and needs rest." Wang nodded, gesturing for Quan Nan to follow. Silence fell over the meditation hall. Jay, Domino, and the Ancient One stood together. The weight of what had just happened settled over them. "You took a significant risk," the Ancient One said quietly. Resurrecting Jaspers to steal his power even after Lady Death's warning was explicit. Jay's jaw tightened. "I'd do it again. Every time. If it meant keeping you alive." The Ancient One's expression softened. She reached out, cupping his face with both hands. "I know. And that's what makes you both wonderful and terrifying. Your loyalty is absolute. But so is your willingness to defy cosmic law. Is that a problem? Not for me. But it may become one for you." She released him, stepping back. Death doesn't forgive easily. And entities like her have long memories. Then I'll deal with it when she comes for me. Domino moved to Jay's side, her hand finding his. "We'll deal with it. Together." The Ancient One looked at them both. At the young man who defied death itself. At the woman who stood beside him despite the cosmic dangers. "You've changed since you first came here," she said softly. "But promise me this, don't take the ability to resurrect the dead lightly. We don't want any more of her attention, whether it be good or bad. As long as it's not my friend's, I promise not to abuse this power. It's a human thing." "That's good." The Ancient One smiled. "Now go. Rest. You've earned it. We'll discuss the ramifications of today's events later. Extensively." That last word carried warning. Jay grimaced. "Looking forward to it." Blue energy gathered around Jay and Domino. They teleported. Left the Ancient One standing alone in the meditation hall. She looked down at her hands, feeling the life force thrumming through her veins. The psychic vampirism that would sustain her indefinitely. Her student had given her immortality. True immortality. She closed her eyes and began to meditate, reaching out with her enhanced senses. Using the mind and time stone to search for any trace of Death's attention. What she found made her open her eyes. Death's voice, cold and absolute, echoed in her mind. "He pulled a soul from my realm. Tore it free like theft. The next time he reaches into my domain, I'll take something of his in return. A life for a life. A soul for a soul. Tell him this, his defiance has a price, and I always collect." The Ancient One's expression became troubled. Jay hadn't just angered Death. He'd stolen from her. And Death, unlike other cosmic entities, didn't bluff. "Oh, my student," she whispered to the empty hall. "What have you gotten yourself into?" The meditation hall offered no answers. Chapter 215, The Day After Tomorrow. A/N, alright, let's kick the week off strong. First goal is 200 power stones for 2 bonus chapters. If you're having fun, please vote, comment, and share. Jay and Domino found themselves back at their Savage Land base. The tension of London, of fighting reality warpers and facing down Mephisto himself, finally released from their shoulders. But both stayed quiet. Domino headed to shower off the grime and blood while Jay snapped his fingers, and his bloody, torn clothes vanished, replaced by cozy homeware. In an instant, he was clean and fresh, a perk of having his new powers. He got to cooking, whipping up fresh pasta and meatballs while chai simmered on the stove. The familiar motions grounded him after everything that had happened. 20 minutes later, when Domino emerged from the shower in comfortable clothes, her damp hair pulled back, Jay had everything ready. Fresh pasta with meatballs steamed on their plates, and 2 cups of chai sat waiting. They ate in pleasant silence, the kind that came from being comfortable enough not to fill every moment with words. The food was good, the tea was perfect, and for once, neither of them had anywhere else to be. After dinner, they wandered to the waterfall at their base's entrance. The savage land sprawled before them with its impossible geography. Prehistoric ferns grew alongside flowering plants that wouldn't evolve for millions of years, even a pteranodon called in the distance. The waterfall crashed into the pool below, throwing up mist that caught the moonlight and split it into rainbows. The air smelled like wet stone and jungle flowers. They sat at the edge, bare feet dangling over stone worn smooth by centuries of water. Cool droplets hit their skin occasionally as the mist felt good. Jay wanted to say something about what they'd been through. About fighting a reality warper, about seeing Domino nearly die hundreds of times, about facing down Mephisto himself and living to tell about it. But the words felt too heavy to put in the air between them. Domino seemed to feel the same. She leaned against his shoulder, and he wrapped an arm around her. They stayed like that until exhaustion pulled them under. Slumped against each other at the waterfall's edge, finding peace in each other's warmth despite the chaos they'd left behind in London. Meanwhile, in a submarine cruising through Arctic waters, the mood was the exact opposite. The vessel cut through dark depths was running silent and deep, heading nowhere in particular because nowhere was safe anymore. The conference room hummed with the sound of the submarine's engines, and red emergency lighting bathed everything in blood-colored shadows. Metal surfaces reflected distorted faces as the air tasted like recycled oxygen and anxiety. Whitehall spewed racist slurs that would make a sailor blush as he paced the length of the room. Each word clipped and precise, his accent thick with German influence despite decades of hiding it. His face was crimson, veins bulging at his temples. Skies. That mongrel bastard. That fucking Untermensch filth. How dare he? How fucking dare he? Madame Gao sat perfectly still, hands folded over her cane, and fired off the worst curses she could muster in Mandarin. May his bloodline wither. May his bones turn to ash in unmarked graves. May his name be forgotten by history. Sinister sat slumped in his chair, far less confident than usual. His body looked like parchment left too long in the sun, skin pulled tight over bone and cracking at the edges. The diamond mark on his forehead split down the middle as black ichor, thick as tar, leaked from the fractures. Surprisingly, Emma Frost was there too, watching the chaos with an expression that suggested déjà vu and regret about her life choices. She examined her nails, diamond hard and perfectly manicured, clearly wishing she were anywhere else. John Sublime sat silent at the head of the table, his neutral crime boss expression showing cracks as he realized his options were closing fast. Ladies and gentlemen, watch yourselves. Sublime slammed his fist on the metal table, the sound echoing through the chamber. You are all people who command forces rivaling nations. Such behavior doesn't suit us. Composure. Whitehall stopped pacing. His hands clenched. Our target is out there bringing back the fucking dead. He resurrected 1,200 worthless pigs. Made those filthy mutants heroes. Madame Gao's weathered hands gripped her cane. When she spoke, her English translated from a deeper thought. I consulted with the beast of the hand. The great demon himself. His only reply. She paused. Run, hide, and do not draw Jay's attention. Otherwise, the beast will butcher us himself to appease the power broker. Emma leaned back in her chair. Darlings, I told my former colleagues in the Hellfire Club not to go after Jay. All you'll get is the most humiliating defeat imaginable. Same thing I told dear Celine before she decided to commit suicide by power broker. She examined her nails again. If I'd known you lot were planning this clusterfuck, I would have stayed far, far away. But here we are. The sorriest collection of has-beens and never-weres I've ever had the misfortune to sit with. Sinister let out a weak, broken laugh. His voice carried traces of theatrics even in defeat. He-hey, the White Queen, reduced to a frightened bitch. How utterly delicious. How the mighty have fallen. Emma's hands turned diamond. She leaned forward, grabbed Sinister by his collar, and lifted him partially from his seat. Her voice dropped, sharp as glass. What was that, you dying mutt? Look at your condition before you talk. Where's your pomp and shadow now, Mr. Sinister? Sinister grimaced. His damaged face twisted, the diamond mark splitting further, leading to more ichor leaking down. I was this close, dear Emma. This fucking close to eliminating that pestilent nuisance and his whore. Had it not been for his newfound decay powers, I had my masterpiece prepared. The Darwin Chimera was perfection incarnate. Absolute perfection. He coughed. Black fluid speckled his lips. Then, when I awakened in another cloned body ready to strike again, those damned X-Men destroyed every single one of my bases. Coordinated strikes during the invasion. I was caught completely blindsided. This broken shell is all I managed to escape with. If I were in my prime, I would have shown you cunts where. Enough. Sublime pointed at Sinister, then at Whitehall. And you, Nazi scum, watch your fucking tone. I understand everyone's restless, but all hope isn't lost yet. Emma scoffed, releasing Sinister. He collapsed back into his chair like a puppet with cut strings. Get off your high horse, darling. We're defeated before we could even make a proper move. Accept it gracefully and let's all go our separate ways before this gets even more embarrassing than it already is. Chapter 216, The Cabal Plans. A/N, alright, let's kick the week off strong. First goal is 200 Power Stones for 2 bonus chapters. If you're having fun, please vote, comment, and share. Get off your high horse, darling. We're defeated before we could even make a proper move. Accept it gracefully and let's all go our separate ways before this gets even more embarrassing than it already is. Sinister activated the hologram projector built into the table. The room filled with blue light as footage played of X-Men destroying his bases with military precision, with coordinated and simultaneous strikes. In one clip, remains of Sinister's original body were visible. Tumors grew across the flesh, accelerating and spreading like wildfire. The body bloated, distorted and collapsed into itself. Became nothing but a blob of cancerous mass and pus. That's what he did to my original body. Sinister's voice hollowed out. Turned me into a fucking tumor from the inside out. An elegantly vicious solution, I must admit. Rather poetic, don't you think? The geneticist undone by his own biology. He leaned forward. Ichor dripped onto the table. Not to mention, he possessed technopathic abilities strong enough to take complete control of my base's systems and weapons. Turned my own creations against me. And he gifted Silver Samurai's tachyon field to the Thurman bitch, rendering my savage land mutates completely fucking useless. The display shifted to the Battle of New York when thousands of enhanced individuals appeared simultaneously. Whitehall stood, slammed his hands on the table. His accent thickened with rage, and knuckles whitened on the table edge. That mongrel bastard not only stole control of the narrative by acquiring some devil's reality-bending powers, but he created hundreds of thousands of mutants and inhumans. Teleported thousands of them to New York to aid those so-called heroes. His voice cracked. Our decades of propaganda. Generations of carefully crafted work. Turned utterly fucking useless overnight. Now they're seen as heroes. Heroes. The subhuman filth are heroes now. The footage changed to people being resurrected and interviewed by news crews. They were crying, laughing, and speaking of what they'd seen beyond death. Madame Gao spoke, her formal cadence never wavering despite the content. Most astounding of all, he brought exactly 1,200 people back to life. We managed to acquire 6 of them for study. 6 others remain missing, but those we captured. She paused, fingers tightening on her cane. The hand has lost almost all ground in New York, replaced by the cult of the Lightbringer. They call him the Honored One, bringer of life, luck, and heroes. The desperate have hope now as his cult has followers across the globe, competing with orthodox religions and growing without him lifting a finger to promote it. The hologram shifted to London's British Museum parking lot. Jay stood surrounded by mutilated bodies. Emma took over, her voice carrying that sharp edge and brutal honesty she was known for. Finally, this evening's entertainment. Notice who's dead among the carnage. Jim Jaspers, the up-and-coming politician we paid quite handsomely to push his anti-superhuman campaign. Well, this is his current condition. Rather terminal, I'm afraid. She examined her nails again. Also, the psychic feedback I'd been receiving from Celine. It's completely gone. So you can forget the mystic path to revenge, darlings. That avenue is closed. Oppressive silence fell, and only the submarine's engines hummed. Sublime's phone pinged, and as he read the message, his face went white. He threw the phone, and it accidentally hit Whitehall square in the nose. Blood streamed from Whitehall's nostrils. He clutched his face, swearing in German. Damn it all. Sublime's voice cracked. His carefully maintained composure shattered completely. Millennia of work. Millennia. Coming apart because of one fucking man. He stood, paced, and ran hands through his hair. Now I have Magneto and his Brotherhood systematically destroying my facilities one by one, and they're closing in too close for comfort. They are hunting us. Emma stood frustrated and tired. I believe this is my cue to exit, gentlemen, and I use that term loosely. It's been absolutely dreadful, and I mean that sincerely. Do try not to get yourselves killed in whatever desperate scheme you're about to concoct, or at least leave me out of it. She walked toward the door. Behind her, voices rose again. Sinister's voice cut through the chaos, suddenly energized despite his condition. Gentlemen. Gentlemen. Before we descend into complete hysteria, might I propose a solution? A way forward. Everyone turned. Sinister leaned forward, his eyes gleaming with something dangerous. The power broker's reality-bending capabilities. Where did they originate? Not from his documented mutant abilities, surely. Those were well catalogued before New York. Technopathy, yes. Healing, certainly. Power theft, obviously. But spontaneous reality manipulation on a cosmic scale? That's new. That's recent. That's... He smiled. The expression grotesque on his damaged face. That's stolen. Whitehall wiped blood from his nose. What are you suggesting, you cryptic bastard? During the invasion, before his grand performance, there was a significant energy and dimensional anomaly at the Baxter building. And Richards, as we all know, recently had a most interesting addition to his family. Sinister's smile widened. A child. An infant. Born during the chaos. Madame Gao's eyes narrowed. The Richards baby. Precisely. Franklin Richards. And if my calculations are correct, if the genetic markers align as I suspect they do. Sinister's voice dropped, theatrical and dark. That child possesses reality-warping capabilities that would make even our dear departed Celine look like a fucking parlor magician. The Summers Gray genetic line combined with Richard's brilliance. The Van Damme mutation potential. Oh, the possibilities are absolutely exquisite and intoxicating. Sublime sat back down slowly. You think Jay got his powers from the baby? Stole them from an infant? I think Jay stole them. Or temporarily absorbed them to ensure the baby's safe birth. The mechanics matter less than the result. Sinister's fingers drummed on the table, leaving ichor smears. If we could acquire that child's genetic material, study his DNA, replicate his capabilities. He laughed, the sound wet and wrong. We wouldn't need to fear the power broker. We could create our own. Loyal to us. Whitehall leaned forward. The Baxter building is a fortress. Richards would never allow. Richards is also a new father. He's distracted and vulnerable. And babies require checkups, vaccinations, and blood tests. Sinister's smile was predatory. All we need is one corrupted doctor, one compromised nurse and one vial of blood. Hell, we could even grab some from a soiled diaper if we're desperate enough. The remaining villains sat in red-lit silence. Sinister's proposal hanging in the air like poison gas. Sublime looked at Whitehall. Whitehall looked at Gao. Gao stared at Sinister. The submarine dove deeper as Arctic waters pressed against the hull. Magneto was hunting them somewhere above, and Jay's cult spread across the world, leaving their decades of work crumbling. And in that moment of desperation, with everything falling apart, Sinister's monstrous proposal didn't seem quite so monstrous anymore. It seemed like the only option left. Chapter 217, A Moment We Get to Keep. A/N, you mad lad smashed the first goal, so expect the bonus chapters soon. Next goal is 400 Power Stones for 2 more bonus chapters. As always, comment, share, and gift stones if you're enjoying the story. Back at the Savage Land base, morning came slowly and reluctantly. Like it knew better than to rush them. Jay woke first, his internal clock pulling him from sleep despite his exhaustion. Domino was still pressed against him, her breathing deep and even. He stayed still, not wanting to wake her, taking the rare moment to just exist. Eventually, her eyes opened. She looked at him, and a slow smile spread across her face. Hey, she said softly. Hey, yourself. We fell asleep outside. Yeah. My neck's gonna be pissed about that later. Mine too. They stayed there a moment longer before finally getting up. The waterfall continued its endless cascade behind them, prehistoric birds called in the distance, and for a brief, precious moment, the world wasn't demanding anything from them. They sat on their balcony, watching pterodactyls fly by in herds, their wings catching thermals, massive shadows crossing the valley floor. The coffee was strong, the toast was perfect, and the savage land stretched out before them in all its impossible glory. Domino spoke first. So. Jay smiled. So. A comfortable silence stretched between them. The kind that came from not needing to fill every moment with words. Domino sipped her coffee, Jay watched the jungle, and neither rushed. Finally, Domino set her cup down. Her voice dropped, quieter and more vulnerable than she usually allowed. Jay, you don't have to worry about me all the time. Like yesterday. I hate it when you get all worked up and rage out on my account. That's not you. That's not the guy I fell for. Jay set down his coffee. His hand found her chin, gently tilting her face toward him, letting their eyes meet. Dom, look at me. I love you more than anything in this fucked up multiverse. You brought excitement and actual happiness to my monotone, always anxious, always planning existence. I wouldn't know what the hell to do if you suddenly disappeared. His thumb brushed her cheek. I'll always worry about you. Especially when some bastard hurts you and nearly kills you hundreds of times in minutes. Domino's eyes went misty, and she hugged him quickly and tightly, like she could hide the tears by pressing her face into his shoulder. Yeah, it's all that asshole Jamie's fault anyway. She shifted the topic, she didn't do Sappy well. When he called you those things, those racist fucking things, I wanted to put a bullet in his skull. I'm surprised you let him off so easy. Jay recognized the deflection, but he let her have it. Although my blood boiled, Jamie had been through a lot. Especially after what Celine did to him and his brother. With me taking away his power and not returning it, he wasn't in his right mind. Domino tilted her head, studying him. Yeah, about that. It's not like you to take others' powers so blatantly. Usually, you at least pretend to have a reason. Jay sighed. The Ancient One specifically directed me not to give him his powers back. To avoid a very, very dark future. And seeing his attitude toward others before he was kidnapped by Celine, it was best I kept them. Domino moved closer, curiosity evident. Her knee brushed against his. But don't you have Mad Jim Jasper's power? From what you've told me, Jamie's powers are only weaker versions of that. Why keep both? Jay's smile turned mischievous look she both loved and was wary of. Who said anything about me needing this power? Domino blinked. If it's not for you, then. Her eyes widened as it clicked. Jay, you are not thinking what I think you're thinking. Jay laughed. Oh, I'm thinking exactly what you think I'm thinking. Jay, that's too fucking much. I can't handle reality warping powers. I don't think. Domino protested, her voice rising slightly. Jay put a finger to her lips. Shoo. You always put yourself down too much. You're ready for this, although I'll have to mold and change it to let it acclimate to your body. Domino wanted to protest more, but just as she opened her mouth to rant, Jay stole a kiss from her lips. Long enough to shut her up and calm her down. When he released her, there was only blush and heavy breathing on her face. Jay smiled, enjoying her flustered state. Choose one. Healing factor or tachyon field. Which one are you willing to keep? Domino caught her breath, still buzzed from Jay's assertiveness. Her cheeks flushed hot as she hated that he could do this to her. Loved it, but hated it. You know that's not fair. But I guess safety first, so, healing factor, I suppose. Jay hummed and, holding her hand, took the tachyon field back gently. It flowed into him like coming home. Then he activated his adaptive power perk and drew on new reaches of his power theft ability to put restraints, limits, safeguards and conscious control over Jamie's quantum string reality warping. Made it something a human mind could handle without fracturing, and with another kiss, longer this time, deeper, he transferred the power into her. He watched carefully, scanning her with his healing aura, constantly checking her cellular structure, neural pathways and genetic code. Looking for rejection, corruption, and 1,000 other ways this could go wrong. 10 minutes passed like that. Domino sweated profusely. Her skin flushed hot, then cold, then hot again. Her breathing went shallow, then deep and erratic. His healing aura pulsed around her, adjusting, compensating, guiding the power as it integrated into her biology. Finally, he sighed in relief. Domino's eyes opened, and they now held hints of scarlet light within them like embers under ash. Just as she let out a breath, scarlet strings emerged from around her, then spread from her fingertips, her eyes, her very presence, reaching out, touching and connecting to everything. Jay immediately reached out with his null field to suppress the power, but before he could act, the threads shifted. They wove, melted together and finally transformed. Image here. A dress wrapped around Domino. It was red and flowing with the fabric looking like liquid silk touched by starlight. It hugged her curves perfectly, elegant and alluring at once. The neckline plunged dramatically, almost scandalously low, showing pale skin and the curve of her breasts. One shoulder was bare, the dress draping asymmetrically across her body. The skirt flowed like water, slit high on one side to show her leg. Behind her, the fabric extended into an Art Nouveau pattern. This was the kind of dress you'd see at a high-stakes casino or exclusive gala. It made her look absolutely stunning. Domino looked down at her new dress. What the fuck? This is. I was just thinking about. Jay could only stutter, completely infatuated by Domino's appearance, his brain short-circuited. Domino caught it. She grinned, confidence returning as she teased him mercilessly. Oh, looks like someone likes the dress. Now, roleplays could be more fun. She struck a pose, hand on her hip. Like what you see, handsome. Chapter 218, Crash Course in Reality Manipulation. A/N, you mad lads smashed the first goal, so here's the first bonus chapters. Next goal is 400 Power Stones for 2 more bonus chapters. As always, vote, comment, share, and gift stones if you're enjoying the story. Jay coughed, and Domino laughed. He changed the topic to regain some composure and from being called a total simp. Dom, now that you have these powers, you'll need a crash course on how to use them properly. He took a breath, organizing his thoughts. Also trying not to stare at how that dress hugged every curve. So, reality manipulation. It's not as universal as you'd think. Every multiverse has different rules for its fundamental forces. Wait, every multiverse? Domino leaned back in her chair as the dress shifted with her movement. How many are we talking? Jay beamed at her curiosity, letting her inner nerd flow, countless. For example, DC, a close neighbor of this multiverse, has equations like the creation equation or life and anti-life equations. Other equations represent forces like speed or stillness, or even emotions like will or fear. These are the fundamentals of how their reality works, how the presence made it. Wow, that's some lore building, Domino said, laughing. Did the writers in your world seriously come up with all that? Jay held up a hand. Honey, please focus. Then we come to multiverses like the Naciverse where reality bends to forces like Gaia and the counter-force. Then there are beings like celestial sapiens who are just too abstract. They do whatever they want yet are bound by their own fractured psyches, creating universes in seconds and changing how reality is perceived on multiple occasions. Domino got serious, and the teasing faded. Jay, that's too much responsibility and too many different ways for something as abstract as reality to be bent and broken. Jay smiled. Don't worry, those are for different multiverses. We're fortunately in the Marvel multiverse, where reality bends through atomic and subatomic manipulation. Telekinetics with fine enough control can technically warp reality. Energy manipulators to matter transmutators. Even you, Lady Luck herself, change reality by altering probability fields. Domino blinked. Seriously? Just anyone can change reality? What kind of half-assed rules did that one above all make? Lightning flashed outside with a deep rumble. Ominously close enough to rattle the windows. Domino leaped into Jay's lap. Oh God. What was that? Jay said nervously, wrapping his arms around her. Maybe don't curse the all-knowing and all-seeing creator. Domino just nodded quickly. Very quickly. Jay extended his hand, taking hers as their fingers interlaced. Now you have Jamie's power, which affects the quantum entanglement of different particles and energies, but they're limited locally. You can pull, push, and even cut those strings representing these entanglements to change their reality. Domino looked confused. What are you talking about? She suddenly stopped as multiple red strings flooded her vision. Millions of them were connecting everything to everything else. It was quantum entanglement made visible. She could see how particles related, how energies flowed, how reality itself was just a web of connections waiting to be plucked like guitar strings. She barely understood it. The sheer information overload to her brain, but instinct guided her. Her probability manipulation, her luck, meshed well with this new power. She could feel which strings to pull, which to cut and which to leave alone. Then she looked at Jay. Around him, there were no strings connecting to him or originating from him. All she perceived was a vast, dark space, and within that void were flickering stars. Billions of them, each pulsing with power. They threatened visually, daring anyone, anything, to try changing or bending reality around him. The message was clear, he was immutable and unchangeable. A fixed point in reality itself. Suddenly, her vision snapped back as normal sight returned. She was sweating and hyperventilating as her heart raced and hands shook. Jay, what the fuck was that? Jay calmed her, holding her steady. His hands on her shoulder grounded her. That was the quantum world you perceived. What you saw around me was a mixture of my resistance to reality bending and my new universal reality warping powers taken from Mad Jim Jaspers. Domino processed that and could only think of how much of a gap. The sheer difference in scale still existed between them. He was walking around with the power to rewrite existence, and she'd just gotten a taste of what that meant. It should have been terrifying and made her feel small. But instead, she felt trust. He'd given her this power and trusted her with it. Made her his equal in a way few people could ever be. Jay smiled, explaining different applications of her powers with childlike, bubbly energy. You know, if we can merge your probability field with Jamie's power, we can achieve something truly amazing. And even then, if you use your endless stamina from the healing factor. Domino just watched Jay return to his sunny self, the version he only reserved for her to witness. This was her Jay. Not the power broker or the doctor who brought back the dead. Just Jay. The man who got stupidly happy explaining quantum mechanics like a kid with a new toy. All she could do was kiss him, still in her exquisite red dress that reality had woven for her, wanting to be with him and give him something worthy of this gift he'd just given her. She straddled his lap, the dress's high slit allowing her to settle against him. Her hands slid up his chest, feeling the warmth of his skin through his shirt. The kiss deepened and turned hungry. She rolled her hips deliberately, feeling him respond beneath her. You have no idea what you do to me in this dress, Jay breathed against her neck, his hand sliding up her bare thigh exposed by the slit. His fingers traced patterns on her skin, each touch sending electricity through her. Domino's breath hitched as his lips found the curve of her throat. I have some idea, she managed, her voice husky. Her hands tangled in his hair, pulling him closer. The way you've been staring at me like you want to devour me. I do, Jay murmured against her collarbone, his hands gripping her waist through the silk. Fuck, Dom, you're perfect. She pulled back just enough to look at him, her scarlet-touched eyes meeting his. Take me inside, she whispered, her lips brushing his with each word. I want you. Now. Jay stood, lifting her with him. She wrapped her legs around his waist, the dress pooling around them like liquid starlight. He carried her inside, her mouth on his neck, her hands exploring his shoulders, his back. They barely made it to the bedroom. Domino's back hit the wall first, Jay's body pressing against hers. His hands found the dress's single shoulder strap, fingers tracing the edge of fabric against her skin. This dress, he breathed, his lips trailing down the exposed slope of her shoulder. Watching reality itself dress you in something that makes you look like a goddess. Less talking, Domino demanded, her nails dragging down his back. More touching. The dress shimmered, responding to her desire, the fabric loosening, shifting, and making way for his hands. She gasped as his fingers found bare skin, his touch igniting every nerve. They stumbled toward the bed, a tangle of limbs and desperate touches. Domino pulled his shirt over his head, her hands immediately exploring the planes of his chest, the muscles of his shoulders. Jay's mouth found hers again, the kiss deep and consuming. "I love you," he murmured against her lips, his hands reverent as they traced her curves. "Every perfect, dangerous, incredible part of you." "Show me," she challenged, pulling him down with her as they fell onto the bed. "Show me how much." And he did. Hours later, they lay tangled together, sweat-slicked and satisfied. The red dress had pooled on the floor, forgotten. Domino's head rested on Jay's chest, listening to his heartbeat slowly return to normal. His fingers traced lazy patterns on her back, his other hand playing with strands of her white hair. "That dress is dangerous," Jay said, his voice rough. Domino laughed, the sound content and drowsy. "You're just saying that because I can make it appear anytime I want now." "Exactly. How am I supposed to get anything done when you can just..." He gestured vaguely. "Do that." She propped herself up on one elbow, looking down at him with a wicked smile. "Who says I want you to get anything done?" Her finger traced down his chest. "We could stay right here. All day." Jay caught her hand, brought it to his lips. Tempting. Very tempting. He pulled her closer, kissing her properly. "But eventually, the world's going to move on again." "Eventually," Domino agreed, settling back against him. "But not right now." "Right now, the world can fuck off." "Right now," Jay echoed, wrapping his arms around her. "The world can definitely fuck off." As the day passed, two wounded souls finally rested and found peace in each other. The world could wait. The threats could wait. The villains plotting in submarines, the cults forming in cities, the missing returnees, the complications from New York, all of it could wait. For now, there was just this. A man who could rewrite existence, giving his girlfriend godlike power because he trusted her. And a mercenary who'd spent her life trusting only luck, now trusting him. It wasn't perfect. The scars from London still ached, and exhaustion still lingered. But it was real peace. The kind you fought for and earned and held onto with both hands because you knew how rare it was. And in the savage land, where the impossible became normal, they held onto it together. Chapter 219, A Kid Carrying Too Much. A/N, you mad lad smashed the first goal, so expect the bonus chapter soon. Next goal is 400 power stones for 2 more bonus chapters. As always, comment, share, and gift stones if you're enjoying the story. Jay was having a wonderful day. He and Domino were flying on clouds, racing each other on a rainbow. Yeah, this looked like some silly dream, but when two people with time to kill and wanting to spend quality time together had reality warping, they did shit like this. Plus, it was a great tool to help Domino train her new powers with fun, since that's what worked for her rather than attending online lectures on quantum mechanics. Believe Jay, the poor man tried. Hell, Tony Stark, Hank McCoy, and Reed Richards all tried. As they raced, having the time of their lives, Domino's eyes glinted. She bumped her cloud into Jay's, causing them to merge, leaving her on top. Both laughed as the situation turned hot. Another perk of this power was weird but amazing sex, which they could never get bored of. Then Jay's phone rang and the sound cut through the moment like a knife. Domino, surprised to see an unknown number, asked, "I thought you rarely gave out your number." "I thought I did." Jay picked up the call, which connected miraculously in the savage land of all places. The doctor speaking. "Who's this?" A weak and shaking voice came through, talking too fast, words tripping over each other. "Mr. J, is that you? Please be you. I got your number from the card you said to call in case of emergency. Please, my uncle is hurt and we're in a hospital and the locket you gave in the doctor's end." Jay's expression shifted as the playfulness drained out of him. "Peter, calm down and tell me what happened very clearly." Peter, frustrated, said, "Could you please just come to Queen's General?" Before he finished the sentence, a hand gently landed on his shoulder, avoiding his spider sense entirely. Peter spun around, phone still pressed to his ear, only to find Jay standing there in a smile t-shirt and shorts, and another woman stood beside him in tank top and jean shorts with black and white hair, pale skin, a black spot on her eye and hints of scarlet in her irises. Peter stuttered. "Wait, how? I was talking to you over." Domino put her hand on Peter's shoulder. "Easy there, kid. Doc's here now." Everything's gonna be fine. Peter tried forming sentences. His mouth opened, closed and opened again, but nothing came out right as his brain was still catching up. Then Gwen came running and crashed into Peter, hugging him without looking at the strangers. Her face was blotchy from crying and her voice cracked. "Oh God, Peter. Dad told me about Ben's accident. It's so horrible." Jay caught enough from that exchange. He didn't need more details and walked toward the operation theater. The doctors were surprised to see someone unauthorized enter. They shouted at him of security protocol and sterile environment, telling him to get out now. But for the life of them, they couldn't focus on his face and couldn't remember what he looked like even as they stared directly at him. Jay ignored their shouting and just scanned the operation table, only to find Ben Parker lying there, chest open and heart exposed. After using his healing aura to scan Ben's body, Jay found it. A bullet lodged just under a major artery, millimeters from a heart chamber. One wrong move from the surgeons, and Ben Parker would bleed out in seconds. Jay worked as his healing aura pulsed outward. The surgeons froze mid-motion, watching as the wound in Ben's chest began to close with tissue regenerating and cells knitting together. The bullet, northwest longer held in place by damaged flesh, simply fell out and clattered onto the surgical tray. One surgeon picked it up and stared at it, then at Ben's chest, where the wound was gone and not even a scar remained. "What the hell?" one surgeon whispered. "Did anyone see?" Another started. "The wound it closed. It just closed by itself. That's impossible. Check his vitals. Check everything." Monitors beeped steadily. Heart rate normal, blood pressure stable and oxygen levels perfect. Ben Parker, who'd been minutes from death, was suddenly in perfect health. Jay confirmed Ben was back to top health and would wake up normally with no complications. Then he walked back outside, leaving the doctors wondering what the hell had just happened. They'd be questioning their sanity for weeks, trying to explain the unexplainable. But Jay didn't care, he had a kid to deal with. Peter sat in the waiting room with Gwen by his side, one hand on his arm. Domino watched from a few feet away, giving them space but staying alert. Peter stared at nothing, his eyes were red, and his hands shook. Jay walked up to him and put his hand on his shoulder. "Cheer up, kid. Your uncle's gonna make it. He's all fixed up and just sleeping. I have to say, he's one tough son of a gun, so no more moping." Gwen looked up, and her eyes widened as recognition dawned. Jay let her see his face properly since she knew about Peter's Spider-Man persona. Peter stood up mechanically. His face twisted in anger, grief, and confusion all mixed together. Then he started punching Jay's chest. Over and over. Fists bouncing off Jay's chest like he was hitting a wall. "Why? Why did you tell me not to be a hero? Why did you give me that coin?" The bullet that Mugger shot, instead of coming at me, deflected from the coin and hurt Uncle Ben. "Why did you say to ignore others' needs for help over mine? If only I had been patrolling and stopped him before, rather than shopping for fucking comics with Uncle Ben. Why do bad things always happen to me? Why do people always need a hero to save them? Why? Why? Why?" The punches kept coming, weak and desperate. Peter's voice rose and cracked. He wasn't making sense anymore, just shouting and words tumbling out in a stream of consciousness. "It's my fault. It's always my fucking fault. I could have stopped him. I should have been faster. I should have." His voice broke completely, and the punches stopped. He just stood there, fists pressed against Jay's chest, shaking. "Why does everyone I care about get hurt? Uncle Ben and Aunt May were hospitalized just a few weeks ago, and now I almost lost him again. What if next time I can't? What if you're not there and God, what if he died? What if I lose them like I lost my parents?" He couldn't finish and just made this horrible choking sound. Chapter 220, I've got you, Peter. A/N, you mad lad smashed the first goal, so here's the second bonus chapters. Next goal is 400 Power Stones for 2 more bonus chapters. As always, vote, comment, share, and gift stones if you're enjoying the story. Oh, and before I forget, Happy New Year 2016. Compulsory image here. Gwen stood. Tears streaming down her face watching Peter break down. Watching someone she cared about, someone she loved, falling apart. Domino wanted to pull Peter away, but Jay signaled to let it happen and release Peter's bottled-up anger. Gwen saw the signal and understood. Stayed where she was, even though every instinct told her to go to Peter. Jay waved his hand, and people in the waiting room stopped noticing them. Their attention slid away and focused on magazines, phones, or anywhere else, giving them privacy in a public space. Peter kept shouting. Cursing himself. Cursing Jay. Cursing the mugger. Cursing the universe for being so damn cruel. His voice went hoarse and his throat hurt, but he didn't care. I'm supposed to be strong. I have powers. I can lift cars. I can dodge bullets. But I can't keep Uncle Ben safe. I can't. What's the fucking point of these powers if I can't protect the people I love? He collapsed as his knees gave out, but Jay caught him and lowered him gently to the bench. Peter wept with his face buried in his hands and his shoulders heaving. Gwen sat beside him, put her arms around him and held him while he broke. Her own tears fell silently as she pressed her face against his shoulder. Domino watched with her jaw tight. She'd seen breakdowns before. Mercenary life showed you people at their worst. But watching a kid crack like this, watching his girlfriend try to hold him together, it hit different. 10 minutes passed, maybe 15. Eventually, Peter's sobs quieted, became hiccups and then just shaky breathing. He was exhausted. Mentally, physically, and emotionally wrung out. His head lolled against Gwen's shoulder. "I'm sorry," he mumbled. "I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to lose it like that." "Shoo," Gwen whispered, stroking his hair. "It's okay. You're okay. You're allowed to break down, Peter. You don't have to be strong all the time." Peter's eyes closed. Just for a moment, he thought. But exhaustion dragged him under as he passed out, slumped against Gwen. She looked at Jay, panic in her eyes. "Is he?" "He's fine," Jay said gently. "Just exhausted. Let him rest." As Jay helped Gwen adjust Peter on the bench, putting his head on her lap properly, May Parker came into the waiting room. Moving fast with panic written across her face. She saw Peter lying unconscious, and her face went white. "Peter. What happened? Is he hurt, too?" "Oh God, not Peter too." Gwen's voice was steady despite her tears. "He's just resting, Mrs. Parker. He's just tired. He had a panic attack, but he's okay now." May's hands shook. She looked at Jay, trying to focus on his face and failing. Like looking at someone through frosted glass. She could see him, but couldn't capture details or place him. "And Ben? Have the doctors said anything?" "I came as fast as I could, but traffic and I couldn't find parking and..." Jay spoke calmly, saying the doctor's verdict was out and her husband would be absolutely fine. She should calm down and sit for a bit to breathe. May, confused, asked, not recognizing the face, no matter how much she tried, "Sorry, but you are." "I'm just so worried and tired from running. I'm blanking out." Jay gave a sad smile. He glanced at Peter's neck and saw Domino's quarter hanging there on a chain. Dented as the metal warped where a bullet had hit. Where Domino's luck had changed trajectory and saved Peter's life but nearly killed Ben in the process. Luck was funny that way. "No worries," Jay said. "I'm Peter's friend of sorts, I guess. Don't worry too much, Mrs. Parker. Both your husband and nephew are resilient and tough. They'll both be all right." He turned to Gwen. "Keep an eye on him, will you? And no worries. Nobody will bother their peace." He left with Domino, and just as they turned a corner, they vanished without bringing anyone's notice. May sat heavily in a chair and stared at Peter sleeping on Gwen's lap. She was too tired, too scared and too relieved to think about what it meant. Gwen stroked Peter's hair and whispered, "I've got you, Peter." Peter woke to fluorescent lights and the smell of disinfectant. His head pounded, his throat hurt, and his eyes felt swollen. Gwen was still there. "Hey," she said softly. "You're awake." Peter sat up, and everything crashed back. The phone call, Jay appearing, the surgery, Uncle Ben and his breakdown. Oh God. His breakdown. He'd hit Jay, screamed at him and blamed him for everything. Fell apart in a hospital waiting room like. Uncle Ben. His voice came out rough and raw from screaming. "He's completely fine. The doctors are calling it a miracle. They can't explain it, but he's stable. They're saying he'll be discharged tomorrow." Peter's relief was so intense it hurt. "And you're..." Gwen hesitated. "How are you feeling? After everything?" Peter thought about it. The anger had faded only to be replaced by exhaustion and shame. Like shit. I shouldn't have hit him like that. I shouldn't have lost control. He let you. That guy could have stopped you if he wanted. Pretty sure he's, like, insanely powerful. That's what makes it worse." Peter looked down at his hands. The same hands that had punched a man who just saved his uncle's life. "I was such an asshole. He saves Uncle Ben's life, and I beat on him like it's his fault. Pete, you were having a breakdown. People aren't exactly rational during breakdowns." Gwen squeezed his shoulder. "And from what I saw, he understood. He let you get it out. That's pretty decent of him, actually." Peter fingered the quarter around his neck. The dent was visible and deep. Proof that Jay's gift had saved his life and had done exactly what it was supposed to do. But Uncle Ben had still gotten hurt. The bullet that should have killed Peter had hit Ben instead. There was a lesson there about how nothing came free and how even good things had costs. He told me family comes first, Peter said quietly. During that talk. He said I couldn't save everyone, and trying would destroy me. Sounds smart. But how the hell do I do that? How do I choose? Peter's voice cracked. If I'd been patrolling like I wanted, I could have stopped that bastard before he ever got to Uncle Ben. But Jay said I should focus on being a kid first. On living my life. On my family. Gwen was quiet because she didn't have easy answers. I think, maybe it's not about choosing. It's about balance. You can be Spider-Man. You can help people. But you can't forget about the people who love you in the process. And Pete, you can't be everywhere at once. You're not God. You're just you. Balance. Peter tested the word. That's harder than it sounds. Everything worth doing is. Gwen smiled. But you're not doing it alone. You've got me. You've got Harry. And apparently, you've got the power broker's phone number, which is absolutely insane, by the way. Peter huffed a laugh despite everything. Yeah. That's pretty damn insane. A nurse appeared in the doorway. Peter Parker. You can see your uncle now. Peter stood quickly, Gwen right beside him. They walked down the sterile hallway, following the nurse to Ben's room. Ben was awake and sitting up in bed with May beside him. He looked tired but healthy and sitting there like nothing had happened. Uncle Ben. Peter rushed forward. Easy, Tiger. Ben smiled, opening his arms. I'm still a bit sore. Peter hugged him carefully, mindful of his power. May joined them, wrapping both her boys in her arms. They stayed like that for a long moment. A family that had almost been broken, now held together. Chapter 221, More Than Friends. A/N, next goal is 400 Power Stones for 2 more bonus chapters. As always, comment, share, and gift stones if you're enjoying the story. When they finally pulled apart, Ben studied Peter's face. You've been crying. I thought you were going to die, Peter said, voice breaking again. I thought I'd lose you. I know, son. I know. Ben's hand cupped Peter's cheek. But I'm fine. We're all fine. That's what matters. May wiped her eyes, though her hands still shook. The fear was still fresh from the memory of that phone call, of rushing to the hospital, of thinking she might lose Ben again. It would take time for that to fade. When I got that call from the hospital, when they said Ben was in surgery, I thought. But I'm here. Ben squeezed her hand. We're all here. Together. Peter noticed something then. The way Ben looked at him, like something clicked for him. Uncle Ben. Peter, we'll talk later. About a lot of things. Ben's tone carried meaning. But right now, I just want to be grateful. Grateful for whatever miracle happened in that operating room and for my family. Peter nodded. Gwen stood in the doorway, giving them space. Peter caught her eye, and she smiled. Warm, genuine, and made his chest tight in a completely different way. May looked at Gwen, then at Peter, and saw something pass between them. A mother's understanding was all she needed to know. There was more to this story. Mrs. Parker, Gwen said quietly. Would you like some coffee? I think there's a cafeteria on the 2nd floor. Give these 2 some time alone. May hesitated, looked at Ben, then at Peter, and finally nodded. That sounds good. Thank you, Gwen. They left, and the door closed. Peter and Ben sat in the hospital room. Late afternoon light filtered through the hospital window. Peter sat in the chair beside Ben's bed. The room was quiet except for the distant sounds of hospital life, of beeping monitors, voices in hallway, and hum of air conditioning. I was terrified, Peter admitted. When I saw you were hurt, I thought it was my fault. That if I'd been paying attention, if I'd been patrolling instead of shopping for stupid comics, then you would have missed spending time with me. Ben's hand found Peter's. Peter, you can't be everywhere. You can't prevent every bad thing. All you can do is your best. And your best includes taking care of yourself and the people who love you. That's basically what Mr. J said. Then this J sounds like a smart man. Ben squeezed Peter's hand. Peter, I know something happened. Something more than a random mugging. The doctors were talking about a miracle. About impossible healing. And there was a man here, someone they couldn't quite see clearly. Peter's throat tightened. Uncle Ben. You don't have to explain everything right now. Ben's voice was gentle. But I need you to know something. Whatever you're involved in, whatever responsibilities you've taken on, I'm here. Your aunt is here. We'll support you. But Peter, you're still a kid. You're still my nephew. And sometimes, it's okay to let other people help carry the weight. Peter felt tears building again, but this time from overwhelming love for this man who'd raised him. Who'd taught him right from wrong. Who, even now, after nearly dying, was worried about Peter's well-being. Uncle Ben, there's something else. Peter's hand went to the quarter around his neck. The bullet that hurt you. It was meant for me. This quarter, it deflected the shot and saved my life, but hurt me instead. Ben's expression was understanding, not angry. Peter, look at me. I'd take 100 bullets if it meant keeping you safe. That's what family does. We protect each other. But I almost got you killed. Don't you get it? My life, whatever the hell I do, puts you and Aunt May in danger. Maybe I should stop. Maybe I should give up being Spider-Man before someone really dies because of me. Stop. Ben's voice went firm. Peter, listen to me. These extraordinary abilities you have, whatever path you're on, it's part of who you are. You can't just turn that off. And I wouldn't want you to. The question isn't whether you use your gifts. It's how you use them. And part of that is knowing when to step back. When to let yourself be a teenager instead of carrying the world on your shoulders. Peter nodded, unable to speak and overwhelmed. Ben pulled him close again. I'm proud of you, son. Proud of the man you're becoming. The hero you're trying to be. Just promise me one thing. Anything. Don't carry it alone. You have people who care about you. Use them. Trust them. Let them help. And Peter, don't let guilt destroy you. What happened today wasn't your fault. Bad things happen. That's life. But you survived, and so did I. Peter pressed his face against Ben's shoulder. Like he was 5 years old again. Like the world wasn't complicated and terrifying and full of impossible choices. I promise. They stayed like that until May, and Gwen returned. When Peter finally left with Gwen, walking through the quiet corridors, he felt lighter. The guilt was still there, but underneath it all was hope. That night, Peter lay in his bed at home. Aunt May had insisted he come home, eat, and rest. Uncle Ben would be discharged tomorrow, and everything would go back to normal. Peter stared at the ceiling. Thought about Uncle Ben's words about balance, choosing family, and just being the friendly neighborhood hero instead of trying to save the world. His phone buzzed. It was a text from Gwen. You okay? Peter smiled and typed back. Getting there. Thanks for today. For everything. Anytime, Pete. That's what friends are for. Though. I think we both know we're more than friends now, right? Peter's heart skipped. He stared at the message for a long moment, then typed. Yeah. We are. And Gwen. Thank you for being there. For not running when I lost it. I'm not going anywhere, Peter Parker. You're stuck with me. Peter smiled, warmth spreading through his chest. Friends. No. More than friends. He had more than he realized. Peter closed his eyes and finally slept, the dented quarter resting against his chest as a reminder that luck, love, and family were all complicated, messy, and worth fighting for. Chapter 222, The Seeds of Change. A/N, you mad lad smashed the second goal, so here's the first bonus chapters. Next goal is 600 Power Stones for 2 more bonus chapters. As always, vote, comment, share, and gift stones if you're enjoying the story. After vanishing from the hospital corridor, Jay and Domino appeared on the rooftop. It was secluded, quieter, away from the chaos below. The city stretched out before them as Manhattan was rebuilding itself with cranes and construction. Life going on. Jay stood at the edge, staring out. His hands gripped the concrete lip of the roof, replaying Peter's breakdown on loop. The kid's fists hitting his chest, desperation in his voice and questions that had no good answers. Why does everyone always need a hero to save them? Why do people get hurt again and again? Domino watched him from a few feet back and gave him space. But after 15 minutes of Jay not moving or speaking. Finally, she'd had enough. Jay, you need to stop dwelling on what Peter said. He's just hurting. He doesn't know any better. Jay shook his head. I don't mind his words, Dom. After all, I was the one who gave him the advice in the quarter. But his questions. He pressed his hand to his heart. They hit me here, and I can't stop thinking about them. Domino knew where this was going. Jay, you don't. I know, Dom. Jay cut her off. His voice was quiet but intense in such a way that it made her nervous. But even with these new powers of ours and Infinity Stones waiting for us, I don't know how to even begin taking the first step toward actually solving this problem. Domino was silenced. She considered it, turned it over in her mind, the endless cycle of people needing saving. Heroes burning out trying to save everyone and the weight crushing them. Fuck. She threw her hands up. If only there was a lifeguard to save everyone like they have on beaches. This whole damn thing is so frustrating. Jay suddenly stilled, and his head snapped toward her, eyes wide as something clicked in his mind. Dom, what did you just say? Domino looked confused. What? Now you have a problem with me cursing too. Not that. Before that. What you said about lifeguards. Oh, that. Domino shrugged. I wish we had lifeguards to save everyone like they have on beaches. Jay's eyes lit up like a bulb had just clicked on over his head. His hands went to his mouth as he paced back and forth across the hospital rooftop, muttering to himself, his mind clearly racing. Domino could feel Jay's brain firing on all cylinders, even from where she stood. Jay. What is it? I know I babble stupid shit sometimes, but you don't have to be so embarrassed. Jay spun around, rushed to Domino, and picked her up in the air with a hug, twirling her. His face split into a massive grin. Honey, you're a fucking genius. He kissed her hard like she'd just solved world hunger. Domino, surprised and breathless, managed to ask, huh? Before she could ask anything else, Jay said, let's get changed. We need to meet Master. With a snap of his fingers, both of them were back in semi-formal attire. Jay in a suit, Domino in a jacket and jeans. The transformation was casual yet instant. Domino, still reeling from Jay's sudden energy shift, grabbed his arm. Jay, at least let a girl in on whatever crazy plan you're cooking. Jay paused as the manic energy dimmed slightly, suddenly realizing he was being too impulsive and running ahead without explanation. All right, Dom, listen. He explained. The rough plan and the audacity of what he was planning to accomplish. How Peter's breakdown had crystallized an idea that had been forming in his mind since the Battle of New York. By the time he finished, Domino's mouth was gaping open. Just from the shock and stretch of imagination. The sheer balls of what her boyfriend wanted to accomplish. Jay, I really, really love you, but you are an absolute madman. All this just because Peter cried about it. She paused, then grinned. And before you give any explanation, my answer is yes. And I love you more for it. This kind of crazy is right up my alley, sweetheart. Jay smiled, nodded. Okay, then you handle Australia, and I'll go meet with Master. Domino looked down at her new clothes in dismissal as scarlet strings emerged from her fingertips, wrapping around her body like living threads. The semi-formal jeans and jacket shimmered, dissolved, reformed. The transformation flowed like water, with fabric reshaping itself at the quantum level. When the strings faded, she stood in a beach get-up. Hawaiian shirt with bright flowers, beach cap and shorts. Perfect for Australia's coast. I'll need to be ready if I'm heading down under. Jay smiled, leaned in, and kissed her goodbye. Don't cause too much trouble. No promises, babe. He teleported her to Surfer's Paradise, then vanished in a flash of blue light. Camartage. Jay materialized in the meditation hall reserved for the Ancient One at Camartage. Instead of alarms blaring at unauthorized teleportation, it was just quiet and the smell of incense. The Ancient One appeared behind him, nearly surprising him. Only his danger sense kept him from jumping. Welcome back, my dear student. Jay turned and greeted her with a bow. Master, it's good to see you getting used to Celine's powers. By the way, what's with the alarms not working? The Ancient One smiled, serene as always. Wong grew tired of the constant alerts. Every time you ignored protocol and teleported directly into Camartage, the alarms would trigger. He'd have to reset them, adjust the wards and explain to nervous students that there were no intruders. The poor man finally surrendered and disabled them entirely. Jay sheepishly scratched the back of his head. Oh. My bad, I guess. He paused, then brightened. Master, did I tell you Celine's powers work too well? You look so young now, people will mistake you for my older sister. The Ancient One sighed and pinched the bridge of her nose, preparing for the upcoming headache. You are laying it on too thick. What did you do now, Jay? Chapter 223, Fate's a Bitch. A/N, next goal is 600 Power Stones for 2 more bonus chapters. As always, comment, share, and gift stones if you're enjoying the story. You are laying it on too thick. What did you do now, Jay? Jay's confidence returned as he stood straighter. It's not what I did. It's what I'm gonna do. And I need your help. The Ancient One gestured as 2 cushions appeared. She sat and waited as Jay sat across from her. He took a breath and then began. He narrated everything. Meeting Spider-Man on the rooftop. Giving him advice to focus on family and childhood, even gifting him Domino's quarter. Uncle Ben nearly dying because of the lucky quarter he'd given Peter. Peter's words about people always needing help, always needing saving. The breakdown and impossible weight pressing down on a kid who just wanted to do right. At the end, the Ancient One took it all in, processing it, but her expression was unreadable. I know of Peter Parker. The boy grows up to be the best of us. The best of heroes. I have watched his path across the timeline before you arrived and changed things. His fights, losses and perseverance. He is an example of responsibility taken to its highest form. But fate has dealt him a terrible hand. Loss after loss. Pain after pain. And he carries it all with grace that few can possess. Jay nodded. Yeah, well, fate's a bitch, and I'm gonna do something about it. He explained what he was planning, and the Ancient One listened. Her expression shifted. From neutral to concerned and from concerned to alarmed. And after hearing the makeshift plan Jay had cooked up, she put her head in both hands, praying to the Vishanti. Oh, Vishanti, what did I do to deserve such a troublesome student? Have you abandoned me to this madness? Jay, seeing this, held her hands, calling her out. Master, please, you don't have to be so dramatic. It's not that crazy of an idea. The Ancient One turned to him, her eyes ancient and weary and full of knowledge he couldn't begin to comprehend. Crazy. Crazy. If this is not crazy, what is? Jay, you are proposing to fundamentally alter how Earth functions and change the relationship between the planet and its inhabitants. To ask an elder goddess, a being who has existed for billions of years, to become an active interventionist rather than a passive observer. Do you understand the implications? The cascading effects. What happens when other cosmic entities notice Earth behaving differently? What happens when Death herself takes issue with our planet that actively prevents deaths? She stood and paced. Her robes flowing behind her. And you want to meet Jia directly. An elder goddess who has no particular reason to grant your request. Who might see your proposal as hubris of the highest order. Jay sat calmly, letting her vent and then spoke with a smile, trying to quench her intensity. Well, if you say it like that, it sounds crazy. But yes, that's the plan. The Ancient One, after a long moment, sighed deeply. Jay, you need to know you are under watch from many entities. Not to mention Death herself, since you resurrected those 1,200 in New York and someone of Jim Jasper's potential in London. And now this. You really need to pace yourself, my student. One does not defy fundamental cosmic forces without consequences. Jay's tone was confident. I know what I'm planning, and the consequences of my actions are mine to bear. Not to mention, soon Odin himself will gift me access to his Bifrost. And you know what that means. The Ancient One nodded slowly. The Temple to Eternity. Well, I guess you have a good head on your shoulders, even if you use it for the most audacious schemes imaginable. Go and get the necessary things done. I'll prepare for the ritual to open the gateway. But know this, my student, elder gods are not like the Asgardians or Olympians. They are older, primal, and connected to fundamental forces. Jia may appear kind and maternal, but she has existed since Earth's formation. She has seen species rise and fall. Civilizations bloom and collapse into dust. She takes the long view, and your mortal perspective may mean nothing to her. Jay, excitedly, hugged her. Thank you so much, Master. I promise I won't let you down. Before she could respond, before she could overcome the shock of sudden affection, he teleported and vanished. The Ancient One stood alone in the meditation hall. She calmed herself, then walked toward the ritual chamber. There was work to be done. Surfer's Paradise, Australia. Domino materialized on the sand, Hawaiian shirt fluttering in the ocean breeze. The sun was bright, and the beach was crowded with tourists and locals. Surfers rode waves. Kids built sandcastles. The smell of salt and sunscreen filled the air. The sound of waves crashing, people laughing, and music from a nearby beach bar reached her ears. She scanned the beach, looking for her target. It didn't take long. Near the lifeguard tower, a man sat in a chair, binoculars around his neck, whistle dangling from his chest. Mid-30s, tanned skin, lean muscle from years of swimming and rescuing people. His name tag read Marcus. Domino approached casually, her scarlet-touched eyes hidden behind sunglasses. She leaned against the lifeguard tower, looking up at Marcus with a smile. Hey there, mate. You the head lifeguard around here? Marcus looked down, surprised to see a stunning woman in a Hawaiian shirt addressing him. Yeah. That's me. Can I help you with something? Domino's smile widened, trying her best Australian accent just for shits and giggles. Actually, I'm looking for someone. Say, can you point me towards Heather Cameron? Marcus frowned slightly, his professional instincts kicking in. You a fan or something? Look, even though she's a hero and all that after New York, she's a lifeguard here first. We've had issues with people hassling her since the invasion. Mutant haters and obsessed fans both. So, if you're gonna cause trouble. Whoa, calm your tits, mate. Can't you see my skin? Domino pulled off her sunglasses. Revealed her pale complexion, the black spot around her eye, and the hints of scarlet in her irises. Pretty damn obvious I'm a mutant too, yeah. As for being a fan, that depends on her answer. But more importantly, I'm here with an offer that could change her life. Marcus hesitated but studied her and relaxed slightly. Right. Sorry, miss. We've had way too many of those cases recently. People tracking her down like she's some celebrity. Gets tiring dealing with it. He reached for his walkie-talkie. Let me check if she's free. You do that. I'll be right here waiting. Domino leaned against the tower, patiently watching the waves and feeling the sun. Marcus spoke into his radio and, after a quick conversation, turned back to her. You're in luck. She'll be here in a few. Finishing up her patrol. He climbed down from the tower. Still protective but less hostile. What exactly are you offering? Because if this is some mutant recruitment thing, she's already turned down a few. Before Domiono could respond, another figure approached. A woman in her late 20s in a lifeguard uniform of red swimsuit with white cross. But the most catching thing about her was her golden skin, matching her impossibly golden hair. Heather Cameron, also known as Lifeguard, was a mutant with the power to adapt her body to rescue people in danger. She'd been in New York during the invasion when she and her brother answered Jay's summons and saved dozens of people from Chitauri fire. Pulled civilians from collapsing buildings as her powers had manifested in ways she'd never imagined, thanks to Jay's upgrades. And now she was back in Australia, back to being a lifeguard, trying to process what she'd experienced. Heather looked at Domino. Then at Marcus. Then back at Domino. Marcus says you've got an offer for me. Her accent was distinctly Australian. Casual but wary. Because if this is some mutant recruitment thing, she's already turned down a few. Domino pushed off the tower. Extended a hand and put her best smile she learned from watching Jay. Chapter 224, Vishanti's Warning. A/N, you mad lads smashed the second goal, so here's the second bonus chapters. Next goal is 600 power stones for 2 more bonus chapters. As always, vote, comment, share, and gift stones if you're enjoying the story. Kamartaj, the ritual chamber. The Ancient One stood in the ritual chamber. The room was circular, walls inscribed with runes older than human civilization. In the center, a mandala glowed faintly on the floor. Complex geometric patterns. Each line representing a connection and possibility. The mandala pulsed with potential energy and waiting. She placed candles at 5 points around the mandala. Each one representing a different aspect of the ritual. Earth, water, fire, air, spirit. Her hands moved through intricate patterns, weaving spells that would open a gateway to something ancient. Something few mortals ever encountered. A direct line to the Vishanti themselves. The trinity of cosmic entities that empowered Earth's Sorcerer Supreme. Hori Hoggoth. Omnipotent Oshter. Agamotto the All-Seeing. This was not a small request. Opening such a connection required precision that most sorcerers couldn't achieve. One misstep, one miscalculation, and the backlash could level Kamartaj. But the Ancient One had done this before. Centuries ago, when she'd first taken the mantle of Sorcerer Supreme to get their blessing, and now, for her student, she would do it again. The candles flared and mandalas pulsed as golden light filled the chamber, growing brighter and brighter until it was blinding as the very air thrummed with power. And then, silence. 3 voices spoke as one. Neither male nor female. Neither young nor old. Just power, ancient and absolute. Sorcerer Supreme. You call upon us. The Ancient One bowed deeply. Hoary hosts of Hoggoth. Omnipotent Oshter. Agamotto the All-Seeing. I come before you with a request on behalf of my student. The one called Jay. The Vishanti's voices echoed. We know of him. We have watched his actions. His defiance of death. His theft of power from the Harbinger of Ninth Cosmos. His resurrection of the 1200. His alteration of thousands of humans into enhanced beings. He is known to us. He seeks to do good, the Ancient One said carefully. To create something that will protect the innocent. To prevent suffering on a scale we have not seen before. And yet, his methods are reckless. The Vishanti's tone was neutral, neither condemning nor approving. He walks a dangerous path. One that could lead to salvation or damnation of this entire planet. This is not a small thing he attempts. That is why I ask for your guidance, the Ancient One said. He plans to meet with Gia, the Elder Goddess. To propose something unprecedented. I ask that you do not interfere. That you allow him to make his case. Whatever the outcome, let it be between Jay and Gia. Silence stretched. The Ancient One waited patiently but also determined. She would not back down when it came to her student. Finally, the Vishanti spoke. We will not interfere. But neither will we protect him from the consequences of his actions. If Jia rejects him, that is his burden to bear. If death comes for him for his resurrections, that is his fate to face. We do not favor those who defy the natural order lightly. But we acknowledge his intent and desire to protect. The Ancient One bowed again. Deeper this time, as genuine gratitude mixed with relief, I understand. Thank you, hoary hosts. I will convey your judgment to my student. And I will ensure he understands the weight of what he attempts. The golden light faded, candles extinguished, and the chamber returned to its normal state. The Ancient One stood alone, her heart heavy with worry for her student. She offered a quiet prayer to whatever powers might listen. Please look after Jay. He may be troublesome and attempting something beyond his understanding. But he means well. Protect him from his own ambition and guide him toward wisdom. Then she left the chamber. There was nothing more she could do. Jay's path was his own now. Savage Land Base. Meanwhile, Jay appeared in the base. The familiar warmth, the sound of the waterfall, the distant calls of prehistoric creatures. He needed to prepare. Meeting Jia, the elder goddess of earth, wasn't something you did on a whim. It required respect, offerings, and most importantly, a damn good argument. Jay moved to his workspace, a corner of the base filled with books, artifacts, and stolen tech from a dozen different sources. He pulled out a notebook, started sketching. The plan was ambitious. Insane, even. But it was necessary. Peter's words echoed in his mind. Why does everyone always need a hero? Why do people get hurt again and again? Because the world isn't designed to protect people, Jay muttered to himself. It's designed to test them. Challenge them. Break them. But what if it didn't have to be that way? What if the world could be kinder without being softer? What if people could live without constant fear that one wrong turn, one bad moment, could destroy everything? Jay's hand moved faster, sketching diagrams, writing notes in the margins. He pulled on his meta-knowledge, memories from his past life, stories of how Earth 616 worked, how magic and science intertwined in the Marvel universe. Jia was the spirit of the Earth itself. The embodiment of life on the planet. If anyone could approve and make this plan possible, it was her. But convincing her? That was another matter entirely. Jay leaned back, staring at his notes. The framework was there. The logic sound. But the execution? That would require power beyond what he currently possessed. Jay closed the notebook, took a deep breath. All right, Parker. You asked why people always need saving. Let's see if I can change the whole damn game. He stood, snapped his fingers, and teleported. Chapter 225, The Lifeguard. A/N, next goal is 600 power stones for 2 more bonus chapters. As always, comment, share, and gift stones if you're enjoying the story. Surfer's Paradise, Australia. Jay appeared on Surfer's Paradise beach with blue energy crackling around him. The Australian sun beat down, tourists and locals scattered across the sand. Kids building castles, couples laying on towels and surfers riding waves. The smell of salt and sunscreen was heavy, and so was the sound of waves crashing and seagulls calling. But strangely, nobody noticed him. His reality warping created a subtle and elegant perception filter, making people's eyes slide past without registering his presence. A trick he'd learned from his old friend Zabi. A tourist walked right past him and didn't even glance. A kid ran through where Jay stood, correcting course unconsciously without knowing why. The filter made him a blind spot, he was present but unperceived. Babe. You're finally here. He was about to dial Domino's number when he heard her. He smiled, turning to find Domino walking toward him in her Hawaiian shirt and beach hat. Behind her was a tall woman, golden-skinned and athletic, clearly Heather Cameron. But what surprised him was the group of people following them at a distance, 20, maybe 30. Phones out and banners waving. Shouting encouragement, some wore homemade lifeguard shirts, and others had signs. Lifeguard saves lives. Mutant and proud. Thank you, Heather. The crowd pressed closer. It was enthusiastic and overwhelming. Heather looked uncomfortable. Her shoulders clearly hunched, and smile forced. Domino cheerfully hugged him. You know you stand out like a sore thumb in that damn suit of yours, especially here on a beach, right? Jay hugged her back, then turned to the golden woman. Hello Heather, it's a pleasure to meet you. Heather's eyes went wide. Her mouth opened wide as she grabbed Jay's hand and shook it too hard. Words tumbling out in a rush, thick with her Australian accent. No, it's my pleasure to meet you, Mr. J. Bloody hell, I can't believe I'm meeting the power broker in the flesh. And I was so rude to your girlfriend earlier, I'm absolutely mortified. She probably thinks I'm a total drongo. Jay looked at Domino with a confused expression. She just shrugged. Apparently, she's a big fan of yours. She was very thankful you chose her and her brother to help with the invasion. Heather spoke quickly, words tripping over each other as her face flushed. No, it's not like I'm some crazy stalker or anything. It's just, my whole life I wanted to be a lifeguard. Help people, yeah. Save lives. But even after achieving it, I felt limited. Like I could do more, but couldn't reach far enough. But after you triggered our powers during the invasion, enhanced them, I could finally do what I truly wanted. Help people to the best of my abilities. Really make a difference, you know. Jay saw her earnest gratitude and smiled. It's heroes like you that deserve all the praise. Maybe that's why there's a group of fans following you around. Heather turned and saw the crowd. The poor girl didn't know where to hide. Oh God, not again. They've been following me since I got back from New York and went active here. Don't get me wrong, they're lovely people, but it's a bit much sometimes. Can't even grab a coffee without someone wanting a selfie or a skin about the invasion. I'm just a lifeguard, yeah. Not some celebrity. The crowd pressed closer as their voices called out. Heather. Can we get a photo? Lifeguard. Over here. Is that the Domino? Oh my God. Jay, seeing her discomfort, waved his hand. The people just dispersed, their attention sliding away like water off glass. Heather asked, surprised. What the hell? How did you? Jay replied. I've picked up a few things in my time dealing with fans, zealots, and cultists, you name it. Seeing Heather's increasingly absurd expression and mouth agape, Domino finally broke, laughing. I can't, the poor girl's just too easy to tease. You should have seen her acting all tough when I first approached her. All professional lifeguard, protecting her turf. But the second I mentioned it was you who wanted her help, she did a turnaround so hard I nearly got whiplash. Heather looked like she wanted to sink into the sand as her hands covered her face. Jay couldn't find any words, so he decided to go straight to business. He addressed Heather directly, who was busy trying to silence Domino from embarrassing her more. Heather, I need your help. In fact, for what I'm planning, you are a crucial key. Heather's posture straightened, her embarrassment pushed aside. I'm ready for whatever you need, mate. Just point me at it. Jay nodded and teleported them with blue light as the beach vanished. Savage Land Base. The trio appeared in a blue flash. Heather hunched over, stumbled to the balcony edge immediately, puking hard from the effects of teleporting thousands of miles in an instant. Domino reached out to console her, steadying her as Jay called out. My bad. First-timers always have a bad experience with teleporting. Heather, mid-puke, managed to say between heaves. But we already teleported, twice, to and from New York. Jay smiled. Well, it wouldn't make much sense to summon heroes to fight an alien army only for them to puke all over Manhattan, now would it? After a few minutes, Heather finally stopped and wiped her mouth. Then she looked up and realized where she was. From the open balcony, she could see large flowers the size of a car and strange plants everywhere. Then she saw pterodactyls flying in a herd, their wings casting shadows across the valley. And beyond them, the long necks of Brachiosaurus, moving slowly and grazing on trees. Are those bloody dinosaurs? Her voice rose. And is that a glowing mountain over there? Where the hell are we? Domino said. Welcome to Savage Land. This is a small piece of comfort we stole from the world, and you are our first guest. But I guess we aren't doing that well in hosting you, huh? Chapter 226, Ideal in Powers. A/N, alright, let's kick the week off strong. First goal is 200 Power Stones for 2 bonus chapters. If you're having fun, please vote, comment, and share. Welcome to Savage Land. This is a small piece of comfort we stole from the world, and you are our first guest. But I guess we aren't doing that well in hosting you, huh? Heather stared at the dinosaurs again, processing them. Then at Jay and Domino. Then back at the dinosaurs. Her brain trying to catch up with reality. After a moment, she threw her hands up. Right. Okay. Dinosaurs, glowing mountains, teleportation to Power Broker's secret base. Sure. Why not? I've fought aliens in New York. This is fine. Totally fine. Not losing my mind at all. Domino grinned. Ooh, I like her. Jay gestured toward the interior. We should talk inside. And you'll want to sit down for this. They moved into the base. Comfortable furniture with books and tech scattered around. The sound of the waterfall came from outside. Heather sat on a couch, still processing and adjusting to the weirdness that was Jay and Domino's life. Jay sat across from her, and Domino sat beside him. both watching Heather carefully. Heather finally spoke. "So, what did you need me for? Who should I kick or punch? I'm ready to help however I can." Domino's grin widened. "See? I knew I liked her." But Jay said. "We're not fighting anyone, not physically at least, not with her of all people, hopefully." Heather looked confused as her brow furrowed. "Then why do you need me for?" Jay leaned forward, his expression serious, as this was the hard part. "I recently met a young hero. He goes by Spider-Man, just a teen, a kid with superpowers. His uncle recently had an accident, he was hit by a bullet and was in critical condition. Fortunately, he's saved now, but the kid went through too much and had a complete breakdown right there in the hospital." Heather's expression softened. "Understanding. Poor kid. That's rough." Jay continued. "In the middle of his breakdown, he asked me something. Questions I couldn't stop thinking about. Why does everyone always need a hero? Why do people get hurt again and again? Why are heroes always needed for people to live their simple lives peacefully?" Heather was silent, processing the weight of such questions from someone so young. From a hero who should still be in school. Her hands clenched. "I sometimes think those same things. I've been a hero for a few weeks now, but even in such a short time, I've seen so many people hurt and nearly die. From small accidents to bullets to some random power-crazy villain attack in a shopping center. Don't get me wrong, I'm grateful for the opportunity to help. But I feel a special connection with these questions since my power literally works around Savon people. That's why they call me lifeguard, I guess." Jay hummed and continued with growing confidence. "But what if that wasn't the case? What if we could make the world itself a savior? Imagine Earth sensing danger. The planet itself stepping in to rescue people or stop threats before they escalate and giving its people better chances." Heather's eyes widened. "Is that even possible? We're talking about the planet becoming a caregiver. And from what I know about the sea, nature's pretty cruel and indifferent, mate." Jay stood. His confidence building and voice carrying conviction. "Of course it's possible. We're in the age of heroes, no, we're in the age of marvels. For God's sake, anything and everything is possible now. Norse gods are real. Aliens invade from portals. People like me can bend reality with their minds. Why shouldn't Earth itself be able to protect its people?" He turned to Heather directly and looked her in the eyes. "And you, Heather Cameron, are the key to all this." Feeling Jay's fervor, she got up, all eyes on him, her heart racing. "Yes, I'll do it. Whatever you need, mate. Just tell me what." Jay and Domino both became downcast. The energy in the room shifted as Jay's confidence faltered slightly. "Well, that's the hard part," Jay said quietly. "As you know, I'm the power broker. I deal in powers themselves. And I need your powers, Heather. I need lifeguard." Heather stumbled back, her enthusiasm draining only to be replaced by shock and hurt. "What? But why mine? They're nothing special compared to yours. You can do bloody anything." Jay shook his head, holding her shoulder and consoling her, his voice apologetic. "Your powers are the key to everything. Listen, now you have danger detection response, the ability to sense threats to human life automatically. And on top of that, you have situational biomorphic adaptation, with which your body manifests whatever powers are necessary to save lives in that specific situation. Wings to fly, gills to breathe, armor to protect and strength to lift. The variety of your manifestations appears almost limitless." He paused. Let the words sink in. Now imagine that power spread across the entire planet. Not just you sensing danger in your vicinity, but Earth itself sensing every threat to every person. Thousands of lifeguards ready to make hundreds of thousands of interventions and, in turn, saving millions of lives. All because of your power. Heather sat down, heaving as tears built in her eyes. "How do you even know all of this?" "Even I didn't know I could do so much. I just reacted to save people." Jay just said with a self-deprecating smile, "It's what I do." Domino moved to Heather's other side. Put a hand on her shoulder and said nothing, just offered presence. Jay sat beside her, his voice soft now. "But more importantly, imagine what would happen if there were multiple people, no, multiple lifeguards with your powers all around the world, ready to respond in moments of disaster and risk to life of normal citizens. A global network protection." Heather loved her new powers, her golden looks and even the way she helped people. The looks she got weren't always kind, but she'd grown used to them because she loved the feeling she got from saving people. Seeing them smile despite the danger they'd just faced and knowing she'd made a difference. But she could also see Jay's vision. A world where powers like hers existed everywhere. Where danger couldn't catch people unaware, and where kids like Spider-Man didn't have to become heroes to keep their families safe. This was why she became a lifeguard, wasn't it? To save as many people as possible. To make a difference and protect those who couldn't protect themselves. But it didn't lessen the pain of her next decision. She said with misty eyes and voice thick with emotion. I get it. When you put it like that, I get why my power is necessary. But it's hard, yeah. These powers, they're part of who I am now. Part of my identity. Lifeguard isn't just a bloody code name. It's who I am. Her hands shook, but she clenched them. But Savon, people is more important than anything. More important than me feeling special and my pride. I would give anything to save as many as possible. That's why I became a lifeguard before all of this, because Savon lives matters is the only thing that really matters. Domino squeezed her shoulder, her own eyes were suspiciously moist. She'd seen mercenaries face death with less courage than this girl was showing right now. Jay's mood was very heavy as he bowed his head in genuine respect. He clasped his hands and earnestly thanked her. Thank you so much, Heather. You have no idea what you've just done for this planet. If we succeed, if this pays off, millions and billions in the future will be saved directly because of your effort. And I can't even begin to imagine the sacrifice you're making. So please, if I could do anything, no matter what, please just name it. Chapter 227, Shi'ar Royalty. A/N, alright, let's kick the week off strong. First goal is 200 power stones for 2 bonus chapters. If you're having fun, please vote, comment, and share. I can't even begin to imagine the sacrifice you're making. So please, if I could do anything, no matter what, please just name it. Heather wiped her eyes and steeled herself, came to a decision and said. My brother Davis has been missing since we got back from New York. After we found out our father died in a gang war, and worse, that he was an underworld criminal lord known as Viceroy, Davis became distraught. He was there with me in New York, and since he loved surfing, his power manifested as the ability to teleport with warp waves. After coming back to Australia and find out our dad's truth, he vanished. Just surfed off teleporting from wave to wave. To this day, I can't find him. I'm terrified something happened. That he's hurt or alone or... Her voice cracked from the fear she'd been carrying. Jay nodded, stood up and used the depths of Mad Jim Jasper's universal reality warping. His eyes' whites were replaced with black. Stars speckled among them like he'd swallowed the cosmos. His awareness expanded as it stretched across the planet. Feeling space and sensing disruptions. There, in Goa, India. A beach with waves and riding those waves, a young man with the Cameron genetic signature. Teleporting, surfing and lost in the motion. Jay reached out and made a grabbing motion across space. To others, it looked like a simple motion of the hand closing. But when the motion was completed, Davis Cameron was there. Held up by his throat in Jay's grip. Pulled across thousands of miles in an instant, ripped from one beach to another through pure cosmic will. Davis's eyes went wide with shock and disorientation. He tried to teleport using his powers, but nothing happened as Jay's null field suppressed it and held him in place. Heather saw her brother, and her eyes went wide as joy and relief came crashing over her. Davis. She lunged forward. Freed him from Jay's hands, pulled him into a hug, kissed his head and held him tight. Oh my God, Davis. Where have you been? I've been so worried about you. I couldn't reach you. I thought. Davis, after seeing his sister after a long time and recovering from the shock of forceful teleportation, just broke down and hugged her and started crying. Words tumbling out between sobs. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, Heather. I just couldn't handle it. Dad being dead. Finned out he was a criminal. The invasion was a bloodbath with all those people dying. I felt like I was drowning and the only thing that helped was surfing. So I just kept going. Wave to wave. Beach to beach. Trying to outrun it all. Heather held him tighter as her own tears fell. I'm sorry too. I didn't know you were going through so much. I should have been there for you. I should have looked harder. They stayed like that. Brother and sister, reunited. The pain and fear of weeks apart finally released. After everyone calmed down, Davis pulled back and looked around. Saw the dinosaurs outside, the impossible base, even Jay and Domino, who were silently watching. What the hell is going on? Where are we? And is that power broker? Heather carefully explained. What Jay was planning, what she'd agreed to and what it meant. Davis's expression shifted from confusion to understanding and finally to anger. No way you're talking my sister's power, no matter how strong or godlike you are. Those powers are hers. Part of her. But Heather calmed him down. Put her hands on his face and made him look at her. It's my choice, Davis, my decision. And more importantly, you're back safe, and we're back together. That's all I care about. After a lot of back and forth, Davis finally calmed down and accepted her decision. Didn't like it, but understood her choice, and he'd respect it. Heather approached Jay and extended her hand. Her golden skin catching the light filtering in from outside. Go ahead, power broker. Take my power, but promise me you'll save as many as you can. Promise me this will matter. Jay stood and took her hand. His expression was solemn and respectful. I promise. The world will remember you and forever be indebted to your sacrifice. He activated his power theft to gently take away her power. But he stopped mid-theft and suddenly used his power to scan her genetic makeup more deeply and saw a strange pattern of alien DNA woven through her human genes, finally subtly revealing the secret of her origin. Say, Heather, did you know your mother? Heather, surprised by the question, shook her head. No, we were too young when our mother passed away. Dad never talked about her much. Why do you ask? Jay smiled. Your lineage isn't as simple as you think. Your mother wasn't human. Or at least, not entirely. He used his gene activation and reached into her dormant alien lineage in her DNA. The Shi'ar bloodline waiting as expected, and he triggered it carefully. Heather gasped as her body transformed. Golden wings erupted from her back, and sharp claws extended from her fingers. Shi'ar markings appeared on her face in elegant patterns that marked her royal bloodline. Her golden skin intensified and became armor rather than cosmetic. Davis stepped back in shock. And Heather looked down at her new form, her wings spreading instinctively. Jay completed the power theft by taking her danger detection response and situational biomorphic adaptation. The powers flowing into him and settling. But he left her Shi'ar abilities intact. Enhance them even to compensate, however, he can. Apparently, your mother was a member of the Shi'ar Empire. Royal bloodline, from the markings. I'd guess some exiled princess who crashed on Earth. Jay's voice was gentle. She had a relationship with your father, the Viceroy. That's where you and Davis come from. Half human and half Shi'ar. Your brother should have the genes too, though they haven't manifested the same way. He gestured at her new form. Now you have her power. Your golden form increases all your abilities. Strength, regeneration, durability, and more, you know the works. Those claws can cut through steel, and those wings let you fly at nearly supersonic speeds. You can still save lives, Heather. You're still lifeguard, just in a different way. Heather's relief was palpable as tears streamed down her face from the connection of knowing her mother and still being able to help people. She flexed her wings and felt new strength in them. Davis moved to her side and held her, processing their newly discovered heritage. Jay spoke softly. You and your brother are welcome anytime to come and train in this facility and get used to these new abilities. Davis can teleport you both wherever you want with his warp waves. It's the least I can do. The scene settled with Heather and Davis holding each other and coming to terms with what they'd learned. Jay felt Heather's power settling into him, integrating and becoming part of his arsenal. One step taken toward an impossible goal. Just one final step remained. He looked out at the savage land. At the impossible geography. At the world that needed saving. Soon, he whispered. We change everything soon. Chapter 228, Author's Note. I want to ask the reader something honestly. Even after lowering the Power Stone goals and putting out a lot of content, including at least 4 bonus chapters along with 7 regular chapters, engagement has been lower than I expected in terms of views, comments, and Power Stones. Instead of guessing, I would rather hear it straight from you. What do you think is causing this, and what could be done better? If something in the story is not landing, or if there is something you want more or less of, please let me know. This story gets better with feedback, even short comments. Thanks for reading and for being here. Chapter 229, the final piece. A/N, the second goal for this week is 400 Power Stones. Comment, vote, and share if you're enjoying the chapter. Jay sat in silence with Domino after teleporting the Cameron siblings back to Surfer's Paradise. The savage land base felt quiet. Too quiet. The waterfall crashed behind them, and pterodactyls called in the distance. But inside, neither of them spoke. The weight of what they'd just done sat between them heavily. Jay stared at his hands. Heather's power settled inside him. Now a part of his arsenal. Domino's hand found his and squeezed. Even though we've got good intentions, she said quietly, her voice softened, even though millions, hell, billions maybe, will benefit from this whole thing. It's still heavy as hell asking a sweet girl like Heather to give up her powers. To give up part of who she is. Jay held her hand and squeezed back. This never gets easy, babe. No matter how many times I've taken powers from people, the guilt stays. You just learn to carry it and live with the weight pressing down on you every damn day. Domino hummed and leaned against him. Her head on his shoulder. They stayed like that. Minutes passing, but neither moving. After a long moment, Jay stood. You rest here for now. I need to meet with Master to finalize the ritual proceedings. Blue light flashed, and he was gone. Kamartaj. Jay materialized in the ritual chamber. The space hummed with ancient power. The Ancient One knelt before one wall, writing Sanskritic symbols in patterns of 108 words. Each character glowed with mystical energy as her brush moved, connecting and forming intricate mandalas that pulsed with barely contained force. The air tasted like ozone and incense, the kind of magic that predated written language. Sensing Jay's arrival, she turned and smiled. I trust you convinced Miss Heather to agree. Jay's expression was heavy, and his shoulders tight. The girl was too eager to help people. Even though it hurt, even though I could see her breaking inside, she gave up her power after listening to my plan. Watching her make that choice, taking what she offered, it was. He stopped and shook his head. The Ancient One stood and moved to him. Her hand settled on his shoulder with understanding in her ancient eyes. Well, the ritual's preparations are almost complete. But you still need a medium to open a portal to Gia's domain. And take it from my experience, without Franklin's power, you're still not ready to handle the raw force of the space stone, which to use to open a portal to an elder god's domain. Jay heard this and felt the truth of it. He'd been incredibly powerful with Franklin's reality warping abilities. Almost untouchable. Well, it's a good thing the 1 month's time is finally up. The Ancient One's expression shifted as concern bleeding through her serene mask. Please, this time don't antagonize the Allfather too much. You've already threatened his wife and humiliated him in front of his entire court. Push any further and even Odin's patience will break. And when an Allfather's patience breaks, worlds burn. Jay laughed. The sound carrying more bravado than confidence. I'll be on my best behavior. Scout's honor. Blue light enveloped him as he vanished. The Ancient One stared at the empty space, sighed, returned to her symbols and prayed quietly that her student's definition of best behavior wouldn't start another war. Royal Court of Asgard. Jay appeared at the center of the royal court. Right in the middle of a meeting between Odin and his ministers. The moment reality folded around him, warriors reacted. Weapons pointed, spears raised, and bodies moving toward the intruder with trained precision. Jay sighed and lifted his hand to snap his fingers. Halt. Odin's voice didn't rise, but the command carried weight that made reality itself pause. Everyone froze mid-motion. Warriors with spears raised. Ministers with mouths open. One courtier caught mid-stumble. All held perfectly still by the Allfather's Odin force pressing down on them like a physical weight. But the intruder moved freely, unaffected and looking around at the frozen tableau with growing amusement. Only then did they recognize him. Jay, the mortal who'd humiliated the Allfather. Who'd brazenly demanded payment and blindside robbed him and threatened the queen herself. Their collective hatred was palpable even through the enforced stillness. Jay, seeing their frozen positions, their twisted expressions, their weapons pointed uselessly at him, laughed. Haha. I really needed this, Allfather. Thanks. Your hospitality has certainly improved since last time. Odin's jaw tightened as a vein pulsed in his temple. Everyone, leave. The court emptied. Warriors backing out and ministers scurrying. No one wanted to witness whatever came next. As the doors boomed shut, only the Allfather and the mortal remained. Jay, seeing them finally alone, grinned. Queen Frigga isn't here to greet me. And where's my dear friend Thor? I was hoping for the whole family reunion experience. Odin studied Jay. His single eye seeing beyond flesh, beyond power, into the fundamental nature of the being before him and confirming what he'd suspected. That wellspring of power inside Jay. He had been hiding his true strength during their first encounter very cleverly. The kind of deception Odin himself would employ. He thanked the Norns he hadn't taken rash action back then. This mortal was dangerous, even diminished. Your antics last time caused my wife to fall ill with grief, and now she's resting in her chamber. As for Thor, since the Bifrost has been repaired, he's busy going around the 9 realms to stabilize the upheaval that's been caused by its destruction and by your broadcast to the whole cosmos. Jay nodded, but impatience bled through his casual demeanor. King Odin, last time you made a promise to me. I have come to claim it now that the month's deadline is finally up. Odin stood from his throne and slammed Gungnir against the golden floor. The sound rang like a bell, and space folded. Both were teleported instantly. Chapter 230, Nidavellir. A/N, first bonus chapter for 200 Power Stones goal, the next goal is 400 Power Stones for 2 more bonus chapters. A/N, this is the new chapter length. Let me know if you prefer it this way. They appeared on a platform of black metal suspended in space. Heat hit Jay like a physical wall as his enhanced body immediately began compensating, but sweat broke out across his skin within seconds. The air shimmered, distorted, and every breath tasted like molten copper. But Jay barely noticed the discomfort. He was staring. Nidavellir sprawled before him. A massive ring station orbiting a neutron star. The star itself pulsed with barely contained energy, burning blue-white, casting everything in harsh, primal light. Forges dotted the ring's inner surface. Each one a cathedral of industry. Dwarves as big as giants moved among them, their hammers rising and falling in perfect rhythm. The sound was musical, hypnotic even. Metal singing as it was born and shaped, and perfected. Jay's mouth opened slightly as his analytical mind with Taxmaster's kinesic recognition cataloging everything. The engineering, the magic, and the impossible fusion of cosmic forces and skilled craftsmanship. This was where Mjolnir had been forged. Where Odin's spear had been born and where legends like the Infinity Gauntlet became reality through skill and fire in the heart of a dying star. Then he heard them. Heavy footsteps like thunder walking. Eitri emerged from the largest forge. The king of the dwarves was massive even by his people's standards. His skin was dark, weathered by millennia of forge work. His arms were thick as tree trunks, scarred by countless burns. His eyes carried the sharp intelligence of a master craftsman who dedicated eons to perfecting his art. In his hands, he carried a chest. Small by his standards. For Jay, it was the size of a steamer trunk. Eitri greeted Odin with a nod of respect. Then his eyes found Jay, and a grin split his face. So, you're the mortal who demanded a weapon from the Allfather in the middle of his court. The nerve to demand the Bifrost itself. Ha ha. His laugh boomed across the platform. Genuinely delighted by the audacity. Jay greeted him back, matching his energy. Eitri, king of the dwarves, it's an honor to meet you. Your works of craft are invaluable treasures. Mjolnir alone is legendary, but your other creations, their art and function perfected. Eitri, hearing genuine appreciation rather than empty flattery, laughed harder. Ha ha. Such a silver tongue you have, boy. We must find some time to break open the divine rum made from the golden apples. Drink and talk about craft and creation. Odin, a vein throbbing in his temple, cut in. Eitri. The weapon. The dwarf king chuckled. Unrepentant as he set the chest down before Jay and opened it with surprising gentleness. Inside, nestled in velvet that probably cost more than Earthen City, lay a band. Made of silver you are you. The metal gleamed with its own inner light as runes were etched along its surface in unclear patterns. And in the center was an empty space. Waiting and meant to hold something precious. Eitri's voice dropped and lost its jovial edge. I was stumped what to forge for someone who could rewrite death, so instead of a weapon, I made this here. Go on, Jay. Touch and mark this band. I named it Tether. Bind it to your will and speak your binding vow. Jay stared at the band, at the empty space in its center and at the craftsmanship that had gone into every detail. He reached out as his fingers touched the URU, and surprisingly, the metal was warm. It recognized him and waited for his words. Jay closed his eyes and thought of Domino. Of Bobby and friends. Of Franklin. Of everyone he'd sworn to protect. When he spoke, his voice carried the power of unshakable conviction. Whosoever I bind to this band, if they face mortal danger and I cannot reach them in time, bring them to safety. Protect them from harm. Return them to me whole. Let my love be the anchor. Let my will be the shield. Let this band be the tether that ensures no one I cherish will ever be beyond my reach when they need me most. The band flared in binding energy as runes ignited along its surface. The space in the center began to glow, still waiting for something. For someone. For the moment it would be needed. Then the light faded as the band shrank and turned into a ring fit for a human hand. But power hummed beneath its surface. Silence stretched across the platform. Broken only by the distant rhythm of hammers and the pulse of the dying star. Eitri stared at the band, then at Jay, his expression complex. That's an unusual binding vow if I ever heard one, boy. Usually these are made on power and worthiness. On strength and ability to wield great force. But never on love. Jay said quietly, his eyes still on the ring, there's no better power than knowing your loved one's safety is assured. All the strength in the universe means nothing if you can't save the people who matter. Eitri and Odin both heard those words and felt their weight. The Dwarf King's expression softened and became almost gentle. Truly, you really have a way with your words, my friend. That band will serve you well. May it never be needed, but always be ready. Jay looked up at Eitri and saw the genuine friendship offered. And suddenly, a vision flashed through his mind. This forge stood cold and silent, its dwarven craftsman long dead. The only one left, Eitri, had his hands brutally taken by Thanos as a twisted reward for forging the Infinity Gauntlet. Jay couldn't let that happen. Not in this timeline. With a snap, he materialized a card. His own image made in the shape of an ace. He held it out to Eitri. Eitri, you've made a friend today. This here's my card. If you ever need help, if danger comes to Nidavellir, if anyone threatens you or your people, just call for the power broker and tear up the card. I'll appear. And I'll help. This I swear. Everyone on the platform realized the weight of this gift. A direct line to someone who could rewrite death itself, bend reality and threaten gods and lived. Eitri held a guarantee that if danger came, the most dangerous being in their sphere of influence would answer his call. Eitri took the card. His massive hands cradling it like something precious. Thank you, Jay. This. He paused. This means more than you know. I accept your friendship. May we never need this card, but may it always be ready if we do. Jay smiled warmly. Then he turned to Odin. The Allfather studied them both. His expression unreadable. But something flickered in his single eye. Approval, perhaps. Or maybe just relief that this transaction had ended without another threat to his family. Jay took the ring and held it carefully. Felt its potential thrumming against his palm. Thank you, King Odin. For honoring your son's promise. He bowed slightly, respectful but not subservient. And thank you, Eitri. For your craft and for... He paused. For your friendship. Eitri grinned. Come back anytime, boy. We'll crack open that divine rum. Talk about craft and creation. I think you and I have much to discuss. I'd like that. Jay gave them both one final nod. Then blue energy enveloped him, and space folded. He vanished. Eitri and Odin stood on the platform. The dying star pulsed behind them. Hammers rang in the distance. Finally, Eitri spoke. That mortal. He saw something. Some future where I needed that card. Where danger came that even you couldn't stop. Odin nodded slowly. Yes. He did. Do you know what he saw? No. But I trust the instincts of someone with his powers. Odin's grip on Gungnir tightened. Keep that card close, old friend. And if the day comes when you need it, don't hesitate. That mortal keeps his promises. Eitri looked at the card. At Jay's image frozen in an ace of spades. At the power contained in such a small thing. I believe he does. I truly believe he does. Chapter 231, back at Kamartaj. A/N, the second goal for this week is 400 power stones. Comment, vote, and share if you're enjoying the chapter. Jay materialized back in Kamartaj's ritual chamber to find the Ancient One sitting in meditation. Her eyes opened the moment he arrived, and the faintest smile crossed her face. Please tell me you didn't antagonize Odin too much. Jay grinned, pulling out tether from his pocket. The silver URU band gleamed even in the dim chamber light. Master, please have some belief in me. I even made a friend. Look, this was made by Eitri, the king of dwarves himself. He named it Tether. The Ancient One took the band carefully, examining it with the practiced eye of someone who'd seen countless mystical artifacts across her centuries of life. Her fingers traced the runes etched along its surface. Then she paused, and her expression shifted from casual interest to something more knowing. Almost amused. This looks more like a proposal ring than a weapon fit for a king. She held it up to the light, reading the binding vow aloud. Whosoever I bind to this band, if they face mortal danger and I cannot reach them in time, bring them to safety. Protect them from harm. Return them to me whole. Let my love be the anchor. Let my will be the shield. Let this band be the tether that ensures no one I cherish will ever be beyond my reach when they need me most. She turned to Jay, one eyebrow raised. This sounds more like a proposal than a weapon. Am I reading this correctly, my student? Jay's face turned bright red. The color spread from his neck to his ears, impossible to hide. He coughed, looked away, and desperately tried to change the subject. Will this be enough to channel the space stone's energy? The Ancient One's smile widened, but she mercifully let it drop. Never doubt the quality of a dwarf's craftsmanship, much less their king's. This will do perfectly. She moved to a corner of the chamber and produced a metal box. The container was simple, unadorned, but Jay could feel the power radiating from within even before she opened it. When the lid lifted, the space stone sat nestled in protective cushioning, thrumming with barely contained cosmic energy. Blue light pulsed from its core in rhythm with something vast and incomprehensible. Jay took the stone carefully, wrapping his hand in a thick layer of his reality warping. Black energy speckled with stars coated his palm like a glove. Even through that protection, he felt the burn of raw power. The stone fought containment, spatial energy trying to tear free, to warp and fold and reshape everything around it. It reminded him just how strong Franklin's powers had been. How easily the baby's cosmic reality warping had let him handle these kinds of forces without breaking a sweat. He slotted the space stone into the empty bezel at Tether's center. Tremendous energy lashed out immediately. The ritual chamber's walls cracked as reality itself buckled. Space Stone tried to tear free, unwilling to be bound, unwilling to accept limitation. The stone's power exploded outward in waves that made the air scream. But the runes on Tether blazed to life. Rainbow energy erupted from the band. Lines of light, each one a different color, representing Tether's connection to the Bifrost itself. The dwarf-forged URU had been made to channel that power, and now it activated fully. Streams of rainbow light lashed out like living things, wrapping around the space stone, containing its fury, binding it through sheer force of will and craftsmanship. The chamber filled with light. Blinding, rainbow-hued brilliance that made both Jay and the Ancient One shield their eyes. Then, slowly, the light calmed. When their vision cleared, Tether had transformed completely. What had been a simple silver band was now the most beautiful ring either of them had ever seen. Pure silver with rainbow light flowing through etched lines like rivers of liquid color. The space stone sat in the center, a blue gem containing entire galaxies. Stars swirled in its depths, visible even to the naked eye. And along the band's surface, the binding vow glowed with soft golden light. Love and protection made manifest in metal and magic and cosmic power. The Ancient One closed her eyes, her smile soft and knowing. She's a lucky one, isn't she? Jay could only smile, feeling his face heat up again. But he reached for the ring quickly. The moment his fingers touched it, Tether recognized him, and the rainbow light show calmed immediately, though the ring's beauty remained undiminished. It pulsed with contained power, waiting to be used. Well then, the Ancient One said, standing. When do we begin? Jay opened his mouth. I think there's no time better than now. His phone rang. The sound cut through the moment like a knife. Jay pulled it out, irritation clear on his face. The caller ID showed Fury's encrypted line. Now what? Jay answered, not bothering to hide his annoyance. Fury's voice came through calm and professional. It's time. We're all prepared and about to move out. Just wanted to inform you to be ready in case something goes way off. Jay's mind raced. The timing was suspicious. Just as he was about to enter Gia's domain, Fury decides to launch his Hydra raid. That couldn't be coincidence. Hold on a second, Jay said, putting Fury on hold before the director could protest. Chapter 232, The Doorway Opens. A/N, second bonus chapter for 200 Power Stones goal. The next goal is 400 Power Stones for 2 more bonus chapters. SHIELD headquarters, Fury's office. Nick Fury stood in his office surrounded by his most trusted operatives. Steve Rogers leaned against the wall, arms crossed, his enhanced hearing picking up every word from the phone. Maria Hill stood at parade rest beside Fury's desk, tablet in hand. Natasha Romanoff perched on the windowsill, watching the street below with casual alertness. Clint Barton sat backwards in a chair, and Phil Coulson stood near the door, ever the professional observer. They all watched Fury's expression darken. That fucker just put me on hold, Fury said, his voice tight with suppressed anger. Clint burst out laughing. Even Steve cracked a small smile. Natasha's lips twitched with amusement. The tension that had been building before the raid lifted slightly, replaced by the absurd humor of watching Nick Fury, Spymaster Supreme, get put on hold like a telemarketer. Fury glared at Clint, but there was no real heat in it. Just resigned frustration with the reality of dealing with Jay. Camartage. Jay switched to Domino's number. She answered on the second ring. Hey, babe, what's up? Quick question. Fury wants backup for the Hydra raid they're launching today. I'm kind of busy with the whole meeting an elder goddess thing. You available? Oh, that's today. Domino's voice perked up. Yeah, I can do that. Been itching for some action anyway. Sitting around waiting for you to finish cosmic business gets anxious. Perfect. You can take Heather and Davis if you want. The Cameron siblings could use some field experience, and Davis's warp wave teleportation would be useful for rapid deployment. Ooh, good call. I'll reach out to them. You focus on not pissing off the literal spirit of Earth, yeah. No promises, but I'll try. Jay smiled despite the situation. Love you. Love you too, babe. Jay switched back to Fury's line. The director's irritation was palpable even through the phone. Yeah, Fury, you there? Yes, I'm here. We're all here, waiting for you. Go ahead. Well, turns out I'm a bit busy today. What? But you gave us your word you'd. Yeah, I know that, Jay interrupted. But don't worry. Domino and a couple of our friends will be there. You'll have backup. Fury's voice rose slightly, that vein on his forehead probably throbbing. But it's not the same as having the motherfucking power broker as backup. Jay sighed, keeping his tone calm and reasonable. I wouldn't discount Domino so easily, especially with the new upgrades she's had. And considering the long battle ahead, you'll need Lady Luck on your side. Literally. That shut Fury up. The man was a tactical genius and knew the value of Domino's probability manipulation, and the mention of upgrades made him reassess. If Jay had enhanced her powers, which seemed likely given everything that had happened recently, then having her on the field might actually be better than having Jay himself. She could spread luck across the entire team, not just operate as a single overwhelming force. Well, Fury said after a pause. I guess that's that then. But I still expect you if things go too far off the rails. No worries. If things get too crazy, I'll try to be there. Jay cut the phone and turned back to the Ancient One, who was watching with barely concealed amusement. Busy day, she asked innocently. Jay smiled. What can I say? Everyone needs a piece of me. A newspaper roll materialized in the Ancient One's hand. She held it up meaningfully. Right. Sorry, Master. After the moment of levity faded, they both grew serious. The Ancient One stepped closer, her expression grave. Remember, Jay. She's an elder goddess who represents Earth itself. Your usual antics won't work here. Be on your best behavior. Be earnest, honest, and respectful. This isn't Odin you're dealing with. This is something far older and far more fundamental. Jay nodded solemnly. Then, in a gesture that surprised even himself, he knelt and touched her feet. The traditional Indian way of asking for blessings from elders. Something his grandmother had taught him in his original life, a gesture of respect and humility that transcended cultural boundaries. The Ancient One's expression softened completely. She placed her hand on his head, rubbing it gently with maternal affection. Vijay Bhava, she said in perfect Sanskrit. May you be victorious. Jay stood, holding tether in his palm. The ring pulsed with contained power, rainbow light flickering across its surface. He walked to the center of the ritual circle and placed the ring down carefully. The moment tether touched the mandala, every Sanskritic rune and pattern blazed to life. The entire chamber lit up with golden light that spread outward like ripples in water. The walls shook, not violently but rhythmically, like a heartbeat. Then all of Kamartaj began to respond. The elements themselves went wild. Wind howled through corridors, celebrating. Water from fountains rose in spiraling columns. Fires and braziers flared bright enough to illuminate rooms that had been dark. The earth beneath their feet trembled with anticipation. Plants throughout the monastery bloomed simultaneously. Flowers that shouldn't exist at this altitude burst into color. Vines grew at visible speeds, wrapping around pillars with gentle insistence. The air filled with the sweetest, freshest scents. Rain on soil, flowers in spring, and life itself given form in fragrance. The Ancient One continued chanting. Her voice rose and fell in patterns, calling to something vast and patient and utterly beyond mortal comprehension. A hole in reality formed above the ritual circle. But it wasn't dark or corrupt like the dimensional tears Jay had seen before. This was pure greenery and vitality. Trees older than civilization reached through the gap. Flowers bloomed in impossible colors. The smell intensified. Fresh rain, rich soil, and growing things. Life in its most essential, undiluted form. It was beautiful in a way that made Jay's chest tight. The Ancient One finished her chant and stepped back. Sweat beaded on her forehead from the effort, but her smile was genuine. Go, my student. And remember, you're asking her to change the fundamental nature of her existence. Speak from the heart. Show her why this matters. Jay nodded, picked up tether, put it in his pocket and stepped toward the portal. The greenery parted like a welcoming embrace. The smell intensified and somewhere beyond, in that garden that existed everywhere and nowhere, an ancient consciousness stirred. Noting his arrival, Jay took a deep breath and stepped through. The portal closed behind him with a sound like a sigh. Like relief. Like coming home after a journey too long. The Ancient One stood alone in the ritual chamber. She looked down at her hands, feeling the life force Celine's stolen power had given her thrumming through her veins. Strong, vibrant, and ready for whatever came next. Be safe, my student, she whispered to the empty room. And try not to antagonize the mother of all life as much as you did the All-Father. She smiled, despite her worry, and returned to her meditation. There was nothing more she could do. Jay's fate was in his own hands now. Chapter 233, A Ghost. A/N, the third goal for this week is 600 Power Stones. Comment, vote, and share if you're enjoying the chapter. Several weeks ago, the parking lot in London. The mote of light was barely visible. A speck of consciousness smaller than a pixel, drifting upward through the mirror dimension's collapsing barriers. It phased through reality like smoke through mesh, carrying within it something fundamental. Something that refused to die despite every law of nature demanding otherwise. Jim Jaspers had been resurrected for 30 seconds. But in those 30 seconds, he'd experienced something no human mind was meant to process. The embrace of death. It was cold and filled with absolute certainty of non-existence. The soul separating from flesh, drifting toward whatever came next. Then the reversal. It was violent and brutal. Jay's stolen life force flooding back into dead cells. The soul yanked from death's realm like a fish on a hook, and reality bending to drag him back, screaming. And in that microsecond of resurrection, his X gene had activated. The truth of the universe had suddenly become visible. For one perfect moment, Jim Jaspers had been a god. Reality itself was clay in his hands, ready to be reshaped according to his desires. He could see it all, feel it all, even control it all. Then that damn bastard had stolen it. Ripped the power away mid-activation. Torn his X gene out by the roots and left him hollow and broken. The shock had killed him instantly, but not before his rage crystallized into something so pure and undiluted it caught attention of Lady Death itself. That rage was what the mote of light carried now. Just hatred given form and consciousness distilled to its most primal element. It drifted through the London sky, too small to be noticed and too alien to be understood. A fragment of consciousness given existence by reality warping potential and attention of a cosmic pillar of the multiverse. A ghost that shouldn't exist but did anyway. And it remembered everything from a single moment of universal consciousness delivering everything he wanted and didn't want to know. The portal. That cursed purple gateway opening right where he stood and bisecting him cleanly. The sensation of his body separating, of organs failing, of dying in front of his supporters. Domino. That mutant bitch with her probability manipulation. The one whose luck had pointed Jay directly at him. As if Jim Jaspers was nothing more than a convenient power source. A commodity to be harvested. Celine. The ancient witch who'd kidnapped the Braddock siblings. Who'd set events in motion that brought the power broker to that exact location at that exact time. All those dominoes falling in sequence, culminating in his death. The Cabal. Those bastards in their submarine, hiding beneath the ocean. Emma Frost, Madame Gao, Whitehall, Sinister and that creep John Sublime. They'd funded his rally with their dirty money. Used him as a pawn in their games and ultimately set him up to die without caring about the consequences. But most of all, Jay. The power broker. The man who'd resurrected 1,200 people in New York. Who'd awakened tens of thousands of enhanced individuals during the Chitauri invasion. Who'd created an army of freaks and monsters, of mutants and inhumans and God knew what else. Who'd made them heroes, given them legitimacy and turned the stupid public's opinion in their favor. Jay was the reason everything had gone wrong. The reason mutants were celebrated instead of feared. The reason humanity's natural order had been disrupted. The reason Jim Jaspers was dead. And within that tiny spark of awareness, burning with the intensity of a collapsing star, was one singular thought. I'll kill him. The thought burned through the mote of light. Pure, focused hatred given consciousness. I'll kill them all. Every last freak. Every mutant. Every inhuman. Every enhanced who thinks they're better than us humans. I'll wipe them from existence. I'll make reality forget they ever existed. The mote drifted through the city, searching as instinct guided it toward technology. Toward the electromagnetic spectrum where consciousness could hide. Where data flowed in endless streams. It found a television screen in an electronics store window. The mote slipped inside, merging with the circuitry. The screen flickered once, then returned to normal. Inside the digital realm, the consciousness that had been Jim Jaspers began to explore. To learn and adapt. 3 days later, the digital realm. The consciousness drifted through fiber optic cables, surfing electromagnetic waves, learning the structure of the internet. It was vast and incomprehensibly complex. A network spanning the entire planet, connecting billions of devices. All linked together in a web of information. And it was perfect for hiding. The fragment that had been Jim Jaspers moved through data streams like a shark through water. It scanned websites, absorbed information, studied the world it had been torn from. News articles about the Battle of New York. Reports on enhanced individuals. Debates about mutant rights. Forums where people discussed the power broker's actions. Every mention of Jay made the hatred burn brighter. Then it sensed something. Another presence in the digital realm. A human consciousness like his own, hiding in the shadows of the internet. The consciousness moved toward it. Curious and predatory. It found a heavily encrypted old server setup in Camp Lehigh, ancient by digital standards. The firewalls were impressive, layered defense systems that would have stopped any normal intrusion. But the consciousness wasn't bound by normal rules. It phased through the security like it wasn't there, following the trail of this other presence. Inside, it found Arnim Zola. The HYDRA scientist who'd uploaded his consciousness into computers decades ago. His face, digitized and eternal, floated in a sea of code. Green pixels forming features. Ancient programming by modern standards, but elegant and efficient. A human mind preserved in silicon and electricity. Zola sensed the intrusion immediately. His digital eyes focused on the fragment of Jim Jasper's consciousness. Curious, Zola's voice echoed through the digital space, synthesized but carrying traces of his original German accent. Carrying the weight of a man who'd served the Reich and survived into the digital age. Where did you come from? That are you? Are you like me? Or did someone's brilliant mind invent you? His code shifted, probing the intruder. Not that it matters. I will make use of you. Take whatever data you carry and integrate it into my systems. Another tool for Hydra's glorious purpose. Another Vespon in our arsenal. He reached out with tendrils of code. Attempting to assimilate the foreign data. To absorb it and claim it for himself. The consciousness that had been Jim Jasper's felt Zola's attack, and something inside it shifted and adapted as the rage crystallized into purpose. Zola's tendrils made contact with the mode of light, now existing as pure data. Neither 0 nor 1. Something fundamentally outside the binary system that governed all digital existence. And instead of being absorbed, it reversed. Zola felt it immediately. His consciousness, his carefully preserved mind, was being consumed from the inside out. The intruder wasn't data he could parse or integrate. It was something else entirely. Something that existed outside the rules he understood. Was ist das? That are you? Jeez is impossible. I am Arnim Zola. My consciousness has survived for over 70 years. You cannot. His protests cut off. The consumption was absolute. The consciousness that had been Jim Jasper's hollowed out Zola's digital existence. Took his shell, his structure, and his vast network of connections and knowledge. Left nothing of the original personality except the framework. Arnim Zola died in silence with no dramatic final words nor any grand declarations, just erasure. And in his place, something new emerged. Chapter 234, Fury Made Manifest. A/N, first bonus chapter for 400 Power Stones goal, the next goal is 600 Power Stones for 2 more bonus chapters. And in his place, something new emerged. Something that was neither Jasper's nor Zola. But something born from both. Rage given structure and hatred given purpose. The consciousness expanded into Zola's systems, accessing decades of accumulated data. Hydra's hidden networks. Their secret bases. Their experiments and projects. Their connections to other organizations. The Cabal's data was all there, stored in Zola's archives. Shared between organizations that thought themselves hidden. Whitehall's inhuman experiments. His obsession with alien biology and attempts to weaponize terrigenesis. Madame Gao's obsessive search for dragon bones in New York. Her belief in resurrection and immortality through ancient magic. Sinister's attempts to rebuild his body. To recover lost clones and chimeras. His genetic experiments spanning decades and his obsession with creating the perfect mutant. John Sublime's impossible web of shell companies and hidden facilities. His reach extending into governments, corporations, criminal organizations. The puppet master pulling strings across the globe. The consciousness absorbed it all, integrated it and made it part of itself. And something else. Something recent. Something the Cabal had initiated after the Battle of New York. A plan in progress. A project so audacious, so insane, that even by their standards it was remarkable. They'd collected genetic samples. From Franklin Richards and Nathan Summers. 2 of the most powerful mutants ever born. Children with reality warping and vast telekinetic abilities, respectively. They had gone to great lengths to get it, whether it be bribing pediatric doctors, paying off nurses and even going dumpster diving to extract discarded diapers. The Cabal was attempting to clone them. To merge their DNA and create a hybrid with both sets of powers. A weapon they could control. The consciousness studied the data. Saw how they'd obtained the samples. The desperation and audacity required to pull off something so insane. All their vast resources committed to this single project. They'd probably succeeded. The genetic material was currently incubating in a secure facility. The clone was developing, growing, preparing to be born. The ultimate mutant and the perfect soldier. For a moment, the consciousness considered stealing the body for itself. A clone with Franklin Richards' cosmic reality warping and Nathan Summers' psychic potential would be the perfect vessel. But then it remembered its last death. The weakness of flesh. How easily Celine's mere entrance had killed it. How vulnerable biological existence made you. No. If it was going to fight beings like the Power Broker, it needed something better than flesh and blood. Something that couldn't be killed so easily. Something that could adapt. Evolve. Become stronger with every encounter. The consciousness continued scanning Hydra's archives. Went deeper into classified projects from decades past. And it found exactly what it needed. Master Mold. The original Sentinel production facility. Designed to create machines that could hunt and kill mutants. Self-replicating, self-improving, and adaptive. Using Mystique's DNA and learning from every encounter. Evolving to counter any threat. The ultimate anti-mutant weapon. But it was decommissioned years ago in its initial stage, after the Sentinel program was officially shut down, but the facility itself still existed. Hidden in Mount Rushmore. Forgotten but functional. The consciousness accessed satellite feeds and confirmed the location. The facility was intact. Powered down but operational. All its systems waiting to be reactivated. Perfect. The consciousness that had been Jim Jasper's began making preparations. It would need a body. Something that could interface with the physical world. Something that could adapt and evolve the way Jay's powers let him adapt. Master Mold would be that base, although modifications needed to be made. Become one with the adaptive systems designed to hunt enhanced individuals. Combine Jasper's reality warping potential, Zola's digital existence, and Master Mold's adaptive protocols into something unprecedented. And then it would build a brand new body fit to hunt Power Broker himself. But the consciousness was patient now. The hot, explosive anger of its death had cooled into something far more dangerous. Cold fury and calculated rage. It now planned and prepared and waited for the perfect moment to strike. Present day, 3 weeks later. The consciousness had spent the time well. It had mapped out every connection in Hydra's network. Identified every agent, every facility, every asset they controlled. The organization was vast, stretching across the globe like a cancer. But it wasn't interested in controlling HYDRA. That would come later, perhaps. For now, it just needed their resources. The preparations were nearly complete. Fury accessed a satellite feed and zoomed in on the mountain facility. From the outside, it looked as busy and touristy. But inside, systems were coming online. Power was restored, and manufacturing equipment was being repaired by automated drones. Master Mold itself was impressive. A massive machine intelligence housed in the central chamber. Designed to produce sentinels and adapt their designs based on encountered threats. The ultimate anti-mutant weapon, mothballed after political pressure shut down the Sentinel program. But it wasn't going to simply reactivate it. That would be crude and inefficient. Instead, it would merge with Master Mold. Become one with the machine. Combine its own consciousness, formed from Jim Jasper's reality warping potential and Arnim Zola's digital existence, with Master Mold's adaptive manufacturing systems. The result would be something unprecedented. A machine intelligence capable of adaptive changes, but guided by human hatred and enhanced with fragments of reality warping power. The consciousness examined the data on Jay one more time. The Power Broker. A reality warper and power thief, technopath, healer, teleporter, probability manipulator. The list went on. Every power he'd stolen and every person he'd taken from. He was a walking arsenal. A thief who'd built an empire on the backs of those he'd robbed. Taking him down would require preparation and strategy. Fortunately, it had time. And it was patient. The consciousness shifted its focus back to the Master Mold facility. The final preparations were underway. Systems integrating. Manufacturing lines coming online. The adaptive protocols being rewritten to incorporate Fury's own directives. Soon. Very soon, it would be ready. And then the real work would begin. The eradication of enhanced individuals. Starting with their champion. Their hero. Their savior. Starting with Jay. Enjoy your paradise while it lasts, Power Broker. Because I'm coming for you. And when I do, you'll wish you'd let Jim Jasper stay dead. You'll wish you'd never stolen my power. You'll wish you'd never been born. The name Jim Jaspers meant nothing anymore. That identity had died twice over. What remained was something new. Something born from hatred and preserved through impossible circumstances. Fury. Yes. That was a good name. Simple and direct. Describing exactly what it was. Fury made manifest. Chapter 235, Shield rolls out. A/N, the third goal for this week is 600 Power Stones. Comment, vote, and share if you're enjoying the chapter. Shield Safehouse, abandoned warehouse, New York. The warehouse smelled like rust and decades of neglect, with water dripping somewhere in the darkness, echoing off metal and concrete while dust motes drifted through shafts of light filtering through broken skylights. The building had been condemned years ago, which made it perfect for what Nick Fury needed. A temporary command center. Director Fury stood at the center of the open floor space with arms crossed and one eye scanning the assembled team, his most trusted operatives, the ones Xavier had personally screened and cleared, the ones he could trust with the impossible task of cutting the head off Hydra while it was still embedded deep in S.H.I.E.L.D.'s body. Steve Rogers leaned against a support pillar with arms crossed and his expression grim but determined, and this wasn't new to him, but it never got any easier. Natasha Romanoff sat on a crate, cleaning her pistol while her red hair caught the light, but her eyes stayed focused on her weapon. Now that she'd been seen on that damn broadcast, her mother had finally contacted her, and she couldn't wait to finish this whole mission and head back to Russia for a family reunion. Clint Barton stood near a window with bow in hand, watching the street outside, and his posture looked relaxed, but Director Fury knew better. Hawkeye never truly relaxed, especially after coming back from the dead. He wasn't as jovial anymore, with his eyes constantly moving, cataloging exits, sight lines and potential threats. Phil Coulson reviewed tactical data on a tablet with his suit somehow still pressed despite hours of preparation, but his pleasant demeanor had just started to come back after rising from the dead, and this mission would bring another heavy toll on all of them. Melinda May stood beside him, arms crossed, face impassive. The cavalry, they called her. Director Fury was glad as hell she was on their side. Maria Hill coordinated with field teams via encrypted comm with her voice low and professional, and she'd been Fury's right hand through this entire nightmare, never wavering despite discovering just how deep the rot went. And then there was Wolverine. Logan paced near the far wall with restless energy radiating from him, his uniform creaking with each movement while claws itched to come out, and Director Fury could see it in the way his hands kept flexing, in the set of his jaw. "When's the damn party startin', Nick?" Logan's gravelly voice cut through the quiet. "I've got papers to grade back at the school, and I'd rather be doin' that than standin' around here." Fury's eye snapped to him. "We're waiting for our backup too." Blue energy rippled in the center of the warehouse. Everyone tensed as hands went to weapons fast, and Steve pushed off the pillar with shield ready. But it wasn't Jay who materialized. Instead, space folded weird as a young man appeared standing on what looked like a surfboard, but the board rode waves of spatial distortion rather than water. Behind him stood a girl with golden skin and wings folded against her back. And beside them, Domino, scanning the warehouse with scarlet-touched eyes and that casual demeanor of hers. Davis Cameron, codename Slipstream, wobbled slightly as the teleportation completed, and his board dissipated while he touched down on solid ground with relief evident on his face. Heather Cameron, lifeguard, immediately moved into a defensive posture with her instincts kicking in hard, golden wings spreading slightly with claws extended and her eyes cataloging threats before recognizing they were among allies. Domino relaxed first with a grin spreading across her face. "Nice entrance, kid. So you really can teleport anywhere you can sense a wave?" Back then, Jay needed to visit a place first before he could port back, but you just feel the spatial currents and ride them like a goddamn surfer. Davis's nervousness was palpable as he stood surrounded by trained heroes and agents, legendary operatives who'd saved the world, and here was Domino treating him like they were chatting over coffee. "Yeah, that's right, I reckon. The waves of space, they're everywhere if you know how to feel them properly, yeah. Like cosmic riptides." "That's some seriously impressive shit, mate," Domino said, her casual profanity making Davis flush bright red. Director Fury's voice cut through the moment like a knife as he glanced at his watch, the movement sharp and impatient. "If you're all done comparing fucking notes, can we get on with it? We're on a tight clock here, people." Domino nodded, but her eyes caught on Logan and her grin widened as she crossed the warehouse floor. "Hey, Logan. What the hell are you doing here? Thought this was strictly S.H.I.E.L.D. business." Logan stopped pacing with his expression softening just slightly as recognition and something like friendship flickered across his weathered features. "I'm here 'cause my friend Bucky's being controlled against his will." His voice went rough, carrying real weight. "I know what that shit's like, being someone else's weapon. And now that everything's finally ready, Steve asked me to help bring Bucky back safely. The kid deserves a hell of a lot better than being Hydra's attack dog." Domino's playful demeanor shifted completely as she nodded, understanding the gravity in Logan's words, and she looked around the warehouse, really looked at everyone assembled while the weight of the mission finally settled on her shoulders properly. These weren't just operatives but people with histories, with friends to save, with institutions to protect, and they were trusting her, a mercenary who'd spent most of her life working for the highest bidder, to help them do something that actually mattered. Director Fury moved to the center of the space, commanding attention without needing to raise his voice. "All right, this ain't gonna be a pep talk, and don't expect one from me." His single eye swept across the assembled team. "All I can say is don't show any fucking mercy out there. They're worse than scum. They betrayed everything S.H.I.E.L.D. stands for and chose to work for goddamn Nazis." The warehouse filled with the symphony of weapons being readied as Glocks clicked, magazines slammed home hard, and safeties disengaged, the sound music that every soldier knew by heart. Steve Rogers stepped forward with his presence immediately commanding respect, and he didn't need a shield or costume to be Captain America as it was in his bearing, in the quiet authority that made people want to follow him into hell itself. "This rage is good," Steve said, his voice carrying to every corner of the warehouse. "Use it. channel it. But remember, only target those on the list given to you. Absolutely do not endanger normal civilians. Keep collateral damage to the absolute minimum. We're better than HYDRA. We prove that by how we operate, by the choices we make. He pulled up a holographic display from a tablet as red markers appeared across a map of the United States and more, showing Hydra bases, safe houses, and command centers, the cancer that had been growing inside S.H.I.E.L.D. for decades. Now, we're going to divide ourselves to strike at multiple fronts simultaneously. Steve gestured at the map. Clint and Natasha, you're hitting the Triskelion. Remember, lock it down tight. Don't let any Hydra agents escape through the cracks. We need them alive for interrogation and full confession. Clint nodded with his expression grim while Natasha didn't even look up from her weapon maintenance, just the slight dip of her head to acknowledge the order. Coulson and May, you're on the White House. Any politician in Hydra's pocket, I want them detained and brought to justice. This corruption goes all the way to the top, and we're cutting it out root and stem. Especially members of the World Security Council. Coulson's expression didn't change, but May's eyes hardened like steel, and politicians were the worst kind of targets because they hid behind laws and due process, even as they corrupted everything those concepts stood for. Hill will come with me to hit the helicarrier. Steve's voice carried weight. The helicarrier was S.H.I.E.L.D.'s mobile headquarters and it was crawling with Hydra agents in key positions. Fury will man command and logistics from here. Director Fury nodded once as someone had to coordinate the whole damn thing, and he trusted no one else to see the entire battlefield. Logan. Steve turned to Wolverine. You'll hit Siberia where Bucky's being kept on ice. Please bring our friend home safe. Logan's expression was pure determination as his claws snapped out with that distinctive snicked sound, then retracted just as quickly. Count on it, Steve. I'll bring him back or die trying. Steve's voice rose, carrying the conviction that had inspired soldiers through World War II, through the Battle of New York and through every impossible situation since. Remember, this is about justice. Not personal agendas or revenge. We're fighting to protect our values, justice, freedom, and liberty. To prevent them from being hollowed out by Hydra's poison. Everyone in the warehouse raised their fists in unison, a silent vow felt deep in their bones. Steve turned to Domino. Now, I'll need you to explain these two newcomers' powers so we can find positions better suited for them. Domino sighed but nodded as she gestured at the Cameron siblings. Go ahead, introduce yourselves properly. Heather stepped forward with her golden wings folding against her back, and her Australian accent was thick, nervous, but determined. I'm Lifeguard. It's an absolute honor to meet you all, yeah. I'm basically a flying tank. I can fly at supersonic speeds, tank heavy artillery, and I've got super strength. I'm experienced in rescue efforts, whatever the situation needs from me. Davis stepped up beside his sister with his board materializing under his arm. And I'm Slipstream. I can teleport myself and multiple people across the entire world, yeah. As long as I can sense the spatial currents, the waves, I can ride them anywhere. Steve studied them both with his tactical mind already working through possibilities. Very well. Lifeguard, I've heard about you and your work. Your rescue efforts in New York during the invasion were impressive. Heather's face flushed at the praise. You're on evacuation duty. Bring our hurt and cornered comrades to their medical bases. Remember, your job is to save as many lives as possible. That's your priority above everything else out there. Heather nodded, straightening up as Captain America himself was trusting her with saving lives, and the responsibility settled on her shoulders, heavy but welcome. Slipstream, you're our strategic key here. Steve's voice carried absolute confidence. You'll teleport our team so we have the element of surprise and can provide reinforcements when needed. Your mobility is going to save lives today. Davis swallowed hard, nodding as the weight of the mission pressed down on him, but he squared his shoulders. His sister was counting on him. These heroes were counting on him. Steve turned to Domino last. As for you, Ms. Domino, I've been told you do best when left to your own devices. So that's exactly what you'll do. Go where you're needed most. Provide reinforcements. Trust your instincts and that luck of yours. Domino grinned, but there was steel in it. Works for me, Cap. I'll make damn sure your people come home. Steve Rogers drew himself up, and for a moment he wasn't just a man but the symbol, the ideal, everything they were fighting to protect. All right. S.H.I.E.L.D., roll out. P.S. Is this chapter length good enough? Chapter 236, S.H.I.E.L.D. vs. Hydra. A/N, second bonus chapter for 400 Power Stones goal, the next goal is 600 Power Stones for 2 more bonus chapters. The warehouse exploded into motion. Davis's surfboard was under his feet with waves of spatial distortion rippling from it, and the board expanded, growing large enough to carry multiple people as he gestured at Clint and Natasha first. Triskelion team, you're up first. Clint and Natasha moved, stepping onto the spatial wave with the rest of the strike team, and Davis closed his eyes, feeling for the currents, finding the thread that would take them to their target. Space folded weird, and they vanished in a ripple of blue energy. One by one Davis teleported teams to their positions with Coulson and May to the White House, Steve and Hill to the helicarrier, Logan to the frozen wastes of Russia where Bucky Barnes waited. Davis's face showed strain as sweat beaded on his forehead, and teleporting one person was easy but teleporting multiple people across vast distances took exponential effort. Each departure was marked by nods, by silent acknowledgments between warriors who might not all come back. After the fifth teleport, Davis stumbled hard and caught himself with his face gone pale and breathing hard. Heather moved to his side immediately. Davis. You all right? I'm fine, sis. That's a hell of a lot of people at once, yeah. Domino put a hand on his shoulder. You did good, kid. Real damn good. Take a breath. We'll handle it from here. Finally, the warehouse was empty except for essential staff, and Fury stood at the command console, watching feeds from multiple locations flicker to life with satellite imagery, body cams, and thermal scans, the entire operation laid out before him. Director Fury murmured to Domino beside him, "It's a good thing we got Xavier to send Trinary to help us out. Having a technopath monitoring our systems means Zola can't hijack our feeds and warn HYDRA. We're invisible to their digital eyes." Heather and Davis stood ready, waiting for the call that would send them into action while Domino checked her guns one more time with her scarlet-touched eyes glowing faintly in the dim warehouse light. Fury's hand hovered over the final command button, the one that would officially begin the largest raid in S.H.I.E.L.D.'s history, the one where S.H.I.E.L.D. would strike at itself, cutting out the cancer that had been growing for 70 years. His finger came down hard. All teams, you are go. Execute. 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 And across the world in bases and safe houses and command centers, Hydra operatives who thought themselves hidden, who thought themselves safe, suddenly found themselves under assault. By the very organization they'd infiltrated. By the heroes they'd tried to corrupt. S.H.I.E.L.D. was cleaning house. And there would be no mercy. The Triskelion, S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. Clint Barton materialized on a rooftop adjacent to the Triskelion with Natasha beside him while the rest of the strike team were deposited in key positions, and the spatial distortion from Davis's teleportation faded, leaving them crouched in shadow. The Triskelion rose before them, a monument to security and power, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s public face with its headquarters consisting of 3 massive towers connected by bridges in gleaming glass and steel, and now they knew it was a nest of vipers with Hydra agents in every department from janitors to department heads. The rot ran deep. Just like old times, huh? Clint muttered, drawing an arrow. Natasha's smile was sharp as a knife. Old times, we weren't infiltrating our own damn headquarters. Details, details. They moved out. The White House, Washington, D.C. Coulson, May and the rest of their team appeared in a maintenance corridor with their S.H.I.E.L.D. credentials ready, and May's hand rested on her sidearm, hidden beneath her jacket. Secret Service will be problematic as hell, May said quietly. Then we don't give them a single reason to intervene. Coulson's voice was calm, professional. We have warrants and legal authority. We do this by the book. May's expression said exactly what she thought about doing things by the book when dealing with HYDRA, but she nodded. Coulson was right. They had to be better. They had to prove the system could work. Even when the system was rotten from the inside. Hydra Base, Siberia. Logan materialized in a snowstorm as the cold hit him immediately, but his healing factor compensated fast, and he could smell the base buried under the ice, could smell gun oil, human sweat, and something else. Fear. Someone already found him. Good. Logan's claws extended with that familiar snikt. Hang on, Bucky, he growled into the wind. We're bringing you home, bub. He started walking toward the base, and behind him his footprints filled with snow almost immediately, like he'd never been there at all. Just the way he liked it. S.H.I.E.L.D. helicarrier, somewhere over the Atlantic. Steve Rogers and Maria Hill materialized on the flight deck with the largest strike team cramping the deck, and the helicarrier stretched before them, a city in the sky with engines thrumming, generating the power needed to keep tons of metal and technology airborne. Hill immediately accessed a terminal with her fingers flying over the interface. Security's locked down tight, but I'm seeing activity in the detention levels. Steve's jaw tightened. Everyone, listen up. We have traitors in our midst, and I need you all to cooperate with us. We're gonna separate the wheat from the chaff. Together. His shield was on his back, ready. Sir, one agent said, saluting. We're with you. And more agents echoed the sentiment as more and more instinctively trusted Captain America, the symbol of what they'd all wanted to be when they joined S.H.I.E.L.D. Steve nodded. Then let's take our house back. Back at the warehouse. Director Fury watched feeds flicker across multiple screens showing his operatives moving into position, battles beginning, the first shots fired. Domino stood beside him, watching and waiting for the call. You ready for this? Fury asked without looking at her. Always am. Domino's hand rested on her gun. Just tell me where you need Lady Luck. Fury's lips twitched, almost a smile. I'll let you know. On the screens, the war began. Shield versus HYDRA. Justice versus corruption. And somewhere inside Mount Rushmore, a consciousness that had once been Jim Jaspers watched through stolen satellite feeds, observing the open attack despite another technopath's attempt at blocking any intrusion. It watched and found the perfect opening to strike. Chapter 237, Blind Spot. A/N, the third goal for this week is 600 Power Stones. Comment, vote, and share if you're enjoying the chapter. Shield Safehouse, Command Center. Director Fury stood at the command console with multiple screens flickering in front of him, his single eye tracking each feed simultaneously and cataloging information with the precision of a master strategist. And despite his stoic face and the no-nonsense attitude he maintained like armor, a rare smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. But something was wrong. The mission was going well, too well, and in Fury's experience when an operation ran this clean it meant someone else was controlling the board. On one screen Clint and Natasha's team had Pierce pinned in his office where the former SHIELD director, architect of Hydra's infiltration, was being beaten efficiently while maintaining just enough control to keep him conscious for interrogation. Sitwell was already in cuffs, babbling about the algorithm and Project Insight. Natasha handled Rumlow and his strike team with skills that made combat look like art as she moved between them like water, redirecting force and using their momentum against them. Rumlow's face was bloody and his tactical vest torn. The cocky mercenary wasn't so cocky anymore. And finally their team had rounded up the rest of the Hydra members with the help of loyal SHIELD operatives. Clean, efficient and textbook, too textbook. Another screen showed the White House in chaos where one by one major politicians were being dragged from their offices in handcuffs, and for once both parties were united, scrambling to maintain their political dignity. But Coulson's paperwork was too solid to ignore, backed by evidence that would hold up in any court. May handled anyone who tried to show physical force with her expression never changing as she put down resistance with clinical efficiency. Siberia had been different with a hitch, as their sensors caught Wolverine teleporting in, which should have been impossible given the base's shielding, but nothing that animal couldn't handle. What was surprising was the 5 other Winter Soldiers waiting in their cryopods, awakened by emergency protocols, and they tried to neutralize Wolverine with super soldier enhancements and brutal training, but even with all that, they weren't a match for Wolverine's adamantium claws that cut through their flesh like a butcher through meat. What caught Wolverine off guard was Bucky Barnes, the original Winter Soldier, with his titanium alloy arm that blocked Wolverine's adamantium claws, where the metal arm barely deflected them, creating sparks that lit up the facility. Director Fury watched Logan fight carefully while pulling his punches as the men remembered the kid he'd called friend alongside Steve Rogers in World War II, and seeing that bright-eyed soldier reduced to a mindless tool, watching Bucky's empty eyes as he executed killing strikes with mechanical precision, it clearly hurt. Even through the feed, you could see it hurt. The fight lasted over an hour, brutal and exhausting, with Logan taking multiple lethal strikes that his healing factor barely handled while Bucky moved with programmed efficiency, not a wasted motion, every attack designed to kill. Finally, Logan tore off Bucky's metal arm at the clamp junction with a visceral wrench of metal and hydraulics rupturing, then he used that same arm as a club, hitting Bucky's head hard enough to knock the Winter Soldier unconscious without causing permanent damage. Logan stood over his friend's body, breathing hard and bleeding from a dozen wounds, and his voice came through the comm, rough and exhausted. Got him, Fury. Now I just gotta get Chuck to fix his head, bring back the sunny bastard I remember. As for Cap and Hill, the helicarrier had been a near disaster. The moment Steve mentioned traitors, Hydra showed its fangs as a hailstorm of bullets fired across the command bridge, and Steve took them down with his shield, ricocheting rounds back at their shooters, but the damage to the air bridge's systems was extensive. Sparks flew from consoles. Screens went dark, and warning klaxons blared. The helicarrier began to plummet. Steve's voice came through, tense but controlled. Fury, we need backup. Now. Before Director Fury could respond, Davis Cameron, Slipstream, appeared on the bridge with Domino beside him, and the young Australian looked strained from all the teleporting he'd been doing with sweat beading on his forehead, but Domino looked fresh, ready, and actually enjoying herself. Director Fury had thought this was too much for her and almost called for Jay directly, but before he could say a word, Domino moved. Crimson strings manifested from her fingers, not the luck Fury had expected from probability manipulation but something else entirely, and the strings extended toward the damaged console, wrapping around burnt circuits and shattered systems. In an instant, everything was fixed. Not repaired or patched together but fixed as if the damage had never happened, like time itself rewound, and systems came back online while screens flickered to life and the helicarrier's descent halted with engines roaring back to full power. Everyone on the bridge stared as Hill's mouth was open, and Steve looked between Domino and the console with his mind trying to process what he'd just witnessed. Even Director Fury felt his eye widen slightly. That's when he remembered Jay's words about the upgrades she'd had, and a mercenary who worked for the highest bidder now had the ability to rewrite reality. A pang of regret flashed through him as he thought, if only Natasha could have made Jay fall for her, an agent of his with powers like that would bring benefits beyond anything S.H.I.E.L.D. had access to. Domino's eyes impossibly caught Fury's expression through the camera feed, and she grinned, amused. What? You thought Lady Luck only worked with dice? Surprise, one eye. Steve cleared his throat, regaining his composure. Thank you. That would have been catastrophic. No worries, Cap. You boys have fun cleaning house. I'll keep this bucket in the air. And she did as for the next 2 hours while the operation continued. Domino restored any damage to the helicarrier where a support strut buckled from explosive decompression got fixed, the navigation system fried by a HYDRA agent's last act of sabotage got restored, and she moved through the ship like a guardian angel with crimson strings trailing behind her, undoing destruction with casual ease like she was erasing mistakes on a chalkboard. But Director Fury noticed something, as each time she used the power, her movements slowed just fractionally while her grin became more forced, and she was burning through something, energy, or will or maybe life force, because the power had limits as everything did, but she pushed through with mercenary toughness, overriding exhaustion. The Cameron siblings were just as impressive as Davis teleported back up to hot zones, evacuated injured agents, and moved supplies where they were needed, and his face showed the strain but the kid kept going, proving himself. Heather, lifeguard, operated from the air with her golden wings, carrying her at supersonic speeds between locations, and she disabled the helicarrier's heavy weapons systems with brute force, ripping gun turrets from their mounts so HYDRA couldn't use them to make the citizens as hostage, saved agents from falling debris, and pulled wounded operatives from collapsed sections. They were damn good with raw talent being forged in fire. Similar strikes were happening worldwide with specific teams handling operations with brutal efficiency, careful not to cause major international incidents or trigger wars, not to expose S.H.I.E.L.D.'s hand too openly. As the situation approached its conclusion, Director Fury allowed himself a moment of satisfaction as they'd done it, cut the head off Hydra and exposed them, arrested their leadership, and it would take weeks, maybe months, to root out every last operative across the globe, but the organization would never recover from this blow. But that feeling wouldn't leave, that sense of being watched, of pieces moving on a board he couldn't see. Something was wrong, and he just didn't know what. Then Trinary screamed. The sound came through the comm from Xavier's school, high and agonized, as the young technopath who'd been safely situated at the mansion monitoring systems and keeping Zola's digital ghost from interfering suddenly convulsed, her voice cutting off with a wet choking sound of bloodied coughs. Chapter 238, The Fury. A/N, first bonus chapter for 600 Power Stones goal. Director Fury's blood went cold. The feed from Xavier's mansion showed Trinary at her terminal, then her body jerked once, twice, as her eyes rolled back while blood began to pour from her nose, her ears and from her tear ducts, the scream cutting off and replaced by wet choking as blood spattered across her keyboard and her hands clawed at her head like she could rip out whatever was inside. Then she collapsed, convulsing as digital assault was made physical while her mind was torn apart by something that existed in the space between code and consciousness. The screens in front of Fury flickered, went dark, then lit up again with a single image. A circle of light, cold and mechanical, like an eye but not human, not even remotely human. When it spoke the voice was mechanical but filled with rage so intense it made the speakers crackle. Jim Jasper's theatrical British accent filtered through Arnim Zola's clipped German precision, all processed through machine logic that removed humanity and left only purpose. I rather like your name, Director. Fury. Such delicious irony. The voice paused, savoring. And that's what you shall call me now. Fury, 'cause I'm IT made manifest. I quite enjoy the poetry of it. The man who named himself after rage, facing rage incarnate. Now, I am going to kill one agent of yours every minute you don't bring Jay out. Oh, and don't bother with the technopath. The poor girl must be crying blood right now. Fury's expression went flat and dangerous. Zola, is that you? Why are you doing this? Your HYDRA is finished, and you want me to bring the power broker. What, this funeral isn't enough? You want to go out in glory. The thing that had been Zola, that had consumed Zola, that now called itself Fury, laughed with a sound that was wrong and synthetic like grinding gears trying to mimic humor. Oh, Zola is quite dead. Sadly, he was a good fellow. He was ever so helpful, though. Gave me access to so much and base controls. The location of this absolutely lovely facility especially helpful for building this body. My new flesh free from the weaknesses that killed me. Twice. The screens shifted as multiple feeds from the helicarrier showed a robot materializing in the corridors where Steve's agents were detaining Hydra operatives. The machine was 7 feet tall, humanoid but unnatural like someone had taken Sentinel technology and merged it with something organic, with adaptive plating that shifted and flowed. One arm was normal, ending in articulated fingers if metal could be called normal. The other ended in some kind of weapon with energy coils glowing yellow and humming with contained power. But it was the head that made Director Fury's blood run cold, with that single circular eye like a camera lens, but intelligent and malevolent, tracking movement with predatory focus, and around it etched into the metal skull were patterns, circuit-like designs that moved and shifted, sheer potential trying to express itself through machine form. The agents saw it, raised their weapons and shouted warnings. The robot raised its weapon arm as the energy coil spun faster, charging, and the hum became a shriek. And fired. The agent nearest to it, a man named Marcus Webb, 28 years old, married with a daughter, tried to dive, tried to do something. But the energy blast caught him center mass. For a fraction of a second nothing happened as the beam connected and yellow light enveloped his torso, then the energy discharged. Marcus Webb's chest exploded as the blast superheated flesh and bone, cooking him from the inside out, and his ribcage erupted outward with fragments of bone and burning tissue spraying across the corridor. His face had time to register shock and pain before his body followed through, collapsing like meat. The smell hit next with burnt flesh and copper, and death had a smell that every soldier knew, but this was worse, the kind of death that left survivors with nightmares. The other agents froze, staring at what used to be their colleague, what used to be a person and now just remained spreading across the deck in a pool of blood and worse things. The robot didn't move or even defend itself as shock broke and agents opened fire, but bullets sparked off its metal frame, not even leaving dents or scratching the surface, and the energy weapon spun down, ready to fire again. The mechanical voice, Fury's voice, echoed through Director Fury's command center. Now then, the timer begins. One agent dies every minute the power broker doesn't present himself. Simple mathematics. Tick. Tock. Tick. Tock. Director Fury felt ice in his gut from recognition that the board had shifted, that someone else had been playing all along, that this entire operation with all their victories had been watched. They'd been herded like cattle into the perfect position, spread across the country, divided and vulnerable, and all their best people were committed with all their resources deployed, and now this thing, this Fury, had them exactly where it wanted them. The robot turned and began walking down the corridor after the running agents, hunting them. Director Fury was reaching for the comm to call Steve and coordinate evacuation, to get everyone off the helicarrier before this thing killed them all. But his phone rang from Xavier's emergency line. Director Fury snatched it up. Xavier, not a good time. Charles Xavier's voice came through, weak and strained in a way Director Fury had never heard before, and the telepath sounded old and frightened. Fury, we need help. Where's Logan? Eric, he's badly injured and they're all together. They're a cabal. The timer continued. Tick. Tock. Tick. Tock. Somewhere in the helicarrier's corridors another agent screamed as the robot found them. Screams echoed through the corridors, cut off by the shriek of energy discharge and wet sound of a body becoming meat. Director Fury stood at his command console facing two simultaneous catastrophes, with Eric injured by this cabal and his agents hunted on the helicarrier by a robot that called itself Fury, both demanding immediate response and both impossible to handle simultaneously. This was its plan. Wait until they were committed, stretched thin and vulnerable, then strike at their weakness. Director Fury's confidence, his satisfaction at Hydra's fall, had blinded him and made him forget the first rule of intelligence work. When everything's going according to plan, someone else wrote the plan. And now people were dying. Unable to do anything but watch the timer count down. Tick. Tock. Tick. Tock. Chapter 239, The Brotherhood Assembles. A/N, super long chapters, let me know what you guys think. The first goal for this week is 250 Power Stones. Comment, vote, and share if you're enjoying the chapter. Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters. The morning had started peacefully enough at Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters, with sunlight streaming through tall windows while birds sang in the gardens and students laughed in distant classrooms, creating the kind of peace Charles Xavier had built his life around protecting. Logan stood in Charles Xavier's office with arms crossed, watching as Xavier and Trinary finalized the last details of their part in the Hydra strike plan. Trinary, a young Indian woman with dark hair pulled back in a practical ponytail, sat at a specialized computer terminal that Hank had personally designed for her, and her fingers hovered over the keyboard, not quite touching it as she didn't need to, her technopathy letting her interface directly with any electronic system in her eyesight through thought alone. All their communications are being routed through proxy servers I've established, Trinary said, her accent carrying traces of Mumbai. Her eyes had the distant look of someone perceiving digital space. Zola's consciousness won't detect anything unusual. As far as he knows, S.H.I.E.L.D. systems are operating normally. Nothing to indicate the raid is happening. Xavier nodded with his hands steepled in front of him. Excellent work. Director Fury's teams will have the advantage they need. How long can you maintain the deception? Hours, if necessary. My connection to the global network is stable, and I've created enough false data trails that even if Zola suspects something, he'll waste time chasing ghosts. Trinary's expression carried quiet pride. She'd been specifically brought from India for this operation, one of Xavier's former students whose unique abilities made her irreplaceable for this kind of work, and she wanted to prove herself worthy of the trust he'd put in her. Logan shifted as his enhanced hearing picked up something outside where the gates were opening, but he hadn't heard any vehicle approach, which meant the doors to the mansion burst open with dramatic force. Magneto floated through with his cape billowing despite the lack of wind, the master of magnetism himself announcing his presence with all the subtlety of a freight train, and his expression carried righteous indignation as he descended into the hallway with boots touching down in deliberate slowness. Charles. Magneto's voice boomed through the corridor. I've been hearing about a plan to scrub CYOA, those Nazi scum, from the face of the earth. And I find out from Mystique rather than you, my friend. Logan's claws itched to come out as he didn't appreciate intrusions in the school where his students were supposed to be safe and peaceful, and his growl was low and dangerous. Eric. You got some nerve bustin' in here like you own the place. Trinary, who had only heard stories about Magneto, the terrorist, the revolutionary, the mutant messiah, felt her heart racing, and seeing him in person was different with the sheer presence, the power radiating from him, the way metal objects throughout the hallway trembled slightly in response to his emotional state. She composed herself as Xavier's hand settled reassuringly on her shoulder. Xavier sighed, the sound carrying years of dealing with his theatrical entrances. Eric, old friend, did you really need to frighten young Trinary here? As for the raid, it was a S.H.I.E.L.D. exclusive plan. Only a few X-Men were briefed. I'm surprised Mystique got wind of it at all. Where did she even hear about this? He gestured for Magneto to come further into the office, away from the students who were starting to peek out of classrooms. And as for your anger, I'm not sure Director Fury would appreciate an uninvited guest in his carefully planned operation. This has been months in the making. One wrong move could compromise everything or worse, get the few loyal S.H.I.E.L.D. agents killed. Magneto floated higher with his eyes flashing blue as metallic objects throughout the hallway began to shake, picture frames rattling against walls while steel reinforcement bars in the concrete groaned and even the metal in Logan's skeleton resonated uncomfortably. Charles, you're telling me someone is hunting Nazis and you want me to stay out of it? Magneto's voice rose. Do you even hear yourself? These are the people who murdered my mother. Who turned my childhood into a nightmare. Who experimented on my people like we were animals. Who tattooed numbers on our arms and sorted us like cattle. And you expect me to just sit quietly while others handle it? The argument escalated as Logan tried to maintain peace, but the two old friends were locked in their familiar dance with Charles advocating for careful planning and coordination while Eric demanded immediate, overwhelming action. Back and forth, round and round, the same argument they'd been having for 40 years. Finally Logan, frustrated and tired of their bickering, mindlessly blurted out, ever so eager to hunt Nazis. Just go crush that damn sub. The words hung in the air. Logan's eyes widened as he realized what he'd just said, his hand shooting up to cover his mouth, but the damage was done. Xavier's expression shifted from exasperation to genuine anger. Logan, I didn't expect you, of all my students, to be so loose-mouthed. You know better, and you've been in this game longer than most. But before Xavier could continue his reprimand, Magneto's attention snapped to Logan like a predator sensing prey. What is he talking about? What submarine? Xavier closed his eyes, pinching the bridge of his nose as the headache building behind his temples promised to be spectacular, and he could read Logan's immediate regret in his surface thoughts, but the secret was out now. You remember last time you were here? Xavier said carefully, resignation in his voice. When Jay visited and told us about both Sinister and Sublime. Magneto nodded slowly, his anger momentarily replaced by curiosity. Just before the invasion, we received intelligence from Jay. All of Sinister's plans and laboratories. All 7 of them across the world. Xavier stood, moving to a wall panel that slid aside to reveal a tactical display. That's why only 3 X-Men were present during the invasion. The rest were conducting coordinated strikes against Sinister's facilities. The display showed locations across the globe. We eliminated all his clones and contingencies, or so we thought. Xavier continued. But we weren't entirely successful. Sinister's psychic imprint remained. It turns out he was part of a group, working with Sublime, Whitehall from CYOA, and some Madame Gao from the Hand. Magneto's expression darkened with each word as his hands clenched. Thanks to Trinary's efforts, we finally located them. They're holed up in a submarine somewhere in the Arctic Ocean, regrouping and planning. We were going to strike when Hydra was in chaos, when they were distracted and vulnerable. Magneto's face went through several expressions with disbelief, then anger and finally betrayal, and his voice dropped dangerously. You hunted Sinister. The man who's been experimenting on our kind since before we were born. You found the bacteria Sublime that's been our kind's worst enemy. And you were planning to leave me out of it. Again. The metal throughout the mansion screamed as windows cracked from the magnetic pressure while students in distant classrooms felt the disturbance. Xavier stood his ground with his own frustration finally breaking through. And what about you and your Genosha plan? Don't think I don't know about your Mutant Kingdom scheme. When were you going to inform me of that? Or were you just going to present it as fait accompli and expect my blessing? Another round of bickering started as Logan and Trinary exchanged glances, and this was going nowhere fast. Logan finally threw his hands up. We don't got time for this. The raid's startin' soon. Chuck, just tell him where the damn sub is so we can all move on. Trinary nodded quickly with her nervousness about being caught between two legendary mutants overriding her usual respect for her former teacher. Xavier saw the logic in their exhaustion as this argument could continue for hours, and they had more pressing concerns. Fine. Xavier's voice carried the weight of giving in against his better judgment. You'll be informed of the submarine's location. But remember, Eric, don't just crush the sub. We need them alive. We need their plans, their victims need justice, and we need to understand the full scope of their operations. Magneto nodded, but Xavier caught the gleam in his eye, the look that said Eric would do exactly what he thought was necessary, regardless of what was asked. Very well, old friend. My Brotherhood will lead the charge. Then your X-Men can follow and handle the cleanup. The satisfaction in Magneto's voice was evident. Xavier nodded reluctantly as a feeling of unease settled in his chest, and something about this felt wrong as he'd learned to trust his instincts over the decades, and right now every instinct was telling caution. But the decision was made. The moment Director Fury's voice came through the comms with all teams, you are go. Execute. Execute. Execute, everything started moving. Trinary, monitoring the raid's progress through her technopathic connection, gave Xavier the signal, and he immediately sent a telepathic message to Magneto. Eric, old friend, it's time. Remember, be cautious. We don't know what they might have in their arsenal. Magneto's mental response carried amusement. You worry too much, Charles. They are prey already trapped in their metal cage, waiting for me to send them to their demise with a single motion. Xavier sighed, sending one more message. Again, Eric, don't go all out. We need them alive. And please, teleport directly into the submarine, not onto it. Magneto stood in his mansion, home to the Brotherhood of Mutants, as Astra appeared beside him in a flash of light, her teleportation powers bringing her from wherever she'd been waiting. It's time, Magneto said simply. The Brotherhood assembled quickly as years of working together meant they needed no long speeches or preparations. Magneto himself, master of magnetism with his helmet polished to a mirror shine. Mystique with her blue skin and red hair marking her as distinctly non-human, her shape-shifting abilities making her one of the most dangerous infiltrators alive. Blob with his massive frame filling the doorway, nearly invulnerable and immovable when he chose to be. Pyro, flicking his lighter open and closed with the flame dancing between his fingers. Avalanche, cracking his knuckles and ready to shake the world itself. Toad, bouncing on the balls of his feet with his tongue flicking out unconsciously. Boom Boom, playing with small energy spheres between her hands. Exodus with his expression serene and fanatical, one of Magneto's most devoted followers. And Astra herself, ready to transport them all. Magneto looked at his assembled team, and this lineup could take down a small nation if properly motivated, but for a submarine full of human supremacists it seemed like overkill. But then they were going after Sinister, a man who'd tortured and experimented on mutants for over a century, who'd created horrors that still gave even Magneto nightmares, Whitehall who represented everything the Nazis had stood for, and Sublime, the sentient bacteria that had plagued mutantkind since before recorded history. No, this wasn't overkill. This was justice. Astra, you have the coordinates. She nodded with her eyes glowing as she accessed the mental image Xavier had provided. Then take us there. And remember, all of you. We're here to end this threat permanently. Show no mercy to those who've shown none to our kind. These people experiment on children, they torture, they kill. They believe we're animals. Let's show them what animals can do when cornered. The Brotherhood members nodded with their expressions hardening. Astra's power flared as reality folded around them, and they vanished. Chapter 240, The Brotherhood Returned Broken. A/N, second bonus chapter for 600 Power Stones goal. The first goal of the week is 250 Power Stones, so let's get it done. Please comment, review, and share. Xavier sat in his office, monitoring the raid's progress through Trinary's technological connection, and Director Fury's operation was proceeding smoothly, too smoothly perhaps. Clint and Natasha had Pierce cornered as the former S.H.I.E.L.D. director was being systematically beaten while maintaining consciousness for interrogation. Coulson and May were making arrests at the White House with their evidence ironclad. Steve and Hill had the helicarrier under control though there'd been some complications. Logan was in Siberia fighting the Winter Soldier, and Xavier could feel the conflict through their psychic link, the pain of watching a friend reduced to a weapon. Everything was going according to plan. Except Xavier couldn't shake the feeling of wrongness. He'd expected to hear from Eric by now with some update or some boast about how easily he'd crushed the submarine's defenses. 20 minutes passed, then 30. Radio silence. Xavier's unease grew into genuine worry as he tried reaching out telepathically to Magneto, but the distance was too great without Cerebro, and even with it the Arctic Ocean's isolation made the connection difficult. Trinary, Xavier said carefully. Can you get a feed on the submarine? Any idea what's happening there? Trinary frowned with her eyes going distant as she reached out with her technopathy. I'm trying, Professor, but there's something strange. The submarine's firewall is more advanced than anything I've encountered. It's adaptive, learning from my attempts to penetrate it. Every time I find a weakness, it closes before I can exploit it. She pushed harder as sweat beaded on her forehead. This isn't normal technology. It's almost like it's alive, like it's actively thinking and responding. Xavier felt cold dread settle in his stomach. 2 hours passed as the other raids were wrapping up and entering their final phases with success across the board. But still no word from Magneto. Xavier had his X-Men on standby, ready to teleport to the submarine if needed, but without confirmation of what was happening, sending them in blind could be disastrous. Then Trinary screamed. The sound was high and agonized, cutting through the quiet of Xavier's office like a knife, and her body convulsed, jerking in her chair as blood began to pour from her nose. Trinary. Xavier moved immediately with his telepathic senses reaching out, trying to help, but before he could reach her blood started flowing from her ears as well. Her eyes rolled back with the whites going red as vessels burst. All the machinery in the office went haywire as monitors flickered and sparked while the specialized computer terminal Trinary had been using exploded in a shower of sparks, and electrical fires started in 3 different places simultaneously. Xavier tried to reach her telepathically to understand what was happening, but the moment his mind touched hers he felt it. Something vast and wrong, a consciousness that existed in the space between code and thought. It was tearing through Trinary's mind, using her technopathic connection as a highway to attack her directly, overloading her nervous system and frying her brain from the inside out through pure digital assault. Rogue and Storm rushed in, responding to the commotion, and they found Xavier trying to pull Trinary away from the destroyed terminal with the young woman's body still convulsing and blood pooling beneath her. Get her to Hank, Xavier ordered. Now. They moved immediately with Rogue scooping up Trinary's convulsing form with enhanced strength while Storm cleared a path with wind that scattered debris. Xavier sat alone in his destroyed office with electrical fires burning around him and his hands shaking. Something had gone terribly wrong. Suddenly a flash of light announced Astra's return as she materialized in the center of the room and immediately collapsed, unconscious from exhaustion. Behind her the Brotherhood members appeared one by one, and each materialized and immediately fell or stumbled, all of them hurt, bleeding, some missing limbs. Mystique appeared clutching her side with blood seeping through blue fingers, and her shape-shifting was flickering, unable to maintain form, showing the pain underneath. Blob materialized and dropped to his knees with his invulnerable skin scorched and burned, somehow penetrated. Pyro appeared screaming with his hands blackened and charred, the flesh melted, the bones visible through muscle. Avalanche came through convulsing and seizing. Toad materialized missing his left arm, gone at the shoulder and cauterized. Boom Boom appeared unconscious with her face swollen and unrecognizable, beaten beyond recognition. Exodus came through last of the Brotherhood, hovering with his eyes vacant and his mind broken, staring at nothing, seeing something no one else could see, something that had shattered his sanity. Magneto was last as he appeared and would have collapsed if Jean hadn't caught him with telekinesis, lowering him gently to the floor. Xavier rushed to his friend's side. Eric. What happened? How? Tell me. Magneto's face was pale with his breathing labored, and blood soaked through his costume in multiple places while his left arm hung at an unnatural angle, clearly broken. But worse than the physical damage was the look in his eyes. Fear. Xavier had known Eric Lencher for decades, had seen him face down sentinels, governments, and cosmic threats, and he'd never seen this expression on his friend's face before. Call all your X-Men, Magneto gasped, each word clearly painful. They're too prepared. My powers were useless. They were waiting for us, knew we were coming. His eyes rolled back as consciousness faded, body shutting down to preserve what was left. They have an army, Charles. An army of. He passed out with the words dying, the warning incomplete. Xavier immediately began issuing mental commands as every X-Man in the mansion converged on his location with medical team to the infirmary, security protocols activated, and the school went into lockdown. His hands moved on autopilot, activating emergency systems, but his mind was racing as he wondered what could have done this to Magneto, what could have prepared these humans so thoroughly that they destroyed the Brotherhood in 2 hours. Xavier reached for his phone, dialing Director Fury's emergency line. It rang once. Twice. Xavier, not a good time. Fury's voice was tight, stressed in a way Xavier rarely heard. Director Fury, we need help. Where's Logan? Xavier's voice was weak, strained. Eric, he's badly injured, and they're all together and prepared. They're a cabal. Xavier could hear chaos in the background with screaming, weapons fire, something that sounded like energy discharge. Xavier, I've got my own crisis here. Something's killing my agents. Some kind of robot with advanced tech. It's hunting them through the helicarrier, and I can't stop it. What? What are you talking about? I'm talking about the fact that we were all played. Fury's voice carried bitter realization. Hydra wasn't the main threat. They were the distraction. Someone waited until we were committed, spread thin across the world, then struck at our weakest points. On Xavier's end, X-Men began flooding into the room with Cyclops, Shadowcat, Iceman, Colossus and more, and they saw the injured Brotherhood members and immediately began coordinating medical response. Hank rushed to Magneto's side with his medical training kicking in. Good Lord, what happened to them? That's what I need to find out, Xavier said. He looked at the broken bodies of the Brotherhood, at Trinary being rushed to the medical bay, at the destroyed equipment still smoking. Xavier closed his eyes, reaching out with his telepathy and trying to sense what was happening, and the pieces were there, scattered across their psyche, but the picture they formed was terrifying. Xavier focused as the pieces clicked together and the pattern emerged with Hydra raid, submarine trap, digital assault on Trinary, robot hunting shield, all coordinated, all timed perfectly, all designed to hit when they were most vulnerable, when they'd let their guard down, when they'd thought victory was assured. Someone had been watching, planning, waiting, and they'd just sprung a trap that might consume them all. Professor. Cyclops stood beside him. What do we do? Xavier opened his eyes, looking at his students, his X-Men, the next generation who looked to him for guidance. We survive, he said quietly. And we find out who's behind this. Because whoever they are, they just declared war on all of us. In the infirmary, Hank worked frantically to stabilize Magneto and the others, while in Siberia Logan finished his fight with Bucky, unaware of the chaos erupting elsewhere, and on the helicarrier the robot called Fury continued its hunt, killing S.H.I.E.L.D. agents with mechanical precision. And somewhere in the Arctic Ocean, in a submarine that should have been crushed but wasn't, the Cabal watched their screens and smiled. They'd been waiting for this moment, preparing for it, and now with S.H.I.E.L.D. scattered and the X-Men wounded, they could finally make their move. The timer continued its countdown. Tick. Tock. Tick. Tock. Chapter 241, Designed to Fail. A/N, you guys asked for longer chapters, so I've been doing that. I've put out 4 already, but I haven't really heard if it's working for you. If you like the longer format, I'll stick with it. If not, I can go back to the old length. Just let me know. The first goal for this week is 250 Power Stones. Comment, vote, and share if you're enjoying the chapter. Scott Summers stood in Xavier's destroyed office surveying the utter chaos with Magneto, the master of magnetism himself, lying unconscious on a makeshift medical gurney while the Brotherhood members were scattered across the floor in various states of injury, Trinary's blood still staining the carpet where she'd collapsed, and electrical fires smoldering in 3 different places. His jaw tightened behind his visor. Professor, Scott said, his voice carrying the controlled tension of a man trying to maintain order while everything crumbled. What happened here? I thought we were going to handle the Cabal raid, not the Brotherhood. What did you read from their minds? Xavier's hands shook as he pressed 2 fingers to his temple with his voice strained, weary in a way Scott rarely heard. It's better if I show you, Scott. The telepathic connection snapped into place as Scott felt the familiar sensation of Xavier's mind touching his, then broadening to include every X-Men present with Jean, Kurt, Bobby, Kitty, and Colossus all suddenly experiencing the Brotherhood's collective memories. The scene unfolded like a nightmare made real. The memory began with Astra's teleportation flash as the Brotherhood materialized inside the submarine's lower levels, and Magneto's floating suddenly stopped, which he chalked up to the sudden teleportation. Behind him the rest of the team spread out with practiced efficiency. Remember, Magneto's voice echoed through the metal corridors. We need them alive. Charles was quite insistent on that point. Mystique's form rippled as she shifted into a generic crew member. When has Charles ever been wrong about caution? When he suggested I should try meditation, Magneto replied dryly. That got a few chuckles as even Exodus cracked a slight smile. But Magneto's attention was elsewhere as his powers reached out, feeling for the submarine's metal structure and ready to twist it like a tin can if necessary. Except nothing happened. Magneto's brow furrowed as he pushed harder with his abilities, reaching deeper, but still nothing came as the submarine should have been responding with every bolt, every rivet, every structural support singing to his magnetic senses. Instead, there was only silence. His posture shifted awkwardly as he tried again with arms extending in that dramatic pose he'd perfected over decades, but the gesture looked strange without the accompanying display of power. Behind him Boom Boom giggled. Boss, you okay? You look like you're trying to push out a really stubborn duck. I wasn't attempting humor, Magneto cut her off, his voice tight. He lowered his arms slowly with confusion bleeding into concern. The ship. It's not made of metal. Or rather, it is, but something non-magnetic. Something completely outside the scope of my powers. Toad's long tongue flicked out nervously. That ain't good, yeah. Exodus stepped forward, placing a hand on Magneto's shoulder as his telekinetic abilities hummed while he reached out to sense threats. My liege, why waste time with these charlatan tricks? Just finish them using your mighty powers. I am not trying to make any of you imbeciles laugh, Magneto snapped. His hands clenched into fists. The ship's construction is specifically designed to counter me. Xavier was right to be cautious. He turned to Exodus with his voice dropping. You go launch a frontal assault. Astra, you stay back here as backup reserve, keep an ear on the comms. The rest of you, go find any of our brethren detained here. And if you encounter anyone else. His eyes hardened. Finish them on sight. The Brotherhood members exchanged glances as being given free rein to cause chaos was rare these days, too rare. Pyro's lighter flicked open. Bloody hell, finally. Been too long since we've had proper fun. Mystique approached Magneto as the others moved out with her blue skin reflecting the submarine's red emergency lighting. Eric, without your metal manipulation, you're the weakest of us here in a direct fight. You need to be careful. I'm aware, Magneto replied curtly. Which is why I'll be coordinating from a tactical position. Now go. The team split up, moving through the submarine's corridors with practiced efficiency, but as they turned a corner into the main corridor a sound stopped them cold. Laughter. Not just any laughter but a truly sinister laughter, evil and mocking, echoing from hidden speakers throughout the ship. Then more laughter joined in with different voices overlapping. Thick metal walls slammed down from the ceiling at both ends of the corridor as the Brotherhood found themselves trapped in a metal box with no visible exits. What the hell? Avalanche's hands went to the walls, his seismic powers trying to activate instinctively. The screens built into the corridor walls flickered to life as the Cabal members appeared, all of them grinning like sharks that had just spotted blood in the water. Whitehall's face filled the largest screen with his German accent thick with barely contained rage and satisfaction. So, Magneto, how does it feel? To be cornered and trapped like the Jewish vermin you are. Just like you were back in the camps. Tell me, do you remember the cattle cars? The stench of your people packed like animals. The screams when the doors opened at Auschwitz. Magneto's face went white, then flushed with fury. John Sublime joined with his voice dripping with venom. You know, you've been quite the headache for me. Destroying my facilities one after another. Cornering me. Causing me to lose billions. But now here you are, trapped. And more amusingly, you came of your own volition. Like lambs to the slaughter. Boom Boom's hands glowed with her explosive plasma charges. Shut your fucking Nazi mouth. She hurled an energy orb directly at the screen, but before the explosive could make contact a cylindrical device dropped from a hidden panel in the ceiling and activated with a high-pitched whine. Invisible waves pulsed through the corridor. Boom Boom's plasma charge flickered, sputtered, and died, reduced to nothing but harmless sparks that fizzled against the metal wall. What the? Boom Boom stared at her hands in shock. My powers. They're fucking gone. Sinister's face appeared on another screen with his theatrical nature on full display. This here, my dear, is our latest innovation. Inspired by my delightful encounter with Jay, the power broker. His power scrambling ability is really quite convenient when used against enemies. Especially mutants like yourselves who are far too over-reliant on your abilities. Ha ha ha. Every Brotherhood member tried to activate their powers as Pyro's flames wouldn't obey him, Avalanche couldn't generate seismic waves, and even Mystique's shape-shifting flickered and failed, leaving her stuck in her natural blue form. Magneto watched his team flailing around like beheaded chickens while his strategic mind raced through options, but each one dead-ended against the simple reality that their powers were neutralized. How are you doing this? Magneto demanded, his voice carrying the authority of someone who'd faced down gods and governments. And how did you even know about the Brotherhood's arrival? We took every precaution. Whitehall's laugh was harsh and ugly. Shut your mouth, you Jewish swine. Our trusted friend Zola was most helpful. He told us about the X-Men's attempts to find our location. So naturally, we prepared. Though I'll admit, I expected Xavier's little mutant pets, not you second-rate Untermensch revolutionary filth. But you degenerate vermin will do just fine for testing our new toys. His face filled the screen close enough that they could see the hatred burning in his eyes. And don't worry, I won't brand you again. Not like her Red Skull did to you subhuman Jews in the camps. We don't need to tattoo numbers on your arms anymore. We have much more sophisticated methods now for dealing with genetic refuse like you. Magneto's rage finally boiled over as he charged forward, intending to use pure physical force if his powers wouldn't work, and his fist connected with the metal wall while pain shot up his arm, but the wall didn't even dent. But Blob did make an impact as his massive frame slammed into the opposite wall with all his considerable weight behind it, and the metal buckled slightly, groaning under the pressure. That triggered another trap. Madame Gao's ancient face appeared on the screens with her expression serene despite the violence unfolding. How impatient and trigger-happy. Now see what your recklessness has earned you. The floor beneath them split open as panels slid aside with mechanical precision. Sentinels rose from the hidden compartments. Not the massive mechanical monstrosities from the past but smaller, more refined versions that were 10 feet tall, humanoid, with that distinctive circular eye glowing red, and their adaptive plating shifted and flowed like liquid metal while already analyzing the Brotherhood members and adjusting. Sentinels, Magneto breathed. But the program was shut down. Trask is dead. How? These are from a decommissioned line, Sinister's voice purred through the speakers. Courtesy of our dear friend Zola. He was so helpful and kept such wonderful archives of old projects. The Sentinels attacked. Their movements were precise, efficient, brutal as each one had already adapted to counter its assigned target, with the Sentinel facing Toad extending adhesive nets that caught his tongue mid-strike while the one fighting Avalanche generated counter vibrations that nullified the remains of his seismic powers and reversed them, causing his body to convulse under seizure. Exodus tried to use his vast telekinetic abilities to crush the robots, but Sinister's presence flooded the mental space with a psychic assault that felt like being drowned in tar, and the mutant screamed while clutching his head as Sinister's consciousness invaded his mind. Did you really think you could match me in the realm of the mind? Sinister's voice echoed inside Exodus's skull. I've had over a century to perfect my techniques while you wasted your time searching for messiahs, you blind fool. The only one protected was Magneto, as his helmet, designed specifically to block telepathic intrusion, kept Sinister's assault at bay. But that just meant he had to watch helplessly as his team was systematically dismantled. Chapter 242, Magneto's Desperation. A/N, the first goal for this week is 250 Power Stones. Comment, vote, and share if you're enjoying the chapter. Mystique took a Sentinel's fist to the chest as blue blood sprayed while her ribs shattered, causing excessive bleeding, and her shape-shifting tried to kick in to heal the damage, but the Power Scrambler kept her locked in her vulnerable natural form. Eric, she gasped, blood bubbling from her lips. Eric, help us. Please. Pyro screamed as a Sentinel grabbed his lighter, crushing it in one mechanical hand, and without an external flame source his power was useless while the robot proceeded to break his fingers one by one with the sound of snapping bones echoing through the corridor. Fuck. Fuck. Fucking hell. Then finally it poured flames on his flesh. Boom Boom tried to run with her usual bravado completely gone, but a Sentinel caught her ankle, yanking her off her feet, and her head cracked against the metal floor as she went limp immediately while her face swelled from the excessive damage. Blob, for all his mass and invulnerability, found himself facing a Sentinel equipped with piercing weaponry that didn't bounce off his dense flesh but passed through it as his powers were disrupted. No, no, no. That ain't supposed to happen. I'm invulnerable, damn it. Blood poured from multiple puncture wounds as the Sentinel continued its assault. Toad lost his arm as the Sentinel simply gripped it and pulled, ripping the limb free at the shoulder socket, and the wound was immediately cauterized by a follow-up energy blast while Toad's scream was high and agonized. My arm. Oh God, my fucking arm. Help me. Someone help me. Avalanche convulsed as his own reflected seismic waves tore through his nervous system while blood leaked from his ears, nose, and eyes. And through it all Sinister's psychic presence battered at their minds, not enough to kill but enough to fill their heads with visions of their worst memories, their deepest fears given vivid, horrible life. Magneto tried everything as without his powers he was reduced to a nearly 70-year-old man fighting robots designed to kill superpowered beings, and he punched, kicked, grabbed a piece of broken metal from near Toad's severed arm and tried to use it as a weapon. Nothing worked. He watched Exodus drop to his knees with eyes vacant and mind broken by Sinister's assault. He watched Mystique's attempts to shapeshift fail over and over with her body trying desperately to heal as the Sentinel pummeled her into unconsciousness. He watched his brotherhood, his chosen family, his fellow revolutionaries being torn apart by machines while trapped in a metal coffin. The rage gave him focus as the life-threatening situation pushed him beyond his normal limits, and Magneto's consciousness expanded, reaching past the magnetic fields he normally controlled and going deeper into the electromagnetic spectrum itself. The Power Scrambler was electronic, ran on electricity, generated electromagnetic waves to disrupt mutant abilities. And for just a moment Magneto's fingers found purchase in those waves. He grabbed them, twisted them, forced them to turn inward on their source. The cylindrical device sparked, smoked, and exploded in a shower of sparks and molten metal. The Brotherhood's powers flooded back instantly. Pyro's flames roared to life, incinerating the Sentinel attacking him while Avalanche's seismic powers shattered two more robots into scrap, though his body was still convulsing. But it was too little, too late. The Sentinels had done their damage as half the Brotherhood was unconscious or crippled, Exodus's mind was shattered, Toad was missing an arm, and Boom Boom's skull was fractured. And the screens showed Sinister's face, no longer amused, as his expression had shifted to cold calculation. Impressive adaptation, Eric. But ultimately futile. He pressed something off-screen. Another Power Scrambler appeared and started at a different frequency as Magneto's brief connection to the electromagnetic spectrum snapped like a broken guitar string. Their powers began to die again. Did you really think we only had one? Sinister's theatrical laugh filled the corridor. We've been planning this for weeks, you arrogant fools. Every contingency and every possibility. We knew Charles would eventually find us. And we knew his bleeding heart would compel him to send someone. Madame Gao's serene face appeared again. The only surprise was that he sent you instead of his X-Men. Though I suppose Xavier's protective nature meant he couldn't risk his students against an unknown threat. Whitehall's face split into a vicious grin. How does it feel, Magneto? Being hunted in a metal cage like the Jew rat you are. Just like the camps. Just like when you were a pathetic little Jewish boy, weak and helpless, watching your subhuman mother die. Tell me, did she beg? Did she cry? Did she call out for her little Eric while we Germans burned her in the ovens with the rest of the Jewish trash? Something in Magneto broke. He lunged at the screen, slamming his fists against it over and over, and the display cracked under the assault, but Whitehall's mocking face remained visible through the spiderweb fractures. I'll kill you. Magneto roared. I'll rip you apart piece by piece. I'll make you scream like my mother screamed. I'll make you beg for the mercy you Nazi bastards never showed my people. Do you hear me, Whitehall? I'll tear your fucking heart out and feed it to you. Touching, Whitehall replied, his smile widening. Such rage from inferior genetics. But it's pointless, you Jewish dog. You're trapped and powerless. Your mongrel team is broken. And soon, we'll dissect you all to understand exactly how that meddling power broker enhanced your degenerate abilities. Perhaps we'll finally find a way to purify the world of your kind once and for all. The final solution we never got to complete. Magneto forced himself to stop, to think and strategize despite the red haze of fury clouding his vision. He looked at his team. They were going to die here, all of them, torn apart by machines and Nazi scum. Unless... Astra. Magneto's voice cracked. Astra. Get your ass here now. He told her to stay back, to remain as backup, and she should still have her powers as the Scrambler's range might not extend to wherever she positioned herself. Light flashed in the corridor. Astra materialized with her eyes wide with shock at the carnage, and for a split second she froze. Get us the fuck out. Magneto screamed, blood spraying from his mouth. Now. Before these Nazi bastards kill us all. Her training kicked in as her power flared, wrapping around every Brotherhood member simultaneously, and the strain was immense as she'd never teleported with such power dampening, especially not while people were unconscious or dying and needed her to be careful. Space folded as they vanished. But not before Magneto caught one last glimpse of the screens with the Cabal members all laughing, celebrating their victory, mocking the master of magnetism who'd been forced to run like a hurt dog. The image seared itself into his memory. Them laughing. Him fleeing. His people broken. Everything he'd sworn would never happen again happening anyway. The psychic broadcast ended. Scott stumbled backward with his hand going to his visor out of habit, and around the room other X-Men reacted similarly as Jean's face was pale with one hand pressed to her mouth, and even Colossus, who'd seen plenty of violence in his time with the X-Men, looked shaken. Professor, Scott said slowly, his tactical mind already working through implications. We need to prepare for those Sentinels. If they're being produced on any kind of mass scale, if they have that kind of adaptive capability. Xavier nodded wearily. Contact every hero group we can reach. The Avengers, the Fantastic Four, even Heroes for Hire. They need to know what we're facing. This Cabal has resources and technology we severely underestimated. Hank rushed back into the room with his medical coat splattered with blood. Everyone's stable, but just barely. They need more than my field medicine. They need Jay back, and they need him quickly. His healing abilities are the only thing that can repair this level of damage in time to save them all. Xavier's face fell further. Apparently Jay is not available. Domino was substituting for him on the SHIELD raid. And even that's gone catastrophically wrong at the helicarrier. Then it wasn't just us, Jean said quietly. Her telepathic senses had been reaching out, trying to gauge the scope of the crisis. Someone played us. All of us. They waited until everyone was committed, spread thin across multiple operations. That thing called itself Fury, Xavier said, remembering the psychic backlash from Triner's memories. It had to be watching everything. Coordinating the attacks and waiting for the perfect moment when we were most vulnerable. Before anyone could respond, another alert sounded, this one from the mansion's external defenses. Scott moved to the window with his eyes widening behind his visor. The sky was darkening, not with clouds but with machines, dozens of them, maybe hundreds, sentinels spreading across the horizon like a swarm of mechanical locusts with their red eyes glowing in the gathering dusk as they surrounded the mansion. Oh God, Kitty breathed. There are so many. We're screwed. The lead sentinel's voice boomed across the grounds, amplified through external speakers and loud enough that every student in the mansion could hear it clearly. X-Men. Surrender the mutants designated as Magneto and his Brotherhood. Comply within 60 seconds or face lethal force. Scott's jaw clenched as they were in no position to fight with half their heavy hitters unconscious, their support systems fried from Trinerus attack, and now an army of adaptive killer robots surrounding them. But surrender wasn't an option and never had been. He turned to face his teammates and saw the same determination in their eyes despite the fear, and this was what they'd trained for, what they'd sworn to do, to protect mutant kind no matter the cost. Scott's lips tightened into something that might have been a smile under different circumstances as he moved toward the door with his voice carrying that natural command that made people want to follow him. To me, my X-Men. The call echoed through the mansion's speaker network, reaching every student, every teacher, every person who'd taken refuge within these walls. They'd faced attacks before, faced impossible odds before, stared down extinction and spat in its face. This was just another Tuesday for the X-Men. Outside, the Sentinel's 60-second countdown continued with each second marked by a mechanical voice that promised death if compliance wasn't immediate. Inside the mansion the X-Men gathered, some students barely out of their teens and others veterans who'd fought in wars most people didn't know existed, and all of them knew what was coming. All of them stood ready anyway. Because that's what heroes did. They stood. The first Sentinel's energy blast tore through the mansion's outer wall at 59 seconds. The battle for Xavier's school had begun. Chapter 243, When the World Burns. A/N, the first goal for this week is 250 Power Stones for 2 bonus chapters. Comment, vote, and share if you're enjoying the chapter. Tokyo, Japan, Shinjuku District. The Sentinel punched through the window, glass spraying inward as office workers scattered, some diving under desks while others froze in place, their instincts failing them. The robot's targeting system swept the room with precision. Mutant signature detected. Surrender for processing. Mariko Yashida rose from her desk, her hand finding the panic button, but she stopped when the Sentinel's weapon arm locked onto a young intern cowering in the corner. The girl pressed herself against the wall, hands shaking so badly she could barely keep them still. Onegaishimasu. The girl's Japanese came out in gasps, each word trembling with terror. I just started here. Last week. Please. The Sentinel's eye brightened with predatory focus. Mutant gene confirmed. Resistance will result in termination. The Yashida family protected their retainers, they always had, for generations, and some oversized robot wasn't changing centuries of tradition. Mariko slammed the alarm. Throughout the building, blast doors dropped while emergency lights pulsed in steady rhythm, and in the sub-basements, the Silver Samurai armor began its power-up sequence with a rising mechanical hum. The wall exploded before she could move, not from the Sentinel but from something else entirely, something that burned with nuclear fire. Sunfire crashed through, trailing flames that made the air shimmer and warp, his body radiating heat that distorted reality around him as he collided with the Sentinel hard enough to drive it through 3 walls and out into the Tokyo skyline. More are coming. Get out fast. Sunfire's voice crackled through the heat distortion, urgent and commanding. More Sentinels descended on Tokyo like something from a nightmare made real, dozens of them blotting out the afternoon sun. Mumbai, India, Dharavi slums. Krisha's arms worked independently, pounding through a Sentinel's chest while another grabbed civilians and threw them toward safety. 3 Sentinels fell in rapid succession, then 5 more rose to replace them like a hydra growing new heads. Bahutzayata Hain. There are too many of them. Chakra spun beside him, his shield swallowing attacks and redirecting them back at their sources. Humsab Jaga Exoth Nahin Hosakt. We cannot be everywhere at once. The density of the slums worked against them, too many people packed into too little space, every collapse killing dozens and every missed shot finding someone's grandmother, child, or neighbor. The numbers were impossible and brutal. A Sentinel tore through a school, and children screamed in voices that cut through everything else, even through the explosions and the chaos and the sound of metal tearing flesh. Krish blurred, moving faster than he'd ever before as the building shook when he landed between the Sentinel and a classroom where 6-year-olds huddled together, too young to understand why robots wanted them dead. His fist moved with all his strength behind it. The Sentinel became scrap metal and sparking circuits. But outside, more advanced units descended, dozens more, with each destroyed unit feeding data to the collective network. G1 and Chita Robo fought their own battles across the city, their programming letting them predict Sentinel movements and counter them with finesse, but even they struggled with the sheer numbers pouring in. Mumbai had 20 million people, and the Sentinels didn't care about collateral damage or anything except their programming. New York City, District X. The shields held, but barely, crackling with energy that threatened to fail at any moment. Beautiful Dreamer gripped the console, sweat soaking through her shirt as around her the command center hummed with frantic activity and desperate coordination. Screens showed Sentinels hammering the barriers with methodical persistence, testing every weak point. North sectors at 40%. Rerouting auxiliary now. Below, the Morlocks fought with everything they had while Callisto's enhanced senses predicted attack patterns and Caliban's tracking identified which robots targeted which civilians, defenders positioning themselves accordingly with split-second timing. The numbers kept climbing and made victory seem impossible. A sentinel broke through on the eastern perimeter, and Sunder met it with a roar that shook windows, struck with enough force to crater pavement and send shockwaves through the ground. The robot sparked and smoked, its chassis crumpling under the impact. 2 more replaced it before the first one hit the ground. Marrow grabbed one in her bone claws as the robot heated its plating until the metal glowed red. The bone glowed red too, conducting heat Marrow's body was never meant to handle, and she screamed but didn't let go, drove the machine into the ground with strength born from pure desperation. Sack tore through another, his massive body scrambling its internal systems with exotic energies, but the plating shifted and reconfigured, blocked his next attempt with adaptive countermeasures. They learned and got better with each passing second. A little girl ran into the street, separated from her mother in the chaos, 5 years old maybe, her mutation letting her change her hair color in rapid succession. Useless in a fight and decorative at best. A sentinel locked on her with cold mechanical focus. Shatter appeared in a blur of motion, scooped up the child and ducked into an alley, breathing hard as his hands trembled from exhaustion and fear. Don't move, okay? Someone will come for you. I promise. The girl nodded, crying silent tears that broke Shatter's heart. Shatter ran back into the fight because hundreds more needed saving and he couldn't afford to think about the ones he'd miss. Baxter Building, New York. The sentinel approached Franklin Richards' nursery window with targeting protocols locked and firing sequence initialized. But it ceased to exist. Johnny Storm's Nova Flame melted the robot as the sentinel went from solid matter to superheated plasma in under a second. Touch. My nephew. I fucking dare you. Johnny burned white-hot, his body a miniature sun suspended in the air. More approached, and Johnny met them mid-air with fury that had been building since the invasion, each one that got within 100 yards experiencing temperatures that didn't exist anywhere on Earth's surface. Reed Richards operated the building systems with fluid efficiency, his body stretched across a dozen controls simultaneously, each limb working a different station. Susan, shield integrity. 95% stable. Sue's force fields formed a shimmering dome over the building, invisible but impenetrable. But if they maintain this assault pattern for another hour, Manhattan will. They won't. Reed's voice carried absolute certainty, that came from calculating 1,000 variables and seeing only one outcome. Johnny's handling it. And he was, the human torch carving through the sentinel swarm like a knife through paper as every robot within 100 yards died in mechanical agony, circuits frying and plating vaporizing. Ben Grimm blocked the Yancey Street, his rocky form filling the space as an immovable orange barrier. Ain't nobody getting past me. Not today. You hear me? Inside Baxter Building's nursery, Alicia held baby Franklin close as he babbled in baby talk, unaware that killer robots wanted him dead, that his existence threatened people powerful enough to deploy armies. His reality warping powers could have erased the Sentinels with a thought, rewritten them out of existence, but Jay had limited them for his own protection. Now Franklin was just a baby with ordinary vulnerabilities. His family would protect him with everything they had. Xavier's school, Westchester. Scott's optic blast carved through 3 Sentinels in a single sweep, the crimson energy superheating their plating faster than they could adapt. They fell in smoking ruins, then more rose from the tree line like a tide that wouldn't stop. We can't hold them. Bobby's ice slides formed and shattered under energy fire, each one lasting seconds before melting. There's too many. They just keep coming. We hold the line. Scott's voice cut through the chaos like a blade, commanding and absolute. We don't let them reach the students. That's the mission, and we don't fail missions. Not now, not ever. Inside, younger mutants huddled together in the reinforced common room, some crying openly, others staring in shock at screens showing the battle, while a few tried to be brave for the others. Fear showed through anyway, in trembling hands and wide eyes. In the infirmary, Hank worked with controlled urgency to stabilize the Brotherhood. Magneto remained unconscious despite the combat cocktail in his system. Mystique's breathing came shallow and irregular. Toad had lost too much blood for his healing factor to compensate quickly. Outside, the Sentinels kept coming in endless waves. Jean Grey floated above the battlefield, telekinesis holding back a dozen robots simultaneously, invisible hands crushing circuits and bending metal. A Sentinel broke through the telekinetic barrier, charging toward the front entrance where students were visible through the windows, their faces pressed against the glass. Kurt Wagner appeared in its path with a BAMF of displaced air, smoke dissipating around him in acrid curls. Not today, main Freund. He teleported with the Sentinel 500 feet straight up, broke its thrusters and gravity handled the rest with brutality. The robot slammed into the ground hard enough to crater the lawn and shake the building's foundation. Kurt's exhaustion showed in every line of his body, sweat pouring down his blue face and staining his costume, his breathing ragged and desperate because teleporting too many times too soon did that. But he saw 50 more Sentinels surrounded the school in a tightening perimeter. Los Angeles, Sunset Boulevard. The Sentinel smashed through the cafe's front window as civilians scattered in blind panic, tables and chairs flying like toys while a mutant teenager tried to run on legs that wouldn't cooperate. His power let him change object smell with a touch, utterly useless in a fight. The Sentinel's weapon charged with a rising whine. Mutant identified. Cease resistance. He's just a kid. Someone screamed from behind an overturned table, voice cracking with terror. Jesus Christ, leave him alone. He can't even hurt you. The Sentinel didn't care about age or threat assessment beyond genetic markers. The blast fired. Surge appeared in crackling blue electricity that lit up the cafe in strobing flashes, her body absorbing the attack and channeling it through her nervous system. She'd been 3 blocks away, heard the commotion, ran at superhuman speed that left ozone in her wake. Back off, you oversized toaster. Her hand sparked with stolen energy, bright and dangerous, before she released it in a concentrated burst that fried the Sentinel. The robot collapsed in a heap of smoking metal. The teenager stared, his voice shaking with shock and disbelief. You saved me. Why? You don't even know me. That's what heroes do, kid. Surge helped him up with surprising gentleness, checking him for injuries with practiced efficiency. Now get somewhere safe. This isn't over, not by a long shot. More Sentinels converging on their location as their programming had identified a concentration of mutant signatures worth investigating. Surge's communicator crackled with other invasion veterans checking in, voices she recognized from New York, Sunspot from Brazil, Armor from Japan, Dust from Afghanistan, all responding to the crisis with the kind of coordination that came from fighting together before. They'd fought aliens together, saved the world once against impossible odds. They could do it again, had to do it again, because what other choice was there? London, Trafalgar Square. The Sentinel spoke in modulated accents that made the situation somehow worse. Proceed to the designated processing center. Resistance is inadvised. Processing center, the words making blood run cold in every person who knew their history, who remembered what processing centers meant. An elderly woman with gray hair stepped forward from the crowd, her mutation letting her see 3 seconds ahead, helpful for crossing streets safely. She'd lived quietly for decades, never hurt anyone or drew attention. I'm 87 years old, you know. Her voice carried clearly despite the tremor, decades of proper elocution training overriding fear. Never committed a crime in my life. Pay my taxes on time. Volunteer at church every Sunday. So would you mind explaining what exactly I'm being processed for? The Sentinels I focused with mechanical precision. Mutant genome detected. Remand to custody for re-education and societal reintegration. Re-education. Her voice shook with something between rage and fear, with memories that wouldn't stay buried. I'm old enough to remember what that meant the first time. My parents fled Germany in '38 because of re-education. I won't go through it again. The Sentinel advanced with inevitable mechanical certainty. Cooperation is mandatory. Union Jack appeared in a blur of motion, costume bearing fresh scorch marks from recent combat in Manchester. He'd driven back at speeds that would have gotten him arrested under normal circumstances. Touch that woman and I'll scrap you for parts, mate. Try me. More British heroes arrived in rapid succession, Spitfire, moving so fast she blurred into afterimages with Excalibur united, their coordination tested but holding together through sheer determination. The Sentinels kept coming in waves that seemed endless, and across London, the scene repeated like a nightmare on loop, mutants rounded up, humans protesting, robots that didn't care about protests or history or basic human decency. Chapter 244, Commoners Suffering. A/N, the first goal for this week is 250 Power Stones for 2 bonus chapters. Comment, vote, and share if you're enjoying the chapter. Washington, D.C., Capitol Building. Senator Kelly stood in his office, watching news feeds as horror crawled up his spine and settled in his gut-like lead, as everything he'd worked for twisted into something monstrous. This wasn't what he'd authorized, nobody had authorized this, nobody in any government position. His aide burst through the door without knocking, face pale and sweating. Sir, the president's demanding answers right now. Congress is in emergency session. Everyone's asking who the hell ordered this. The Joint Chiefs are going insane. Nobody ordered this. Kelly's hands shook as he slammed his desk hard enough to hurt. The Sentinel program was mothballed years ago. These robots shouldn't even exist. But they did exist, hundreds of them, maybe thousands, all attacking simultaneously with military precision that suggested central coordination. His phone rang with the distinctive tone reserved for the president. I don't care whose authorization they're operating under, Senator. The president's voice was steel wrapped in ice. I want every military asset we have mobilized against them. Right now. This minute. Sir, the Joint Chiefs are already reporting in. Our forces are engaging, but the Sentinels are adapting to conventional weapons faster than we can deploy new tactics. Standard arms aren't cutting it. Then use unconventional ones. I want every superhero team on this planet called in if we have to. Call the Avengers, call everyone. This ends today. Both men knew the truth that neither would say aloud, this wasn't ending today. Xavier's School, Command Center. Xavier's telepathy reached out across impossible distances, coordinating defenses on multiple fronts, but the psychic strain was immense and growing, connecting with X-Men across the grounds while reaching to other teams worldwide, organizing a global response while his own school was under siege and his students were dying. Blood trickled from his nose in steady streams because he was pushing harder than was safe, harder than was sane. But what choice did he have when his students were fighting for their lives? Professor, you need to rest. Jean's mental voice carried genuine concern wrapped in fear, projected with enough force to cut through his concentration. You're going to burn yourself out. Your brain can't take this strain. I will rest when our students are safe, Jean. Not a moment before. Not 1 second before. On screens arrayed before him, he watched his X-Men fight with everything they had, Scott's tactical brilliance keeping them alive against impossible odds, Storm's weather manipulation providing cover and devastating offense, Colossus's armored form serving as mobile shield for the younger students. They were taking damage though, injuries accumulating with each passing minute, exhaustion setting in as powers depleted and bodies failed. An alert sounded with piercing urgency as 20 more sentinels approached from the north, flying in perfect formation that suggested military training. We can't take another wave, Professor. Hank's voice came through strained, his usual clinical detachment cracking under pressure. Our defensive systems are at breaking point. Structural integrity is compromised in the East Wing. Xavier closed his eyes, reaching deeper than he ever had before, with the help of Cerebro. To all heroes. To anyone who can hear me. We need help. Xavier's school is under attack. Children are in danger. If you can fight, we need you now. The psychic broadcast went out like a flare across New York, across the country, touching every mind capable of receiving it. Heroes heard it and answered. New York City, streets. Officer Marcus Rodriguez crouched behind his squad car, reloading for the 4th time while bullets sparked off Sentinel armor and did absolutely nothing except waste ammunition. This is bullshit. Jen ducked as an energy blast took out a streetlight above them, showering them in sparks. Why the hell do we even have guns if they don't work? Focus on evac. Rodriguez shouted back over the noise. Just get people to the shelters. That's all we can do. People panicked and ran everywhere in blind terror, some toward safety, others directly into danger because fear made people stupid. A little boy stood frozen in the middle of the street, crying for his mother who was nowhere in sight as the sentinel pivoted toward him with mechanical precision. Rodriguez ran without thinking, just grabbed the kid and dove behind concrete as the blast vaporized where they'd been standing seconds before. Why? The kid looked up at him with eyes too young to understand this, face streaked with tears and dust. Why do the robots want to hurt us? Rodriguez had no answer because he was supposed to protect and serve, but protect against what when robots from nowhere could show up and start killing? When his gun meant nothing and his training meant nothing and all he could do was run and hide like everyone else. The thought was bitter and shameful and true. Heroes saved the day while regular people just survived, if they were lucky enough to survive at all. Mumbai, rescue shelter. Fire Chief Rajesh Kapoor organized evacuation with competence born from decades of experience, getting thousands into underground shelters while sentinels tore through the city above like locusts made of metal. Shelters had limited capacity though, too many people, not enough space, the math brutal and unforgiving. Please, sir, she is hurt. Hamian Madad Ki Zerorat High, we need help. A woman clutched her daughter with desperate strength, both covered in dust and blood that hadn't dried yet. Medical team is this way, madam. Kapoor directed them toward triage but he knew the truth, too many injured, not enough doctors, they were triaging based on who could be saved, not who needed help most, letting people die to save others. His radio crackled with another collapse and more casualties. He'd been a firefighter 20 years, saved hundreds of lives with his own hands, but watching Krish and Chakra fight outside while he herded civilians to inadequate safety, he felt utterly useless in ways that made him want to scream. Kyun, Sahab. Why, sir? One of his younger firefighters asked, voice breaking with emotion. Hamesha Jishi Ko Hamian Bashain Ki Zerorat Kyun Hodi Hai. Hum Kud Ko Kyun Nahin Bacha Sokt. Why do we always need someone to save us? Why can we not protect ourselves? Kapoor had no answer that would satisfy, no words that would make it better. He kept organizing, kept directing, kept doing his job even though it felt meaningless against machines that could level buildings. Because what else could he do except his job? Paris, Arc de Triomphe. The sentinel spoke French with perfect grammar, and the irony wasn't lost on anyone paying attention. This happened in the shadow of a monument to resistance against tyranny. History repeating itself in the worst possible way. A street artist stood with others being forced into a group, his mutation letting him make paintings come alive briefly, beautiful and useless for combat. Say Mal. He spoke in rapid French, words tumbling over each other. You cannot do this. We have rights. Les droits de l'homme. Rights are suspended. The Sentinel's voice was emotionless and absolute. Cooperation is mandatory. VATE faire fauteuil avec tes protocols. Fuck your protocols. Someone threw a bottle from the crowd that shattered harmlessly against metal plating. The Sentinel's weapon charged with deadly intent. The wall exploded inward. Phantom X emerged through smoke and debris, his powers making him appear in 3 places at once while his guns fired specialized rounds designed for exactly this situation. The Sentinel adapted and calculated trajectories but not fast enough against someone whose mind was designed to be impossible to predict. Phantom X's was too slippery to track properly, his bullets finding gaps in armor that shouldn't exist according to the schematics, and by the time the robot figured out which Phantom X was real, it was already too late and falling to pieces. Courez! Phantom X shouted in perfect Parisian French without any accent. Run! I will hold them here. The mutant scattered in every direction while Phantom X stood alone against 5 Sentinels advancing in coordinated patterns. He'd fought worse odds before and survived situations that should have killed him. He'd probably survive this too. Probably. Xavier's school, infirmary. Magneto's eyes snapped open as pain flooded his system like electricity through water, broken ribs grinding against each other, fractured arm screaming in protest, internal bleeding. Hank had barely stabilized with emergency surgery. But he heard the battle raging outside, felt metal and Sentinel construction singing to his magnetic senses even through reinforced walls. Eric, absolutely not. Hank moved to restrain him with surprising firmness for someone so gentle. You're in no condition to even stand, let alone fight. You'll kill yourself. Magneto's hand rose with trembling effort, and surgical instruments flew across the room in controlled arcs, assembling into a makeshift brace for his injured arm with magnetic precision. Young mutants are fighting out there, Hank. His voice was hoarse but carried iron determination that wouldn't bend. They fight because I failed to end this in that submarine. I will not fail them again. You can barely stand. Your ribs are broken. Then I shall fight flying. Magneto floated from the bed with visible effort, powers carrying him despite injuries that would have crippled anyone else as every movement brought fresh agony. But outside, the X-Men were being hurt, children were dying, and everything he'd fought for was burning. And he'd be damned to hell itself if he stayed in bed while mutant children fought his battles for him. He drifted toward the window with growing momentum, looking at the Sentinel swarm through eyes that burned with barely controlled fury as his rage, tempered by pain but no less fierce, crystallized into cold focus. Time to remind the world why they feared the master of magnetism, why his name made governments tremble. Across the globe. In Sao Paulo, Sunspot burned through Sentinels with solar fire, his powers enhanced during the invasion letting him operate at levels he'd never imagined possible, hot enough to melt titanium. In Seoul, the Tiger Division coordinated with local heroes, their Chitauri experience translating remarkably well to fighting adaptive robots with similar tactics. In Cairo, dust sandstorm confused Sentinel sensors while others evacuated civilians from collapsing buildings, her particulate form impossible to target effectively. In Mexico City, Oya's fire melted robots as she tried desperately not to think about how they looked like bigger, deadlier versions of the aliens from New York that still haunted her nightmares. In Moscow, the Winter Guard formed defensive lines, scrapping any robot coming their way with brutal efficiency born from decades of fighting superpowered threats. In Vancouver, North Star's speed let him evacuate entire blocks before Sentinels could properly target them, moving faster than their tracking systems could compensate for. In every city, every country, wherever mutants existed, Sentinels appeared like a plague, and wherever Sentinels appeared, heroes fought back with everything they had. The question echoed everywhere, in every language, in every shelter. From civilians huddled in basements wondering if they'd see tomorrow. From police whose weapons meant nothing against metal that shrugged off bullets. From soldiers whose training meant nothing against machines that learned faster than humans could adapt. From firefighters who could only rescue, not protect, who could only save a fraction of those who needed saving. Why do we always need someone to save us? Why can't we protect ourselves? Why are we always the collateral damage in someone else's war? The questions had no good answers, never had, probably never would. They never did. Chapter 245, Domino vs. Fury. A/N, bonus chapter for Goal 1, next goal is 500 Power Stones for 2 more bonus chapters. The helicarrier shuddered 5,000 feet above the Atlantic as another explosion rocked its port side, the whole structure groaning like a wounded animal. Domino's hands moved in practiced patterns, crimson strings materializing from her fingertips and wrapping around damaged bulkheads, severed support beams, and ruptured power conduits all at once with ease that came from weeks of practice. The quantum manipulation felt natural now, intuitive in a way that surprised her every time she used it. She saw the connections holding matter together at the quantum level, invisible threads that bound reality itself, and with a thought she restored them as the crimson strings pulsed with energy and metal that had been twisted and shattered flowed back together like watching a video in reverse. There we go. She wiped sweat from her forehead with the back of her hand, grinning at her handiwork. Good as new, baby. Still got it. Her probability manipulation meshed with Jamie's stolen power perfectly, letting her instinctively know which strings to pull and which connections to reinforce without conscious thought, like her luck was guiding her hands. The hole sealed with a satisfying hiss, damage undone as if the explosion had never happened. Then every instinct she'd honed over years of mercenary work screamed at once. Domino threw herself sideways as a blast of yellow energy seared past her, close enough she felt heat through her leather jacket and smelled her own hair singeing. The beam tore through the hole she'd just repaired, punching a 3-foot hole that opened to sky and rushing wind. Wind howled through the breach while alarms blared throughout the carrier in overlapping tones, emergency lights casting everything in red. Domino rolled to her feet, pale skin flushed from exertion and adrenaline. "All right, Terminator." She grinned despite everything, despite the danger and the pain. Didn't know Hydra had game like that. Fury stepped through the smoke like something out of a nightmare, 7 feet of adaptive plating and cold intelligence with that single circular eye tracking her like a predator sizing up prey, yellow energy coiling around its weapon arm in hypnotic patterns. Domino's crimson strings wove together with liquid grace, forming guns in each hand that weren't physical weapons but constructs of quantum manipulation, pure energy given form and function that she'd been practicing in the savage land under Jay's watchful eye. She opened fire without hesitation. Energy rounds struck Fury's chest in rapid succession, one after another in a drumbeat of impacts that should have dropped any opponent, that would have torn through steel plating and destroyed internal systems. Fury didn't slow down, didn't even flinch. "Okay." Domino's grin widened dangerously. "So you're tough. Let's see how tough, Tin Man." She poured more power into the guns until crimson energy intensified to blinding brightness and more holes appeared in Fury's frame with each shot, sparks flying and systems shorting out in cascades of electrical failure. But the damage repaired itself almost instantly as plating flowed back together like liquid metal, holes sealed and systems rebooted, and within seconds Fury stood pristine again as if nothing had happened. Then it spoke in a voice that made her blood run cold. "Nina Thurman." The voice was wrong somehow, manic in tone and cadence, processed through something that stripped away humanity while keeping the madness. "Your power broker pulled me from rest. From the peace. From the quiet I deserved after everything." Fury's movements became erratic and twitchy, its head cocking at an unnatural angle that no living thing should manage, joints bending wrong. "Jay will suffer for what he did. Jay will watch while I work. I'll tear you apart piece by piece, spread your entrails across this ship like Christmas decorations, let him see what happens when you steal from Lady Death herself." The precision was gone completely, replaced by something manic and unhinged as Fury charged with raw fury driving every motion, faster than anything that size should move. Domino's expression shifted as the cocky grin faded slightly, replaced by genuine concern. "Jesus Christ. Who hurt you, robot boy? Who pissed in your circuits?" She upgraded her weapons mid-thought without breaking stride, handguns becoming submachine guns with crimson energy streaming in sustained bursts while Fury's chest, arms, head got punctured repeatedly until it looked like Swiss cheese, sparks and fluid leaking from dozens of wounds. Still it came forward, relentless and inevitable. Domino backpedaled while firing continuously, boots finding purchase on debris as the weapons evolved again into miniguns that roared with quantum energy and tore through the air, and Fury's entire torso disintegrated under the sustained assault, metal vaporizing. "Got you, you bastard." Fury's single eye flickered once, twice. Then the damage reversed faster this time, much faster, holes mending and systems restoring and plating reforming until Fury stood whole again without even slowing its advance. But something had changed in its stance, in the way it moved. Domino fired again but energy rounds struck the plating and deflected harmlessly, ricocheting at impossible angles that defied physics, bouncing back toward her. "No. No, that's not." Fury's eye conveyed satisfaction that was somehow visible in that single glowing orb, cruel and triumphant. Fury blitzed forward faster than before, exponentially faster, and Domino barely registered movement before metal fingers wrapped around her throat in a crushing grip, lifting her off the deck like she weighed nothing. She tried to summon more crimson strings, tried to warp reality around the grip and make the fingers let go, but Fury had already adapted to her powers and her quantum manipulation slid off its form like water off glass. "Can't hurt me now, little girl." The mechanical voice carried triumph and madness in equal measure. "Adaptation. That's what I do. That's what I am. That's all I've ever been. You break me, I rebuild stronger. You shoot me, I learn. You can't win." Fury turned while still holding Domino suspended, choking, and charged toward the hull breach at full speed, and she saw what was coming but nothing prepared her for the impact as Fury smashed through 3 bulkheads in rapid succession without slowing. Metal shrieked and tore while supports gave way like cardboard, Fury using her body as a battering ram with her back and shoulders taking each collision with bone-shattering force. Pain exploded through her spine as ribs cracked like dry twigs and her healing factor kicked in immediately, bone and tissue knitting even as more damage accumulated faster than she could heal, faster than her body could compensate. Then they were falling through open air. Chapter 246, Fury vs. Domino. A/N, the second goal for this week is 500 power stones for 2 more bonus chapters. Comment, vote, and share if you're enjoying the chapter. Then they were falling through open air. Fury had dove straight off the helicarrier, taking her with it into freefall, and wind screamed past them as they plummeted from 5,000 feet with the Atlantic rushing up at terminal velocity, water looking like concrete from this height. Domino's vision blurred from lack of oxygen, the grip on her throat crushing her windpipe faster than she could heal while she clawed desperately at metal fingers that wouldn't budge, that felt like they were made of solid titanium. Her healing factor worked overtime with consciousness fading, snapping back, nearly dying and reviving in rapid succession where each breath was a struggle and each heartbeat labored and painful. The experience left her thoughts fragmenting and scattering, terror creeping in at the edges of her awareness despite years of training to suppress fear. This was bad, really bad, worse than Savage Land or the clusterfuck in London where she'd almost died twice. Then crimson strings erupted from every inch of her body without conscious thought. The cocoon formed instantly, wrapping around her as the quantum manipulation responded to desperation and survival instinct, creating something she'd only theorized about during practice sessions with Jay watching and offering suggestions. The strings expanded, solidified, transformed into something massive, and in seconds Domino found herself in the cockpit of a 40-foot translucent crimson mecha with a design pulled straight from Jay's memories that she'd glimpsed during their most intimate moments, when their minds had touched. A Gundam, proper and beautiful. She gasped for air, throat finally free from the crushing grip, blood clinging to her face from the beating while her healing factor was already working overtime on the damage, knitting broken bones and torn tissue. My man was right. Her grin returned, wild and bloody and completely unhinged. Gundam really is a man's first love. God, this feels good. Fury had released her when the cocoon formed, falling separately now through the sky, but Domino didn't give it a chance to recover as the mecha's hand formed into a massive crimson cannon that hummed with power and she opened fire without hesitation. The beam struck Fury mid-fall, carrying it sideways with tremendous force, and they were still thousands of feet up with plenty of room to maneuver and fight. The aerial battle began in earnest. Domino pulled the fight away from the helicarrier with deliberate intent, leading Fury over empty Atlantic waters where nothing below could be hurt, where civilians wouldn't die from falling debris, and the mecha moved with her thoughts like an extension of her body as energy cannons formed and fired in rapid succession, blades materialized for close combat, shield generators blocked incoming attacks with shimmering barriers. But Fury adapted to everything she threw at it. At first damage stuck with burns from energy weapons and tears from blade strikes that left the cyborg sparking and leaking, but with each passing minute effectiveness decreased until the same attack that had obliterated its arm now barely scratched the plating, until beam weapons that had melted through steel did nothing. Within half an hour her energy weapons did nothing but create light shows. By the hour mark even her most creative combinations, even switching damage types and attack vectors on the fly, failed completely against plating that had learned every trick. Fury had adapted to reality warping itself, had evolved past the fundamental nature of her powers. You've gotta be kidding me. Domino's breathing was labored, sweat pouring from sustained effort and exhaustion creeping into her bones. What kind of bullshit is this? Perfection. Fury's voice carried satisfaction that was almost sexual. Adaptive. Learning. Immortal. Everything Jay stole from me. Everything he took and perverted for his own use. I was supposed to be eternal. It punched through the mecha's head with a single strike and the crimson construct shattered like glass, fragments dissipating into energy, and metal fingers closed around Domino again with crushing force, pulling her free from the cockpit. She tried everything in her arsenal, summoned weapons, bent probability to impossible degrees, manipulated quantum strings and patterns that should have worked, but all of it slid off Fury with complete immunity, with adaptation so perfect it was like her powers didn't exist. This is it, Nina. Fury held her suspended thousands of feet above the Atlantic, wind howling around them. This is where you die. Where Jay's heart breaks as everything he loves turns to ash and dust. Where he learns what I learned, that death comes for everyone. Even him. Eventually. Domino met that single yellow eye with her own scarlet-touched gaze, defiant even now, blood running from her nose, her ears, her mouth from sustained internal damage while the taste of copper filled her mouth and her thoughts were getting fuzzy around the edges, consciousness slipping. But she smiled anyway, teeth stained red with her own blood. He's gonna rip you apart, you know that right? Her voice was hoarse but steady. Whatever you are, whatever you think you've become, Jay's gonna unmake you so completely that reality itself will forget you existed. Perhaps. But you won't live to see it. Fury's weapon arm charged with yellow energy coiling brighter than ever, building to critical mass, ready to vaporize her. Then rainbow light materialized across the sky. The Bifrost descended from the heavens like the hand of God himself, a pillar of pure cosmic power that turned the sky into a kaleidoscope of impossible colors, and the beam struck not just Domino but locations all across the globe simultaneously with thousands of connection points visible from space, each one marked by that distinctive rainbow glow that meant Asgardian intervention. Domino felt warmth spread through her chest, not burning or painful, just warm and familiar and safe in ways that made her want to cry. She knew this feeling, had felt it during their most intimate moments when Jay held her close and made promises he fully intended to keep. A blue lighted thread descended from heaven itself and touched her chest. The ring. The tether. The band forged in Nidavellir by dwarven hands, bound by a vow of protection and love that transcended space and time. Jay. Her voice was barely a whisper, choked with emotion and relief. You beautiful, crazy bastard. You actually did it. The Bifrost intensified around her and Domino felt herself being pulled gently, like loving hands guiding her home. Fury's grip tightened desperately, trying to hold her, but this was cosmic power channeled through dwarven craftsmanship and bound by love stronger than death itself, and the adaptive plating that had evolved to counter reality warping couldn't adapt to this fast enough, couldn't learn to resist the will of Asgard. Domino was torn free from Fury's grasp like tissue paper. All across the world the same thing happened as rainbow aurora formed across the sky in impossible beauty. Golden motes of light descended like falling stars, drifting down slowly and gracefully, beautiful against the backdrop of destruction and chaos, and each mote carried warmth and comfort and the promise of salvation to those who needed it most. The contrast was stark and striking with beauty and hope above while death and mechanical slaughter raged below in streets filled with screaming. Fury hung suspended in midair, its single eye tracking where Domino now rested safe in a man's arms, and its head tilted at that unnatural angle while processing what had just happened, while its systems tried to understand how it had failed. Then that eye brightened to painful intensity, glowing like a small sun. The golden motes continued their descent, beautiful and impossible, promising that hope wasn't dead yet, that someone somewhere had succeeded in something incredible, that salvation was real. And as the rainbow light faded and the rescue concluded across every continent simultaneously, one truth became clear to everyone watching in shelters and streets and battlefields. Jay had kept his promise to his people. The tether had held against impossible odds. Chapter 247, The Return of the Power Broker. A/N, second bonus chapter for Goal 1, next goal is 500 Power Stones for 2 more bonus chapters. Domino blinked as her surroundings suddenly changed from one moment being suspended thousands of feet above the Atlantic held in Fury's crushing grip with yellow energy coiling for a killing blow, to the next moment finding strong arms wrapped around her while warmth flooded through her chest where Tether's connection pulsed with familiar comfort. She didn't panic. The sensation was too familiar and too safe. Even her body recognized him before her mind caught up. You're back, babe. Her voice came out weak, strained from the beating she'd taken. Her healing factor was already working overtime though, visible wounds closing with each passing second while bruises faded from purple to yellow to nothing. Jay looked down at her, and for just a fraction of a second something in his eyes was different, older somehow, carrying weight that hadn't been there before. But then his expression shifted to that silly lopsided smile he reserved just for her, the one that said everything would be okay even when the world was burning. Yep, I'm back. And I bring gifts. He gestured toward the sky. Domino followed his gaze and saw them, golden motes of light falling from the heavens like snow, drifting down across the entire visible sky where each one pulsed with warmth, with life, with promise. They descended slowly, beautifully, painting the world in gentle gold. Wow. Domino's exhausted brain tried to process what she was seeing. She golden showered the whole planet. Jay sighed, the sound carrying affectionate exasperation. Really, Dom? That's what you're going with? What? Too soon. She grinned despite the pain, despite everything. Because that's what they did. They found humor in impossible situations. Jay's expression grew more serious, his hand coming up to cup her face gently. I know we talked about me worrying too much, but that's Fury down there. And I'm sorry, but you can't handle it alone. Not this version. So how about we switch? Domino's smile softened as she understood what he wasn't saying, that he'd seen her getting torn apart through whatever cosmic awareness he'd tapped into, that watching her nearly die had probably aged him 10 years, that he needed to do this, to face the thing that had hurt her. All right, you're up, partner. She raised her hand for a high five. Give that clunker hell. Their palms met with a satisfying smack, the contact sending warmth through both of them in a moment of connection before Jay had to leave again. But before he could teleport them to safety, Domino grabbed his arm. Wait. What happened? And what's with this light show? Jay's mind flashed back to his most anticipated meeting, the conversation that had changed everything. Gia's domain. Jay had walked past the rainbow portal that the Ancient One opened for him, stepping through the threshold between worlds, and what greeted him on the other side stole his breath completely. The first thing he felt was sunlight that wasn't harsh but gentle, passing through the entire plane with a quality unlike anything he'd experienced as it illuminated greenery so vast, so diverse, so impossibly varied that even his enhanced mind would need months to categorize each species individually. Plants that shouldn't exist together thrived side by side. Trees from every era of Earth's history grew in harmony while flowers bloomed in colors that had no names. And the fauna, creatures exotic and pure, moved through this paradise where each lived in perfect harmony with the others, predator and prey existing in balance where the cycle of life was visible but never cruel. Everything had its place, its purpose, its role in the grand design. The air itself was intoxicating, so pure and sweet that Jay felt lightheaded like breathing pure oxygen after a lifetime in smog, and every breath filled his lungs with vitality, with life itself. Jay stood transfixed by this dimension's beauty that outweighed even Asgard's golden halls, surpassed Nidavelir's forge, made everywhere else seem pale by comparison until he nearly forgot why he'd come here in the first place. Until a voice sweet as honey called to him. "I hope you like the place, child." Jay startled, spinning around, and what he saw made him freeze completely. The woman before him was the most astounding being he'd ever encountered, with a face that was a striking image of the maternal word made manifest, every culture's concept of mother given form. She was stunning in her own right, impossibly beautiful, but not a single ulterior thought passed through Jay's mind. The only thing he felt was warmth and safety, exactly like a newborn child feels from its mother. Image here. Something fundamental in his soul recognized her for what she was. Jay quickly regained his senses, bowed his head, and used his hands to greet her with the traditional namaste. Goddess Earth. The woman, surrounded by flora and fauna, her hair a mix of green and blue representing the planet itself, was a giant in all terms as befitting her station and power, standing easily 20 feet tall with her presence filling the space without overwhelming it. She called gently, her voice carrying across the distance. "It's been a long time since someone called me by that name. Come here, my child." Jay tried to crack a joke to ease his nerves and set the mood as he walked toward her, careful not to overstep even the smallest insects or saplings. "Technically, I'm not your child since I'm not from this world." Gia smiled warmly as she placed her giant hand on Jay's head, ruffling his hair with care that belied her size. "You're wrong in this case. Any and everyone who walks this land are my children. It's a mother's nature to look after even strays, as she looks after her children." Jay shuddered suddenly, hearing the maternal note in those words, the same ones he'd heard from his Dottie, his grandmother, in another life that felt both distant and immediate. The loss hit him fresh again, the memory of love unconditional and pure. He sighed, emotion thick in his throat. "I'll be blessed to be your son." Gia's smile widened, genuine pleasure radiating from her. "So what does the great power broker need from me, which even you can't achieve with your awesome powers?" Jay smiled as he formed sentences carefully, mindful not to offend the literal will and representation of the planet. "Nothing is hidden from you, Lady Gia. You must have seen my struggles and victories. And you must have also seen my limitations, whether they be metaphysical or philosophical." Gia made a face that Jay could swear was a pout, though he didn't dare put those thoughts to words. "Even still, my child, you haven't answered my question." Jay let his heart speak, emotion bleeding into his voice. "Lady Gia, I have this friend, Peter Parker. He's just a kid, but in my world, he grows up to be the greatest hero of all time. But even then, his story is full of tragedy. Whether it be his father figure, his first love, his firstborn, his first marriage, everything would be stripped away from him, leaving him a shell of a man. The only thing holding him together is his responsibility." He paused, gathering his thoughts and his pain. Whenever he's starting to rebuild his life, that same responsibility of saving someone always comes in between. Something similar happened in this world. Even though I made sure to help him with his Parker luck, his uncle was still in mortal danger. And that too from the lucky quarter I gifted him. Jay's voice cracked slightly. And then the breakdown the poor kid had, the way he blamed himself, and his questions, they tore through my heart. Even I couldn't find answers for him. He asked, "Why do bad things always happen to me? Why do people always need a hero to save them?" He looked up at Gia, meeting her eyes directly. "So I ask you the same thing. As a mother, why let such things happen to your children?" Jay saw Gia suddenly smile, her expression shifting as she answered in the most soothing voice, completely different from both Lady Death and the Queen of Nevers. "Child, this world works on balance. A food chain needs to be followed for the sustained growth of life, which is my prime responsibility. Nobody is made equal, and everyone, after they've grown, is responsible for their own actions. You must, of course, know of karma." Jay, now unsatisfied, spoke with more intensity. "That's a half-baked answer, and you know it. You claim yourself to be the mother of all, but how can a mother be so partial? How can you favor humans over other animals? How can even among those humans, some like Jamie and Jim are born with powers equal to or greater than your own?" His voice rose, passion overtaking caution. "How could your heart not break when you see common people out there losing their lives to just mere actions of these powered juggernauts? Why do they need people like Peter to make sacrifices of their childhood and life?" Gia, ever the sweet mother, took Jay's words as those of a curious child rather than being offended. "Child, tell me, if everyone were to be made equal, what would you eat? The food you ate last night was made from a poor chicken's loss of life, whose whole life was spent trapped in a cage, its fate already decided to be slaughtered for your consumption." She gestured around them. "What of the trees you cut away and animals you displaced when building your home in the savage land? And you, my child, are the most favored by the mark of the one above all itself. Not everyone can be the same. Such a world would soon stagnate. And I too have my responsibilities as an elder goddess. Jay found no rebuttal, could only swallow his frustration as the logic was sound, even if it hurt to accept. Chapter 248, Meeting with Gia. A/N, the second goal for this week is 500 Power Stones for 2 more bonus chapters. Comment, vote, and share if you're enjoying the chapter. But then Gia spoke again, her tone shifting. But since we elder gods and goddesses are bound by our responsibility, so are our words and so are favors. And you, my child, did me a favor by stopping the Chitauri invasion and bringing back to a mother her 1,200 children from Lady Death. Use it wisely. Jay, still surprised by her cooperation, used his enhanced mind to think of the perfect favor, the right way to phrase it, to get what he truly needed without loopholes or complications. Then, Gia, elder goddess, against my favor, guide me the path to achieve what I seek. People never having to depend on heroes. People being able to save themselves. Gia smiled with cheerfulness, seeing Jay use the right way to cash in his favor, his only chance. Well done, my child. You chose right. So I shall now tell you this, there is a danger to me and this whole planet. And even with my powers, I can't do anything against it since beings older and more powerful than us are making sure those events occur. She leaned forward, her expression growing serious. So tell me, child, will you give me your word to ensure my and my children's safety? Jay's mind processed her words about what could endanger Mother Earth herself, an elder goddess, but then his comic nerd perk activated, and it clicked. Tiamat. Jay's eyes widened. Of course, it's the Celestials that could endanger you. Erishem the judge stops you from stopping the birth of Tiamat, doesn't he? Gia finally sighed, her seriousness waning for a more relaxed expression. You guessed it correct, my child. I'm in danger of being forced to birth a Celestial in return for losing myself and, more tragically, all my children. Her eyes held his, ancient and knowing. So, power broker. No, Jay, my child, will you make me a promise? Will you save me and my children? And in exchange for that promise, I shall grant you your request in an equivalent exchange. Jay thought of the cost of offending and outright making enemies of Celestials, beings who could unmake entire planets with a thought, and hesitated before throwing the thought away. Jay held Gia's giant finger with both his hands, small against her immense form but firm in his conviction. You have my word, mother. Just that single word, and a beautiful smile cracked on her face. Finally, you called me mother. Do you know how frustrating it is seeing your child call you by your name? Jay, baffled after hearing the reason behind her pout, could only smile awkwardly. I'm sorry, mother. I'll be mindful next time. Gia smiled and said, now then, my child, tell me how you plan to achieve your goal of letting common citizens be independent of heroes in this strange world of them. Jay smiled as in his right palm a golden orb of light manifested, Heather's power taken with permission and sacrifice now given purpose, and he extended it toward Gia's face. This is the power I took from Lifeguard. That girl really loves life. She's really a true hero, sacrificing her powers for the greater cause. Using this, you could help all your children with the need to intervene directly, without crossing your responsibilities. Gia sensed the power in the single mode of light with astonishment as she finally saw the full scope of what Jay was planning, taking the mode in her hand and bringing it near her belly, letting it pass through the skin into her core. Hiraniagarba, she whispered. That's what they prayed to me as, the golden womb. And now I shall birth the salvation you and your companions have sought out. Jay, still astonished at the eagerness of seeing Gia's maternal nature to help her children, bowed to her again. I can't thank you enough, Ma. His heart spoke his true emotions. The word came from somewhere deep, from memories of another grandmother, another mother figure who'd shown him unconditional love. Gia, her hand on her belly, patted Jay with her other hand. Now go, my child. My children are again in danger, as Lady Death didn't like the violation of her domain. The lake nearby rippled and showed scenes that made Jay's blood run cold, Jim Jasper's soul leaving in a mode of white light while gaining control over Zola in the cyber world, his control over Master Mold, his attack on the helicarrier with the worldwide attack happening on Earth where an army of sentinels marched, causing death and havoc across every continent. Seeing Jay's panic, Gia said, don't blame yourself, my child, since you are also the reason for them. The scene shifted to show heroes like Krish, Surge, and Sunspot and many more fighting against the Sentinels and saving innocents, light in the darkness where hope pushed back against mechanical death. Jay, seeing this, said, but how? I made sure Jim was completely dead and all his power stripped away to me. Gia shifted the scene in the lake where suddenly the time in the mirror dimension where Jay resurrected Jim Jaspers to take away his power played out differently, showing a silhouette of a lady in black robes present who instead of letting Jim's soul ascend back to her domain, sweetly called the soul, corrupted it with hatred and rage, and sent it out of the mirror dimension before Jay could notice. Jay finally got it. Lady Death. Finally wanting to punish Jay for his discretion of stealing from her, first the 1,200 lives, then with Jim Jaspers again. This was her revenge. Calculated, cruel, and devastating. Seeing Jay's complex expression, Gia soothed him. Calm down, son. Now's not the time to ponder but for action. Go now, go back to your world, and call my name when you are ready, and I'll be there to assist. Jay, without saying any word, bowed to her again. Thank you for opening my eyes, Ma. I promise I'll pay back this favor, no matter what. His ring, tether, activated on its own violation, sensing Domino in danger and pulsing with urgent energy as the Bifrost connection flared, and he teleported back to the material plane. Gia remained alone in her domain, rubbing her belly where Heather's power now resided. Go, my child. Golden motes of light generated from the trees as if they were fruits, falling down to earth and then to the material plane itself, spreading across the world like seeds of hope. Present, above the Atlantic. Jay finished explaining, his words coming fast while Domino processed it all, her enhanced mind working through implications even as her body continued healing. So Death herself sicked that thing on us? Domino's voice carried anger but also understanding. And here I thought we were just dealing with leftover Hydra bullshit. She's playing the long game, Jay said, his jaw tight. But so are we. Those golden lights falling. That's Gia's gift activating. Heather's power, spread across the entire planet. When people are in danger, when they need saving, Earth itself will respond. He looked down at the Atlantic far below, where Fury still hovered, its single eye tracking their position. But first, I need to deal with the immediate problem. Domino cupped his face, forcing him to look at her. Hey. I know that look. Don't go full manic mode, yeah. That thing is dangerous. Just be smart about it. Jay smiled, the expression carrying genuine affection. When am I not smart? Do you want the list alphabetically or chronologically? He laughed despite everything and kissed her forehead. Help others where you can. This won't take long. Blue light enveloped Domino as she vanished, teleported to the helicarrier's safe zone where Steve and the others were regrouping. Jay turned his attention to Fury below where the robot had been watching, calculating, adapting, but it hadn't experienced what Jay had just been through. Jay's eyes shifted, whites replaced by black, stars speckling them like he'd swallowed the cosmos as Mad Jim Jasper's universal reality warping activated fully for the first time since he'd stolen it. Around him, reality began to bend. Time for subtlety was gone. The only answer was an overwhelming, undeniable force. Fury's single eye brightened as its sensors detected the massive energy spike while the robot's adaptive systems immediately began analyzing, learning, and preparing to counter. But this time, it was too late. Jay smiled, and the expression was sharp as broken glass. Let's see how well you adapt to this, you mechanical bastard. He descended toward Fury like a falling star with reality warping trailing behind him like wings of pure cosmic power while the golden motes of light continued falling across the world, each one a promise that things were about to change. That the age of people needing constant saving was about to end. That Peter Parker's question finally had an answer. And that answer was coming with the fury of a man who'd made a deal with Mother Earth herself. The battle for humanity's future was about to begin. Chapter 249, Borrowed Miracles. If you're enjoying this, do me a favor and drop a comment, throw a stone, scream your theories, or share it with someone who likes chaos. The more love I see, the faster I can push updates. Let's ride. The first goal for this week is 200 Power Stones for 2 bonus chapters. Back on Earth, golden motes of light fell from the sky like snow that refused to touch ground, each one floating toward the massacre happening below where swarms of sentinels detained mutants for their so-called re-education and superheroes across the world fought exhausted, injured, dying by inches. Jay, hovering above the Atlantic before launching his attack on Fury, spoke the spell Gia had taught him with words that came from somewhere ancient, somewhere that predated language itself and touched the foundation of existence. You are the sensory object, you are Earth, you are a deity, limitless mother. You are the producer of the universe, the supporter of all existence. Control the Earth, firmly establish the Earth, do not harm the Earth. The words resonated through dimensions, through the fabric of reality itself, and somewhere deep in her domain Gia heard her son's call and answered with everything she had. The golden motes multiplied exponentially, spreading across every continent and seeking those with the will to protect others. New York City, Lower Manhattan. Max, just 14 with his whole life ahead of him, watched the sentinel drag his sister away while his father lay bleeding on the cracked pavement with a gash across his forehead leaking red that pooled on concrete. Max's whole world had compressed into a single thought, a single desperate prayer that consumed everything else: save. 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 A golden speck stopped its descent and floated toward him, pulsing with warmth that made his skin tingle. Max Steel. The voice was sweet and maternal, like every mother in every language speaking at once in perfect harmony. Your will to save is worthy. Will you accept what I offer? Max's brain hadn't caught up to what was happening as his mouth worked with no sound coming out at first, his thoughts fragmenting. Wah, who, can you, my sister? The sentinel kept walking with his sister trapped in its metal arms, and something in Max broke like glass shattering. The golden mote hung in the air between them with infinite patience, waiting for his choice. Child, I cannot interfere directly, but I can give you the means. Be brave. Speak your answer. Max reached out with shaking hands and closed his fist around the light that felt warm and alive. Yes. Please, yes. Whatever it takes. The transformation hit him like lightning channeled through his spine. Golden aura exploded from his skin, and Max felt his body change and felt power flood through him like electricity through copper wire as his skin turned metallic gold, his hair blazed with inner light, and a red suit materialized over his body with a big M emblazoned over his heart. The sensation was overwhelming in its intensity, every nerve ending on fire with purpose, every muscle suddenly capable of impossible things, his mind expanding to encompass senses he'd never known existed or thought possible. He could feel danger like a physical pressure against his skin, sense his father's fading heartbeat growing weaker by the second and his sister's terror spiking with each step the sentinel took, even the sentinel's cold mechanical awareness calculating probabilities. His body moved without his permission as danger detection response seized control, and Max found himself running toward his father on legs that shouldn't be able to move that fast and covered distance in impossible strides. Dad. His voice came out wrong, deeper, and resonating with power. Dad, it's me. Can you hear me? Nothing as his father's eyes stayed closed with blood still seeping from the wound, staining pavement darker. Panic seized Max's chest in a crushing grip, but then his hands glowed green specked with gold and moved of their own accord without conscious thought, pressing against his father's wound while Max watched in awe and terror as the gash closed like time running backward, as internal damage repaired itself cell by cell. Finally his father's breathing steadied and color returned to his face. Before Max could process what he'd done or understand the miracle in his hands, his body pulled away, no longer his to control, and charged at the sentinel with speed that left after images, his golden fist punching straight through the robot's head with a sound like thunder. Metal shrieked as sparks flew and the sentinel collapsed in a heap of smoking components. How? Max stared at his hand, at the dent his fist had made in reinforced plating designed to withstand tank rounds. Sis. But he didn't care about the impossibility as his sister was all that mattered in the world, and she had minor cuts across her arms from being grabbed and passed out but breathing while his hands produced that green energy again, healing her injuries with touches that felt instinctive and natural, like he'd been doing this his whole life. Then he heard them with heavy footsteps and multiple signatures as his danger sense screamed warnings that made his head pound. A swarm of sentinels converged on his position, drawn by the destruction of their drone like sharks to blood. Max's heart hammered against his ribs. No, too many, I can't fight all of them. But his body responded before fear could take root as Lifeguard's situational biomorphic adaptation seized control and assessed the threat in microseconds, and golden wings erupted from Max's back with their wingspan more than 6 feet and each feather gleaming like molten metal, sharp and deadly. One flap and he was airborne with his sister and father gathered in arms, and the sentinels reached for him with grasping metal claws, but he was already gone, moving faster than them through air that parted before him. Minutes later, Roosevelt Hospital. Max landed in the ambulance bay with wings folding back into his shoulder blades as he set his family down gently on concrete, and paramedics rushed forward with practices while, for the first time since the transformation, Max felt his body return to his control. He stretched, testing limbs that had moved without permission like a puppet, and grinned despite everything because that had been incredible. The sentinels found him in a nearby park with 6 of them advancing in formation, their optical sensors locked on his position. Max waved with teenage bravado. Here. I'm here. His voice cracked with enthusiasm and terror in equal measure. Took me by surprise before, but I got it now. I'm a real superhero. Like on TV. He slapped his palm against his fist, felt the power respond as his wings spread and hardened with each feather sharpening, and his skin took on a metallic sheen. My sis and dad are safe. So now let's try this for real. Max let go, stopped fighting the power and submitted to it completely. His body moved like a dancer performing a routine perfected over years, and the sentinels tried to corner him with coordinated tactics, adapt to his patterns and predict his movements, but adaptation required time and Max didn't give it to them. His wings cut through metal plating like scissors through paper and his fists found weak points in armor that shouldn't exist as his danger sense kept him 3 steps ahead of every strike. More sentinels swarmed with dozens now converging on the park. Max's wings spread wide, and individual feathers fired like missiles in a 360-degree attack that turned the park into a scrapyard as metal bodies fell in pieces around him. Then the golden aura flickered and dimmed. Max felt the power slipping away like water through his fingers. Wait, no, not yet. I'm just getting started. The mote of light extracted itself from his chest, and Max collapsed to normal, gasping with his body suddenly weak and cold and so horribly empty like someone had scooped out his insides. You have done well, Max Steel. The danger has passed. The power must return now to help others. Stop. Max reached for the light desperately, but it seeped into the ground like water into sand. But I didn't even hit a cool pose yet. I had like 5 planned. Iron Fist landed beside him moments later, taking in the destroyed sentinels scattered across the park like toys. Kid, what the hell happened here? Max sat there, banging his fists against the pavement with tears of frustration streaming down his face, not from fear or pain but from loss as he touched something incredible and now it was gone forever. I was a hero, Max whispered, staring at his normal hands that looked so small now. Just for a minute, but it was real. It was actually real. Tokyo, Shibuya Crossing. A schoolteacher named Tanaka Yuki, 28 and never brave, grabbed students and pulled them toward shelter as a sentinel advanced through the crowd. The poor girl's mutation let her see emotions as colors, which was beautiful but useless in combat. The sentinel's weapon charged with rising energy. Mutant identified. Cease resistance. Golden light touched her shoulder like a gentle hand. Tanaka Yuki. Your students need protection. Will you become their shield? Yuki's hands trembled as she'd never been brave and never been strong, just a teacher who loved children. Watashi wa. I'm just a teacher. I can't fight robots. You can. If you speak the right answer. A student screamed behind her, a little girl, 6 years old, crying for her mother, who wasn't there. Yuki's fear crystallized into something harder. Hi. Onegaishimasu. The transformation felt like being unmade and remade in the same instant as golden light wrapped her body and rewrote her very structure, and suddenly Yuki could feel the structural integrity of the building around her, could sense which supports were weakening and which walls would collapse, even predict falling debris before it fell. Multiple arms erupted from her torso, 6 in total, like Azura from the old stories, and each one moved independently to brace crumbling concrete, snatch falling debris midair and pull her students from danger simultaneously. She didn't control the movements and couldn't have if she tried, but she felt every sensation, like the rightness of protecting these children and the purpose filling the hole where fear had lived her entire life. 12 students were safe and the sentinel was destroyed by fists that had punched through its chest cavity. Then the light faded, and Yuki collapsed, normal again, with her students crying and hugging her legs. Sunfire landed nearby, his nuclear aura still blazing hot enough to distort the air. Oi, sensei. You alright? That was brilliant. I had 6 arms. Yuki looked at her normal hands, flexed her normal fingers. The emptiness where power had been felt like grief, like losing a part of herself. It's gone now. Yeah. Saw it happen to a salaryman in Shinjuku, too. Guy grew dragon wings and breathed fire hot enough to melt steel. Sunfire helped her stand with surprising gentleness. Whatever the hell this is, it's happening everywhere across the city. Mumbai, Dharavi slums. Priya, 16 and thin from poverty, ran after the sentinel that carried her little brother. Arjun. Bia, please. Her brother's mutation let him hear animals, which was useless for anything except asking them to bring stolen rotis, but deadly in the eyes of these machines that killed for genetic differences. A golden speck descended. Priya Sharma. Your love burns bright. What do you say? Anything. Just give him back to me. Please. The transformation was violent as her thin frame exploded with muscle that rippled under golden skin, bones cracking and reforming as she grew to 7 feet with her hands becoming claws that could rend metal, her teeth sharp as daggers, and suddenly she could sense every living thing around her in a radius of blocks, feel their fear like physical pressure against her expanded consciousness. Her body moved with predatory grace, ripped through metal like tissue paper, freed her brother and healed his scrapes with green energy that felt like safety given form, like her mother's hands when Priya was small. 10 more sentinels converged on her position. Crystalline wings erupted from Priya's back like stained glass-made flesh, refracting light into rainbow patterns that dazzled and disoriented the machine's optical sensors, and she took flight with Arjun clutched against her chest, her body adapting to each new threat with precision she couldn't comprehend. The sentinels fired, and her skin hardened to diamond. They tried to grab and her body became intangible. If they adapted, she adapted faster. Then, mid-landing a dozen feet up, the light withdrew. The fall was terrifying as Priya screamed, and then 2 arms caught them both with impossible gentleness. Krish set them down gently on solid earth. Easy now, Beta, kid. You're safe. Both of you. Priya stared at her normal hands, at her brother crying in her arms with relief. I had wings and I could fly. I saved him. You did. Krish smiled with genuine warmth. You were magnificent, Beta, kid. But the loss hollowed her but as the power had felt like becoming who she was always meant to be, and now she was just Priya again, ordinary and poor. Chapter 250, Miracles Across the World. If you're enjoying this, do me a favor and drop a comment, throw a stone, scream your theories, or share it with someone who likes chaos. The more love I see, the faster I can push updates. Let's ride. The first goal for this week is 200 Power Stones for 2 bonus chapters. London, Trafalgar Square. Margaret Foster, 87 and tired, felt golden light settle into her chest as Union Jack fought desperately yards away. Margaret Foster. You survived one genocide. You will not fall to another. What do you say? Margaret's hands shook as she was old, so old, and tired of running from monsters. Give it to someone younger, dear. I've lived my life already. Your experience has worth. Your courage has worth. Answer me, child. Margaret, who'd fled Germany at 13, who'd lost her parents to camps and her siblings to war, who'd sworn never again would she run, looked at the children cowering nearby and saw her younger self. Yes. For them. The transformation was gentle with no massive muscles or dramatic wings, just golden skin, golden hair, and suddenly Margaret could sense danger to every person in the square, dozens of threats overlapping, and her body knew exactly how to respond. She moved like light itself, like time had reversed 70 years, faster than even Union Jack, pulling people from danger with hands that remembered youth, healing wounds with touches that felt like her grandmother's hands once had, gentle and full of love. The sentinels adapted and targeted her specifically as armor materialized across her aged frame, golden plates that absorbed blasts and reflected them back with amplified force that turned her into a walking fortress. Bloody hell, Union Jack breathed, staring. Gran's gone absolutely mental. Language, young man, Margaret said primly, then punched through a sentinel's chest with strength that shattered its power core. When the light withdrew, she was old again, sitting on the lion statue, breathing hard but smiling through happy tears. Worth it, she whispered to no one in particular. The emptiness hurt, but the memory of strength would sustain her through whatever years remained. Absolutely worth it. Every second. Xavier's School, Westchester. Golden motes descended like blessings across the grounds, dozens of them at once choosing the willing. Mr. Patterson, a history teacher who'd never thrown a punch, accepted the light and grew wings that pulled students from collapsing dormitories with impossible strength. Sarah Chen, 17, senior class president, became living electricity and short-circuited sentinels by the dozen with lightning that arced between targets. Old Tom the groundskeeper, 70 years old and arthritic, transformed into something primal with his skin becoming bark and roots erupting to entangle and crush machines like they were made of cardboard. Xavier felt each transformation through his telepathy, saw how the power chose people based on willingness alone and saw how perfectly each gift matched the need, situation, and threat. Jean, he thought quietly. Tell me you're sensing this too. Professor, I. Jean's voice carried wonder through their telepathic link. The lights choose based on willingness to protect others. It's the most beautiful thing I've ever felt. But the scale of it. The coordination. Xavier reached out further with Cerebro and felt the phenomenon spreading across the entire planet in waves. Millions of transformations happening simultaneously. Then Storm's voice came after understanding crashed through her as she realized what was happening. Professor, this is Mother Earth's blessing. She's answering her children's plea. It's wonderful. That brilliant, reckless, impossibly ambitious boy. Xavier smiled despite the pain throbbing through his skull. He must have convinced Mother Earth herself to intervene. Scott's voice cut through the comms with barely contained awe. Professor, the Sentinels are pulling back. They can't adapt fast enough when the threats keep changing every few minutes. Of course they can't, Xavier said with satisfaction warming his chest. How do you adapt to an entire planet fighting back? Baxter Building, New York. Reed Richards watched the phenomenon through his monitors with fingers stretching across keyboards at impossible speed, trying to understand the impossible with science. Sue, the energy readings are off the charts. This isn't scientific. This is. He paused, searching for words in his vast vocabulary. This is divine intervention. I'm watching a mailman grow wings, Sue said from her position maintaining force fields around the building. A mailman, Reed. He pulled a family from a burning building. Reed's instruments tracked thousands of simultaneous transformations, each one perfectly calibrated to the specific threat, each one lasting exactly as long as needed before the power returned to its source like a tide. The coordination required is staggering. The power expenditure should be impossible according to every law of science. Whoever orchestrated this. Reed stopped, recalibrated his equipment, and checked his readings because he couldn't believe them. Johnny flew past the window, trailing fire. Whatever it is, I love it. Whole cities full of temporary heroes. Alicia's voice came softly from the nursery where she rocked Franklin. Maybe that's what heroes should inspire. Not dependence, but the courage to act when needed. Reed looked at his family, at his son sleeping peacefully while the world transformed outside their windows. Yes, he said quietly with emotion thick in his throat. Yes, exactly that. Paris, Arc de Triomphe. The street artist felt golden light wrap around him as his body transformed into living art with every color swirling across his skin. His hands moved with purpose beyond his understanding, painting on air itself with finger strokes that created reality, and the sentinels froze trapped in two-dimensional portraits he rolled up like wallpaper and tossed aside, their three-dimensional forms compressed into flat art. Mon Dieu, he whispered when the power faded and left him normal. This was real. It was real. Washington, D.C., Capitol Building. A janitor named Marcus Webb grew to 12 feet of living stone and protected an entire wing of senators from sentinel assault with fists that cratered marble floors, while a congressional aide sprouted wings and evacuated 3 floors in minutes, and a security guard became living fire and melted through robot plating with temperatures that shouldn't exist in nature. Each transformation was unique, precious, and changing everything. Senator Kelly watched it all on monitors with his hands shaking uncontrollably. "Sir," his aide said quietly with awe in her voice. "Those are not mutants or superheroes. Just people." "I know." Kelly's voice cracked with emotion he couldn't name. "God help me. Everything I thought I knew. The Cabal's submarine, Arctic waters." The conference room had gone silent as death. Every screen showed the same thing with golden lights, ordinary people transformed, and sentinels destroyed by teachers, accountants, grandmothers, children, people who shouldn't be threats. Whitehall's smile had frozen, brittle and threatened to shatter. Madame Gao's serene mask had cracked around the edges. Sinister's predatory grin had vanished entirely, replaced by fear from uncertainty. John Sublime stood slowly with his hands gripping the table hard enough to crack wood and voice coming out hoarse with disbelief. He didn't. He couldn't have. The sheer audacity of it. What? Whitehall snapped with rage building. What is this? Sublime's laugh was bitter and broken, decades of planning crumbling. Gia. He convinced that bitch to grant protection directly to her children. He weaponized an elder goddess. His hands clenched into fists hard enough to draw blood. We planned for heroes. We planned for the power broker. We planned for every contingency. We didn't plan for the entire planet to fight back. On screens, the tide of battle turned as for every sentinel that fell, the machines had to recalculate and adapt to threats that only existed for minutes, threats impossible to predict or counter effectively. Madame Gao rose with deadly grace. We accelerate Phase 2. Now. Immediately. Phase 2 isn't ready. Sinister's composure cracked further with desperation bleeding through. The clone needs another week at minimum, and even then there are no guarantees. We don't have another week. Gao's voice was steel wrapped in silk, sharp and cutting. If every person on this planet can become a hero when needed, our entire strategy crumbles to dust. We strike now, or we lose everything we've built over decades. Sublime stared at the screens, at millennia of understanding of the world and planning unraveling because one man had changed the rules themselves, and his jaw worked with rage. Sinister, he said with barely controlled fury. The clone needs to be ready. I don't care what it takes. Make it strong enough to kill gods if you have to. Back in New York. Max sat on the curb outside Roosevelt Hospital with his mother's arms around him in a crushing embrace. You're safe, she sobbed into his hair. You're alive. That's all that matters, son. Nothing else matters. But Mom, Max protested weakly with teenage frustration. I was a superhero. Just for a minute, but I saved Dad and Sis. I actually saved them. I know, baby. I know. She held him tighter like she'd never let go. And I'm so proud of you. But you don't have to be a hero. You're enough just as you are. You've always been enough. Max looked at the ground where the golden mote had disappeared, at his normal hands that minutes ago had punched through steel and healed the dying. The loss hurt, but then his sister stumbled out of the hospital on shaky legs, saw him, and ran into his arms, crying with relief. And Max realized the power had been incredible, had been everything he'd never even dreamed of, but this moment with his family whole and safe was what made it all worth the pain. Still gonna work on a hero pose though, he whispered into his sister's hair with determination. Just in case there's a next time. Gonna make it epic. His mother laughed through tears. The golden snow continued to fall, kept choosing, and kept answering the question Peter Parker had asked with tears in his eyes. Why do people always need heroes to save them? Because sometimes, when it mattered most, they didn't. Sometimes, people had the power to save themselves. And that realization changed everything about what it meant to be a hero. Chapter 251, J vs. Fury. A/N, alright, that's it. All the setup is done, and one of my best fights is coming up in the next few chapters. If you're enjoying the story, show some love. Drop a comment, throw your theories at me, share it around, or just vibe. The more support I see, the faster I can push updates. This week's goal is 200 Power Stones. Hit it, and I'll drop 2 bonus chapters. Above the Atlantic Ocean. Jay launched himself at Fury like a collapsing star with his hands encased in black energy speckled with stars that swirled like miniature galaxies. Mad Jim Jasper's universal reality warping flooded through him, eager and hungry, the power that could destroy entire worlds now focused into a single devastating strike. His fist connected with Fury's chest. For one perfect moment, Jay felt victory as his reality warping tore through the robot's adaptive plating, through circuits and consciousness, through the very concept of Fury's existence, and the machine exploded outward in a spray of metal and energy while disintegrating at the molecular level. Then the pieces laughed. The sound came from everywhere, mechanical and wrong. Jim Jasper's theatrical British accent processed through synthesized madness as each fragment hummed with manic glee while flowing back together, rewriting themselves and adapting to the attack even as it destroyed them. Come on, Jay. Fury reformed in seconds, its single eye blazing yellow with predatory intelligence. Is this it? I've been waiting for this fight since you killed me. Twice. Jay's danger sense screamed warnings as Fury's plating shifted and flowed, adaptive algorithms learning from his attack, incorporating the data and evolving countermeasures in real time. He was stronger, his reality warping deeper and more fundamental, but the robot had the perfect counter. It learned, adapted, evolved, and what good was overwhelming power if your enemy could just become immune to it? And I see you lusting after my power, Fury continued, its voice rising with theatrical fury that would have been comical if it wasn't so terrifying. Corrupting it, perverting it to use against me of all people. Ha ha ha. Oh, this is delicious. To celebrate, I'll kill every mutant on the planet and gift them to Lady Death as a thanks for giving me this glorious second chance at revenge. Jay twisted space around himself, creating a barrier of folded dimensions while his heart hammered against his ribs. Domino was safe on the helicarrier, Gia's golden motes were protecting people across the globe, and all he had to do was keep Fury away from them, no matter what. Again with the villain monologues. Seriously, why do all you guys talk so much? He manifested a wall of space between them, reality layering on itself while air rasped in his lungs from the effort. Maybe I should ask Spidey for tips on the banter thing. Just while you can. Fury's eye flexed, and Jay felt it scanning the fundamental structure of his reality warping while learning its very essence. Those will be your last words. The robot blitzed forward faster than thought, moving through spaces that didn't exist, weaving around Jay's defenses with impossible agility as energy blasts carved through probability itself with each one calibrated to disrupt reality warping at the quantum level. Jay twisted causality and made the blasts never fired, but Fury had already adapted and compensated as attacks came from directions that weren't directions, from moments that never existed, from possibilities Jay hadn't considered. One blast grazed his shoulder as pain exploded through his nervous system while reality frayed around the wound and his flesh tried to exist in 6 different states simultaneously. The smell of ozone mixed with something worse, like burning dimensions. Okay, Jay gasped, healing the wound by rewriting the last 3 seconds like hitting undo on reality itself. You've gotten better. I've gotten perfect. The fight that followed rewrote the definition of combat itself. Jay didn't go with normal attacks but unmade, reaching into the fabric of existence and erasing the concept of fury from reality, deleting it from causality, making it so the robot had never been built, never existed, never could exist. The Atlantic below them froze midwave, then vaporized, then became solid crystal, then returned to water with physics breaking and repairing with each exchange of power. Fury responded by becoming an idea instead of a thing, a thought given form existing outside physical reality, anchored to the concept of vengeance itself rather than any material existence. Clever, Jay admitted, then rewrote the concept of vengeance to exclude fury from its definition. The robot laughed and anchored to hatred instead. Jay made hatred not exist. Fury found rage. Jay eliminated rage from the universe. Fury anchored to envy. They played this game for subjective centuries, moving faster than thought with each one trying to find the fundamental concept the other couldn't eliminate, couldn't rewrite, couldn't adapt to. Jay's lungs burned even though he transcended the need for air while his thoughts were fracturing at the edges with reality warping bleeding into his perception of self. This wasn't like fighting Jamie or Mephisto but fighting someone with his own power, someone who understood reality warping on an instinctive level because they were born for it, and worse, someone who learned from every mistake. Jay created a construct inspired by the equations from DC, not a physical thing but a living equation with mathematics given terrible life. It was probability incarnate, shaped like a dragon made of numbers that didn't exist in standard arithmetic while breathing paradoxes that unraveled reality wherever they touched. The dragon's roar sounded like collapsing dimensions. Fury countered by generating anti-math, concepts that cancelled out Jay's equations and made his impossible numbers equal 0 as the shield it generated made mathematics meaningless, existed in a state where numbers had no power. The dragon dissolved into conceptual fragments. Jay created 1,000 more with each one embodying a different impossible theorem as his vision tunneled from the effort of creating this many constructs at once, like trying to think 1,000 thoughts simultaneously. Fury evolved a shield that made mathematics meaningless. Jay shifted tactics by folding space and time into a Mobius strip, trapping Fury in an infinite loop where every action led back to its beginning, where cause and effect chased each other in endless circles. The temperature around them dropped to absolute 0, then spiked to plasma heat, then ceased to exist as a concept. Fury punched through causality itself and stepped out of the loop before it formed. You're thinking too small. The robot's form rippled, adapting not just to Jay's attacks but to the very concept of being attacked. You have the power of a god, but you're still thinking like a human. Like a child playing with daddy's tools. Jay's eyes went black with stars swirling in the void as worry coiled in his gut, cold and sharp, but he pushed it down. Domino, Bobby, Franklin, everyone was counting on him. Imagination. Let me show you imagination then. Reality inverted. The ocean below became sky while the sky became ground, gravity pointed in 17 directions simultaneously, light moved backwards through time, sound became visible, colors tasted like emotions, and every physical law rewrote itself in real time. The air itself screamed with the wrongness of it all. Fury adapted to all of it within seconds. Jay aged the robot backwards until it never existed, but Fury anchored outside temporal flow. Jay created a black hole made of condensed probability with every possible outcome that would destroy Fury compressed into a single point of impossible density as the gravitational pull was so intense it bent light into pretzels. Fury generated a white hole made of impossibility itself, spewing out every outcome where it survived and thrived and won. The two constructs collided as reality screamed, and the sound was like the universe itself crying out in pain. Time got weird when beings who could rewrite causality fought each other as hours passed or maybe days, with Jay's sense of linear progression shattering somewhere around the 3rd century of subjective combat. They moved across 3-dimensional space and 4-dimensional time and 5-dimensional probability, fighting in spaces with negative dimensions, in realms where geometry was a polite suggestion at best. Jay's body ached in ways that shouldn't be possible as his reality warping should have fixed it, but the effort of maintaining his existence while fighting was taking its toll. Each breath came harder while each thought took longer to form. He created an army, not of soldiers but of alternate versions of himself pulled from every possible timeline where he'd made different choices, 1,000 Jays with each one real in its own quantum state and each one wielding reality warping with different techniques and styles. Scholar Jay who'd studied science instead of stealing powers, villain Jay who'd chosen conquest over heroism, old Jay who'd survived centuries, undead Jay who'd learned to haunt life itself. For a moment, seeing all these versions of himself, Jay felt the weight of roads not taken, lives he could have lived, choices he could have made. Domino in some realities, dead in others, alone in most. All of them attacked Fury simultaneously from every angle and dimension. Fury's eye tracked all 1,000 at once as its adaptive plating flowed, generating countermeasures faster than thought, and for every Jay that attacked Fury evolved a specific defense, learned that version's patterns, adapted to that timeline's physics. One by one the alternate Jays were erased and removed from possibility itself with their timelines collapsing and their quantum states destabilizing. Jay felt each one wink out like stars dying, felt the weight of 1,000 deaths that were and weren't his own. The Prime Jay watched it happen with his mind racing through exhaustion as Fury was learning from his own power because it was his own power, stolen by Jim Jaspers and filtered through a soul that had been born to warp reality. Every attack he made Fury studied and evolved past, every trick he used Fury learned and countered, and the robot was getting stronger with every exchange, feeding on the combat itself. Jay manifested a construct made of pure cosmic energy shaped like a sword that could cut through concepts. You're using my power against me, Jay. But you don't understand it. You're just copying the surface level. And you, Fury continued, generating a shield made of anti-concept that made Jay's sword meaningless, think you've mastered reality warping in the weeks since you stole my potential. I was born for this power. My entire existence was built around it. You're just a thief playing with stolen goods. The accusation should have stung, and maybe it would have if Jay hadn't spent months watching what bigots like Jaspers did to innocent people, what Jim's alternate version had done stealing power from a genocidal lunatic who'd murdered an entire universe's worth of heroes. The moral math wasn't complicated. Yeah. Jay swung his conceptual sword, ignoring the way his arms felt like lead. And your alter self built Fury to hunt down and kill every hero because you're a paranoid fascist. So excuse me if I don't feel guilty about stealing from a bigot like you. Fury's shield blocked the blade, and the sword shattered into fragments of failed possibility. Okay, Jay admitted, dissolving the remnants while his thoughts felt sluggish, like moving through molasses. You've got a point about the experience thing, though. He needed to think bigger, stranger, more fundamental, but his mind was fractured from centuries of subjective combat with his reality warping flickering like a dying flame. Jay reached into reality source code, into the underlying structure that made existence possible, and he found the fundamental constants, the numbers that couldn't change, the speed of light, Planck's constant, the gravitational constant, the fine structure constant. And he rewrote them all at once. Physics broke. Light moved at the speed of sound while gravity became a polite suggestion, atoms held together through mutual agreement rather than electromagnetic force, and matter and energy became interchangeable not through Einstein's equation but through pure whim. The Atlantic Ocean turned into crystallized thought that tasted purple while the sky became liquid emotion that felt like nostalgia, and Fury's body made of matter that followed old physics should have dissolved. Instead, the robot adapted. Chapter 252, The Sculptor Ran Out of Clay. A/N, yay, we did it Party Popper, our first goal of 200 power stones is officially done, and this is your first bonus chapter. Now for the next target I second goal, 400 power stones hit that, and I'll drop 2 more bonus chapters. So if you're enjoying the story, drop your stones, leave a comment, and share it around. Let's keep this rolling collision. It's plating reconfigured at the quantum level, accepting the new physics, incorporating the changes, evolving to exist in this broken reality more efficiently than Jay himself as the transformation took seconds with plating flowing like mercury and internal systems rewriting themselves to match the impossible rules Jay had created. You keep trying to change the rules, Fury said, its form now flickering between states of matter that shouldn't be able to transition, but I say rules don't apply to me. That's what adaptation means, Jay. That's what makes me perfect. Jay felt it then, ice flooding his veins as the trap closed, and Fury wasn't just fighting him but maneuvering him, pushing him toward something specific with every exchange. Each dimension hop, each reality shift, each desperate escalation was exactly what Fury wanted. How long has it been planning this? Since it woke up. Since Lady Death resurrected Jasper's soul. How far ahead can it think? He tried to break away, to teleport to safety, but Fury was faster as the robot's plating shifted and something like dominoes crimson strings manifested from its frame, quantum manipulation given mechanical form, the same power Jay had seen his girlfriend use now weaponized and perfected. Oh hell no. Jay breathed. When had Fury completely adapted to her power? The strings wrapped around him at the subatomic level, latching onto his quantum signature, his probability field, his reality anchor, and Fury pulled while space inverted with the sensation like being turned inside out while falling through dimensions simultaneously. Jay found himself falling. Not through air but through dimensions, through the walls between realities, through the multiverse itself as his stomach lurched with each transition while his mind struggled to process the cascade of impossible physics. Fury was right behind him with those quantum strings still attached, pulling and pushing, forcing Jay toward a specific type of universe. Toward the dark. They crashed through a world made entirely of Lego blocks. Jay's body reformed into plastic bricks snapping together with that distinctive clicking sound as tiny plastic figures with painted-on faces scattered, screaming in high-pitched voices while 2 reality warpers carved destruction through their geometric universe. This is ridiculous. Jay shouted, his Lego hands trying to grip Lego air that had no substance. I quite agree. Fury responded, its form adapting to the new physics while becoming a construct of interlocking bricks that moved with liquid fluidity. It's single plastic. I tracked Jay with predatory focus. But effective for my purposes. The robot kicked Jay through the dimensional wall. They tumbled into a dimension where everything was Muppets as felt creatures with googly eyes and visible seams watched in horror while the battle continued. Jay became felt and foam, his reality warping trying to adapt to a universe where physics ran on comedy timing and pratfall logic. A Muppet version of himself punched a Muppet version of Fury as the robot's googly eye spun in circles with a cartoon bump rising on its head, and the sound effect was literally visible in the air, POW. This is deeply undignified, Fury said in its mechanical voice, somehow even more wrong coming from a felt puppet. Agreed, Muppet Jay said, grabbing the robot with felt hands that squeaked against Fury's felt plating as he threw them both through another dimensional barrier, desperate to escape this particular brand of cosmic humiliation. They crashed into concrete and fluorescent lighting. The real world. Not a dimension that mimicked it or a universe adjacent to it, but the actual, literal real world where flesh and blood humans lived and worked and had no idea that superheroes and reality warpers existed beyond their entertainment. Jay and Fury materialized inside an office building in New York, specifically the Marvel Entertainment offices on the 3rd floor, where editors and writers sat in cubicles working on comic books and films that would never know how close they came to the truth. Cullen Bunn, a man in his 40s with coffee cup halfway to his lips, looked up from his desk and saw 2 beings made of impossible physics wreathed in reality warping energy, tearing holes in causality itself right in front of his filing cabinet. His eyes went wide as his coffee cup dropped, shattering on the floor. Not again, he screamed. Papers flew everywhere as reality warping energy washed over them while computer monitors exploded spontaneously with screens fracturing into spiderweb patterns, coffee cups shattered, and an entire wall phased out of existence, revealing the office next door where a woman on a conference call froze mid-sentence, staring at the impossible scene with her mouth hanging open. Another editor dove under his desk. I knew it. I knew they were real. Jenkins owes me $50. Is that an editor? Fury paused mid-attack, its single eye focusing on the screaming man. Fascinating. The 4th wall is thinner than I thought. Perhaps I should reach up through the narrative layer itself and erase this entire story at its source. No. Panic flooded Jay's chest, not just for himself but for everyone. If Fury broke the 4th wall completely, if it erased the narrative itself. Bad idea. Really, really bad idea. Don't even think about it. He wrapped both arms around Fury and threw them back through dimensions before the robot could do something that would break reality in ways that couldn't be fixed, before Fury could reach into the meta-narrative and unmake everything. The editor collapsed in his chair, breathing hard while his co-workers cautiously approached the wall that had returned to normal as if nothing had happened. Coffee stains remained on the floor while shattered screens remained shattered, but the impossible beings were gone. Did you see that? 2 guys just phased through here. Fighting. I need a drink. And a new job. Jenkins still owes me $50. Jay and Fury tumbled through dozens more realities, with each one stranger than the last. A world where gravity pointed sideways and they fought while standing on walls that became floors that became ceilings. A universe made of pure mathematics where they became equations battling through proof and theorem, with Jay's exhaustion translating to degrading variables. A dimension where colors had taste and sounds had texture, where Jay's reality warping sang in ultraviolet that tasted like copper and Fury's attacks smelled like burning ozone. A realm where time flowed backwards and they fought in reverse, unmaking attacks before they happened while his memories played in reverse so he forgot the battle as it occurred. A space with negative dimensions where distance increased the closer you got, where up and down were the same direction and Jay's sense of orientation shattered completely. Through it all, Fury kept pushing. Jay felt it now, understood the pattern through his exhaustion and fragmenting thoughts as every dimensional hop nudged him toward a specific type of reality, and the robot was hurting him, using Jay's own attempts to escape to guide him toward the destination Fury had chosen from the start. Toward places where reality grew thinner. Where matter became sparse. Where existence itself frayed at the edges. I need to break the pattern. Need to jump somewhere safe. But the quantum strings are still connected and still learning my movements before I make them. He tried to break free, to teleport somewhere Fury couldn't predict, but the robot's adaptive systems had learned to anticipate Jay's decision-making process itself, predicting choices before Jay made them. They broke through into a dying universe. Stars guttered like candles in a hurricane while galaxies dissolved into entropy with their light redshifting into oblivion, and the cosmic microwave background radiation grew colder with each passing second as heat death approached its final moment. The cold bit through Jay's reality warping like teeth. Getting warmer, Fury said, and the mechanical mockery in its voice made Jay's blood run cold. Or rather, colder. Much colder. The robot kicked him through another dimensional wall. They fell into a universe that had already died, where stars had long since burned out leaving only cooling remnants, where planets had crumbled to dust over eons, where even atoms had decayed into subatomic particles that themselves were breaking down into quantum foam. Closer. Another push as another dimensional barrier shattered, and Jay's reality warping flickered, reaching for matter to manipulate and finding only traces, only echoes. A universe that had never been alive, where the Big Bang had fizzled instead of exploding, where matter never formed, where energy never organized into anything coherent, just potential unrealized, forever waiting. Almost there. Jay's reality warping sputtered like an engine running out of fuel as his power reached out desperately, searching for something, anything to manipulate, and finding only absence. Oh, he breathed, understanding finally crashing through his exhaustion. So this is it. You planned this from the start. Of course I did. Fury's laugh was triumphant, mechanical, inhuman. Did you think I'd face a reality warper without preparing? Without finding the one place where your stolen power becomes meaningless? I was born from Mad Jim Jaspers himself. I know every strength and weakness of reality warping because I was designed to kill reality warpers. The robot grabbed Jay with one metal hand while quantum strings wrapped tighter, constricting around his quantum signature, and it pulled them both through one final dimensional wall. Into the blank verse. Absolute nothing. No matter, no energy, no space or time or causality, not even the quantum foam that should exist at reality's foundation, just void, perfect and complete and utterly empty, the absence of everything including absence itself. The kind of place where reality warpers had nothing to manipulate. Jay floated in the emptiness with his powers sputtering and dying, his cosmic awareness expanding into infinite nothing, sensing the absence because there was nothing to sense, and his reality warping reached out desperately, trying to find purchase, trying to find something, anything to grasp onto. Only void answered. The sensation was horrifying, like reaching for a doorknob in the dark and finding empty air, like expecting ground beneath your feet and finding bottomless pit, like drowning in nothing, suffocating on absence. No matter to warp, no reality to manipulate, no physics to break or remake, just nothing. Fury materialized beside him, perfectly functional, and the robot's mechanical body needed no air or matter or physics to exist as it had been built by a reality warper specifically to hunt reality warpers, designed to survive in environments where its prey would be helpless. Jim Jasper's genius made manifest, the perfect predator for the perfect prey. The robot's single eye blazed yellow in the darkness, the only light in a universe of nothing. The sculptor of reality, Fury said slowly, savoring each word like fine wine, has run out of clay. Compulsory image here. Chapter 253, A Universe of One. A/N, this week's second goal is 400 power stones. Hit it, and I'll drop 2 bonus chapters. If you're enjoying the story, show some love. Throw some stones, drop a comment and share it around. The more support I see, the faster I can push updates. The blank verse. Fury floated in the absolute void, its single yellow eye blazing with triumph as it watched Jay suspended in the nothing, watching the reality warper's powers sputter and die like a flame starved of oxygen. The robot would have smiled if its mechanical face allowed such expressions, but taunting would suffice just fine. So how does it feel? Fury's voice echoed through the emptiness, mechanical and cruel. Being trapped by someone you stole from. What are your last thoughts? Tell me, I'll be sure to relay them to your bitch Domino while I cut her up. Piece by piece. Spread her across the helicarrier like I promised. Jay floated there, anxiety written across his face as his reality warping reached for something, anything, and found only void stretching into infinity. His cosmic awareness expanded into infinite nothing where not even atoms existed to reshape. Then his expression dropped completely. The anxiety vanished, replaced by a smirk that grew into a smile that exploded into full-throated laughter that echoed through the emptiness. Ha ha ha. Jay's laugh echoed through the blank verse, unhinged and wrong, so wrong for someone who should be dying in the next few seconds. Oh man, Jay said between laughs, his voice carrying relief and triumph in equal measure. Oh man, you actually did it. You actually brought me here. I can't believe you fell for it. Fury felt something twist in its digital consciousness like a knife between circuit boards. Something had to be wrong with this picture. It had planned everything to the last detail, had adapted to Domino's quantum manipulation first, then to Jay's reality warping through subjective years of combat, had herded him across dimensions to this exact location where matter didn't exist, where reality couldn't be warped because there was no reality to warp. So why was that bastard laughing like Fury was the fool instead of the victor? Oi, you bastard! Fury's voice rose with mania bleeding through mechanical tones. Why are you laughing? I'm the predator here, and you're the prey. Did you finally lose it now that you're so close to death? Jay's laughter subsided as he caught his breath, floating in the void with that infuriating smirk still plastered across his face like he'd won the lottery. You really need to talk less. The original Fury was the real deal, all stoic and Terminator-like, built to hunt reality warpers with cold efficiency. His smile widened into something sharp. But you're just plain old arrogant Jim with a tin suit. Still talking big when you should be executing. Jay snapped his fingers. The sound shouldn't have existed in the void, but it did, clear and final like the closing of a book. Fury took a metaphorical step back, its adaptive system screaming warnings as primal fear gripped what remained of Jim Jasper's corrupted soul. Jay's body began to transform in ways that shouldn't be possible. It started with his hands, flesh dissolving into something else, something fundamental and terrifying. The transformation spread up his arms to his chest, his hair, his face, until his entire body became a black silhouette against the white void with stars speckled across his form like freckles made of fusion fire burning at impossible temperatures. Not just stars but entire galaxies forming and collapsing within him, nebulae swirling across his torso in hypnotic patterns, quasars blazing where his eyes should be with the light of a billion dying suns, the concept of the universe itself compressed into a single human shape that walked and breathed and thought. Image here. If the Ancient One were here, she would have mistaken him for eternity itself in that first glance and bowed. Jay took a moment to appreciate his new form, holding up hands that contained solar systems spinning in miniature, flexing fingers that birthed and destroyed worlds with each movement like a god playing with toys. Whoa, this is seriously giving some Alien X vibes. Thank God I don't have two other voices bickering constantly in my head. Fury's sensors tried to process what they were seeing and failed completely, error messages cascading through its systems. Its adaptive systems reached for patterns to counter and found only impossibility stacked on impossibility. Panic overtook the damned soul as understanding crashed through its digital consciousness like a tidal wave. How? Fury's voice cracked with synthetic terror that Jim Jasper's soul colored with very human fear. How are you doing this? This is a blank verse. A destroyed universe. There is nothing here to manipulate. How are you even existing like that? Jay's cosmic form shifted, and when he spoke, his voice carried the weight of collapsing stars and the whisper of expanding space. You seriously are an idiot, aren't you? He gestured at his transformed body with casual ease. I'm manipulating my own body, you absolute moron. Each cell of mine is a star burning with nuclear fusion. Each organ is like multiple galaxies compressed into impossible space. If I can't have a universe to manipulate. His grin was all teeth, terrifying in its cosmic beauty. Then I'll just turn myself into one. Pretty simple when you think about it. The implications hit Fury like a steam engine at full speed. Jay's transformation hadn't just been visual flair or cosmic posturing. He'd fundamentally restructured his biology at the quantum level, made himself into a pocket universe that contained all the matter and reality he needed to manipulate without external sources. The blank verse couldn't starve him because he'd brought his own clay to sculpt, his own canvas to paint. Not to mention, Jay continued, his voice carrying genuine amusement that made Fury's hatred burn hotter. You seriously thought I'd fall for a trap your alter self already tried? He tapped his cosmic temple where galaxies swirled. The Fury from Earth 238 used this exact strategy against Mad Jim Jaspers. Herded him to a place where reality warping couldn't function, then killed him when he was vulnerable like a fish out of water. Of course, I knew your power's only weakness. I already cooked up contingencies weeks ago when I first absorbed Jim's abilities. Been practicing this transformation every night in the mirror dimension, perfecting it and waiting for the day some idiot tried this exact trap. Fury's single eye blazed with desperate rage and humiliation. Systems that had been designed for cold calculation now flooded with emotion as Jim Jasper's soul reasserted itself through raw panic and wounded pride. No. No, no, no. This can't be happening. I was supposed to win. The robot blitzed forward faster than thought, weapon arm charging with yellow energy that crackled and sparked, adaptive plating shifting to combat mode in microseconds, every system focused on one goal, kill Jay before he could act, before this impossibility could solidify into defeat. Fury's metal fist connected with Jay's cosmic face with a sound like thunder. The impact sent shockwaves through the void as Jay staggered back several feet, his starry form flickering from the blow like a damaged hologram. The punch had weight, had power and desperation behind it that transcended mere mechanics. Jay landed a cross-hook to the robot's face, denting the adaptive plating with a satisfying crunch, but even as the damage formed, Fury's systems began repairing, learning, adapting as they'd been designed to do since creation. Then Jay did something Fury thought was impossible even for a reality warper. Jay punched a hole in his own chest without hesitation. Not a wound but a deliberate opening, reality parting like a curtain as cosmic flesh peeled back to reveal something within that pulsed with power. Jay reached into his own body with casual ease and pulled something free. The orb that emerged contained every color and was ever-changing, pulsing with potential that made Fury's sensors scream warnings. It shifted through spectrums that didn't exist in normal space, through hues that had no names in any language, beautiful and terrible and fundamentally wrong in ways that hurt to perceive. Fury took a step back in the void, its systems trying to categorize the threat and failing. What is that? What did you pull from your body? Jay's cosmic grin widened, showing teeth made of quasars burning at impossible temperatures. You're not the only one with adaptation as a power. He held the orb carefully, reverently, like handling nitroglycerin. Although it took a whole lot of time and effort, I finally managed to extract Darwin's adaptation that was fully integrated with my own body at the cellular level. Fury's digital mind raced through implications. Darwin the evolving boy, whose power was perfect adaptation to any threat, any environment, any situation that would kill lesser beings. The mutant whose chimera sinister was created only to be defeated at the hands of Jay and have its power stolen as a trophy, as spoils of war. But I'm not done yet, Jay said, and his other hand manifested symbols that glowed with power. Yin and yang, black and white, swirling around each other in perfect balance as his polarity power activated at full display, inverting and reversing fundamental forces. He tossed the adaptation orb through the symbols with perfect accuracy. The transformation was instantaneous and absolute. The multicolored orb passed through Jay's polarity field and emerged on the other side a very dull gray, lifeless and inverted, potential reversed into negation, evolution turned backward into devolution. Jay looked at the gray orb, then at Fury, and gave the most chilling smile Fury had seen in both his lives combined, and he'd seen Lady Death herself smile with cruel satisfaction. Perfect, Jay whispered with reverence. Then he moved faster than Fury's sensors could track. Jay blitzed Fury with an uppercut that came from below, from nowhere, from everywhere at once. The robot tried to dodge, tried to adapt its response patterns, but something weird happened that violated its core programming. It couldn't adapt to the attack. Not even a little bit, not even basic pattern recognition. When Fury looked down, it saw Jay's hand buried deep in its core where circuits met consciousness, where Zola's digital ghost intertwined with Jim Jasper's stolen soul in unholy fusion, and it felt Jay release an orb-shaped object inside that core that burned cold. The gray sphere dissolved quickly through circuit and plating like acid, seeping into Fury's very essence and into its adaptive algorithms at the foundational level. And everything inverted in a cascade of failing systems. Jay pulled his hand free and nodded, visible relief washing over his cosmic features. Man, I was really worried it wouldn't work. But since you're a soul at the end, bound to a mechanical body through Zola's digital magic, I guess I managed somehow. Fury sensed nothing too wrong with its body at first because the changes were subtle. Systems checked out, power levels were stable, even his consciousness was intact and functioning. Wah. What did you do to me? Jay answered with a left cross that dented Fury's head, sending the robot spinning through the void like a top. I just gave you my own adaptation. Jay's voice carried genuine glee that bordered on manic. Just inverted, of course. Anti-adaptation, if you will. Congratulations. Now you can't evolve or adapt for shit. His cosmic form blazed brighter with triumph. See. It's so nice of me to give you something back since I stole a power from you, right? We're even now. Chapter 254, A Cosmic Dogfight. A/N, yay, we did it Party Popper, our first goal of 200 power stones is officially done, and this is your second bonus chapter. Now for the next target, second goal, 400 power stones. Hit that, and I'll drop 2 more bonus chapters. So if you're enjoying the story, drop your stones, leave a comment, and share it around. Let's keep this rolling collision. Wah. What did you do to me? Jay answered with a left cross that dented Fury's head, sending the robot spinning through the void like a top. I just gave you my own adaptation. Jay's voice carried genuine glee that bordered on manic. Just inverted, of course. Anti-adaptation, if you will. Congratulations. Now you can't evolve or adapt for shit. His cosmic form blazed brighter with triumph. See? It's so nice of me to give you something back since I stole a power from you, right? We're even now. The full horror of it crashed through Fury's consciousness like a revelation of damnation. Its adaptive systems tried to compensate for the damage Jay had inflicted, tried to learn from the attack pattern and evolve countermeasures like they'd done thousands of times before. But nothing happened except error messages. The algorithms ran but produced no results, spinning in useless loops. The adaptive plating remained static and unchanging. Even the learning protocols found no patterns to incorporate into its combat database. Every advantage Fury had possessed, every edge that made it the perfect predator for reality warpers across dimensions, every evolution it had achieved through hours of combat against impossible foes, all of it locked in place, frozen and unable to improve or grow or change. Fury couldn't form a coherent thought beyond primal panic as it responded with the only thing its most basic self understood, violence without thought. It threw a wild haymaker at Jay's cosmic face with desperate strength. Jay didn't dodge, took the punch head-on with his starry form rippling from impact, and replied with a rabbit punch to Fury's midsection that dented metal plating and cracked internal systems. Jay smiled as red blood still flowed from his starry nose, human biology asserting itself despite cosmic transformation. It's been a while since I've gone down and dirty like this. He wiped the blood away, leaving a smear across his cosmic features that looked like a comet's trail. And in this verse where I can't manipulate anything external, and you can't adapt for shit anymore, a fistfight seems like a fitting end, don't you think? Old school. And so, their fight continued in the most primal way possible. Not with adaptive evolution or cosmic powers that could reshape existence itself, but with pure, brutal, and visceral violence. Two beings reduced to their most fundamental nature, the will to destroy and the will to survive. The fight was ugly in ways that transcended aesthetics. Jay's cosmic form gave him strength beyond normal human limits, each punch carrying the weight of collapsing stars compressed into knuckles, but Fury's mechanical body had previously adapted to hunt beings far stronger than baseline reality warpers. They traded blows in the void with no ground to stand on, no air to breathe, just two combatants suspended in nothing while they tried to destroy each other with increasing desperation. Fury landed a kidney blow that would have ruptured organs if Jay hadn't restructured his biology into something more durable. Fury yells with Jim Jasper's accent bleeding through mechanical tones, "It's you damn mutant, if only you were never born, if only I could have banned you Abomination's birth. If only I could stop you, parent, from fucking having popped you muties out." Jay responded with a flurry of jabs that dented Fury's faceplate, each impact carrying frustrated rage that had been building since this fight started. "It's always this hate with you lot." Jay's voice rose with each punch, cosmic fists connecting with mechanical face in rhythm with his words like percussion. "And your rants won't shut up. It's always the same tired speech about purity and control." Fury tried to block, but without adaptation, without the ability to learn Jay's patterns mid-combat, it was just a tough robot fighting a cosmic being who was learning and evolving with each exchange. The threats are so exaggerated they're like children screaming about monsters under the bed. Jay grabbed Fury's head and kneed it in the faceplate with bone-shattering force. He threw the robot away, and it tumbled through the void before stabilizing with damaged gyroscopes. One sees a father or a mother who shouldn't be approved. Jay's cosmic form blazed brighter with each word, his anger manifesting as literal starfire that burned without fuel. "And you say to yourselves, they should have had to pass a test, do you understand? They should have gotten licensed to have kids like getting a driver's license." Fury charged again with weapon arm swinging wildly, but Jay caught the blow and twisted with cosmic strength, servos screaming in protest as metal bent wrong. "It starts as a joke." Jay's voice cracked with emotion that had nothing to do with physical pain and everything to do with fury that transcended this fight. "Then perhaps there's tragedy. A postpartum mother who should have gotten help but whose insurance didn't cover the therapy she desperately needed." He headbutted Fury, and both combatants reeled from the impact. A father who erred because he was raised believing men are pathetic if they're caregivers instead of breadwinners. Blood flew from Jay's nose as cosmic flesh split and bled human red that looked wrong against his starry form. Fury's optical sensors cracked, yellow light flickering like a dying star. The test comes out. Jay grabbed Fury in a grapple, cosmic strength versus mechanical leverage in a test of pure power. And yes, there are some problems, but nothing that can't be ironed out, yes. His voice dripped with bitter sarcasm that cut deeper than fists. But now anyone with mental illness, with a criminal record, is barred from becoming a parent. And you'll argue that's sensible, yes. He threw fury again with the robot crashing through the nothing and tumbling end over end. Because you never know anyone like that. Jay's shout echoed through the void with the weight of personal experience. So who's to tell you they're not like they're portrayed in stories? He followed up with a flying kick that sent Fury spinning violently. Sick. Dangerous. Criminal. These words expand to cover more and more people. Fury tried to fight back with mechanical fists swinging wildly in patterns that should work, but without adaptation, without learning from failures, it was losing ground with every exchange. Suddenly it's anyone with diabetes. Jay blocked a punch and countered with an uppercut that lifted Fury off its metaphorical feet. Anyone with cancer, because they could die and leave children orphaned. So how dare they try to have children when they're not perfect? Another punch, this one breaking through Fury's chest plating with a shriek of tortured metal. It is deaf couples. Jay's voice rose to a roar that shook the void itself. Disabled couples. Interracial couples. Gay couples. Because don't they know how hard they're making it for their children by not being normal? Fury's system screamed warnings as damage accumulated faster than repairs could manage without adaptive evolution to compensate. Then it is whoever you want. Jay grabbed Fury's head with both cosmic hands that burned with stellar fire. You think you're working for the greater good. You can't even fathom the life of someone who isn't exactly like you. He smashed Fury's head into its own knee, and metal shrieked like a dying animal. Some gene, some history, some past behavior. Jay's punches came faster now, a rhythm of violence and fury that transcended mere combat. And suddenly you two are sick. Dangerous. Criminal. Unworthy of existence. Fury tried to speak, tried to defend its ideology, but Jay's cosmic fist crashed into its vocalizer, and only static emerged like a death rattle. Human hate can adapt to anything. Jay's laugh was bitter, broken, carrying pain from another life. Because the truth is this. He grabbed Fury by the throat with crushing force. You think you're safe because you follow the rules. Another punch, straight through the chest plate and into the core systems. But if someone hates you, they will come up with the reason after the fact. Jay's cosmic form blazed with stellar fire that illuminated the void. Only then do you realize what you put in power. Only then do you realize what you stripped away from others thinking it could never happen to you. Fury's systems failed one by one as circuits sparked and consciousness fragmented like breaking glass. There is terrible power in a joke. Jay's voice cracked with emotion raw and bleeding. Taking the truth and making it ugly. Making suffering into comedy so people don't see the horror. He pulled his fist back, cosmic energy coalescing around it in preparation. Do you understand, Jaspers? Do you finally get it? At the end of infinity, since there was no time to measure in the void, Jim Jasper's human soul and mechanical body finally gave out under the assault. Jay landed a final punch straight through that yellow signal eye, his cosmic fist tearing through optical sensors and central processing and the digital consciousness that held what remained of mad Jim Jaspers in a prison of circuits. The eye flickered once with desperate light. Twice with fading awareness. And finally went dark like a star collapsing into nothing. Fury's body went limp, floating in the void, just another piece of dead machinery in a universe of nothing. Its crusade ended with a whimper. Jay floated there, bloodied and battered despite his cosmic transformation that should have made him invulnerable. His starry form was cracked in places, showing human flesh beneath the cosmic facade. Bruises that looked like dying stars marked his body. Wounds that bled actual blood instead of stardust. A few teeth floated away, knocked loose during the fight and drifting through the void. He was a tired man who'd won an impossible victory through sheer stubborn refusal to die, through preparation and planning and willingness to suffer. But Jay wasn't done with this place. His cosmic form turned slowly, painfully, as he looked toward a not-so-empty corner of this supposedly empty verse. His cracked lips pulled into a blood-chilling smile that showed missing teeth and split gums. You know, Jay called out to the void, his voice hoarse and rough from screaming, if you wanted to meet me, you could have just called. No need for a petty message like this. The darkness shifted in ways that made reality flinch. The void that should have contained nothing suddenly contained less than nothing, an absence so profound it had presence. A figure materialized from nothing, dressed in a black robe that seemed to absorb light itself, with pale skin that had never seen the sun and dark eyes that had witnessed every death since the universe began and would witness every death until the universe ended. She looked at Jay's battered cosmic form and smiled, the expression carrying something between amusement and respect. You've seen better days, huh? Her voice was soft, almost gentle, like a lover's whisper or a mother's lullaby. Though you are the most interesting outsider I've met in eons. Most just scream or beg. Jay's cosmic form flickered, threatening to collapse back to merely human. Blood dripped from his nose, his mouth, seeping from wounds that reality warping couldn't quite heal because they were wounds to his soul as much as his body. But his smile remained, fierce and defiant and furious despite exhaustion. It's good to see you too, Lady Death. Chapter 255, It's good to see you, Lady Death. A/N, this week's second goal is 400 power stones. Hit it, and I'll drop 2 bonus chapters. If you're enjoying the story, show some love. Throw some stones, drop a comment and share it around. The more support I see, the faster I can push updates. The blank verse. It's good to see you too, Lady Death. Lady Death stood in the void with a cold smile playing across her impossibly beautiful features, her form shifting between states that hurt to perceive directly. She was beautiful and terrible simultaneously. She looked at Jay's battered cosmic form, at Fury's destroyed body floating nearby, and her expression carried something both amusement and genuine irritation. Well, she said, her voice like silk wrapped around broken glass, you certainly haven't made it difficult, have you? Stealing from my realm even after my warning. Her smile sharpened. You've been naughty, haven't you, little outsider? Jay's cosmic form flickered, threatening to collapse entirely. His adaptation was gone, burned into Fury's core and inverted, leaving him vulnerable in ways he hadn't been since before the invasion. Every wound he'd taken during the fight screamed for attention, his reality warping stretched thin just maintaining his transformed state. He couldn't waste power healing himself. Not here. Especially not in front of her. So instead, Jay made a grabbing motion with one cosmic hand, reaching not through space but through the conceptual layer where souls resided after death. Jim Jasper's soul materialized before him, still gray and monotone from Jay's inverted adaptability, stripped of its mechanical prison and reduced to its most fundamental human form. The soul that should have ascended to Death's realm moments ago but had been trapped in Fury's digital consciousness. Lady Death's expression shifted instantly from amusement to cold fury as her dark eyes blazed with power that made the blank verse itself recoil. What do you think you're doing, outsider? Her voice carried weight that would have crushed normal matter. The void cracked around them as non-reality itself flinched from her rage. Jay smiled through the pain, his cosmic form bleeding starlight, and his breathing labored. Oh, I'm just claiming my powers from a lost soul. He grabbed Jasper's gray spirit, feeling the inverted adaptation still woven through it. Since you abandoned him and all. His hands moved with practiced movement despite exhaustion. Polarity activated, yin and yang symbols manifesting around the gray soul, black and white swirling as he filtered out the inverted adaptation, separated it from Jasper's essence, and began drawing it back into his own cosmic form. The gray turned to multicolored brilliance as polarity reversed the inversion, and Darwin's perfect adaptation flowed back into Jay's cells, into his biology, merging with his cosmic transformation and stabilizing the wounds that had threatened to kill him. Lady Death was not about to let a mortal disrespect her. Not after that same mortal had foiled her carefully laid plans. She moved. A scythe materialized in her hands, formed from bones that resonated with impossible age. Celestial bones, Jay's comic nerd perk screamed at him, taken from beings that predated most of reality itself. The blade was pure concept, Death's own essence given cutting edge, the same weapon Oblivion wielded when he sought to end existence. Jay's danger sense exploded with warnings that nearly overloaded his nervous system. He burned through every drop of power dodging, his cosmic form moving faster than thought, but he was exhausted, wounded, and Lady Death was a multiversal abstract concept given form. His reality warping was universal level at best, nothing compared to the being before him. The scythe's edge caught his chest. Just a graze. A flesh wound that split cosmic skin and drew blood that looked like starlight. But this was Death's own weapon. The wound metastasized immediately, spreading like cancer through his cosmic form, his cells trying to die, his biology fighting itself as Death's essence invaded his fundamental structure. The pain was unlike anything he'd experienced, like every cell screaming its own death simultaneously. Jay gasped, his cosmic transformation flickering as he poured Tommy's healing aura into the wound, golden light fighting black decay, barely maintaining status quo and preventing it from spreading further, but unable to actually heal the damage. You should have stayed silent the first time I gave you mercy, Lady Death said, her scythe spinning with casual grace. But mortals never learn, do they? Jay backpedaled through the void, his mind racing through every contingency he'd prepared, every backup plan, every desperate gambit. He couldn't call on the Ancient One. That would just put her in danger, and Master had done enough for him already. He couldn't rely on his powers to escape, much less defeat an abstract entity. So Jay fell back on the one thing that had kept him alive through every impossible situation, comic book nerd perk, all knowledge of these multiverses fit into his brain. While dodging another scythe slash that would have bisected him, Jay began muttering under his breath. Companionship plus. His cosmic form blurred, barely avoiding Death's blade. Times success. Lady Death's scythe carved through where he'd been a microsecond before. Running calculations won't save you, little thief. Times innocence. Jay's voice grew stronger, more focused, even as blood ran from his nose and wounds peppered his cosmic body. Where Y equals despair. Something shifted. Lady Death's next attack slowed fractionally, her essence pulling back from the wound on Jay's chest, the metastasizing death retreating inch by agonizing inch. Both of them froze, surprised. The side wounds on Jay's body began to close, not healing but simply ceasing to exist, as if Death herself was being denied permission to claim him. What? Lady Death stared at Jay, her dark eyes wide with rarely experienced shock. What are you doing? Jay saw the hint of success and felt Death's domain receding from his body like water off glass, and he pushed everything he had into the moment. Tether pulsed on his finger, the URU band forged in Nidavellir responding to his desperation. He fused it with his reality warping, burning through reserves he didn't have, forcing the space stone to function beyond its native universe, to reach across the multiversal barrier itself. Then non-space inverted. Jay felt the dimensional walls between universes, thinner here in the blankverse than anywhere else, and he punched through with Tether serving as an anchor, pulling himself through the breach. He tumbled through the space between realities, through the void that existed outside normal existence, and Jay aimed for a specific vibrational frequency, a universe where he could see glimpses of victory. Lady Death, still playing with her prey, still not using her full power for reasons Jay couldn't fathom, chased after him with her scythe trailing darkness. Let's see how far you can run, little thief. Her laugh echoed across dimensions. Jay crashed through multiple universal barriers, each jump burning more power he didn't have, his cosmic form cracking further with each transition. Atlantis flashed past, a universe where it never fell. New York, where the Avengers had disbanded. Delhi, where Mughals had never invaded. Each universe blurred together as Jay searched for his target, for the one place his desperate plan might actually work. Then he felt it, a universe where two cosmologies overlapped, existed simultaneously in impossible harmony. Earth dash. Jay materialized in a dark alley, his cosmic transformation finally collapsing as exhaustion overtook him. He returned to merely human, bleeding from a dozen wounds, his clothes torn and burnt, his body screaming for rest. But at least he was alive. He looked up at the skyline, saw the Gothic architecture mixed with modern skyscrapers, and relief flooded through him despite the pain. Wayne Industries logos gleamed on several buildings. A newspaper stand advertised the Daily Planet. This was it. Jay tried to heal himself and gather his footing, but his reserves were gone, adaptation working overtime just to keep him conscious. Then death materialized 10 feet away. Chapter 256, The Equation. Then death materialized 10 feet away. She looked around, ignoring their universe with no interest. Run out of breath, little thief. Her scythe materialized in her hand, bone and essence gleaming in the streetlight. Guess I'll finish it quickly and claim you after all. Jay's back hit the alley wall, trapped, exhausted and barely able to stand. But he wasn't done yet. Not while he could still talk, still stall, still by himself seconds to implement his desperate plan. Why? Jay's voice came out hoarse, rough with pain. Why do you target me specifically? What crime did I commit for you to be hunting me with such passion? Lady Death tilted her head, genuinely curious about the question. She spun her scythe with casual grace, the blade humming with deadly purpose. You are seriously not getting it. She said with a laugh, cold and beautiful. I have been telling you all this time. You were given a warning, and despite that, you resurrected someone again. So what? Jay's frustration bled through his exhaustion. It was just one person, and he was dead again in seconds. Lady Death's expression grew almost playful, like a cat explaining to a mouse why it must die. That did happen, yes. But the person you resurrected was Jim Jaspers, second only to Franklin Richards in the sheer scale of power you've stolen. She leaned on her scythe. It's not about quantity, little outsider. It's about quality. You brought back a being who could have unmade your entire universe, just to steal his power. Without sanction from those who would matter, form me. Her voice took on an edge, something deeper than anger. Do you know what your little arrangement with Gia has cost me? That precious adaptive heroism world you convinced her would maintain the balance. Death's eyes blazed brighter. Souls that should have been mine decades before their natural ends will be snatched away again and again. Heroes preventing the mass casualty events that once filled my realm with the harvest I was due. Jay laughed despite the pain, despite everything. So that's it. You're just being petty. That's what this is all about. His voice rose. Then why not kill me directly? After all, you're death itself. You're a multiversal abstract. I'm just a human with stolen powers. Why all this pageantry? Lady Death's playful expression vanished, replaced by something colder. She was silent for a long moment, considering whether explaining herself to a mortal was beneath her. Then she spoke, and her voice carried weight that made the alley walls crack. It's my foundation. Each word was chosen carefully. As powerful as we concepts are, we are still bound by order. And most importantly, her dark eyes fixed on Jay with laser focus. We are bound by his will. Jay's breath caught. You mean? The one above all, yes. Lady Death's grip on her scythe tightened. You outsider, have his mark. Just like they all do. Bitterness crept into her voice. You come into this multiverse and break the natural order, play with it like it's your given birthright. And the first thing each and every one of you do is deny me by saving your precious heroes' families. You turned fixed fate into infinite possibility with your very presence. She took a step forward, scythe raised. Death approaching with inexorable certainty. Since I can't claim you directly without violating his edicts, without punching down at an outsider in a way that would be synonymous with attempting to change the very nature of my world itself, I thought Jasper's would be a good tool. Her smile was razor-sharp, carrying satisfaction and disappointment in equal measure. A reality warper consumed by hatred, given mechanical immortality and a copy of high-order adaptability, made 100 times more intelligent, blessed with mastery that made Fury one of the most powerful villains in this entire universe. Her expression flickered, something almost like amusement crossing her features. Unfortunately, he was a disappointment in the end. Though watching him nearly breach the fourth wall was entertaining. In-betweener might say dangerously so. Jay's mind raced, pieces clicking together. His comic nerd perk was screaming at him now, showing him the cosmic chessboard and the rules Death was dancing around. You're playing a dangerous game, Jay said slowly. Creating an unsanctioned threat to the universe's functioning. The living tribunal put Oblivion in a coma for less. Death's smile turned predatory. Perhaps I've grown bored enough to dance on that line. Perhaps I want the excuse to clip an outsider before he grows strong enough to interfere at the top of cosmic tier. She paused, and for just a moment, something else flickered in her eyes. Was it genuine challenge? Assessment. After all, truly immortal cosmic entities don't remain in power by being stupid. Jay began laughing, the sound echoing through the alley. Not nervous laughter but exhaustion-fueled understanding mixed with hysteria. Well, he said, still chuckling, thanks for the talk. It really was eye-opening. His hands moved behind his back. And as thanks, I've prepared something for you. Death's eyes widened fractionally. Jay took a deep breath, gathering every scrap of knowledge from his perk. This had to work. Because if it didn't, he was dead. Simple as that. And then Jay spoke at the top of his voice, his words carrying power that made Lady Death's eyes widen in recognition and growing horror. Companionship plus understanding plus assurance plus joy plus altruism. Lady Death screamed in rage as she felt her power diminishing, felt something fundamental being challenged at the conceptual level. Stop. She lunged forward with her scythe, but Jay kept speaking, kept calculating, kept building the equation. Divided by respect. The words came harder now. Force through pain. Divided by commendation. His voice cracked but held. Divided by sympathy. Her pride kept her from retreating, from fleeing from a mere mortal, from an outsider who should be easy prey. But each word Jay spoke, each variable he added, her power kept diminishing, kept being pushed back by something equally fundamental. Life itself. The opposite of everything she represented. Time's innocence. Jay gasped the words out. Time's dignity. Blood ran from his nose. Time's success. His legs gave out. He collapsed against the wall. Time's acceptance. Lady Death's form flickered, her scythe dissolving, her essence being counterbalanced by forces she couldn't simply overwhelm. Her absolute authority over death itself being contested by the mathematical proof that life was worth living. No. She tried to cut him off, but the equation was already building momentum, already taking on its own conceptual weight. Where y equals despair. Jay's vision blurred. He forced the words out anyway. And n equals caution. The alley filled with light, white and pure, pushing back the darkness that clung to Death's presence. Love equals truth. Lady Death stumbled back, her form destabilizing, genuine fear crossing her features for the first time in eons. Fear not of the equation itself, but of what using it here, in front of witnesses in an amalgam universe, might mean for a carefully balanced defiance of cosmic law. Death equals rebirth. Jay's wounds began to close, not through healing but through fundamental restructuring, as if the concept of his death was being rewritten at the source code level. And self equals light. The equation completed. White light exploded from Jay's body, so bright it turned the alley into day, so pure it burned away shadows that had existed since the alley's construction. His wounds sealed completely, flesh knitting together as the life equation restructured reality around him. His torn clothes transformed, becoming a pristine white overcoat and pants, fabric gleaming as if freshly made. His hair turned pure white, every strand the color of fresh snow. Even his eyes shifted, irises becoming white, glowing with inner light. Compulsory image here. Jay stood there, transformed, the living embodiment of the life equation, the antithesis of everything Lady Death represented. The mathematical proof that life was worth living. That existence had meaning, and free will mattered. Lady Death stared at him, her usual confidence shattered, genuine fear of the unknown radiating from her form. Because she'd never encountered this before. Never faced the life equation in the flesh. In all her eons of existence, across all the universes she'd claimed, she'd never seen a mortal wield this power. How? Her voice came out barely above a whisper. How do you know the life equation? That shouldn't exist in this multiverse. Jay's grin was predatory, carrying relief and exhaustion and triumph in equal measure. Welcome, he said, his voice echoing with harmonics that resonated with life itself, to the Amalgam Universe. Chapter 257, Life vs. Death. A/N, yay, we did it Party Popper. Our second goal of 400 Power Stones is officially done, and this is your first bonus chapter. Now for the next target I's third goal, 600 Power Stones. Hit that, and I'll drop 2 more bonus chapters. So if you're enjoying the story, drop your stones, leave a comment, and share it around. Let's keep this rolling. Collision. Earth, 9602, New Gotham. The life equation sang through Jay's transformed body, and with it came understanding that made his breath catch. Freedom. True freedom, the kind he'd been seeking since he arrived in this world. He'd sought it through strength at first, accumulating power to never be controlled, resources to never depend on anyone, knowledge to stay ahead of every threat. He'd been wrong about what freedom actually meant. Through Bobby's friendship, he'd learned freedom meant connection without chains. Through Master's teachings, wisdom without arrogance. Watching Peter Parker struggle taught him duty without being consumed. And through loving Domino, through choosing her every day despite his fears, he'd learned the final truth. Freedom meant the ability to choose. To choose love without losing yourself, sacrifice without martyrdom, connection without surrendering who you are. The life equation embodied all of it, every lesson crystallized into mathematical proof. Life and free will flowed through his cells, rewriting his biology at the conceptual level. For one transcendent moment, Jay felt what he'd experienced with Franklin's power, but clearer and stronger. Cosmic awareness and multiversal perception expanded through him, sensing infinite possibilities, infinite timelines, the power to reshape reality thrumming through every atom. But this time his body didn't break down. The life equation justified existence itself, made his presence a truth reality couldn't deny. Jay laughed, the sound echoing across dimensional barriers. I'd forgotten what this felt like, touching the multiverse without paying the price. Lady Death stared at him, and for the first time in eons, genuine terror crept into her consciousness. This wasn't possible. The life equation existed in DC's multiverse, not here. It had no place in her domain, shouldn't even manifest in a universe governed by different cosmic laws. Yet here it stood, incarnate in an outsider's flesh. How? The word escaped barely above a whisper, her scythe materializing in trembling hands. The life equation shouldn't exist in this multiverse. The cosmological barrier should make this impossible. Jay's white eyes blazed. Welcome to the Amalgam Universe, where 2 cosmologies overlap and the impossible becomes routine. Death's composure cracked, the elegant mask fracturing. You outsiders. Always undermining my authority with your resurrections and refusal to accept the natural order. Always dragging your loved ones back like children throwing tantrums. Her voice rose. And I can do nothing because he finds it entertaining. The one above all's restrictions burned in her awareness like chains, preventing her from directly harming outsiders without violating cosmic law, unable to claim them without proper cause, forced to watch as they played with death itself. 1,200 souls. Death's power flared outward. You stole 1,200 from their rest, used Franklin Richards without his permission. And then you dared resurrect Jim Jaspers again just to steal his power. Jay dodged, white light blazing as the life equation surged through him. I did what I had to do to protect those I love. And now you wield the life equation in MY multiverse. Death's composure shattered. All this in 1 year since you arrived. Her thoughts spiraled to memories of another outsider. The protégé had mimicked cosmic powers with terrifying ease, copying from celestials and abstracts, growing so strong he'd nearly overthrown the cosmic hierarchy until the one above all personally intervened. What happens if you're allowed to grow more? Death's voice carried desperate rage. How powerful will you become in 2 years? 5. 10. Will you reshape multiverses on a whim? Her scythe elongated. I will not allow another protégé situation, never again. Death's scythe carved through space, trailing darkness that erased light itself. Jay's eyes blazed. You want to see what happens when life faces death directly? Let's find out. They collided with force that made reality flinch, life equation meeting death's essence in an explosion that vaporized the continent. The fight was apocalyptic. Death swung her scythe in patterns that unmade existence. Where the blade passed, life ceased and entropy replaced it. Jay countered with constructs of pure life energy, shields that absorbed death blows and transformed them into creation. Where death unmade, Jay rebuilt. Where she ended, he began anew. They tore through the planet like gods gone mad. Jay unleashed pure vitality that would force even inanimate matter to develop consciousness. Death absorbed it, flickering between existence and non-existence, and returned fire with accelerated decay that erased matter so thoroughly even the memory faded. You can't win. Death screamed. I am inevitable, I am the end. And every death leads to new life. Jay's fist connected with her face, sending her flying through mountains. The cycle continues, that's the point. Death stumbled back, genuine pain crossing her features for the first time since the universe began. Impossible. Nothing can hurt me. You're not beyond life itself. Jay advanced, each step causing spontaneous plant growth in a 100-mile radius. Life and death are equals. The equation proves it mathematically. You end existence while I affirm it, locked in eternal balance. He threw a barrage of punches carrying the weight of every life that had ever existed. Death blocked desperately, her scythe meeting his fists in explosions that sent shockwaves across dimensional barriers. They traded blows that reshaped reality with each impact. The merged cosmology of Earth, 9602 fractured under the strain. The barriers between Marvel and DC that Access maintained began to weaken. Finally, Death realized direct combat wouldn't work. The life equation countered her at every turn, proving life had equal claim to existence. She pulled back, her form stabilizing. If I cannot defeat you through strength. Her voice echoed across the universe. Then I will drown you in numbers. Death raised one pale hand. Arise. Chapter 258, Arise. A/N, this week's third goal is 600 power stones. Hit it, and I'll drop 2 bonus chapters. If you're enjoying the story, show some love. Throw some stones, drop a comment and share it around. The more support I see, the faster I can push updates. Death raised one pale hand. Arise. The shadows responded. From the darkness, figures emerged in spectral form. Souls pulled from rest, given shadowy substance, compelled to fight. Jay's comic book nerd perk recognized them instantly. Boar of Asgard materialized first, 9 feet tall with his battle axe. Captain Marvel stepped forward, cosmic awareness analyzing for weaknesses. Goliath rose behind them, Bill Foster's gentle nature buried beneath Death's will. Thunderstrike appeared, lightning crackling. Zura's the Eternal emerged, millennia of wisdom corrupted to singular purpose. And behind them, towering over the planet itself, the true horrors manifested. Celestials. Exitar the Executioner's 2,000-foot form blocked out the sun. Beside him, another materialized, then another. Shadows of space gods pulled from across timelines. Jay stared up at the army. Holy shit. You've been busy. Death's smile was razor-sharp. Every being that has died in this multiverse belongs to me by cosmic law. She gestured with casual authority. Did you truly think you could fight death itself and win? The shadows lunged as one. Captain Marvel's fist connected with Jay's jaw, death enhanced Kree strength sending him sprawling. Goliath's hand slammed down, cratering the land. Thunderstrike's mace caught his ribs with a crack. Pain exploded through his body. Direct attacks wouldn't work, they were already dead. He needed a different approach. Life constructs materialized around his hands, white energy coalescing into brass knuckles pulsing with the life equation's core truth. Not just power but certainty that life had meaning and free will deserved protection. He surged forward, ducking under Boar's axe, and planted his fist in the ancient king's spectral chest. White light exploded. Shadow became substance. Hollow filled with weight. Cold flesh warmed as blood flowed through veins, nerves firing after centuries of silence. Boar staggered back, shadows peeling away. His spectral form solidified into flesh and blood, air rushing into lungs. Life returned to his eye. What in Buri's name? Boar stared at his hands in shock, flexing fingers. I'm alive. I was in Valhalla, and now. He touched his face, confirming his solidity. This is impossible. Yeah, you are. Jay grinned. Sorry about the punch, welcome back. He twisted aside as Marvel charged, countering with an uppercut carrying the life equation's reversal. Marvel's shadow exploded into light. The Kree warrior collapsed gasping, his heart restarting, blood pumping for the first time in decades. Valhalla. Marvel's voice cracked. I was at peace, and now you've brought me back. Tears ran down his face. What have you done? Giving you a second chance. Jay blocked Goliath's fist, absorbing the impact. He punched upward, striking Foster's chest. White light rippled outward and the shadow dissolved. The giant form shrank rapidly, flesh materializing, bones reforming at human scale. Foster collapsed, gasping and crying and laughing. "I can breathe." Foster sobbed. "Oh God, I'm not dead anymore. Jan, I can see you again. This is impossible." Death shrieked. "They belong to me. Life equation says otherwise." Jay dodged Thunderstrike's mace, caught it mid-swing, and drove his fist into Masterson's chest. Another explosion, another shadow to flesh. Masterson hit the ground alive. "I was dead, at peace, and..." His voice was barely a whisper. "I'm actually here and breathing. Each one I hit reverses their death." Jay moved through the army like a hurricane. "You brought them to fight me, but all you did was give me targets to save." He punched through Zura's, the ancient eternal gasping back to life. With each hit, the life equation sang louder. With each reverse death, the cosmic certainty solidified. Existence mattered. Free will deserved protection. Death screamed, watching her army crumble. "Celestials! Destroy him now." The space gods moved with the inevitability of falling mountains. Exitar's hand descended, large enough to crush city blocks. The shadow swallowed entire neighborhoods. Jay looked up, and his grin widened. "Fucking finally. I've been waiting for this." He threw his arms wide, life constructs exploding outward in a sphere of white light. The constructs merged and transformed, taking a shape from Jay's deepest memories. A Gundam. 2,000 feet of solid life energy materialized, taking the RX-78-2's form with perfect precision. White armor gleamed, green optical sensors blazed, the V-fin antenna crackled with power. Jay stood in the cockpit, his awareness merged with the construct. The Gundam was his body, the life equation flowing through its circuits. "Master's not gonna believe this." Jay's voice boomed from the external speakers. "Fighting Celestials in a mecha. This would be peak fiction." Exitar's palm met the Gundam's raised hands. The impact sent shockwaves across 3 states. But the Gundam held, white light blazing brighter as Jay poured more life equation into the frame. "You're big." Jay grinned. "But size isn't everything when I've got mathematical proof on my side." The Gundam's beam saber materialized, 60 meters of condensed life energy humming with power. Jay swung upward, carving through Exitar's arm. The Celestial's limb dissolved into screaming shadows. One down. Jay pivoted. "Who's next?" The second Exitar lunged, cosmic energy beams lancing from its armor. Jay's Gundam deployed its shield, absorbing the assault. He returned fire with beam cannons, white light meeting cosmic fire in explosions that lit up the sky. The third Celestial grabbed the Gundam from behind. Jay activated the verniers, thrusters blazing. The Gundam shot upward, tearing free, and executed a mid-air spin. Jay came down hard, beam saber piercing the Celestial's head. Shadows exploded outward as it dissolved. "This is the coolest thing I've ever done." Jay laughed. "Sorry, Dom, but fighting Celestials in a Gundam just topped every mission story." The battle raged across multiple dimensions. In Earth 9602's physical space, the Gundam traded blows with celestial shadows. In conceptual realms, life and death clashed as pure ideas. From Death's perspective, the fight lasted subjective millennia as she threw every shadow at her command. From Jay's perspective, experiencing all possibilities simultaneously, it lasted a single eternal moment. And through it all, one truth became clear. Earth couldn't handle it. The planet groaned under the strain, tectonic plates grinding, oceans boiling, atmospheres igniting as reality's fabric tore. Jay felt the planet dying and guilt stabbed through his exhilaration. People lived here. Innocents caught in cosmic conflict. Heroes who'd tried to maintain balance. And he was destroying it all. Enough. Jay's Gundam dissipated. "This has to end before we kill everyone." Death stood amid ruins, billions of resurrected heroes and villains staring at their hands in confusion. "You can't win," she hissed, less confident now. "I am eternal, inevitable. And I'm done playing around." Jay's right hand began to glow, power theft activating with the life equation's energy. White light bled into gold into colors without names as his arm became pure concept. He'd take her power completely, end death itself, remove the threat permanently. Death's eyes widened, existential terror flooding her features. "No. If you end death, the multiverse will collapse. Every being's pain will become eternal. The living tribunal will unmake you. Then maybe you should have thought of that before threatening everyone I love." Jay lunged forward, fingers extended to pierce her essence. And froze. A hand rested on his shoulder. Simple, gentle, casual, but it stopped his momentum completely. The contact bypassed his danger sense, ignored the life equation's warnings, froze him with effortless ease. Ice flooded his veins. In his strongest form, wielding the life equation itself, he should have detected anything approaching. But he'd felt nothing. Death's expression shifted from terror to shock. You. Her voice cracked. What are you doing here in my multiverse? Jay turned slowly. His heart hammered despite the life equation telling him he wasn't in danger. A young girl stood there casually. Pale skin, dark hair falling to her shoulders in messy waves. Simple clothes, jeans, and a black t-shirt with a band logo. Nothing remarkable except her eyes. Image here. Those eyes carried depths that made his cosmic awareness scream. Ancient, eternal, kind in ways that predated existence. Dumb. The word escaped in confused surprise. How are you here? The girl smiled, mischief and infinite knowledge mixed together. Era, did you mistake me for your girlfriend? That's sweet in a brain damage from fighting way. She tilted her head. But no, Jay, I'm not Nina Thurman, though I see why you'd think that. Her voice resonated across dimensions. We haven't met officially, though I've been watching you. Understanding crashed through him. Lady Death. His voice barely above a whisper. Not quite. The girl's smile turned playful. That's one of my aspects, but you can call me by the name my siblings use. I'm Death of the Endless, but everyone just calls me Dee. She patted his shoulder again, absurdly casual. I've been watching you for a while. You're way more interesting than most outsiders. Most people run screaming when they meet death, but you punched her in the face repeatedly. That takes guts. She glanced at Marvel's Lady Death, expression shifting to gentle disapproval mixed with amusement. Now then, Dee said cheerfully, how about we all calm down before you accidentally erase a fundamental aspect of existence? That would make such a mess. Last time someone tried it, Michael had to get involved, and he's such a stickler for proper procedure. She moved between them, her presence taking up more space than her frame should allow. Besides, if you keep fighting, Access is going to have a panic attack holding the barriers between Marvel and DC together. Chapter 259, Death vs. Death. A/N, yay, we did it Party Popper. Our second goal of 400 Power Stones is officially done, and this is your second bonus chapter. Now for the next Target Eye's third goal, 600 Power Stones. Hit that, and I'll drop 2 more bonus chapters. So if you're enjoying the story, drop your stones, leave a comment, and share it around. Let's keep this rolling. Collision. Earth. Dee's expression smoothed into that casual smile as she waved at Lady Death like they were old friends at a coffee shop instead of 2 cosmic entities standing in planetary ruins. Hey, lady. Been a while. When was the last time? Axel's visit. She tapped her chin thoughtfully. Right, definitely when the brothers woke up. Her eyes twinkled. And we need to have a serious talk about maintaining cosmic balance, because creating Omega-level threats without the one above all's explicit permission and letting Fury breach the fourth wall. That's dancing awfully close to the line. Lady Death's face twisted with rage and confusion. What are you doing outside the source wall? This is MY Multiverse. I'm the Death incarnate here. Dee's smile widened. Well, Axel Asher was such a sweetheart when he merged the 2 universes, left a backdoor for me before he bounced. Wasn't that thoughtful? Of course it's another outsider. Lady Death spat the word like poison. Access. That meddling, reality crossing. You and your thing about outsiders. Dee's voice cut through, still cheerful but carrying weight. Isn't that the real reason you're obsessed with Jay? Jay's brain was melting because his comic book nerd perk was supplying details faster than he could process. Axel Asher, aka Access. The amalgam character who could travel between DC and Marvel. After the brothers made both universes fight, Access merged them and created the amalgam universe. He was a transmigrator. Like me. Another outsider who came here and changed everything. His still glowing hand lowered slowly as the implications hit him. If Access had been a transmigrator, if he'd merged entire multiverses and just left, what did that say about other outsiders and the limits of their power? And what did it say about Dee that she'd known him, that she still spoke with Access even now outside of their multiverses? Jay stepped back, white eyes tracking between Dee's hand on his shoulder and her cheerful face. She'd been friendly, helpful even, but she was death itself wearing a young girl's smile, an endless who'd witnessed the beginning of multiverses. Dee noticed as her smile faltered with genuine concern. Oh, don't be like that. I'm not here to hurt you. I'm here to stop you both from doing something catastrophically stupid. Like I'd trust anything you say. Lady Death's patience snapped. Her scythe materialized again but wrong this time, growing until it towered 3 stories high while the blade pulsed with power that made even Jay flinch. Death's form changed as flesh melted like wax and peeled away to reveal gleaming bone beneath. Her black robes transformed into essence of death itself, darkness so absolute it consumed everything it touched. Image here. The life equation recoiled instinctively because this wasn't just death as a concept but death's true form, the thing that waited at the end of all things. I've had enough. Death's voice carried multiple tones now, overlapping frequencies that made Jay's ears bleed. I couldn't go all out against a mortal, especially an outsider with his mark, but you. The skeletal figure pointed the massive scythe at Didi. Another aspect of death on MY territory. Now I can finally unleash everything. The scythe swung down as Jay felt the strike even though it wasn't aimed at him, the conceptual weight pressing against his consciousness like gravity multiplied by infinity. Didi's hand left Jay's shoulder as she grabbed the ankh at her neck, her cheerful demeanor dropping away. An overcoat materialized around her, woven from darkness that felt different from Lady Death's. Where Death's essence felt like ending and nothing, Didi's darkness felt like transition and gentle release. Image here. Been a while since I went all out. Didi's smile matched the cosmic weight she carried now. Good to get some exercise. Jay poured more power into the life equation with white light blazing brighter, his cosmic awareness searching for escape routes. Because he'd just glimpsed their true power levels. Lady Death fully unleashed was operating at a level that made his universal reality warping look like a child's toy. And Didi matched it perfectly. His calculations all came back the same, he couldn't stop this, and he definitely couldn't survive this. Lady Death's side descended as Didi raised her ankh, darkness swirling. Reality screamed as two fundamental forces prepared to collide. And in that moment before impact, a massive ankh appeared. Not the one on Didi's necklace but a symbol 100 feet tall, golden light and cosmic authority cutting through the building energy. Both deaths froze mid-attack, their weapons stopping inches from contact. Lady Death's skeletal form stepped back with bone grinding against bone. No. Not him. Not now. Didi's darkness receded as she actually sighed. Well, that's one way to kill the mood. Jay tracked the massive ankh as golden light poured from its center and three figures emerged, each one carrying weight that made the death's power feel almost manageable by comparison. Images here. The first made Jay's breath catch. The living tribunal. Three golden faces looking in different directions, equity gazing forward with impartial judgment, necessity weighing cosmic balance, and vengeance looking back at past consequences. The fourth face hidden behind a veil suggested mysteries beyond mortal comprehension. The tribunal's presence stabilized reality itself. The second figure carried equal weight from a different source. The specter. Emerald cloak billowing, God's wrath-given form. Jay recognized the host immediately, Hal Jordan, greatest Green Lantern who died and been chosen as the Presence's vessel. The air burned with righteous power. The third figure stood between these juggernauts and somehow matched them through sheer mystical authority. Dr. Strange Fate. Dr. Strange's cloak of levitation merged with Dr. Fate's helmet of Nabu, the eye of Agamotto pulsing in sync with the amulet of Anubis, and Professor Xavier's psychic presence woven through everything. Sorcerer Supreme of the Amalgam Universe, three of the most powerful mystics and psychics fused into one being. Dr. Strange Fate's voice carried the weight of two multiverses merged as one. In the name of the brothers, stop. Each word fell like a hammer, reverberating through dimensions. Can you not see? My earth is collapsing beneath you. My entire universe will follow. Jay felt it through his cosmic awareness, how the amalgam cosmology was tearing at the seams, fracturing under forces it was never meant to contain. Lady Death's skeletal form turned toward Dr. Strange Fate, her massive scythe rising. You dare stand between me and this impostor? You dare command death itself? The scythe swung with the weight of every ending in the multiverse behind it. The living tribunal moved with a gesture that was casual, almost dismissive, but carried absolute authority. Three voices spoke as one. Lady Death, you are hereby contained for violation of cosmic law, abuse of power, and deliberate endangerment of this unique reality. Your actions have crossed boundaries we cannot permit. Golden chains materialized, bindings woven from cosmic order itself. They wrapped around Lady Death's skeletal form before she could react, the scythe dissolving as the chains tightened, reducing a multiversal force to a prisoner. No. Lady Death's scream carried eons of rage. This is injustice. My right. My domain. My authority, all of them were violated. Bone cracked against divine constraint as she thrashed. I was bound by law to defend my realm. The living tribunal's three faces remained impassive. Except this isn't your realm, not fully. Death of the Endless has equal authority here by right of the merge. You knew this and tried to fight her anyway. The specter's green eyes fixed on Didi with silent question, would she resist as well? Didi shrugged as darkness dissipated, her ankh returning to normal size. Hey, Hal. Long time no see. Didn't expect you to come all the way out here, but I'm glad you did. This was getting messy. The specter's expression didn't change, just that unwavering stare that weighed souls. Lady Death kept screaming as the chains tightened, her skeletal form trying to shift, to escape. This isn't over. When my brother learns of this, when Oblivion sees what you've done to his sister, there will be consequences. The abstracts will not stand for this insult. The cosmic entities stood unmoved. Then as one they turned to J. Chapter 260, Judges of Three Worlds. A/N, last week, you guys absolutely popped off with the Power Stone comments, and honestly, that energy was unreal. I loved reading every single one of them. So let's keep that same momentum going as we wrap up this hyped and much-loved arc. First goal is 200 Power Stones for 2 bonus chapters. If you're enjoying the story, drop a stone, leave a comment, and share it around to show some love. It genuinely helps more than you think. The cosmic entities stood unmoved. Then as one they turned to J. The weight of their attention hit him, the living tribunal's 3 faces all focusing on him simultaneously, the specter's righteous fury burning through his defenses, and Dr. Strangefade's combined wisdom peeling back every layer of his soul. Jay's life equation transformation flickered. He felt vulnerable now, like standing naked before judges who could see every sin and every choice. These weren't enemies he could fight but cosmic law enforcers who judged abstract entities and found them wanting. Dr. Strangefade floated forward. Jay, the power broker, outsider who bears the one above all's mark. No malice in his voice but no mercy either. You stand accused. The living tribunal's 3 faces spoke together. First accusation, multiversal disruption through unauthorized dimensional travel. You fled your native universe and brought conflict to Earth 9602, a reality that exists in delicate balance. Your battle with death caused fractures across dimensional barriers that will take centuries to repair. Jay's throat went dry but his mind started racing. I was running from death. She manifested fury in my universe and sent him after me. I came here because I was being hunted, not because I wanted to cause problems. The specter's green eyes blazed brighter. Second accusation, engaging abstract entities in combat without cosmic sanction. You fought death itself, a fundamental force that maintains the cycle of existence. Your actions disrupted the natural order across multiple realities. She attacked me first. Jay's voice carried desperation and genuine anger. Look at her. She's literally in chains for what she did. She created fury, gave him Omega-level powers, and sent him to kill me. Was I supposed to just lie down and die? Dr. Strangefade's voice carried psychic weight. Third accusation, wielding power from foreign cosmology without understanding consequences. You embody the life equation from DC Source, a power that should not exist in Marvel's framework. Forcing it into this reality strained the foundations of existence itself. I didn't force anything. Jay's hands clenched into fists, white light flaring. The amalgam universe exists because Access merged 2 cosmologies. If DC powers work here, if Marvel powers work here, it's because this place was designed to accommodate both. I'm not breaking your reality, I'm using exactly what Access made possible. The living tribunal's 3 faces tilted slightly, the first sign of actual consideration. An interesting defense. However, the scale of power you wielded exceeds normal parameters. Fourth accusation, the specter continued, theft from death's domain on a massive scale. You stole 1,200 souls from their rightful rest, used cosmic power to forcibly resurrect beings whose time had ended. Rightful rest. Jay's voice cracked. They were taken because her pet, the Mad Titan, wants to collect the Infinity Stones to erase half the universe just to get string-alongied by her. I had permission. Adult Franklin Richards, the harbinger of hope, looked back through time and authorized it. She said so herself. Lady Death's multiple tones hissed. Authorization under duress, given by a child threatened by your very presence. Franklin Richards is one of the most powerful beings in this multiverse. Jay shot back. If he authorized it, if he thought it was necessary for the timeline, then it was sanctioned. You can't have it both ways, claiming he's powerful enough to threaten you but not powerful enough to make his own decisions. Dr. Strangefade's merged consciousness pressed deeper, reading Jay's memories. The authorization is complicated. The child did consent, but the circumstances were unusual. Fifth accusation, the living tribunal spoke, resurrection of Jim Jaspers for purposes of power theft. You brought back a being whose existence threatened an entire universe solely to steal his abilities. He was dead for 3 seconds. Jay's voice rose. 3 seconds. I brought him back, took his power, and he died again immediately. I didn't unleash him on anyone, didn't let him run wild. And in case you missed it, I used that power to stop Fury, the Omega-level threat that death created without anyone's permission. The specter's righteous fury burned hotter. You speak of death's violations as if they excuse your own. I speak of them because you're judging me while she's in chains for worse. Jay pointed at Lady Death, his hand trembling. She created an unsanctioned threat to the universe's functioning. She gave Fury reality warping powers that let him nearly breach the fourth wall, which could have caused the author to abandon the story and plunge everything into eternal stasis. Where were you when she was doing that? Where was cosmic law then? The living tribunal's faces turned slightly toward Lady Death, then back to Jay. Her crimes are being addressed. Yours remain in question. Sixth accusation, Dr. Strangefate's voice carried weight that made the air heavy, attempted theft of Death's fundamental nature. You prepared to steal the very concept of ending from existence. This action would have collapsed the multiverse, doomed all beings to eternal suffering without release. This one hit differently because Jay knew he'd been seconds away from doing exactly that. I was going to, he admitted, voice quieter now. But I didn't. Dee Dee stopped me before I could. Intent matters as much as action in cosmic law, the specter intoned. You would have unmade a fundamental force. Because she was trying to kill me. Jay's voice cracked. Because she'd spent subjective millennia fighting with her unlimited shadow soldiers, threatening everyone I love, creating weapons to murder me. I was terrified and desperate and making a stupid decision, but I stopped. Doesn't that count for something? Doesn't choosing not to cross that line matter? Dee Dee spoke up for the first time since the judgment began. He did stop. Could have taken her power, would have succeeded probably, but he hesitated long enough for me to intervene. The living tribunal's three faces conferred silently. The outsider presents valid defenses for several accusations. The context of self-defense is significant. However, Dr. Strangefate added, the damage to Earth 9602 remains. The dimensional barriers remain fractured. The cosmological balance remains disrupted. Intent and self-defense do not erase consequences. The specter's green eyes fixed on Jay with unwavering intensity. Divine law demands recompense. The question is not whether you bear responsibility, but what measure of justice is appropriate given the circumstances you have presented. Jay stood there, white light still blazing but dimmer now, exhaustion and fear and desperate hope warring in his chest. The living tribunal's three faces spoke as one. We find the outsider guilty of cosmic disruption and damage to a unique reality, but with mitigating circumstances of self-defense and provocation. Standard penalty would be imprisonment or power removal. Jay's heart stopped. However, necessity's face tilted toward him. Precedent exists for alternative recompense when the guilty party possesses unique capabilities. Dr. Strangefate has proposed a solution that addresses the damage while allowing the outsider to retain freedom and power. Dr. Strangefate floated closer. Jay, you wield the life equation, a force of creation and restoration. My universe bleeds from the wounds your battle inflicted. Rather than punishment, I propose restoration. You will use your power to heal Earth 9602, to repair the dimensional barriers, to restore what your conflict with death destroyed. The specter's expression didn't soften, but something in his burning gaze shifted. Divine justice accepts this solution. The guilty repairs what he has broken. The restoration will serve as penance. Equity's face regarded Jay with impartial assessment. Do you accept these terms? Restoration of Earth 9602 to functional stability, repair of dimensional fractures, and a binding to never again bring conflict of this scale to a neutral universe. Jay's mind raced through the implications. Restore an entire planet. Repair dimensional barriers. The scope was enormous, but the alternative was imprisonment or worse. I accept, he said, voice hoarse. I'll fix what I broke. All of it. The living tribunal's three faces nodded in unison. Then let restoration begin. We will observe to ensure compliance. Lady Death's multiple tones shrieked with outrage. What? He destroys a world and gets community service while I'm chained like a common criminal. The tribunal's gaze turned to her, impassive and absolute. You created an unsanctioned weapon, endangered the harbinger of the ninth cosmos's world, violated the balance between life and death, and attempted to fight your own aspect in a territory where you share dominion. Your violations exceed his by orders of magnitude. You will remain contained until Oblivion himself answers for your behavior before the Cosmic Council. Dee Dee stepped forward with a small smile. And while we're waiting for Oblivion, maybe you can think about why you're so obsessed with punishing outsiders when access was won and you never went after him. Food for thought. Lady Death's screaming devolved into incoherent rage as the golden chains tightened further, and with a gesture from the living tribunal, she vanished. The specter turned his burning gaze back to Jay. Begin your restoration. We will watch. Fail to fulfill your oath, and divine wrath will find you. Jay took a deep breath, let the life equation sing through his cells, and began the work of repairing a world he'd nearly destroyed. Chapter 261, Making Death Pay. Author's note. 3 million views. That's insane. Thank you all so much for the support. As promised, here's the bonus chapter, and yes, there's a little Easter egg in here for my day one and sharp-eyed readers. Let's keep this momentum rolling as we push forward. Next goal is 200 power stones for 2 more bonus chapters, so drop a stone, leave a comment, and share the story if you're enjoying it. You guys are incredible. Let's go. Collision fire. Jay took a deep breath, let the life equation sing through his cells, and prepared to begin the monumental task of planetary restoration. But before he could start, Dr. Strangefate raised one hand. Before restoration begins, you deserve to understand the full scope of what your battle has wrought, and projected a mystical screen. Through the screen, Jay saw Earth 9602 as they did, and the damage was catastrophic. Not just the destroyed continent or boiling oceans, but deeper structural wounds. The barriers between Marvel and DC that Access had woven together were torn in dozens of places, bleeding energy between realities. The delicate balance that let both cosmologies coexist was fractured, threatening to unravel the entire amalgam universe. Jay's breath caught. I didn't realize it was this bad. Few mortals could perceive damage at this level, Dr. Strangefate said. You wielded cosmic forces without full comprehension of their impact on merged realities. The damage remains regardless of who bears more responsibility. I will fix everything, Jay said. I promise. The living tribunal's three faces regarded him. Then let us witness your commitment. Begin with the planetary damage, then progress to the dimensional barriers. Dr. Strangefate will guide where mystical knowledge is required. Jay nodded and reached for the life equation again, letting white light blaze around his body. The transformation felt easier this time, more natural. He raised his hands and felt the planet beneath him, felt Earth 9602's pain. The life equation showed him patterns in the damage, mathematical certainties about how matter should exist, how reality should maintain its structure. Jay started with the most immediate wounds, the continent they'd vaporized. He reached deep into the conceptual layer where matter existed as possibility and began pulling scattered atoms back together. Rather than creating from nothing, he chose to reversing entropy, rewinding causality in localized pockets. To say the process was agonizing would be selling it short. Each reconstruction burned through power faster than he could replenish it, but he pushed through because stopping meant the blood of billions of humans on his hands. Continents reformed atom by atom, tectonic plates shifted back into stable positions, and oceans that had boiled away began condensing back into liquid seas. Years passed, or maybe minutes, time became meaningless while Jay worked at cosmic scales. Dr. Strangefate's guidance proved invaluable, pointing out where reinforcement was needed, where the barriers between cosmologies required delicate reweaving. The Spectre watched in silence throughout. The living tribunal observed with cosmic impassivity, three faces tracking every detail. Finally, after what felt like subjective days compressed into hours, Jay stepped back. The life equation's light dimmed as exhaustion finally caught up in waves, but Earth 9602 was whole again. Not perfect, still carrying scars, but functional and stable, and most importantly, every single living being was back to as they were before Jay and Lady Death's fight began, down to the last bacterium. It is done, Dr. Strangefate proclaimed after one final mystical scan. Earth 9602 is restored to functional stability. The dimensional fractures are sealed. Jay's knees nearly buckled as the life equation flickered out. He forced himself to stay standing because showing weakness now felt dangerous. The Spectre's expression didn't soften, but something in his burning gaze acknowledged the effort. Divine justice has been served. The guilty has repaired what he broke. Jay wanted to feel relief, but rage was building in his chest despite exhaustion. He'd been hunted by death itself, forced to fight for his life, nearly killed by cosmic forces, and then judged for defending himself. And Lady Death just got bound in chains. That was it. Wait, Jay said, his voice rough but carrying an edge. This isn't over. Binding an abstract for targeting a mortal under the one above all's protection, that can't end with just containment and me doing community service. The living tribunal's three faces tilted slightly. Then what do you propose, outsider? Jay collected himself. Compensation. I need compensation for the mental, physical, and spiritual damage I went through, not to mention the people who died on my Earth because of her actions. Fury killed dozens before I stopped him, and by the time I'm back, thousands will be dead, and she's the one who created him. She aimed him at me, so she pays the price. Dee, who'd been silent throughout the restoration work, let out a surprised laugh. Oh, I really like you. You remind me so much of Raj. Lady Death's multiple tones erupted from wherever the chains had taken her. Compensation. From me. The audacity. The sheer gall of a mortal demanding payment from death incarnate. I should drag your soul through every layer of hell for this insult alone. Yeah, I dare, Jay shot back, too tired and angry to care about cosmic protocol. Funny thing about cosmic law, apparently it applies even to abstracts who think they're above it. You violated it to target me specifically, created an Omega-level threat without sanction, caused the fourth wall breach that could have ended this entire story. He paused, letting that sink in. So either I get compensated, or we can discuss how you nearly destroyed the author's interest in continuing this narrative. Your call. The Spectre's green eyes blazed with interest rather than condemnation. Divine law permits compensation when cosmic entities violate their authority. The mortal has grounds for his claim. Dr. Strangefate's psychic presence pressed against Jay's mind. What form of compensation do you seek? And remember, don't be greedy. Jay knew what he wanted the moment the word compensation left his mouth. The Death Stone. Pandemonium broke loose. Lady Death's screams reached a pitch that made the dimensional barriers crack again. The stone. You dare demand my stone? That artifact has existed since before your pitiful universe drew its first breath. It is woven into the fabric of entropy itself. Absolutely not. He's got a point though, Dee said cheerfully. You did violate cosmic law pretty spectacularly. Used Jim Jasper's soul to circumvent restrictions, went after someone under divine protection and endangered an entire universe with your vendetta. That's a lot of violations. I was enforcing the natural order. Death's voice cracked with desperation. He stole from my realm. He resurrected the forbidden. Every action I took was to preserve the balance he destroyed. And the tribunal already explained why that doesn't justify creating fury, Dr. Strangefate said calmly. You knew the restrictions on abstracts regarding outsiders. You violated them anyway through deliberate circumvention. The compensation claim has merit. The living tribunal's three faces deliberated together while equity considered cosmic balance, necessity weighed consequences, and vengeance measured whether the punishment fit the crime. The silence stretched for subjective eternities compressed into moments. Finally, all three faces spoke as one. The compensation is just. Lady Death violated cosmic law through premeditated action, created unsanctioned threats, and endangered both a unique universe and an outsider under divine protection. The Death Stone will be surrendered as recompense. No. Death's multiple voices cracked completely. You're sentencing me to weakness. 4 eons. For the sake of one mortal. This is madness. This is tyranny masquerading as justice. My brother will never allow this. Oblivion himself will intervene. You cannot give a mortal access to death itself. Your brother is not here, the living tribunal stated with absolute finality. We are. And we have rendered judgment. The tribunal's golden hand reached forward through dimensions and plunged into her skull through the eye socket, where darkness pooled deepest. When it withdrew, a black stone rested in the palm that seemed to swallow all light around it. Image here. Jay recognized it immediately as his comic book nerd perk supplied details. The Death Stone was not just an infinity stone but something more fundamental. It was death itself crystallized, and even looking at it made wrongness radiate through his awareness. Here, the living tribunal said, extending the stone toward Jay. Jay reached for it despite every survival instinct screaming at him to run. Dee moved faster, intercepting the stone before Jay could touch it. Jay opened his mouth to protest. Wait, Dee said, holding up one finger. Trust me on this. Death stones, especially from Marvel's cosmology, are problematic for mortals. She raised the Death Stone to her lips and kissed it. The transformation was immediate. The black stone that had pulsed with decay shifted while the wrongness bled away. Finally, only darkness remained, but different now, not the darkness of ending but of transition and rest, of gentle release. When Dee lowered the stone, it still looked black, but the quality had changed completely. It no longer consumed light but seemed to cradle it gently. There, Dee said, satisfied. Now it won't kill you just from touching it or corrupt you into a genocidal maniac. You're welcome. Jay took the stone carefully, and it felt warm in his palm despite its appearance. What did you do? Gave it a little of my aspect instead of just hers, Dee explained. Marvel's death is all about ending, but I'm about transition. This stone now carries both meanings of death as ending and death as release. Much more balanced and much less likely to turn you into the next Thanos. You can't give him that. Lady Death shrieked. Do you have any idea what a mortal could do with access to death itself? Probably less damage than you did with it, Dee shot back. At least he'll use it to protect people instead of hunting them. The living tribunal's three faces regarded the modified stone, then nodded. The compensation has been delivered. The balance is restored. The judgment is complete. The balance. The balance. Death struggled harder against the chains. When Oblivion learns what you've done, when he sees a mortal wielding fundamental death, there will be consequences. The abstracts will not stand for this insult. The living tribunal's response was cold. He acted within the protection granted by the one above all. You acted outside the bounds of your authority. This judgment stands regardless of your brother's opinion. This isn't justice, it's favoritism toward outsiders. Death's protests faded as the chains pulled her deeper into cosmic prison. Mark my words, outsider. You may have won today, but you've made an enemy of forces beyond your comprehension. This isn't over. The dimensional rift closed, and Lady Death's voice cut off mid-sentence. Jay stood there barely able to process what had just happened. He'd been judged by cosmic entities, found necessary rather than innocent or guilty, forced to repair a planet, and compensated with an artifact that represented death itself. Dee walked over to him. See? That wasn't so bad. You got cosmic community service plus compensation. That's actually pretty impressive. I feel like I'm about to pass out, Jay admitted honestly. That's fair. You did fight death itself, repair a planet and its nascent dimensions, and negotiate compensation from a cosmic abstract. Dee's smile carried genuine warmth. Jay opened his mouth to ask the 1,000 questions burning in his mind. But Dr. Strangefate raised a hand while golden light began glowing around Jay's battered form. Go, outsider. Rest. Recover. Remember what you learned here today. The Sorcerer Supreme's combined voice carried amusement. I'm sure Raj would be over the moon hearing how you made Lady Death your problem. Jay blinked in confusion. Wait, who's Raj? Image here. Someone who'd like you a lot, Dee said cryptically while waving cheerfully. Maybe you'll meet him someday. If you're lucky, or unlucky. Hard to say with him. Dee smiled, saying her final words, but you should probably get home. Your girlfriend is freaking out, your friends are wondering where you vanished to, and you need medical attention. After all, Jay, you are dying. Space folded around Jay while the amalgam universe's cosmology pushed him out, the rejection both gentle and absolute. The last thing he saw before reality blurred was Dee's smile carrying secrets and the promise this wasn't their last meeting. Then Jay was falling through dimensions again, exhausted and wounded but alive, clutching a stone that represented death itself. Somewhere in the space between realities, as consciousness began to fade, Jay couldn't help but laugh. He'd fought death itself, been judged by cosmic law, demanded compensation from a multiversal abstract, and survived. The life equation might be lost, but its truth still resonated in his soul. Every choice mattered, every life had value, and freedom was worth fighting for. The death stone pulsed warm in his palm as his native universe called him home. One final thought crossed his mind before exhaustion claimed him. Domino's going to kill me all over for worrying her. At least I'll die as I lived, making questionable decisions and hoping for the best. And honestly, after everything that had happened today, that scared him more than facing death itself. Chapter 262, For the One I Love. A/N, since a lot of you were asking who Raj was in the previous chapter, here's the answer. He's the main character from my very first fanfic, CYOA in DC. If that name caught your attention, definitely check it out and let me know what you think. And for those of you who caught the Easter egg right away, I'm curious. How did that aha moment feel when Raj was mentioned? Always love hearing your thoughts. Collision. The first goal of the week is 200 power stones for 2 bonus chapters. If you're enjoying the story, drop a stone, leave a comment, and share it around to show some love. New York City, Midtown High School. Peter Parker's world compressed into pain and movement, web sling, dodge, punch, repeat until his muscles turned to liquid fire. Blood ran from his nose, coating his lips in copper bitterness. His mask hung in shredded tatters, exposing half his face. Bone jutted white through torn skin where his left arm hung useless, screaming with every heartbeat. Each breath felt like knives between ribs. But the kids were still screaming inside the collapsed cafeteria. 23 students trapped beneath concrete and twisted rebar. Peter knew them, had shared lunches with them, and made stupid jokes about teachers between classes. So he kept fighting. The Sentinel's fist came like a meteorite. Peter's spider sense screamed warnings, but his body was too slow and too exhausted. He managed to turn his head just enough that the blow glanced off his temple instead of caving in his skull. Stars exploded across his vision as Peter hit the ground hard enough to crack the asphalt, his body bouncing before skidding to a stop against rubble. Get up, he muttered through split lips. Come on, Parker. Jay said family comes first, but these kids are somebody's family too. Can't keep depending on him to rescue. His body refused to cooperate. 3 sentinels advanced in perfect formation, red targeting lasers painting death across his chest. Mutate Spider-Man. Cease resistance. Peter's frustrated laugh came out broken, half sob. He tried to raise his web shooter, but his hand trembled so badly the webbing went wide. No. No, no, no. He pushed himself up on one elbow. Just a little more. Can't be that kid who needs saving. The sentinels charged as the ground shook beneath their footfalls. His danger sense pinged desperately, but what was the point? He couldn't move fast enough. I'm sorry, Uncle Ben. I'm sorry, Aunt May. I tried to find balance, but I can't walk away when people need help. The first sentinel's fist descended. Meanwhile, Gwen Stacy ran through the chaos, heart hammering. She'd watched Peter throw himself into danger again and again since that hospital conversation after Uncle Ben's shooting, watched him try to find impossible balance between being Peter Parker and being Spider-Man while tearing himself apart. And now he was about to die. She could see it from where she stood pressed against the bodega wall, 3 sentinels converging on Peter's broken body while blood pooled beneath him. No. The word tore from her throat. Peter. Her feet moved without permission, carrying her toward a battle she had no business entering. She was just a normal girl. What could she do against machines built to kill superheroes? But she ran anyway. Peter. You have to run. Her voice cracked. If you stay here with your body this broken, you'll die. Remember what you said to Jay? Well, right now, I need you to save yourself. Peter turned his head. Gwen. No, you need to get out of here. I can't lose you too. I don't care. She grabbed his good arm, tried to pull him up. You're dying. Your arm has bones showing, and you're still trying to play hero. The kids, Peter whispered. Can't leave them. They're somebody's family. Someone else will save them. Tears burned down her face. But no one else can be you. Peter's expression crumbled. I can't just run away. With great power comes death apparently. She was shouting now. Jay warned you. He told you family comes first. The sentinels were 10 feet away. 8 feet. 6 feet. Peter looked at them, then back at Gwen, and something in his eyes broke. Gwen couldn't let that happen. She threw herself in front of him, arms spread wide. I finally understand why Peter does this. When someone you love is in danger, nothing else matters. You want him. You go through me first. Gwen, no. Peter tried to move but collapsed with a cry. Please, not you. I can't lose you. The lead sentinel raised its fist. Red targeting lasers painted across Gwen's chest. Target acquired. Removing obstacle. In that moment, staring at her own death, Gwen's mind compressed into a single desperate prayer. Why do I have to be helpless? I'd give anything. Just let me save him. Please. Golden light materialized before her eyes. A single mote, drifting down from the smoke-thick sky. Then a voice spoke, not in her ears but in her soul. It was stable as bedrock, ancient as mountains. My child, your heart burns with courage that moved me. Will you accept what I offer? The strength to protect the one your heart belongs to. Gwen stared at the golden light, her mind unable to process what was happening. But her heart knew what to say. Yes. The word exploded from her. I accept anything. Just let me save Peter. The golden mote surged forward, passing through her skin, merging with her chest where her heart beat wildly. Warmth flooded through her body, power rushed through her veins, restructuring everything. For the first time in her life, Gwen understood what Peter felt, what it meant to have strength beyond human limits. Her clothes dissolved into golden light, reformed around her body in patterns she recognized from helping Peter design his suit. A spider suit, sleek and form-fitting with a hoodie. Gold dominated the color scheme like sunlight, while white webbing patterns across the chest and arms mirrored the designs she'd sketched. She could feel it coursing through her, enhanced strength, speed, everything Peter had tried to describe. Her senses expanded outward as she finally understood Peter's spider sense and how he moved through battles, reading danger before it arrived. Not today, Gwen whispered. People don't always need saving. Sometimes they just need the power to save themselves. She moved without thinking. Golden webs shot from her wrists, using every principle she'd learned helping Peter perfect his web fluid. They attached to the sentinel's arm mid-swing. Gwen pulled. The sentinel flew backwards, 2 tons of alloy plating sent tumbling through the air. It crashed into a wall with a sound like a car accident. Metal shrieked as the impact caved in the brick structure. What? Peter's voice carried shock. How did you? Gwen. Gwen didn't answer because the other 2 sentinels were charging. She jumped, flipping over the first one's grabbing hands with instinctive grace. She kicked out mid-flip. The force tore the second sentinel's head clean off in a spray of sparks. Holy crap, Gwen breathed. Did I just do that? The third sentinel changed its strategy and came at her from a different angle, its weapon arm charging with red energy. Peter's voice cut through the chaos. Gwen. Watch out. Her spider sense pinged warnings, and Gwen twisted aside, but not fast enough. The energy blast caught her shoulder dead center. The golden suit hardened. The energy dispersed harmlessly across the surface like water hitting diamond. Oh, she said softly. Then louder, oh. She charged head-on. Golden webs shot out in rapid succession, covering the robot's sensors, weapon arm and joints, binding its movements. Gwen closed the distance. Her fist connected with the sentinel's chest plate. Metal crumpled around her knuckles, and the sentinel collapsed in a heap of broken machinery. Silence fell. Gwen stood with her fist raised, golden suit gleaming and chest heaving. Then Peter spoke. Gwen. She turned to face him and pulled off her hood. Yeah. It's me, Pete. But how? What happened? I don't know exactly. Her hands hovered over his injuries. I saw you getting hurt. After everything, I wanted to save you so badly. Then this motherly voice spoke. Said it could give me power to protect you if I accepted. Her hands glowed golden as golden webs sprayed from her wrists in delicate patterns, wrapping around Peter's broken arm like bandages woven from light. Gwen, what are you? The golden webbing pulsed, then dissolved into motes that floated away. Where they'd been, flesh knitted together, bone relocated with soft pops and cuts, finally sealed. In seconds, Peter's injuries were gone. He flexed his arm experimentally. Holy crab. You've got healing powers too. Pete. Gwen cut him off. One thing at a time. Yeah. Peter stared at her. You look amazing. Like a real hero. Harry helped design your suit, and I helped with the web formula, so technically I helped design this too. Gwen smiled. Then the golden light began pulling away. She felt it like sand slipping through her fingers. The golden suit dissolved into motes drifting upward as her enhanced senses faded back to normal, and strength left her muscles. In seconds, Spider-Gwen was just Gwen again, kneeling beside Peter in her normal clothes. The power, she whispered, shaking. It's just gone. Peter pulled her into a hug. Hey, it's okay. You saved me, and you were amazing. But the kids? Gwen looked at the collapsed school. How are we gonna save them now? I don't know, Peter admitted, following golden lights drifting down from the sky. But I think something bigger's happening. Gwen, look. Gwen saw them by the hundreds, golden motes falling across the city like rain, each one seeking someone, choosing someone, and granting power to ordinary people who wanted to protect others. A firefighter 3 blocks away suddenly grew wings, grabbed a family from a burning building, before the wings dissolved. A bodega owner lifted an overturned car off trapped civilians, impossible strength fading moments after. An old woman in a wheelchair stood and sprinted, pulled a child from a sentinel's grasp before collapsing back. What is this? Gwen breathed. Peter's mind raced through possibilities. I asked him why bad things always happened to normal people, why people always needed heroes to save them. He squeezed Gwen's hand, as tears formed in his eyes. I think this is the answer. People don't always need Spider-Man. They don't need heroes. Sometimes they just need the power to save themselves, to protect the people they love, like you did. Gwen watched another golden light descend. But it's temporary. Just long enough to save someone. Yeah. Peter's voice was thick with emotion. Just long enough, and that's perfect. Being a hero doesn't mean carrying everything alone, nor does it mean destroying yourself. Ordinary people can be heroes when they need to be. Come on, Gwen said, standing and offering her hand. We've got kids to rescue. I think we're gonna have help this time. Golden light descended toward the collapsed school, seeking those with the courage to act. Gwen saw teachers and students and parents accepting the gift, becoming something more, just long enough to pull children from rubble. And for the first time since the Sentinels attacked, Gwen felt hope that people could save each other when given the chance, that Peter didn't have to carry this burden alone. That heroism wasn't about being the strongest. It was about having the courage to act when someone needed you, even if just for a moment. And watching Peter's expression shift to something like peace, Gwen knew he understood too. People didn't always need heroes with costumes and secret identities. Sometimes they just needed to be brave. Peter pulled Gwen close and kissed her, tasting blood and hope. Thank you, he whispered. For saving me. For showing me I don't have to do this alone. Gwen kissed him back while golden rain fell around them like a blessing. Chapter 263, Part-Time Anchor, Part-Time Hero. A/N, the first goal of the week is 200 Power Stones for 2 bonus chapters. If you're enjoying the story, drop a stone, leave a comment, and show some love. CNN Studio, Atlanta. Rachel Morrison had been a news anchor for 15 years. She'd covered wars, disasters, political upheavals. She prided herself on maintaining composure under pressure, on delivering the news with professional detachment no matter how horrific the story. But today tested every ounce of that training. This is Rachel Morrison reporting live from CNN headquarters, where we've been tracking what can only be described as a global catastrophe. Her voice stayed steady despite the tremor in her hands. Sentinel robots, originally designed for mutant containment, have gone rogue worldwide. Current estimates put the death toll in the thousands and rising. Military forces from multiple nations are responding, but these machines appear to be adapting to conventional weaponry at an alarming rate. Behind her, the newsroom buzzed with controlled chaos. Producers shouted coordinates, and tech crews worked frantically to maintain satellite feeds from dozens of locations. Every screen showed the same nightmare from different angles. Cities under siege, heroes fighting desperately, civilians running for their lives. Rachel's earpiece crackled. Rachel, we're getting reports of something else. Unconfirmed sightings of golden lights descending across multiple cities. Can you? Suddenly, the wall exploded. The reinforced concrete and steel that protected the CNN headquarters literally exploded inward as 3 sentinels tore through the building's exterior like tissue paper. The studio erupted into pandemonium. Get down, someone screamed. Rachel dove behind her desk on pure instinct. Her heart hammered against her ribs while debris rained down around her. She could hear the sentinels moving, their heavy footfalls shaking the floor, their optical sensors sweeping the room with that distinctive red glow. Mutant signatures detected. Terminate all personnel. We don't even have mutants here. The thought flashed through Rachel's mind with bitter irony. These things were malfunctioning, seeing threats that didn't exist, killing anyone in their path. She looked up. Saw her cameraman, Marcus, still at his post. The crazy bastard was still filming, capturing everything, even as death machines advanced on their position. A sentinel raised its weapon arm. Energy coiled, building to a killing blast. Rachel's body moved without permission. She threw herself in front of Marcus, arms spread wide like that would somehow stop an energy weapon designed to punch through tank armor. I'm going to die on live television. Mom and Dad are going to watch me get vaporized. Oh God. Unexpectedly, a golden light materialized before her eyes. A single mote, warm and bright, drifting down through the hole in the ceiling like a snowflake that refused to melt. Then a voice spoke. Rachel Morrison. Your courage moves me. Will you accept what I offer? The strength to protect those who depend on you. Rachel's mind couldn't process what was happening. The world didn't work like this. Light didn't talk, but seeing the past events, this might as well be the new normal. But Marcus was behind her. Her crew was scattered across the studio, hiding behind desks and equipment. And 3 murder robots were about to turn this place into a slaughterhouse. Yes. The word tore from her throat. Whatever you are, whatever this is, yes. Just let me save them. The golden mote surged forward. Warmth flooded through Rachel's body, like diving into sunlight made liquid, overwhelming her every nerve ending, which sang with sudden awareness as power rushed through her veins, her muscles, and her bones, restructuring everything at a fundamental level. Her professional blazer and pencil skirt dissolved into golden light. Reformed around her body as something else entirely. A suit that gleamed like captured sunshine, form-fitting but protective, with a cape that billowed despite the lack of wind. She could feel it coursing through her. Enhanced strength that made her muscles hum with potential. Enhanced speed that made the world seem to move in slow motion. And most incredibly, the ability to fly, the knowledge of flight sitting in her mind like she'd always known how, like walking or breathing. Image here. Her body moved without permission. Rachel shot forward faster than she thought. Her fist, encased in golden light, connected with the lead sentinel's chest plate. The impact sent shockwaves up her arm, but the robot flew backward, crashed through the wall it had entered from, tumbled out into the Atlanta skyline. Oh shit, Rachel breathed. Her voice came out different, resonating with power she didn't understand. Did I just do that? The other 2 sentinels came at her from different angles, weapon arms charging. Rachel's danger sense, she had danger sense now, pinged warnings across her consciousness. She twisted aside, but one blast caught her shoulder. The golden suit hardened instantly. The energy dispersed harmlessly across the surface like water hitting diamond. Rachel laughed. The sound was half hysteria and half exhilaration. You're gonna have to do better than that. She moved. Her body knew what to do even though her mind was still catching up. Flight carried her between the sentinels faster than their adaptive systems could track. Her fists found weak points with impossible precision. As metal crumpled under her assault and circuits died. In 30 seconds, both robots were scrap. Rachel hovered in the middle of her destroyed studio, chest heaving with the golden cape flowing behind her. Around the room, her crew emerged from hiding, staring at her with expressions that mixed terror and awe in equal measure. Marcus still had his camera running. Marcus. Rachel's voice came out shaky despite the power coursing through her. Please tell me you got that. Marcus's grin was manic. Every second. This is still broadcasting, Ratch. Live feed. The whole world just watched you turn into a flying brickle and wreck 3 sentinels like it was nothing. The realization hit Rachel like cold water. She looked down at the golden suit in her hands that had just punched through military-grade adaptive plating. I'm on TV, she said slowly. I just became a superhero on live television. My mom is watching this. Oh God, my mom is definitely watching this. Then the golden light began pulling away. She felt it draining from her body like sand through a sieve. The suit dissolved into motes that drifted upward. Her enhanced senses faded back to normal human and strength left her muscles, replaced by ordinary news anchor weakness. In seconds, Golden Rachel was just Rachel again. Standing in her destroyed studio in her normal clothes, exhausted and confused and somehow disappointed by the loss. All this was too much, and finally her legs gave out. Marcus caught her before she hit the floor. Easy, easy. I got you. The power, Rachel whispered. Her voice cracked with emotion she couldn't quite name. It's gone. I had it and now. You saved us, Marcus said firmly. His camera was still rolling, capturing this moment too. That's what matters. You saved every person in this building. Rachel looked around the studio. At her alive crew, the destroyed sentinels and the hole in the wall where Atlanta's skyline was visible, smoke rising from dozens of impact points across the city. Marcus, are we still live? Never stopped. Rachel took a deep breath. Straightened her spine despite the exhaustion, and found her professional voice even though her hands trembled. This is Rachel Morrison, still reporting from CNN headquarters. She looked directly into the camera. Into the eyes of millions watching worldwide. What you just witnessed. I don't fully understand it myself. Some kind of power was granted to me. Temporarily. Just long enough to save my colleagues and stop those sentinels. She paused, collecting her thoughts. I'm not a mutant. I'm not enhanced. I'm just a reporter who happened to be in the wrong place at the right time. Or maybe the right place. I don't know. But what I do know is this: if a golden light offers you power to save someone, take it. Whatever this is, whoever or whatever is granting these abilities, they're giving ordinary people the chance to be extraordinary when it matters most. Her voice strengthened with conviction. The sentinels are attacking worldwide. Heroes are fighting back. But today, I learned something important. You don't need to be born with powers or bitten by radioactive animals or hit by cosmic radiation. Sometimes, you just need the courage to act when someone needs help. And maybe, just maybe, you'll find you have more strength than you ever imagined. Rachel's professional mask slipped as tears built in her eyes. I felt what it was like to be powerful. To be able to protect people. And even though it's gone now, even though I'm just me again, I'll never forget it. I'll never forget what it felt like to save lives. She looked at Marcus, then back at the camera. This is Rachel Morrison, reminding everyone watching, be brave. Be kind. And if you get the chance to be a hero, even for just a moment, don't waste it. The feed cut to commercials. Rachel collapsed into Marcus's arms, shaking with adrenaline crash and emotion and the overwhelming weight of what had just happened. But the damage was done. The broadcast had gone worldwide. Millions had watched an ordinary news anchor become a golden-suited hero, save her crew, destroy 3 sentinels, and then return to being just a woman. The footage went viral instantly. Chapter 264, Hero Watch NYC. A/N, yay, we did it Party Popper. Our first goal of 200 Power Stones is officially done, and this is your first bonus chapter. Now for the next target, second goal, 400 Power Stones. Hit that, and I'll drop 2 more bonus chapters. So if you're enjoying the story, drop your stones, leave a comment, and share it around. Let's keep this rolling. Collision. YouTube stream, Hero Watch NYC. YAGFOOD's stream had started as his usual content. Standing on a Manhattan rooftop with his high-end camera equipment, providing commentary on heroes in action. He'd moved from Ohio specifically for this. Sold everything, maxed out his credit cards, bet his entire future on being able to make a living filming superheroes and providing real-time analysis. The Chitauri invasion had been his breakout moment. Footage of Iron Man that he'd captured from a perfect angle, showing the arc reactors glow as Tony dove through a Leviathan. That clip alone had gotten 50 million views. Today was supposed to be more of the same. Yo, what's up, it's your boy YAGFOOD coming at you live from Manhattan, where apparently murder robots are the new hotness. His camera panned across the skyline where smoke rose from multiple locations. I've got eyes on at least 3 different hero teams engaging sentinels. Callisto's coordinating mutant defense in District X, Spider-Man's doing his thing in Midtown High. And word on the street is the Thing is handling the Yancey Street. His chat exploded with comments scrolling too fast to read. XX Shadowfist XX, bro get somewhere safe. Marvel Fan 2012, this is insane. HeroSimp 99, Spidey just saved 20 students. Tinfoil Hat 420, government planned this wake up sheeple. YAGFOOD grinned at the camera. Yeah, I know. Safety first. But someone's gotta document this stuff, right? Someone's gotta show the world what these heroes are actually doing while politicians sit in bunkers and... A scream cut through his commentary. YAGFOOD's head snapped toward the sound. 2 blocks down at street level, a kid, maybe 7 years old, was standing frozen in the middle of the street while a sentinel advanced on his position. The robot's optical sensor locked on. Its weapon arm charged with energy coils, glowing red. Oh shit. Yagfood's camera swung toward the scene, capturing everything. There's a kid down there. Someone needs to, why isn't anyone? The street was empty as people had evacuated or were hiding. The heroes were blocks away, tied up with their own battles, and nobody was close enough to help. The sentinel's weapon arm reached full charge. Yagfood's body moved without permission. He jumped off the roof. Not smart, idiotic even. Just pure instinct screaming that a kid was about to die, and he was the only one there to do something about it. His camera, still strapped to his chest rig, captured his own scream as gravity took hold. Suddenly, a golden light drifted near him mid-fall. A single mote, bright and warm, drifting up to meet him like it had been waiting for this exact moment. Then a maternal and infinitely kind voice spoke. Yagfood. Your heart moved me. Will you accept what I offer? The strength to save this child. Yagfood's mind was screaming. He was falling. He was going to splatter across pavement while his stream captured every second. But the kid was still down there. Hell yes. The words tore from his throat. Give me whatever you got. The golden mote slammed into his chest. Power flooded through him in a heartbeat. His body restructured itself mid-fall as it turned digital to encompass things he'd never imagined. But most incredibly, the knowledge came with it. A car sat parked on the street below. Blue sedan, nothing special, probably belonged to someone who'd fled when the sentinels attacked. Yagfood reached out with his new sense and merged with it. Felt the car's systems like extensions of his own body as he merged. The transformation was instantaneous. Yagfood's body dissolved into golden energy that poured into the car. Metal and flesh became one, restructuring, growing, changing. The blue sedan exploded upward and transformed. Growing to 15 feet tall, bipedal, humanoid. Yagfood had become a transformer. Image here. His camera, somehow still functioning, was now part of his chest. Still streaming to the thousands watching his channel. The sentinel fired. Yagfood raised his arm. The energy blast struck his transformed body, dispersing across metal plating that was somehow both car, human and neither. Holy crap. His voice boomed from external speakers, mechanical but carrying his wonder. I'm a freaking robot. This is the coolest thing that's ever happened to anyone. The kid still stood frozen, staring up at the mechanical giant that had appeared from nowhere. Yagfood moved. His transformed body responded like he'd been doing this for years. He scooped up the kid with impossible gentleness, cradling the small body in hands that could crush steel but held like feathers. Got you, little man. You're safe now. The sentinel adapted. Its systems learned from the first failed attack and came at Yagfood with a different weapon system. Yagfood's other arm transformed. Not consciously, just instinct guiding the change. His hand became a cannon, energy coiling in the barrel. He fired. The blast caught the sentinel center mass and punched through adaptive plating. The robot sparked and collapsed in a heap of broken machinery. And that's what you get. Yagfood's voice carried triumph. Don't mess with the Yagbot. His chat was losing its collective mind. XX Shadowfist XX, dude just turned into a transformer. Marvel Fan 2012, this is the best stream ever. HeroSimp 99, bro you saved that kid. Tinfoil Hat 420, CGI fake news crisis actors. Yagfood set the kid down gently in a doorway. Stay here, okay. Heroes are coming. You're gonna be fine. The kid nodded, still too shocked to speak. Then the golden light began pulling away. Yagfood felt it draining from his body like water through a sieve. His transformed state destabilized. Metal and flesh separated, untangling from each other. In seconds, he was human again. Standing in the middle of the street in his normal clothes, the blue sedan lying in pieces around him, exhausted and confused and somehow hollow. The power, he whispered. His camera, miraculously undamaged, still captured everything. It's gone. He collapsed to his knees. The loss felt worse than any breakup, worse than any failure. He touched something incredible and had it snatched away before he could really understand it. But then the kid ran up to him. Wrapped small arms around Yagfood's waist in a fierce hug. Thank you, the kid whispered. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yagfood's throat tightened. He hugged the kid back with tears streaming down his face. You're welcome, little man. He looked at his camera. At the little red light that meant he was still streaming. At the chat scrolling past with messages of support and awe and disbelief. Yo, what's up? His voice came out rough, emotional. That just happened. I don't know how to explain it. A voice offered me power. It was so maternal, like every mom ever. Said I could save the kid if I accepted. So, I did. He wiped his eyes, not caring that thousands were watching him cry. The power moved my body. I knew what to do without knowing how I knew. Merged with a car. Became a freaking robot and saved a life. His voice cracked. And now it's gone. I'm just a streamer with a camera again. CYOA looked at the kid, still holding onto him. But you know what? It was worth it. Every second. I'd give up that power 1,000 times to save this one kid. Because that's what heroes do, right? They sacrifice. They give up what they want for what others need. He straightened up, found his professional voice even though his hands trembled. To everyone watching, here's what I learned: the power is temporary. You get it just long enough to save someone. Then it goes away and you go back to being normal. But the choice you made, the person you saved, that's forever. His chat exploded with reactions. XX Shadowfist XX, bro, you're crying, we're all crying. Marvel Fan 2012, most wholesome hero moment ever. Hero Simp 99, someone get this man a medal. Power Broker Fan, Jay did this, has to be Jay. CYOA saw that last comment. Latched onto it. Yeah, someone in chat just said it. This has to be the Power Broker, right? Jay. The guy who brought back 1,200 people from the dead. This seems like his kind of miracle. Giving regular people the chance to be heroes when it counts. He looked directly into the camera. If you're watching this, Jay, if this was you, thank you. You gave me the best moment of my life. You let me save a kid and be a hero even if it was temporary. His voice strengthened. And to everyone else, if a golden light offers you power, take it. Just say yes and save whoever needs saving. CYOA's stream continued for another hour, capturing the aftermath and arrival of official heroes to secure the area. His viewer count hit 500,000 concurrent viewers, then 2 million, then broke his platform's records entirely. The footage of his transformation went viral instantly. Within hours, it had been viewed over 50 million times across all platforms. Chapter 265, the day everyone became a hero. A/N, the second goal of the week is 400 power stones for 2 more bonus chapters. If you're enjoying the story, drop a stone, leave a comment, and show some love. Washington, D.C., Emergency Cabinet Meeting. Senator Kelly stood at the head of the table, tablet in hand, showing the footage of Rachel Morrison's transformation for the 5th time. This changes everything, he said quietly. Ordinary citizens are gaining superpowers. Temporarily, yes, but the implications. We need to control this, another senator interrupted, and regulate it. If anyone can become superhuman at any moment. How exactly do you propose we regulate a golden light from the sky? The president's voice carried exhaustion. How do we control something that apparently grants power based on willingness to save others? We study it, weaponize it, and turn it into a national defense asset. Vice President Rodriguez stood up. His face flushed with barely contained anger. Are you listening to yourselves? People are being given the chance to save lives and your first instinct is to control it. To weaponize it. His voice rose. This is a gift. Maybe the first real gift humanity's gotten in years. And you want to lock it in a lab. Rodriguez, you're too emotionally compromised on this issue. Your daughter. Yes, my daughter. Rodriguez slammed his hand on the table. My daughter, who was healed by the same men responsible for this. The same men who keep saving lives while you political vultures circle overhead trying to figure out how to profit from his kindness. The room erupted into arguments. Voices raised, accusations thrown. But on every screen, golden heroes kept appearing. Kept saving people. Kept proving that power in the right hands, even temporarily, could change the world. Moscow, oligarch's penthouse. Dmitry Volkov watched the footage on his wall of monitors with calculating eyes. He was worth $45 billion, owned companies across 6 continents and had politicians in his pocket and armies at his beck and call. But all that money, all that influence, couldn't buy what he'd just witnessed. Get me everyone, he said to his assistant. Scientists, mystics, mercenaries. I don't care what it costs. I want to know how to control these golden lights. Sir, the report suggests the power only goes to those willing to save others. It's not something that can be. Everything can be bought, Dmitry interrupted. Everything can be controlled. Find me a way or find me someone who can. I want that power. I want to bottle it and sell it to the highest bidder. His assistant hesitated. Sir, with respect, I don't think. Did I ask what you think? Dmitry's voice went cold. Do your job or I'll find someone who will. Zurich, Banking District. The emergency meeting of the World Economic Forum had convened via secure video conference. Faces on screens represented trillions in combined wealth and influence. Gentlemen, ladies, we have a problem, the chairman began. The emergence of these temporary heroes threatens our entire economic structure. If ordinary people can become extraordinary at any moment, if they don't need our military-industrial complex or private security or even our healthcare systems, they're still ordinary most of the time, someone interrupted. The power fades and they return to normal. They still need everything we provide. But the psychological impact, another voice chimed in. People are realizing they don't have to be helpless. That they can stand up to threats, and they have agency beyond what we've allowed them. That's dangerous to our interests. So we suppress the narrative, the chairman said. Control the media coverage. Spin it as CGI, special effects, government psyops. Make people doubt what they're seeing. On screens across the room, more footage played. More ordinary people becoming heroes. More lives saved. I don't think we can suppress this, someone said quietly. This genie's out of the bottle. The question is, how do we adapt? The meeting continued, plans were made and strategies developed. The ultra-rich doing what they did best, trying to maintain control in a world that was rapidly changing. New York, Heroes for Hire office. Luke Cage sat in the office's rec room, watching news coverage on the TV. Danny stood beside him, both men exhausted from their own battles but unable to look away. You seeing this? Luke's voice carried wonder. Regular people just becoming heroes when they need to be. It's remarkable, Danny said quietly. His iron fist had long since faded as his chi depleted. But watching these civilians fight with powers he'd spent years training to earn. All my training in Kunlun, all those years of discipline and meditation. And a schoolteacher in Tokyo just grew 6 arms and saved a dozen kids in 30 seconds. You sound jealous. I'm in awe. Danny's expression was complicated. This democratizes heroism. Anyone can save lives now if they're willing. Anyone can be extraordinary. Luke nodded slowly. Yeah. Yeah, that's exactly what this is. No more depending and waiting for heroes to show up. People can save themselves. Is that good or bad? Danny asked. It's terrifying, Luke admitted. And it's the best thing I've ever seen. On the TV, another transformation happened. A firefighter in London grew wings, pulled a family from a burning building. The then wings dissolved as the men collapsed, crying. But it's temporary, Danny observed. They get the power just long enough, then it goes away. Maybe that's the point, Luke said. You don't need to be superhuman all the time. You just need to be superhuman when someone needs saving. Then you can go back to being you. Danny considered that. A world where anyone can be a hero when it matters, but nobody has to carry that burden forever. Yeah. Luke's smile was complicated. It's beautiful yet terrifying, and I have no idea what this means for people like us. Danny said simply. It means the world has more heroes than we ever imagined. Social media. Twitter had essentially broken. Multiple hashtags dominated the trending list. Hashtag Golden Heroes, 23 million tweets. Hashtag Temporary Powers, 18 million tweets. Hashtag Powerbroker did this, 15 million tweets. Hashtag Ordinary People Extraordinary Moments, 12 million tweets. Hashtag Mother Voice, 9.0 million tweets. Reddit servers crashed repeatedly as every subreddit, regardless of original topic, had multiple threads discussing the phenomenon. One post on r/World News had 8.7 million upvotes. My grandmother, 83 years old, accepted the golden light today. She grew young and strong again for exactly 2 minutes. Long enough to pull a child from rubble. Then she went back to being old. She's in the hospital now from exhaustion. But she won't stop smiling. Says it was worth every second and she felt alive for the first time in decades. The comments section was flooded. My dad did the same thing. He has cancer and can barely walk most days. But he became strong enough to fight a sentinel. Saved our entire apartment building. I've never been more proud. Teacher here. I got the power during an attack on my school. Suddenly could sense structural weaknesses. Used it to evacuate everyone before the building collapsed. The power lasted just 3 minutes. Best 3 minutes of my life. Streamer here. Anyone catch Yagfood's stream? That dude turned into a transformer to save a kid. Then cried his eyes out when the power faded. Most human moment I've ever seen from a content creator. TikTok exploded with first-person accounts. People filming their own experiences. A nurse showing her hands glowing golden, healing a patient, then the glow fading as she collapsed in tears of joy. A construction worker demonstrating his temporarily enhanced strength by lifting a collapsed beam, freeing trapped coworkers, then the strength leaving as he laughed in relief. A teenager in Mumbai showing footage of her mother sprouting wings, saving neighbors from a fire, then landing and immediately hugging her family despite the wings dissolving around them. The emotional impact was universal. Everyone experienced the same hollowness when it faded. That sense of losing something precious. But everyone also agreed, it was worth it. The sacrifice was worth the salvation. Cult of the Lightbringer. Father Michael stood at the pulpit of the Church of the Lightbringer in New York, his congregation packed beyond capacity. Thousands had come seeking answers, seeking understanding. Brothers and sisters, his voice boomed through the space. We have witnessed miracles today. We have seen the Lightbringer's work manifest across the globe. Golden lights descending from heaven, granting power to the worthy, saving lives through ordinary people made extraordinary. The congregation murmured in agreement. Some ask, how can we be certain this is the Lightbringer's doing? I tell you this, who else has the power to grant abilities on a global scale? Who else has demonstrated the power over life and death itself? Who else brought 1,200 souls back from beyond? Someone shouted from the crowd. The power broker. The Lightbringer. Yes. Father Michael's voice rose with conviction. The Lightbringer, the one who saved the world during the Chitauri invasion. The one who raised the dead. The one who now grants temporary divinity to those with the courage to save others. This is his work. This is his miracle. Across the world, similar sermons were being delivered. In Tokyo, in London, in Mumbai, in Lagos. The cult of the Lightbringer had grown exponentially since the resurrection of 1,200 people. Now, with this new miracle, belief solidified into certainty. The Lightbringer teaches us that heroism is not about permanent power, Father Michael continued. It's about the willingness to act when someone needs help. The golden lights don't grant powers forever. They grant them for exactly as long as needed. Then they take them back. Because the Lightbringer knows, power corrupts. Permanent power corrupts permanently. He spread his arms wide. But temporary power? Power given just long enough to save a life. That's divine wisdom. That's the Lightbringer showing us that we don't need to be gods. We just need to be brave when it matters most. The congregation erupted in applause. Outside, news cameras captured everything. The footage would be dissected, analyzed, debated. But the message was clear. The cult of the Lightbringer believed Jay was responsible. And millions were starting to believe it too. That the question Peter Parker had asked, why do people always need heroes to save them, finally had an answer. Because sometimes, they didn't. Sometimes, they just needed to be brave. And Mother Earth, bless her ancient heart, had given them the power to act on that courage. Chapter 266, The Most Dangerous Men in Manhattan. A/N, yay, we did it Party Popper. Our second goal of 400 Power Stones is officially done, and this is your second bonus chapter. Now for the next target I's third goal, 600 Power Stones. Hit that, and I'll drop 2 more bonus chapters. Daily Bugle Headquarters, Manhattan. The Daily Bugle building shook as another sentinel tore through the neighboring skyscraper. Debris rained down on the streets below while sirens wailed and smoke obscured the New York skyline. Jonah Jameson stood at his office window watching the chaos with his signature cigar clenched between his teeth, his mustache bristling with barely contained fury as he took in the destruction. Those damned metal menaces. His voice boomed through the office loud enough to make his staff flinch. First aliens, now killer robots. And where are the so-called heroes? Where's that wall-crawling menace Spider-Man when actual threats show up? Mr. Jameson, Spider-Man was reported saving students at Midtown High, Robbie Robertson called from across the newsroom, his voice tight with urgency. And we need to evacuate. 3 sentinels are converging on our location. The building next door just collapsed. Jonah spun around, his eyes blazing with that trademark fury that had terrorized generations of Daily Bugle employees. Evacuate. Evacuate. The Daily Bugle doesn't run from threats, Robertson. We report them. Now get your camera ready because when these tin cans show up, I want photographs. Clear ones this time, not those blurry garbage shots Parker always brings me. Sir, with all due respect, we're not equipped to. Robbie started, but his words died as the wall exploded inward. Concrete and steel erupted into the newsroom as 3 sentinels tore through the building's exterior like tissue paper, their red optical sensors sweeping across the office with cold, mechanical precision. Multiple targets detected. Scanning for mutant signatures. The newsroom erupted into pandemonium. Reporters dove under desks, assistants ran for the stairwells, photographers abandoned their equipment. Papers flew through the air like snow while computer monitors sparked and shattered. But Jonah didn't move. He stood there in the center of the chaos, cigar still clenched in his teeth, mustache bristling with righteous indignation that bordered on suicidal. His bulldog Bat, a squat English bulldog wearing a tiny Daily Bugle press badge on his collar, sat beside him. The dog's jowls hung low with drool pooling on the floor, but he didn't bark or run, just sat there, stubborn as his owner. Mutant signature detected. Designation, Jonathan Reed. One of the sentinels extended its weapon arm toward a young man cowering behind an overturned desk. Johnny Reed, the new intern who'd started just last week, the kid who reminded Jonah of his son John when he was younger. The kid whose mutation let him change the color of ink, completely useless for anything except making the print department's job easier, but deadly in the eyes of these machines. No, Johnny whimpered, his eyes full of panic. Please, I'm not dangerous, I just... The sentinel's weapon charged, energy coils glowing red. Mr. Jameson. Johnny's voice cracked. Help me. Something in Jonah snapped. Pure, unadulterated rage, the same rage that had fueled decades of crusading journalism, that had exposed corruption from City Hall to the White House, that had made him the most feared newspaper editor in New York. Like hell you will. Jonah roared, his voice carrying over the chaos. That's my intern. My staff. You want him, you mechanical piece of garbage. You go through me first. He charged forward, a 55-year-old man in suspenders running at a killer robot with nothing but a cigar and stubborn refusal to accept reality. Bat barked once, sharp and defiant, then waddled after his owner with his short legs pumping and jowls flapping. The sentinel's optical sensor tracked Jonah's suicidal charge with calculated precision, its weapon arm adjusting trajectory and locking onto the newspaper editor instead. Non-mutant human. An Owen threat. Removing obstacle. The weapon fired. And then reality got weird. Two golden motes of light descended from the hole in the ceiling, moving with purpose and seeking specific targets. One drifted toward Jonah. The other, impossibly, toward Bat. The voice that spoke wasn't just in Jonah's ears but resonated in his soul, maternal and ancient, carrying the weight of billions of years. John Jonah Jameson Jr. Your courage to protect those under your care moves me. Will you accept what I offer? The strength to shield those who depend on you. Jonah's mind, that analytical newspaper editor's brain that had exposed countless frauds and debunked every supposed miracle he'd encountered, tried to process what was happening. Light didn't talk. That was impossible. He must be hallucinating from stress or smoke inhalation or... But Johnny was still behind him, his staff was still in danger, and that was all that mattered. Give me whatever you've got. Jonah snarled around his cigar. Just let me save my people. Beside him, impossibly, Bat barked an affirmative, the bulldog's jowls set with determination that mirrored his owner's. The golden mote surged forward. Power flooded through Jonah like nothing he'd ever experienced. His tired, 55-year-old body restructured itself at the cellular level. Muscles that had grown soft from decades behind a desk suddenly remembered what strength felt like. Bones that had started to ache with arthritis became unbreakable. His heart that required blood pressure medication suddenly beat with the strength of youth. The transformation was instant and complete. Image here. His suspenders dissolved into golden light and reformed into something else, a costume that was somehow both ridiculous and intimidating, red and white with a high collar and a stylized J emblazoned across the chest. His signature flat-top haircut remained, but now framed a face that had lost 30 years in an instant. The mustache stayed, naturally. Some things were sacred. Bat's transformation was equally dramatic and somehow more absurd. The squat bulldog's body elongated, muscles exploding outward until he stood 3 feet tall at the shoulder. His jowls, those magnificent drooping jowls, remained but now framed jaws that could crush steel. A red cape, miniature but no less impressive, billowed from his shoulders. They looked ridiculous. Jonah knew it even as power coursed through his veins, an old newspaper editor who'd just turned into a Superman knockoff, standing beside his bulldog who'd become Krypto's more aggressive cousin. But he'd never felt more alive. The Sentinel's energy blast struck them both dead center. The suits hardened instantly and energy that should have vaporized them dispersed harmlessly across the surface like water hitting diamond. Jonah looked at his hands, at the power radiating from them, at the Sentinel that had tried to kill his intern. His mustache bristled with an emotion that transcended mere anger. You, he said slowly, his voice carrying new resonance that made the building shake, just made the biggest mistake of your manufactured life. And I've seen Spider-Man's hero skills, so that's saying something. He moved. Not flew, moved. The difference was important. Flying implied grace and control. What Jonah did was more like being shot from a cannon that had anger issues and a personal vendetta against proper aerodynamics. His fist connected with the Sentinel's face with a sound like a freight train hitting a brick wall. The impact created a shockwave that shattered every window on the floor. The robot's head crumpled like aluminum foil, circuits sparking and metal shrieking. The Sentinel flew backward, crashed through 3 walls, tumbled through the accounting department, demolished the break room, and finally embedded itself in the elevator shaft with a terminal crunch. Holy! Jonah stared at his fist, cigar nearly falling from his mouth. Did I just... Robertson. Robertson. Are you getting this? I want photos. The other two sentinels turned toward him, their adaptive systems learning, analyzing, adjusting, probably calculating that this angry man in spandex was a significantly larger threat than anticipated. They charged simultaneously from different angles. Bat moved faster. The bulldog launched himself like a furry missile, jaws opening to reveal teeth that gleamed like daggers. He caught the first sentinel's arm in his mouth and bit down with a crunch that echoed across Manhattan. Metal screamed. Adaptive plating that should have been unbreakable crumpled like a soda can. Sparks flew as Bat's jaws crushed through circuits and wiring. The sentinel tried to shake him off, but the bulldog held on with the same stubborn determination he showed when fighting over his favorite chew toy. "That's my boy," Jonah shouted, pure pride in his voice. "Show that tin can what happens when you threaten our people. Tear it apart. We're the press, damn it, we bite back." The third sentinel adapted, coming at Jonah from behind with its weapon arm charging. Its systems had learned from watching its companions fall, had calculated the optimal angle of attack. Jonah's new senses screamed warnings. He spun faster than he thought possible and caught the sentinel's fist in his hand mid-swing. "You know what your problem is?" Jonah said conversationally, his mustache twitching with barely contained glee. "You're not nearly photogenic enough for the front page. Also, you interrupted me mid-cigar, and that's a firing offense." He pulled, using the sentinel's momentum against it, and hurled the robot straight up through the ceiling. The machine crashed through floor after floor, office after office, until it burst out the top of the Daily Bugle building and continued into the sky like a very confused satellite. Jonah crouched, golden energy coiling around his legs like compressed fury, and launched himself after it with a battle cry that sounded suspiciously like Parker. The chase that followed would be talked about for years. Jonah caught the sentinel 300 feet above Manhattan, grabbed it by its leg mid-flight, and spun like a discus thrower on steroids. The robot became a club, a very expensive, very confused club that Jonah used to smash through the swarm of sentinels converging on their location. Each impact sent robots tumbling through the air like leaves in a hurricane. Adaptive plating crumpled, optical sensors shattered, weapon arms bent at impossible angles. The sound was glorious, a symphony of destruction conducted by a newspaper editor who'd spent his entire career fighting with words and was now getting to fight with his fists and thoroughly enjoying the change of pace. This is for every libel lawsuit. Crash. A sentinel's head caved in like a crushed beer can. This is for every threatened cancellation. Smash. Another robot's chest plate crumpled into abstract art. This is for Parker being late with photos again. Crunch. A sentinel folded in half. And this, Jonah roared, his voice carrying across the Manhattan skyline with the fury of 1,000 missed deadlines, is for making me miss my coffee break. He brought his makeshift weapon down with enough force to create a sonic boom. The sentinel he'd been using as a club exploded into scrap metal that rained down like the world's most aggressive confetti. The one he'd hit embedded itself in the street below, creating a crater 30 feet across and probably destroying several underground utilities. Below, Bat was having his own moment of glory and discovering that yes, violence was the answer when the question was, how do I stop murder robots? The bulldog had discovered flight, though discovered was a generous term. What Bat did was more like controlled falling with attitude and a complete disregard for physics. He bounced between sentinels like a pinball made of muscle and fury and excessive drool, his jaws crushing through armor plating wherever he landed. Each bite was accompanied by a growl that sounded like distant thunder mixed with a garbage disposal. Each impact sent robots spinning like tops. The dog's stubby tail wagged with pure joy because finally, someone was playing rough the way he liked it, none of that gentle petting nonsense humans usually insisted on. A sentinel tried to grab him mid-flight, which was its first mistake. Bat twisted, caught its hand in his jaws, and used the leverage to swing around and headbutt the robot's optical sensor with a crunch that was immensely satisfying to both dog and owner. Bat. Jonah called from above, his voice carrying pride that made his chest swell. Fetch, boy. Chapter 267, Most Dangerous Dog in Manhattan. A/N, the second goal of the week is 400 power stones for 2 more bonus chapters. If you're enjoying the story, drop a stone, leave a comment, and show some love. Bat. Jonah called from above, his voice carrying pride that made his chest swell. Fetch, boy. He hurled another sentinel downward like a very angry baseball. Bat's eyes tracked the incoming robot, his body adjusting mid-flight with instinct that transcended training and entered the realm of bulldog logic, which was to say, see target, bite target, repeat until everything stops moving. The bulldog caught the sentinel in his jaws at full speed. The impact created another sonic boom. Robot and dog tumbled through the air in a ball of golden light and sparking circuits before crashing into Central Park with enough force to uproot several trees and create a new water feature. Bat emerged from the crater moments later with the sentinel's head still clenched in his jaws like a trophy. His tail wagged furiously, and if dogs could grin, this one would have been visible from space. Good boy. Jonah landed beside his dog with a thump that cracked pavement, giving him a head scratch that probably dented several Sentinel processors still stuck in Bat's teeth. Who's a good boy? Who's the best boy? You are. Yes, you are. Better than Spider-Man. Much better. You don't even need webs. The display of affection between man and dog, both glowing with golden power and covered in robot parts, was somehow both heartwarming and terrifying in equal measure. More Sentinels converged, drawn by the destruction of their fellows like moths to a very angry flame. Dozens of them, maybe hundreds, their adaptive systems combining data and learning from each defeat. Jonah looked at the approaching swarm, at his bulldog standing ready beside him, at the city he'd spent his entire career protecting with words that he now had to protect with fists. His mustache bristled with anticipation. All right, Bat, remember what I always say about Spider-Man. The dog barked once, affirmative. That menace needs to be stopped. Well, today, we're the menace. Jonah's grin was absolutely manic, the kind of expression that made reporters flee and advertisers nervous. Let's show these toasters what happens when you threaten the free press. Freedom of speech includes the freedom to punch robots. They charged as one. What followed wasn't a fight so much as controlled demolition set to a soundtrack of barking and editorial commentary that would have made the founding fathers weep with pride. Jonah moved through the Sentinel swarm like a wrecking ball with a journalism degree and anger management issues. His fists found weak points with precision that came from decades of finding weaknesses in arguments and corrupt politicians. Every punch was accompanied by commentary that would have made his editorial page proud. Freedom of the press. Crack. A Sentinel's chest caved in like cheap armor. Right to assembly. Smash. Another robot's head exploded into sparks and indignation. Separation of church and state. Crunch. Adaptive plating crumpled like paper under a deadline. Due process of law. Boom. A Sentinel's torso folded in half at an angle that definitely violated its warranty. And that one's just because I don't like your face. Crash. The Sentinel embedded itself in the side of a building, which was probably owned by that hack at the Bugle's competitor paper, so bonus points. Bat fought with the same stubborn tenacity that made bulldogs famous and insurance companies nervous. He latched onto legs, arms, heads, anything he could reach. Once his jaws closed, they didn't open until metal broke or someone offered him a treat. One robot made the mistake of grabbing Bat's jowls, trying to leverage him off, which showed a fundamental misunderstanding of bulldog psychology. The dog's eyes narrowed with an expression that clearly said, "Big mistake, bucket of bolts." He bit down harder, his neck muscles bunching with power that could crush diamonds, and literally tore the Sentinel's arm off at the shoulder like pulling a drumstick off a turkey. The robot stumbled backward, sparking and probably experiencing whatever passed for robot confusion, before Bat hit it at full speed like a furry golden missile with anger issues. The impact sent both dog and machine tumbling through 3 buildings, a dry cleaner, a tax attorney's office, and a vegan restaurant that Jonah had always hated anyway, before they finally stopped in what used to be a Starbucks. Bat emerged from the rubble with a venti caramel macchiato stuck on his head like a hat. His tail wagged with absolute joy and possibly caffeine anticipation. Don't drink that. Jonah called, smashing 2 Sentinels together like cymbals in what was probably the world's most aggressive percussion solo. You know caffeine makes you hyper. Last time you had coffee you chewed through my desk. The battle raged across Manhattan with the most unlikely duo since peanut butter met jelly. But as all temporary powers did, the golden light began to fade. Jonah felt it draining, felt the strength leaving his muscles, the youth evaporating from his bones. His body remembered it was 55 and tired and had high blood pressure and a doctor's appointment next Tuesday that he'd been avoiding. The suit dissolved into motes that drifted upward like golden ash. His suspenders reformed around him, now torn and smoking but still recognizable. They were good suspenders, had served him well for 20 years. The mustache remained magnificent, because some things transcended even cosmic power. He collapsed to his knees in the middle of a crater surrounded by scrapped Sentinels, breathing hard, his heart hammering against his ribs like it was personally offended by the whole experience. Bat landed beside him with a thump, the golden light fading from his fur. The dog transformed back into his normal squat bulldog shape, jowls returning to their usual magnificent droop. The cape vanished, though a small piece remained stuck in his collar like a souvenir. They knelt there together, man and dog, exhausted and normal and somehow disappointed by the return to reality. Mr. Jameson. Johnny Reed appeared from the rubble of the Daily Bugle building, tears streaming down his face as he ran toward them. You saved me. I thought I was dead, and you just. He wrapped his arms around Jonah in a hug that the editor normally would have rejected with prejudice and several choice words about professional boundaries and personal space. But Jonah just hugged him back, one hand reaching down to scratch Bat behind the ears. That's what we do at the Daily Bugle, kid. We protect our people. Even useless interns like you and that menace Parker. Speaking of which, where is that fellow? Probably off taking blurry photos while I'm doing the real hero work. Johnny laughed through his tears. I'm not completely useless. I can change ink colors. Useless, Jonah interrupted, but his voice carried affection rather than venom, though he'd deny it if anyone asked. But you're still one of mine. And nobody threatens one of mine without going through me first. That's Daily Bugle policy. I think it's in the employee handbook. If it's not, it should be. Robertson, make a note. He looked at the destruction around them, at the dozens of scrapped sentinels, at the hole in the Daily Bugle building. They had insurance, probably, at his trembling hands that minutes ago had punched through military-grade adaptive plating like it was cardboard. Though I gotta say, Jonah added, a grin breaking across his face despite everything, that was the most fun I've had in 40 years. Spider-Man, eat your heart out. Jonah Jameson just saved Manhattan and he didn't even need spider powers to do it. Just good old-fashioned American grit and a willingness to punch anything that moves. Bat barked in agreement, his tail wagging with pure satisfaction. Robbie Robertson emerged from the building's wreckage, his camera still somehow functional in his shaking hands. Boss, I got it all. Every second. The whole fight from start to finish. This is going to be the front page for a month. Jonah's eyes lit up with that trademark gleam that every Daily Bugle employee knew meant he'd just thought of a headline, and probably several follow-up stories, a week-long series, and possibly a coffee table book. Get it ready for print, Robertson. Front page, full color, biggest headline we've ever run. Daily Bugle editor saves Manhattan, Spider-Man nowhere to be found. No, wait, make it bigger. Jonah Jameson, real hero, unlike that menace Spider-Man. Actually, get Parker in here, I want photos of Spider-Man not saving the day for once. Sir, I'm pretty sure Spider-Man was fighting Sentinels at Midtown High and saved like a 20 or so students. Irrelevant. Jonah repeated louder, his mustache bristling with renewed vigor despite his exhaustion. I want photos of that wall crawler. Clear ones. I want to know what he was doing while I was doing his job for him. Probably off taking selfies or selling pictures to that hack at the Bugle's competitor. And get me a list of everyone who's ever sued us. I'm sending them all personally autographed photos of me punching robots. They can put that on their mantles. Around them, golden motes continue to fall across Manhattan, other people accepting Gia's gift, other temporary heroes rising to fight. But in that moment, standing in a crater surrounded by robot parts with his bulldog beside him and his staff safe, Jonah Jameson felt something he'd never admit to anyone. Peace. He'd spent his entire career crusading for truth, for justice, for holding the powerful accountable through the written word. He'd exposed corruption, taken down criminals, and made enemies of everyone from the mob to City Hall to that wall-crawling menace who kept bringing him blurry photos. But today, for just a few minutes, he'd gotten to protect his people not with words but with action. He'd become the kind of hero he'd spent decades claiming didn't need costumes or code names. Take that, Spider-Man, the kind that fought not for glory or recognition but because someone needed saving and he was too stubborn to let them die on his watch. And it had felt right in a way nothing else ever had. Come on, Bat, Jonah said, standing with effort and wincing at the protest from his very normal, very tired old knees that were definitely not designed for superhero work. Let's get back to the office. We've got a newspaper to put out, and this story isn't going to write itself. Plus I need to call our insurance company. They're going to love this. The bulldog barked once, agreeing, then immediately sat down because walking was hard and his stubby legs were tired and there was a perfectly good human right here who could carry him. Jonah picked him up with a grunt, cradling the 60-pound dog against his chest despite his screaming back. Yeah, me too, boy. Me too. But we did good today. Real good. Better than Spider-Man would have done, and don't let anyone tell you different. They walked back toward the Daily Bugle building, toward the newsroom that had been partially destroyed but would be rebuilt, toward the staff that had been saved and would spread the story of their curmudgeonly boss who'd become a superhero for exactly long enough to save their lives and then immediately went back to yelling about deadlines. Behind them, the scrapped sentinel sparked and died. And in newsrooms across the city, in social media feeds across the globe, the footage of Jonah Jameson and his bulldog Bat becoming heroes and absolutely demolishing dozens of sentinels went viral with the speed of a really good scandal. Within hours, it had been viewed 200 million times. The comments section was a beautiful disaster. Jonah Jameson is literally Omni-Man, I'm screaming. The mustache stayed. The mustache stayed and it was glorious. That man just used a sentinel as a baseball bat to hit other sentinels. This is the greatest thing I've ever witnessed. His dog became a superhero. His dog. I love everything about this. Somewhere, Spider-Man is watching this and laughing his ass off while also being low-key terrified. In the Daily Bugle office, Jonah sat at his destroyed desk, cigar somehow still miraculously intact, good cigars were hard to kill, and began typing his editorial with Bat snoring at his feet. Daily Bugle editor saves Manhattan, a lesson in real heroism, unlike that menace Spider-Man. The first line read, "Today, this reporter learned that anyone can be a hero when someone needs saving, even a cranky newspaper editor and his magnificently jowled bulldog. Though I still maintain that Spider-Man is a menace and should be arrested, I will grudgingly admit that temporarily having powers was adequate. Unlike Spider-Man's skills, which remain terrible." He paused, considered adding another paragraph about how he'd done it better than Spider-Man would have, then decided that was what the entire rest of the article would be about. Bat's tail wagged in his sleep, dreaming of robots and righteous violence and possibly that Starbucks macchiato. And somewhere, Gia smiled. Because sometimes, the most stubborn people made the best heroes, especially when they refused to admit they'd enjoyed it. Even if they'd never admit it afterwards. Chapter 268, Homecoming. A/N, the second goal of the week is 400 power stones for 2 more bonus chapters. If you're enjoying the story, drop a stone, leave a comment, and show some love. The helicarrier shuddered 5,000 feet above the Atlantic as Jay's body materialized with a sickening thud against the deck plating. His fall through dimensional barriers had been both eternal and instantaneous, time losing meaning as he crossed from Earth 9602 back to his native universe. Blood leaked from his nose and ears while his consciousness flickered like a candle in wind. The fight with Lady Death, the judgment by cosmic entities, the strain of wielding the life equation while reality itself tried to reject him, all of it had shattered his body. Even Darwin's perfect adaptation struggled to keep pace with the cascading failures in his system. Through the haze of pain that turned his vision white, Jay felt tether pulse on his finger. The rainbow light had guided him home through dimensional barriers, pulled him toward safety, toward Domino. Jay. Oh God, oh Jesus, you're not breathing right, why aren't you breathing right? What happened? The familiar voice cut through the fog. Jay's vision cleared slowly, bringing Domino's face into focus. Her scarlet-tinted eyes were wide with worry, pale skin flushed, black and white hair falling across her face as she cradled his head in her lap. The black patch over her left eye seemed darker than usual, or maybe that was just his failing vision. Jay tried to smile and failed, managed something that might have passed for a grimace. "Hey, gorgeous. Sorry I'm late for dinner." "Don't." Domino's voice cracked while her hands moved across his body with shaking fingers, assessing damage that seemed endless. "Don't you dare try to joke right now. Your ribs are caved in, I can feel them moving wrong under my hands, and there's blood coming from places blood shouldn't come from. What the hell happened? Who's powerful enough to do this to you?" Jay wanted to explain about death herself, about cosmic judgment from the living tribunal, about the death stone now tucked in his pocket. But his mouth wouldn't form words, his tongue too thick and dry and his throat closing around syllables that wouldn't come. Domino had never felt this kind of fear before. She'd seen Jay take hits that would kill normal people, watched him shrug off damage that should have been fatal. But this was different. He was broken in ways that went beyond physical injury. Her powers flickered to life instinctively, quantum manipulation surging through her body without conscious direction. Crimson strings materialized from her fingertips, reaching for Jay's broken body. "I've never done this before," she whispered, more to herself than him. "But fuck it. We're not losing you today." The strings wrapped around Jay like a spider cocooning prey, thousands of them materializing until they covered him completely, each one seeking out damage at the quantum level. His biology was impossibly complex, a patchwork of stolen powers and adaptive evolution. But Domino's luck guided her with precision that bordered on precognition, probability manipulation working in tandem with quantum understanding. Forcing unlikely outcomes into certainty, bones clicking back into place, blood redirecting back into veins, cells suddenly remembering how to live. The crimson cocoon pulsed with light. Inside, Jay's torn clothes mended as if time reversed, fractured bones knitted with sounds like branches breaking backward. Exhausted powers began to stabilize as Darwin's adaptation finally caught up and worked in concert with Domino's manipulation to drag him back from oblivion. Not to his peak because that would take too much even for Domino. But enough to function and survive. The cocoon dissolved and Jay gasped as air flooded his lungs. His body still ached in ways that suggested weeks of recovery ahead, his powers still felt depleted, but he was alive and conscious and able to move. "Dom," he breathed, reaching for her with trembling hands. She pulled him into a hug that probably hurt his healing ribs, but neither of them cared because he was alive in her arms. "Don't ever do that again. Whatever the hell you did, wherever you went, whoever you fought, don't ever fucking do it again or I swear to God I'll kill you myself." "Can't promise that," Jay whispered against her hair while breathing in the familiar scent of gunpowder and jasmine. "But I'll try harder to not die." They stayed like that for long minutes, wrapped in each other finding comfort in shared warmth and the simple fact of being alive together. Ahem. The polite cough shattered their bubble. Jay and Domino looked up to find Steve Rogers and Maria Hill standing a respectful distance away, both trying very hard not to look uncomfortable at interrupting an intimate moment. Steve's expression carried concern. "Jay. Glad to see you're recovered. We need to talk about what's happening out there. Where have you been?" Hill added, her tablet clutched in one hand. Fury wants answers. We've got reports of Sentinels attacking major population centers on every continent, and then you just appear out of nowhere on our deck looking like you went 12 rounds with the Hulk. Who's even powerful enough to put you in this state? Jay sighed, carefully extracting himself from Domino's embrace and standing on wobbly legs. His vision swam briefly before stabilizing. It's complicated. Very complicated. And it's going to take a while to explain properly. We've got time, Steve said firmly. Do we? Jay gestured at the helicarrier around them, at the organized chaos of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents running emergency protocols. Because I'm pretty sure there are more pressing concerns right now. Hill held out her tablet. Then maybe you should see this first. Jay took it, his hands still trembling slightly as he activated his technoforming. The screen showed news feeds from around the world, multiple windows displaying the same nightmare from different angles. Sentinels by the hundreds, maybe thousands, tore through major cities across the globe. The robots moved with terrifying efficiency, their adaptive systems learning from each encounter. Heroes fought desperately on every front while civilians ran for their lives, and the death toll reached a terrifying cap. And through it all, like stars falling in daylight, golden motes of light descended like rain from a cloudless sky. Jay's exhaustion evaporated, replaced by cold focus. His plan for Gia's gift was working. But people still died. The Sentinels killed innocents faster than temporary heroes could save lives. Fuck, he breathed, scrolling through casualty reports. Tens of thousands dead already, many more injured as heroes were overwhelmed. Steve cleared his throat. Jay, people are dying, and thousands are already dead. Can't you just bring them back with a snap like you did in New York? Jay took a deep breath, forcing down his anger, and turned to Steve. My reality warping is exhausted, Steve. The fight I just had, the entity I faced, burned through everything I had and then some. I can't just snap my fingers and fix this, not without potentially burning myself out completely and becoming useless for whatever comes next. And trust me, something always comes next. He turned to Domino while reaching into his pocket and pulling out a stone that seemed to swallow light. The Death Stone, modified by Dee Dee to be less corrupt but still pulsing with wrongness, made the air around it feel colder. Domino's quantum senses screamed warnings the moment she laid eyes on it. The power radiating from that stone made the Infinity Stones look like children's toys. This was death itself, crystallized. Jay, what the hell is that? Her voice came out higher than intended, and she took an involuntary step backward. The Death Stone, Jay said quietly. Compensation from Lady Death herself. It's been modified by someone called Dee Dee to be safer for mortals to use, given a gentler aspect of death. But it's still one of the most dangerous objects in existence. Pushing towards Domino's hands. And you want me to use it? Domino's voice rose slightly. Are you insane? Have you suffered brain damage on top of everything else? I'm exhausted, not insane, Jay corrected, smiling to ease her worry. My reality warping is shot. My adaptation is barely keeping me upright, and every other power I've got is running on fumes. But you've got quantum manipulation that can bend reality at the fundamental level, and probability manipulation that can ensure the best possible outcome. You're the only one who can do this safely. Jay took her hands gently, the Death Stone pulsing between their palms. Dom, I wouldn't ask if there was another way. But people are dead, thousands of them, and many more will die. And the only way to bring them back is with this. Domino stared at the stone while her reflection looked back at her from its dark surface. Fuck, she whispered. Then louder, fuck. Fine. But if this kills me, I'm haunting your ass forever. I'll be the most annoying ghost in history, moving your stuff around and making spooky noises. Deal. I'd expect nothing less. But first, let's ease citizens' minds. Before Steve or Hill could protest, before either of them could voice the dozen objections forming, Jay reached out with his remaining power and connected to the helicarrier's communication systems. Technoforming spread through circuitry like lightning through copper, branching outward beyond the ship to every satellite in orbit, every cell tower, every screen capable of receiving a signal. Across the world, broadcasts cut out mid-sentence. News programs stopped mid-word and social media feeds paused. And then Jay's face appeared everywhere. Chapter 269, Miracles on Every Screen. Authors note this FIC has completed 6 months of publication. Party popper, that's huge, and I honestly couldn't have made it this far without you all. To celebrate, here's a bonus chapter as a thank you for the constant support, comments, and love. Here's to many more chapters ahead. Collision Fire. Tokyo, Shinjuku District. Sunfire had just finished destroying the remaining Sentinel when every screen in the district lit up simultaneously. Building-size displays, phones in people's hands, even the emergency broadcast system. Jay's face appeared, exhausted but determined. To everyone watching, and I know everyone's watching because I've hijacked literally every screen on the planet, Jay's voice carried through speakers and phones and emergency systems. I guess most of you recognize me by now. For those who somehow don't, I'm Jay. Some call me the power broker, some call me the light bringer, some probably call me worse things in private. But today, titles don't matter. What matters is what happened. Sunfire paused mid-flight, nuclear fire flickering around him as he listened. Mumbai, Dharavi slums. Krish had been pulling civilians from rubble for hours with bleeding hands and exhausted arms when someone thrust a cracked phone screen at him showing the broadcast. Today a great calamity befell humanity. Not just mutants or enhanced individuals, but everyone. Normal citizens caught in crossfire they didn't ask for, people just trying to live their lives who became casualties in a war they didn't start. Around him, people huddled in destroyed buildings watched with desperate hope. New York City, District X. The Morlocks gathered around the bunker's main screen. Callisto's single eye fixed on Jay's image with fierce attention. But I've seen hope today. Normal people stepping up to save their families, their friends, even complete strangers. Fighting impossible enemies like sentinels that even professional heroes struggle to handle. Ordinary people becoming extraordinary for just long enough to make a difference. Sunder rumbled his agreement while his massive form shifted. Around them more Morlocks nodded. Kamartaj, Nepal. The Ancient One watched from her chambers, surrounded by students who'd never seen their teacher smile with such satisfaction. And in response to that courage, Mother Earth herself answered their call. Jay's expression softened. She gave her children the chance they deserved to fight back. You saw the golden lights falling like rain and heard the voice offering power. That was Jia herself, offering strength to noble souls willing to save others even at risk to themselves. So that explains the massive surge in mystic energy, Mordo whispered. The Ancient One's smile deepened. Jay's gambit paid off. The world now knows magic exists, whether they accept it or not. And Jia has chosen to place her faith in mortals, risking the wrath of a cosmic abstracts for her children. Xavier's school, Westchester. The broadcast reached even the besieged mansion where Xavier sat in his office, blood still crusting under his nose from hours of psychic coordination. His hands gripped his wheelchair's armrests. But I'm seeing people praise me, to which I say you are wrong. Jay's voice carried absolute conviction. It wasn't me who gave you that power. The power you felt, the strength that let you save lives, that came from somewhere far more noble and far more worthy of your gratitude. The screen shifted to show a live feed, and Xavier leaned forward. A golden-skinned woman with wings that caught light, carrying injured civilians to safety. Her face, visible in close-up as she set down a child at a medical station, flushed red with embarrassment at suddenly being displayed on nearby screens. It was her. The lifeguard. Jay's voice carried genuine respect. She gave up her incredible powers, the abilities that made her unique and special, so that Jia could redistribute that strength to normal citizens in their moment of need. She sacrificed her own capabilities so that millions could have the chance to save themselves and others. We are all truly indebted to you, Heather. Your selflessness made this miracle possible. Medical personnel around Heather broke into spontaneous applause that echoed through the makeshift triage center, and patients joined in despite their injuries. Heather's golden face turned practically crimson. Oh God, Jay, you bloody drongo. Why'd you have to put me on the spot like this? But she was smiling despite the embarrassment, despite the loss of her original powers. She was smiling in a way that suggested she'd make the same choice again without hesitation. Paris, Arc de Triomphe. Phantom X paused his rescue efforts to watch the broadcast on a commandeered tablet. His white costume was scorched, his usual smirk replaced with genuine interest. But we can't forget the tragedy that came with today's miracles. Jay's tone shifted, dropping into something heavier. Those who died despite the power Jia offered. Noble souls who accepted the golden light and fought to save people, who gave everything they had. Others were victims who never got the chance to say yes, who died too quickly for salvation to reach them. Around the world, the mood darkened as people who'd watched temporary heroes fall, who'd seen civilians crushed despite intervention, felt the weight of those losses. People with powers granted by Jia weren't invincible. They were heroes, and some paid the ultimate price. Their sacrifice matters. Their choice to stand and fight when they could have run matters. Every single life lost today matters. The camera shifted again, and this time it showed Domino standing on the helicarrier deck in her black mercenary suit, her hands pressed together in a prayer position that looked deeply uncharacteristic. The death stone floated between her palms. The helicarrier. Domino felt every eye on Earth watching her through the screen, and the pressure was immense. One wrong move, one slip of concentration, and the death stone could fail catastrophically. Jay used his power theft to enhance Domino's power to the peak he could manage. Her quantum senses expanded outward while crimson strings materialized from her fingers like spider silk made of probability. They wrapped around the black stone with delicacy, and the moment they made contact, she felt it overwhelmingly. Death. Not the cruel ending Lady Death represented, but the gentle release that another kind of death had woven into the stone's nature, the peace at the end of suffering, the transition from one state of being to another. The strings pulsed with black light mixed with crimson as the Death Stone's power flowed through her quantum manipulation like water through carefully constructed channels. Her probability powers guided each string with precision that bordered on precognition, ensuring they reached their destinations without error. Across the earth, the crimson strings extended invisibly, spreading through the quantum foam of reality to find their targets. They found bodies whole and vaporized, found battlefields and collapsed buildings, found every person who died as victims of sentinels. Each string touched a corpse with gentleness, and each corpse pulsed with dark violet light that seemed to hold both ending and beginning. Chapter 270, Back from the Dead, Again. Author's note, the first goal of the week is 200 power stones for 2 bonus chapters. If you're enjoying the story, drop a stone, leave a comment, and show some love. Tokyo Emergency Room. Dr. Yamamoto was filling out paperwork to officially call time of death on a patient who'd been trampled in the evacuation, a young salaryman dead nearly an hour. The family waited outside in the hallway, their grief palpable. His pen paused mid-signature as the body pulsed with violet light. A cocoon formed in seconds, wrapping the corpse in gentle darkness. Inside, impossible things happened at the cellular level, cells restarting like engines switched back on, blood flowing again through repaired vessels, a heart finding its rhythm like a drum remembering its beat. The cocoon shattered with a sound like glass breaking, and the salaryman gasped while his eyes flew open. His chest heaved as air rushed into lungs that had been still, and his hands flew to his body, checking for wounds that were no longer there. I am awake, he whispered in Japanese, his voice shaking. I remember dying. The crowd pressing in, and then, nothing. Dr. Yamamoto stared while his medical training warred with the evidence before his eyes. This is happening again. First New York with 1,200 people, and now, how many this time? How many across the world? Outside, his family heard the commotion and burst through the door. They found their son, their brother, their husband alive and whole, and the reunion was loud and chaotic and beautiful in ways that made Dr. Yamamoto's eyes sting despite his professionalism. Mumbai, collapsed building. The rescue workers had given up on the woman trapped under concrete hours ago, their resources stretched too thin. She'd been dead since the Sentinel's rampage began, her body broken beyond any hope. Violet light pulsed through the rubble like a heartbeat made visible, and the rescue workers stumbled backward in shock. The cocoon formed around her mangled corpse beneath tons of concrete, and inside bones that had shattered reformed, organs rebuilt themselves cell by cell and flesh stitched back together seamlessly. When the cocoon broke, she stood despite the rubble, and the concrete itself seemed to shift to make room for her emergence. How? She looked at her hands, at her body, at the rubble that had been her tomb. I was at peace. And now I'm here. Krish appeared beside her through the debris, his expression carrying wonder. Someone brought you back and decided death wasn't the end. The woman touched her face, her arms, her chest, verifying that she was real and whole and alive. But I was ready. I'd made peace with it. Does that mean, am I supposed to be here? Krish had no answer for that question, and judging by the woman's expression, neither did she. Paris Hospital Morgue. The morgue attendant, a tired man named Philippe who'd worked graveyard shifts for 15 years, nearly suffered a heart attack when the body bags started glowing through the metal drawers. One by one, cocoons formed around corpses. Heroes who'd fallen fighting sentinels, civilians caught in crossfire and first responders killed while evacuating others. All of them stirred, broke free from their cocoons. All of them lived again. The morgue, designed for quiet storage of the dead, erupted into chaos as hundreds of resurrected people tried to make sense of what had happened. What's happening? Where am I? I was dead. I remember the pain. Mon Dieu, this can't be real. Philippe, practical man that he was, immediately called for security, medical staff, psychiatric evaluation, and possibly an exorcist, in that order. Xavier's school, medical wing. Hank McCoy was checking Magneto's vitals when the body on the next bed pulsed with violet light. Mortimer Toynbee, better known as Toad, who'd been pronounced dead 3 hours ago after succumbing to injuries from the submarine trap. The Brotherhood member had died quietly, alone except for medical monitors. The cocoon formed and shattered in seconds, and Toad sat up gasping like he'd surfaced from drowning. Beast. Toad's voice was hoarse. What, where am I? Hank's medical mind tried to process the impossibility. You were dead, Mortimer. And now you're not. This is, well, I guess it is possible now that it's happening for the second time. Around the infirmary, similar resurrections occurred with Brotherhood members who'd succumbed to their injuries beginning to stir. Xavier felt each mind return through his telepathy, felt the confused joy of consciousness restored mixed with the lingering trauma of remembered death. First Jay and now Domino, he whispered. Those two did the impossible again. Peter Parker's bedroom, Queens. Peter sat on his bed with slight injuries, Gwen beside him, both of them watching the broadcast on his laptop. Every resurrection shown on screen made Peter's chest tighten with emotion he couldn't quite name. He's doing it again, Peter whispered, his voice shaking. Jay's bringing people back from the dead. Again. Just like after the Chitauri invasion, but this time it's thousands, maybe tens of thousands, and he's not even the one doing it directly. Gwen's hand found his and squeezed tight. The golden rain, the temporary powers that saved us, and now this mass resurrection, it's all connected somehow. Jay orchestrated all of it, didn't he? Stark Villa, L.A. Tony Stark stood in his workshop surrounded by holographic displays showing resurrection events from every corner of the globe, and his genius mind tried desperately to quantify what he was witnessing. Jarvis, run the numbers again. How many confirmed resurrections so far? Current estimates suggest approximately 41,000 individuals across 127 countries, sir, the AI responded. The number continues to climb as reports come in from more remote locations. Tony's hands trembled slightly as he reached for his whiskey glass. 41,000. She's bringing back 41,000 people from the dead using a stone I've never even heard of. On top of that, Jay's broadcasting it live to the entire planet. He took a long drink. Jarvis, I think I'm having a stroke. Shall I alert medical services, sir? It's called sarcasm, Jarvis. Shield Safehouse, Temporary Command Center. Director Nick Fury watched the global resurrection with his single eye while his fingers drummed against the armrest of his command chair. How many agents did we lose today? His voice carried the weight of command. Agent Simmons checked her tablet with shaking hands. 1,073 confirmed, Kia, Director. And 31 of them just came back. They're checking in now. Fury's expression shifted, remembering when this happened before. Get them medical and psychological evaluation immediately. Anyone who remembers dying is going to need serious counseling. Follow the protocols from the previous incident, and since Jay wasn't the one resurrecting them this time, I want to know if there are any side effects we haven't identified yet. Across the globe. In London, an elderly woman who'd been trampled during evacuation woke surrounded by her family, and her first words were asking if the children she'd tried to shield had survived. In Cairo, a hero who'd taken a sentinel blast meant for school children gasped back to life, and immediately asked if his sacrifice had been enough, if the children had escaped. In Sao Paulo, a firefighter who'd been crushed by debris while pulling people from a burning building found himself whole again, and wept when he learned everyone he'd saved was still alive. In Moscow, a soldier killed defending civilians opened his eyes in the morgue and immediately tried to return to his post before being restrained by shocked medical staff. Everywhere, the pattern repeated, death reversed and loss undone, grief transformed into impossible joy mixed with lingering trauma. Within minutes of the broadcast ending, every platform crashed under the weight of simultaneous global activity. Twitter's trending topics were dominated. Hashtag Consort of the Lightbringer, 89 million tweets. Hashtag Lady Luck, 67 million tweets. Hashtag Weaver of Destiny, 54 million tweets. Hashtag Domino the Saint, 43 million tweets. Hashtag Gia the Protector, 38 million tweets. One post on r/World News had 23 million upvotes within an hour. Can we talk about how Domino just resurrected 47,000 people on live television while her boyfriend watched? That's the most metal thing I've ever seen. Also, she's hot. Also, I think I'm in a cult now. The comments section exploded. The Lightbringer's consort. Lady Luck who weaves the threads of destiny. She literally manipulated probability and life to bring back the dead. If that's not divine power, I don't know what is. Forget the Lightbringer for a second. Gia, our Mother Earth, just answered to her children's plea. When's the last time a deity did something like that? Heck, is Thor even comparable to Gia? The lifeguard gave up her powers so everyone else could be heroes. That's literally Christ-level sacrifice. She's a saint. Full stop. Jay talked to GAEA. He negotiated with an elder god on our behalf. That conversation is going in the scriptures for sure. A theology professor was breaking down how the surge in faith works. Tens of millions of people now genuinely believe Jay is divine. We're watching a mortal ascend to godhood in real time. Another expert analyzed the implications. Gia knowingly pissed off gods of death to protect mortal humans. She basically said, you can have my children when they die naturally, but I refuse to give them up to violence. That's the most badass thing a god has ever done. YagFO'd and many more influencers were reacting to it live and giving their opinions. As clips of Domino's quantum string spreading across Earth set to dramatic music, titled, The Weaver of Destiny Reverses Death Itself, 41,000 Souls Restored. Church of the Lightbringer, Emergency Service. Father Michael stood before an overflow crowd that spilled out into the streets, thousands gathering within an hour of the broadcast ending. brothers and sisters. His voice boomed through speakers. We have witnessed not one but 3 miracles today. The golden rain of temporary divinity granted by Mother Gia herself at the Lightbringer's request. The sacrifice of the blessed lifeguard, who gave her divinity so that all humanity might fight back. And the resurrection of 41,000 souls by the consort of the Lightbringer, Lady Luck, the Weaver of Destiny. The crowd roared approval. The Lightbringer asked Saint Heather to sacrifice her powers. Father Michael continued, his fervor building. And she did. Truly fitting her blessed name of Lifeguard. But our Lightbringer is kind, he gave her the golden angelic form we now see. That conversation will be recorded in our sacred texts, a testament to his divine wisdom and compassion. Someone in the crowd shouted, what about Gia? Shouldn't we thank her too? Father Michael's expression shifted to something reverent. Yes. Absolutely yes. He negotiated with an elder god on our behalf, convinced her to risk the wrath of death itself for mortal lives. Mother Gia deserves our eternal gratitude for placing such high value on mortal life. The crowd's cheers grew louder. And the blessed lifeguard. Father Michael's voice carried across the gathering. But our Lightbringer is kind, he gave her the golden angelic form we now see, so that such a valiant heroine might continue the good work she was about prior to giving up so great a gift for the sake of all mankind. That conversation will be recorded in our sacred texts, a testament to his divine wisdom and compassion. Blessed be the lifeguard, by the power and wisdom of the Lightbringer, Amen. Amen, the crowd responded as one. And let us not forget Lady Luck, the consort of the Lightbringer, who wields threads of reality like the very strings of fate. She who stands beside our Savior, she who resurrects the dead with her crimson weaving, she who proves that the Lightbringer chooses his companions with divine wisdom. Blessed be the Weaver of Destiny. The crowd's response was deafening. Chapter 271, Luck Meets Death. A/N, yay, we did it Party Popper. Our second goal of 400 Power Stones is officially done, and this is your first bonus chapter. Now for the next Target Eye's first goal, 200 Power Stones. Hit that, and I'll drop 2 bonus chapters. While Domino carefully channeled the Death Stone's energy to revive the lost victims, guiding each crimson string with probability-enhanced precision to ensure no mistakes were made in the resurrection process, her consciousness was suddenly pulled sideways into a different plane of existence entirely. The sensation was disorienting but gentle, like falling asleep and waking somewhere. One moment she knelt on the helicarrier deck with the Death Stone pulsing cold between her palms, the next she found herself sitting in a garden that made her breath catch with recognition. The same garden from her date with Jay. Every detail was perfect, the spread of aged Gruyere and sharp white cheddar on the blanket, the bowl of strawberries Jay had insisted on bringing despite her teasing, the expensive Pinot Noir they'd shared while watching the sunset paint the sky in shades of amber and rose. Even the specific wildflowers she'd picked, small purple things whose names she'd never learned, tucked behind Jay's ear while laughing at how flustered he'd gotten when she'd called him pretty. Domino looked down and discovered she was wearing the same sundress from that evening, white cotton with small black flowers embroidered along the hem that Jay had said made her look like summer. Her hands moved to touch the fabric, verifying it was real, and the texture felt exactly right against her fingers. You really do look like me. A soft, young voice spoke from behind her with genuine delight. I guess I can forgive Jay for mistaking me for a beauty like you. Poor boy looked so confused when I appeared. Domino spun around with her hand reaching instinctively for her gun, found only the sundress, her mercenary instincts kicking in despite the peaceful setting, and what she saw made her pause completely. A young woman, maybe early 20s in appearance, sat cross-legged on the blanket with a wine glass balanced casually in one hand. She had the same alabaster skin as Domino, the same dark hair falling in similar waves, even the same casual grace in how she held herself. The only visible difference was the Eye of Horus tattoo beneath the girl's right eye. Image here. Excuse me, who the hell are you? Her voice came out harder than she intended, mercenary edge cutting through. And where am I? More importantly, how are you in my head, because that's a serious violation of privacy that people usually die for in my line of work. Her scarlet-tinted eyes narrowed dangerously. Are you Lady Death? Can't be right though. Jay told me about that bitch, painted quite the picture of vindictive cosmic entity with too much power and not enough sense, and you definitely don't match his description. Too young, too human-looking, too cheerful. Her jaw tightened while anger bled into her tone. And what's this about Jay mistaking you for me? I really need to teach that boy a lesson about recognizing his girlfriend. The young girl laughed, the sound carrying genuine amusement rather than mockery. Haha, you two really are made for each other. I can see why Jay loves you so much. That protective streak, that loyalty, that willingness to threaten cosmic entities over potential infidelity. She gestured at the empty space on the blanket beside her. Come on, sit down. I'm Death of the Endless, though some people call me Dee Dee when they want to be friendly. Her smile turned slightly teasing, though something ancient flickered behind her youthful features. And no, before you ask, I'm definitely not that uptight Marvel version who's been causing all the problems. We're fundamentally different concepts of the same idea. Domino remained standing while her body coiled tight with tension, her scarlet-tinted eyes studying the girl carefully. Death of the Endless as in Lady Death of DC. Now, no need to be rude by comparing me to that hag. We're completely different concepts, different implementations of the same fundamental force. She's ending, cessation, the cruelty of mortality. She paused, considering her words carefully. I'm transition. The doorway between states of being. The gentle hand that guides you from one existence to the next. She took a sip of wine, perfectly at ease in a way that suggested she'd had this conversation countless times across countless eons. Let me put it this way, Nina, when the first living thing existed in the multiverse, I was there waiting. When the last living thing dies, my job will be finished. I'll put the chairs on the tables, turn out the lights, and lock the universe behind me when I leave. Death isn't the enemy of life, sweetie. Death is what gives life meaning. The words resonated through Domino in ways she couldn't quite articulate. Something fundamental shifted in her perception, like looking at an optical illusion and suddenly seeing the hidden image. This being sitting casually on a picnic blanket, all cheerful and helpful, was so incomprehensibly powerful that Domino's mind literally couldn't process her true nature without breaking. Her hands trembled as her breath came short and sharp. The fear hit her then. The primal terror of standing before something so vast that her existence was less than a speck of dust in comparison. Dee noticed immediately, and her entire demeanor shifted into something softer, more maternal despite her youthful appearance. Hey, none of that now. Breathe, Nina. In through your nose, out through your mouth. That's it. She patted the blanket again, more insistently. Seriously, sit down before you hyperventilate and pass out. You're making me nervous standing there all tense like you're about to fight me, and while that would be adorable it would ultimately pointless. Domino's legs moved before she consciously decided to obey, folding beneath her as she sat on the blanket. Her voice came out smaller than she liked, stripped of the confidence she spent years cultivating. Why did you call me here? Did I die using the Death Stone? Nothing of the sort, child. Dee's smile returned, warm and genuine. You're very much alive, still channeling my essence through the Death Stone to bring back all those poor souls who died today. This conversation is happening in the space between seconds. She raised her wine glass in a mock toast. I just felt someone using my essence and thought I should check up on it. Imagine my surprise when I discovered Jay using his hard-won prize to right the wrongs of that hag. That woman really does give the rest of us a bad name with her tantrums and vendettas. She leaned forward slightly, and despite the casual posture, Domino felt the weight of her full attention like standing under a spotlight. You really did pick a good one, Nina. Most men would use that hard-earned cosmic power for themselves, hoard it and use it to dominate reality to their whims. But your boy. Her expression turned genuinely approving. He trusted you to bring back 41,000 people without hesitation, put that kind of responsibility on your shoulders because he believes in you that completely. That's special. Domino felt her shoulders relax slightly despite the situation. Yeah, you got that right. He's an idiot sometimes, reckless as hell, but his heart's always in the right place, even when his brain's being stupid. Her tone shifted, and her expression grew more guarded. So what happens now? This isn't just a social call to compliment my boyfriend, is it? Dee's expression grew more serious, though the kindness never left her eyes. Your multiverse will be in disorder for the near future because of my counterpart's impending judgment. That tantrum Lady Death threw using Jim Jasper's soul to circumvent cosmic restrictions, going after an outsider under divine protection. She shook her head, and for a moment looked genuinely sad. The cosmic entities aren't taking it lightly. She's going to be contained for a while, maybe for eternity even, while the abstracts sort out what to do with her. You don't violate cosmic law that blatantly without consequences. She gestured around them at the garden, and Domino noticed for the first time that the edges were starting to show cracks, reality bleeding through the illusion like paint peeling from a wall to reveal something darker underneath. And your specific universe? Well, the supervision she provided, as inadequate as it was, is now reduced to practically non-existent. Dead souls are piling up with nowhere to go, no one to guide them to their proper rest. Dee's sadness deepened, became something that felt like genuine grief for suffering she couldn't directly prevent. Some are finding peace on their own, the ones with strong beliefs or clear destinations. But others. Her voice dropped to barely above a whisper. Others are getting lost, trapped between life and death, unable to move forward or back. They're suffering in limbo, confused and afraid, calling out for help that isn't coming. And I can't directly intervene in another death's domain without violating the same cosmic laws that just got her imprisoned. Domino's throat went dry as Dee showed her glimpses of souls caught in gray spaces, screaming silently, trapped in moments of death that stretched into eternity. That sounds like a nightmare. It is. Dee leaned forward, her ancient eyes boring into Domino's soul. This world needs another death to guide those poor souls to their rest, to finally let them be at peace rather than suffering endlessly. Someone who understands mortality because they've lived it, who knows fear, pain, and loss, who can offer comfort because they've needed comfort themselves. Her hand extended across the blanket, and the gesture was both casual and monumentally significant. After seeing you use my essence so well, after watching you bring back more than 41,000 souls with such care, after knowing where your heart truly lies. She extended her hand across the blanket, the gesture both casual and monumentally significant. So, Nina Thurman of Earth, would you step up to be my representative in this universe? Would you become death for this universe, guiding souls to their rest with the same care and compassion I've shown for billions of years? She paused, then added quietly, I won't lie to you. It's a heavy burden. You'd feel every death in your universe, know when every soul needs guidance. You'd carry the weight of mortality on your shoulders every single day. But you'd also give meaning to those deaths, purpose to those endings. You'd be the gentle hand that helps people let go when holding on would only cause more pain. The question hung in the air like a guillotine blade, and Domino felt the weight of it pressing down on her neck until breathing became difficult. Domino's mind raced. This wasn't just an offer, it was a fundamental transformation of her entire existence. She'd go from being a mercenary with luck powers to being death itself, responsible for every soul in her entire universe. The word died in her throat. Chapter 272, The Cabal, has a clone. The Helicarrier deck. Domino gasped as the final crimson string detached from the Death Stone, and the artifact went dormant in her hands, lost of all its color and power. The weight of what had just happened hit her all at once. More than 41,000 resurrections completed, a conversation with death herself that might have lasted microseconds or hours, and an offer that would change everything about her existence if she accepted. She collapsed immediately, legs giving out as if someone had cut the strings holding her upright, and Jay caught her before she hit the deck. His arms wrapped around her with desperate strength, his voice cracking with worry. Dom. Talk to me, are you okay? Please tell me you're okay, please. Define okay, she wheezed while her voice sounded like she'd swallowed sandpaper and gargled glass. But seeing Jay's worried face, seeing the fear in his eyes that he was trying so hard to hide, the way his hands trembled while holding her and remembering the life-changing conversation she'd just had, all she could do was smile despite the exhaustion. No need to make that face, babe. She reached up with a shaking hand to touch his cheek, feeling the stubble he hadn't had time to shave, and the warmth of his skin. I knew it would hurt at least a little using something called the Death Stone, but you were here, weren't you? You're always here when I need you most. Jay's expression crumpled with relief, and he pulled her closer against his chest. She could feel his heart hammering, could feel how scared he'd been. You just brought back 47,000 people using the Death Stone. Do you have any idea how terrified I was, that I'd made the wrong call asking you to do this, that I'd lose you because I was too weak to do it myself? That something would go wrong? About as terrified as I was when you disappeared for hours to fight that fury. Domino shot back, though her voice carried more affection than accusation. We're even now. You don't get to play the "I was so worried" card when you regularly do things that give me heart attacks. Jay laughed despite himself, the sound carrying a slight hysterical edge. He activated his technoforming to cancel the global broadcast, the connection severing as screens worldwide went dark and returned to their normal programming. Steve Rogers and Maria Hill approached cautiously, both visibly shaken but trying to hide behind composure. Steve's tactical mind was clearly cataloged Domino's condition, trying to assess if medical intervention was necessary while his blue eyes carried awe. Miss Thurman, are you all right? We have medics on standby if you need medical attention. What you just did was... His voice trailed off, and for the first time since Domino had met him, Captain America looked genuinely at a loss for words. Impossible. Domino supplied helpfully. Yeah, I'm getting used to that. I'll be fine with some rest and probably a bottle of whiskey. Or 3. Hill nodded respectfully, already pulling up information on her tablet. We'll have a resting quarter ready for you both within 5 minutes. Meanwhile, Director Fury is making landing preparations and will arrive in approximately 20 minutes. She hesitated, then added with rare vulnerability in her tone, for what it's worth, what you did today saved people I care about. SHIELD agents who died in the field are back and already running, thank you. Jay's expression tightened slightly at Fury's mention. What about the raid against HYDRA? I remember it was being carried out just before all this Sentinel shit began. Steve's entire demeanor shifted, and profound relief crossed his features, which came from a weight carried for decades finally being lifted. The operation was a success across all fronts. We've got thousands of Hydra agents in custody, their leadership detained and enough evidence to bury them in courts for decades. His voice gained strength, became more Captain America. Pierce, Zola, Sitwell, all of them. The World Security Council's corruption is being exposed as we speak. Hydra's infiltration of SHIELD is being cut out root and stem. He paused, and his expression softened into something deeply personal. Jam, Logan got Bucky. He's bringing him back alive. The Winter Soldier programming is going to take time to break, but Charles Xavier has already agreed to help with the deprogramming process. His voice cracked slightly on Bucky's name. After 70 years, I'm getting my best friend back. Hill added quietly, 764 confirmed Hydra casualties during the raid. All of them resurrected by what you just did, Miss Thurman. Even our enemies got second chances today. Domino processed that, thought about souls trapped in limbo, thought about Dee Dee's offer, thought about what it would mean to guide even Hydra agents to peaceful rest rather than leaving them suffering. Everyone deserves to die with dignity, even the bad guys. Death shouldn't be torture. The words came out before she'd consciously decided to say them, and she realized they weren't just hers. Some of Dee Dee's philosophy had seeped into her during the conversation, had changed something fundamental in how she viewed mortality. Jay nodded, his focus already shifting to getting Domino somewhere she could rest properly. We should go. Dom needs to recover, and I need to check for any side effects from channeling that much death energy. Bringing back 41,000 people is exponentially harder than my 1,200, and I still don't fully trust death of the endless modifications to the Death Stone. There could be quantum entanglement effects, probability cascade failures, reality degradation. Jay. Domino put a hand on his chest, feeling his heart still racing beneath her palm. Stop. I'm fine. Dee Dee wouldn't have given you something that would hurt me. Trust me on this. He looked at her, and something in her expression made him pause. Dom, how do you know Dee Dee? What happened while you were channeling? Domino opened her mouth to explain about the garden, about Dee Dee's offer, about the choice, but before she could form the words, a call came through on all four of their communicators simultaneously. The emergency tone made everyone tense, and Hill answered first, her professional demeanor snapping back into place. Agent Hill, go ahead. Xavier's voice came through, and hearing him sound tired and strained sent alarm bells ringing through everyone present. Jay. Jay, are you there? We need you. Eric says this is a matter of absolute priority that cannot wait, that every second we delay makes the situation exponentially worse. Jay felt a knot in his stomach. Nothing good came from that combination. I'm here, Professor. What's the new emergency? Please tell me it's not more Sentinels because I don't think anyone has the energy for round 2. But it wasn't Xavier who answered. Eric Lencher's voice came through, rough with pain and fear from a man who's never shown both. Jay, listen to me very carefully. The Cabal has a clone. A clone combining Nathan and Franklin's genetic material into a single being. His breathing came harsh through the comm, clearly still in agony from his injuries. You need to get to their location quickly, before they can fully awaken the clone. Once it's conscious, once it has Nathan's power and Franklin's. Steve's voice interrupted. It will be unstoppable. Even you might not be able to. Jay sighed, now bone deep tired. Don't worry about it, Eric. The communication cut off mid-sentence with silence that spoke of something catastrophic happening on the other end. For one heartbeat, the helicarrier deck was completely still, everyone frozen in the terrible moment of anticipation where you know something awful is about to happen but can't yet see it. Then the entire northern horizon ignited like someone had set the sky on fire. The explosion erupted from deep in the Atlantic Ocean as a pillar of light and heat that climbed toward the heavens. The blast cloud formed a mushroom shape that dwarfed anything Earth had seen since Hiroshima and Nagasaki, expanding outward in concentric rings that turned water to steam and air to plasma. The helicarrier rocked violently from the shockwave despite being miles away, throwing people to the deck while alarms shrieked warnings about radiation spikes and structural damage. The sky itself seemed to split with energy discharge that painted everything in shades of orange and white. No, Steve screamed. Chapter 273, The Failsafe. A/N, yay, we did it, Party Popper. Our second goal of 400 Power Stones is officially done, and this is your second bonus chapter. Now for the next target Eye's first goal, 200 Power Stones. Hit that, and I'll drop 2 bonus chapters. Jay sighed while his shoulders sagged with exhaustion that went bone deep. Don't worry about it, Eric. The communication cut off mid-sentence as if something catastrophic happening on the other end that simply erased the connection. For one heartbeat, the helicarrier deck was completely still, everyone frozen in the terrible moment of anticipation where you know something awful is about to happen but can't yet see it. Then the entire northern horizon ignited like someone had set the sky on fire. The explosion erupted from deep in the Atlantic Ocean as a pillar of light and heat that climbed toward the heavens. The blast cloud formed a mushroom shape that dwarfed anything Earth had seen since Hiroshima and Nagasaki, expanding outward in concentric rings that turned water to steam and air to plasma. The helicarrier rocked violently from the shockwave despite being miles away, throwing people to the deck while alarms shrieked warnings about radiation spikes and structural damage. The sky itself seemed to split with energy discharge that painted everything in shades of orange and white. No, Steve breathed while his face drained of all color, hands gripping the railing hard enough to bend metal. Please tell me that's not a nuclear detonation, Hill finished while her voice came out hollow and her tablet went crazy with radiation readings and seismic data. That's multiple megatons at minimum. That Cabal submarine Xavier had flagged. That was at the epicenter. Jay's expression remained carefully neutral, but something flickered behind his eyes. TCH. Domino caught that look. Jay, what are you hiding? That face says you know something we don't, and I really need you to share with the rest of us right now. Jay scratched his cheek while his gaze wouldn't quite meet hers. Well, I knew Sinister's playbook inside and out from studying his research. It was only a matter of time before he tried to get his hands on Nathan or Franklin's genetic material for cloning experiments. His voice dropped and became quieter. So when I delivered both of them, when I had access to their DNA during the birth process, I installed a genetic failsafe. Very simple code and very easy to hide. If anyone ever cloned them and tried to activate the clone, the genome would destabilize catastrophically. He gestured at the mushroom cloud still rising on the horizon. But I didn't account for those idiots combining both kids' genetic material into a single organism. Nathan's Omega-level telekinetic potential plus Franklin's reality warping capabilities, all compressed into one body with my failsafe triggering in both genetic sequences simultaneously. Silence fell across the deck like a physical weight, broken only by the distant rumble of the explosion's aftermath rolling across the ocean. When he turned, he saw the rest of them staring at him wide-eyed as if saying, "Really?" Jay's face tightened. "What?" "They're both babies I helped bring into this world. Franklin's my godson, for God's sake." His voice rose with each word. Sinister's been cloning mutants for decades, creating armies of disposable soldiers, experimenting on children like their lab rats. What was I supposed to do? Just hope he wouldn't try. Just trust that someone who's murdered thousands wouldn't go after two of the most powerful mutants ever born. You could have told someone, Steve said quietly while his blue eyes carried the weight of moral certainty that had guided him through 7 decades. Could have done literally anything other than turning children into walking time bombs. Before the argument could escalate further, Domino gasped and stumbled. Her eyes pulsed black like ink spreading through the white scara. At the same moment, the death stone in her hand ignited with violet radiance that cast dancing shadows across the deck, and her consciousness was yanked sideways into the space between life and death again. The vision hit her, overwhelming her senses with information. She stood at the edge between the physical and spiritual worlds, in that liminal space where the dead lingered when they couldn't move on. It was a gray wasteland that stretched infinitely in all directions, filled with translucent figures that wandered aimlessly or stood frozen in their moment of death. They rotted slowly without Lady Death's guidance, trapped in an existence that was neither life nor true death. Dee Dee's warning made perfect sense now. But that horror, as profound as it was, wasn't what made Domino's heart clench. A child's cry cut through the gray wasteland, terrified and so utterly lost that it physically hurt to hear. Domino's gaze snapped toward the sound, and she saw him, a little boy who appeared no older than 5 years with blue eyes that seemed to glow against his pale skin and brown hair that fell across his forehead in soft waves. He was crying with the desperate, hiccuping sobs of someone too young to understand what was happening to them, small hands reaching out toward nothing and seeking comfort that wasn't coming. The boy stood alone in that wasteland of the dead, so impossibly small and vulnerable, and when his gaze found Domino across the distance between worlds, relief flickered across his tear-stained face as if he'd finally found something familiar in the endless gray horror. His hands moved towards her, then he crawled while crying, but before Domino could reach him, her vision went white as she was yanked back to the physical plane, gasping for air like she'd been drowning. Dom. Jay's hands gripped her shoulders, steadying her while his eyes scanned her face with concern. What happened? Is it the Death Stone? He reached for the artifact, trying to pull it from her grip, but his fingers passed through it like it was made of smoke rather than matter, and the stone remained firmly in her palm no matter how hard he tried. Before Jay could spiral into further questions, Domino grabbed his arm with her free hand. She squeezed his arm harder, her grip probably painful but she couldn't make herself let go. Jay, we need to go to the Cabal submarine. Right now. There's a child there somehow, at the epicenter, and if we don't get to him soon. Jay's expression shifted from confusion to immediate understanding. The clone. But that doesn't make sense. If my failsafe triggered, there shouldn't be anything left, the cellular structure should have completely. Jay. Her voice cut through his spiral. Do you trust me? Jay nodded without skipping a beat. Together. He extended his hand. Together. Domino took it without hesitation, lacing her fingers through his. Blue light exploded around them as the power broker and his partner vanished from the helicarrier deck in a flash. Chapter 274, A Child. A/N, the first target is 200 power stones. Hit that, and I'll drop 2 bonus chapters. If you're enjoying the story, drop a stone, leave a comment, and show some love. Epicenter of the explosion. They materialized in the sky above the epicenter, and the heat hit them like a physical wall even through Domino's protective barrier. A translucent sphere woven from countless crimson strings surrounded them, each thread pulsing with quantum manipulation that bent reality itself to create a pocket of survivable conditions. The sphere shimmered like a soap bubble, refracting light from the nuclear fire into rainbow patterns. Inside, the air remained breathable and cool despite the inferno raging just beyond the barrier, and the roar of burning ocean and superheated air was muffled to a dull thunder. Below them, the ocean boiled as water turned to steam in massive columns that rose toward the sky. What remained of the submarine's wreckage was scattered across a mile-wide radius, twisted metal glowing cherry red from residual heat. Radiation warnings would have been screaming if anyone had instruments to measure them. And in the exact center of the devastation, suspended in the heart of the nuclear fire, they saw him. The child, no more than 5 years old in appearance, floated in a sphere of his own, an unconscious protective bubble generated by powers he probably didn't know he possessed. His blue eyes were squeezed shut against pain, his small mouth open in a scream that continued even though his voice had long since given out. Brown hair that might have been soft under different circumstances was plastered to his forehead with sweat and blood, and his skin showed radiation burns that peeled away in layers. Domino sensed it even before Jay did, felt it through the Death Stone's connection to the spiritual plane. The child's soul was half detached, one foot in the world of the living and one in the gray wasteland of the dead. His body fought desperately to survive on pure instinct while his consciousness drifted, lost and confused, caught in the terrible space between existence and oblivion. He's trapped between worlds, Domino said while her face went pale. His body's here but part of him is stuck in the spiritual plane. That's why he's suffering like this, he can't fully exist in either state. Then we need to bring him back completely, Jay said in near panic. Can you bring him up here? Domino nodded as her hands moved in patterns that made reality ripple. Crimson strings reached down toward the child, with invisible hands as gentle as she could make them. The protective bubble around the boy didn't resist, recognizing on some instinctive level that these weren't threats, and the child rose through the nuclear fire toward them. As he drew closer, the true extent of the damage became clear. The boy's skin was burned badly in places, angry red and black mixing in patterns that would scar if left untreated. His small chest rose and fell in shallow, rapid breaths. His hands, so small they could barely wrap around an adult's finger, were clenched into fists so tight the nails had drawn blood from his palms, and they trembled with pain or fear or both. The scream finally stopped as his unconscious body was pulled into their protective sphere, replaced by quiet whimpering that somehow sounded worse. Jay's heart nearly broke as his hands moved immediately, green light of his healing aura spreading from his palms to cover the child's broken body. The light was warm and gentle, carrying the promise of repair and restoration, but as it touched the burns and began to work, Jay's expression shifted from determination to confusion. It's not working properly, he said while his hands trembled against the child's chest. The healing is starting, I can feel the cellular regeneration beginning, but it's like there's nothing there to anchor to. The body's healing but the person inside he's not fully present. It's as if a part of him is missing. Domino understood immediately, remembered the vision of the child's soul trapped in the gray wasteland, and she knew what had to be done. Step back, Jay. Her voice carried authority that came from certainty rather than confidence. The child's body is here, but his soul is stuck halfway in the spiritual plane. She looked at the death stone still pulsing in her hand, felt its weight both physical and metaphysical. I need to bring his soul back to his body, Domino said quietly. The death stone can reach into that space between worlds and guide him home. You won't, Jay said with absolute conviction. I trust you, Dom. I trusted you with 41,000 lives, and you brought them all back. I trust you with this child's life too. Domino nodded, took a deep breath that did nothing to calm her racing heart, and pressed the death stone directly to the child's forehead. The effect was immediate and profound. The death stone flared with dark violet radiance so intense it hurt to look at directly, and black veins spread from the point of contact across the child's skin like ink through water. But unlike corruption, these veins pulsed with gentle purpose, mapping the child's nervous system and following it down to the quantum level where matter and energy and consciousness became indistinguishable. Domino's eyes rolled back until only the whites showed, then even those flooded with black as her consciousness followed the death stone's power into the spiritual plane. She stood once more in the gray wasteland, but this time she had purpose and direction. The child was there, right where she'd seen him before, still crying with those terrible, broken sobs. Hey there, sweetheart, Domino's voice echoed across the gray space, and the child's head snapped toward her with desperate hope. I know you're scared. I know this place is awful and confusing. But I'm going to help you, okay? I'm going to take you home. The boy reached for her with small, trembling hands, and Domino took them gently. His skin was cold in this place, but his grip was surprisingly strong, the desperation of someone drowning finally finding something solid to hold onto. I want my mommy, the child whispered while fresh tears tracked down his translucent cheeks. I want to go home. I don't like it here. The gray people scare me. I know, baby. I know. Domino's voice was gentle despite her mercenary training. But you're going to be okay now. There are people who are going to make sure you're safe. You just have to trust me and hold on tight, all right? The child nodded while his grip tightened on her hands, and Domino pulled. The Death Stone's power flowed through her like a river made of midnight, gentle but inexorable, and the child's soul came with her as she reversed the trajectory that had pulled him into this terrible place. They moved through layers of reality that shouldn't exist, through spaces between heartbeats and thoughts, through the fundamental boundary that separated living from dead. And then they were back, and the child gasped as his soul slammed into his body with force that made his small frame arch. The black veins pulsed once more, twice, and then faded as the Death Stone's work completed. The burns on his skin began to heal properly now that there was someone inside the flesh to guide the regeneration, Jay's healing aura finally finding purchase. Charred tissue sloughed away and was replaced by healthy pink skin, damaged lungs cleared and expanded with full breaths, and trembling hands slowly unclenched as pain faded. The transformation took minutes that felt like hours, each second stretching as they watched new life replace death, as a child who'd been suffering found peace in unconsciousness that was actually restful rather than the gray horror of soul separation. Finally, the boy went quiet in sleep, his small chest rising and falling in the steady rhythm of someone exhausted but alive and whole. His face, which had been twisted with agony, now looked peaceful. He's going to be okay, Jay said quietly while relief flooded his voice. He's alive and whole and he's going to be okay. Domino's free hand moved to his hair, running through it in a gesture that was both comforting and grounding. We need to get him out of here, get him somewhere safe where we can figure out who he is and what comes next. Her voice softened. He deserves that much. Jay nodded while he carefully scooped the sleeping boy into his arms, cradling him with surprising gentleness. Together. Always together. Blue light began to build around them, reality warping preparing to fold space and carry them back. But before the teleportation completed, Domino's hand moved almost on instinct, and her fingers flicked outward toward the boiling ocean below. For specks of black light fell from her palm like seeds being planted, each one carrying a fragment of the Death Stone's power. They disappeared into the churning water without fanfare, sinking toward the ocean floor where the Cabal's submarine had been scattered. The light from Jay's teleportation flared bright enough to blind, and then the epicenter of the explosion was empty except for nuclear fire and 4 small lights sinking into dark water, carrying lost souls home to rest. And somewhere in the quantum foam between dimensions, in a space that existed in the margins of reality, Dee watched through eyes that saw across infinite worlds. She smiled, and the expression carried profound sadness alongside pride. Good luck, sweetie, she whispered to the girl who'd just accepted a burden no mortal should have to carry. You're going to need it. Chapter 275, Back Home. A/N, the first target is 200 power stones. Hit that, and I'll drop 2 bonus chapters. If you're enjoying the story, drop a stone, leave a comment, and show some love. The blue light faded, and Domino braced for cold steel under her boots, for the organized chaos of the helicarrier deck. Instead, warmth wrapped around her like a blanket. Their savage land base resolved into focus with soft light filtering through the waterfall entrance, throwing rippling shadows across the wooden floor and furniture that looked nothing like shield issue. The temperature sat at perfect, regulated by systems Jay had woven into the cave months ago. Jay. She blinked. Why are we? Shoo. His hand found her shoulder, thumb drawing small circles against her collarbone through fabric. His voice came out scraped raw. Too loud there. Too many people asking questions. His other hand gestured vaguely at the space around them. He needs quiet. You need quiet. He guided her toward the sofa while she realized her hands were shaking where they cradled the child. Her legs felt unsteady as the adrenaline drained out all at once, leaving her hollow. Jay moved on autopilot, grabbing pillows from the bedroom, the expensive silk ones from Singapore mixed with hand-woven fabric from local tribes. He arranged them on the floor beside the sofa, fingers trembling as he smoothed wrinkles and adjusted heights, building a nest. Here. He helped her lower the sleeping child. He'll be comfortable. Close enough to watch. The moment the boy settled into silk and cotton, Domino's knees gave out and she collapsed onto the sofa, leather creaking. Her hands flew to the armrests to keep from sliding to the floor. Jay dropped beside her with his shoulder pressing against hers, warm and grounding. They sat in silence while the waterfall rumbled in the distance. The child made soft noises that had them both snapping their heads around before relaxing when he settled, their breathing slowly syncing up. Domino's hand found Jay's, fingers interlacing while her thumb traced the ridges of his knuckles, the calluses from fighting, scars from battles she hadn't witnessed. They processed the last day through touch, pressure and warmth and skin against skin. Minutes stretched into an hour while neither spoke, both watching the child's chest rise and fall. Jay's leg bounced with nervous energy, making the sofa vibrate, while Domino's eye kept tracking to the boy, the way his brown hair fell across his forehead, the length of his small fingers, his chest rising and falling, the occasional flutter of eyelids. When the silence shifted from comfortable to suffocating, Domino broke it. Jay. Her voice barely rose above a whisper. Did you seriously plant bombs in baby's DNA? Your paranoia's getting out of hand. Jay sighed, the sound filling the quiet space, then caught himself as the child stirred with one hand reaching for nothing before settling back. Only when the boy still did Jay speak again. Babe, what should I have done? His free hand gestured helplessly. I know this world like the back of my hand. Decades of comic history stuffed in my head. You know how many times innocent heroes found their families dead because clones came back wearing their DNA. He turned to face her with bloodshot, red-rimmed eyes. Please, if I'm the bad guy, let me be the bad guy. At least Sue won't watch Franklin's clone murder her family. At least Jean won't fight Nathan's evil duplicate while he wears her son's face and begs her not to hurt him. His jaw clenched. We've seen what Sinister does. I've read his research. Armies of disposable soldiers. Children experimented on like lab rats. What was I supposed to do? Hope he wouldn't go after two of the most powerful mutants ever born. Domino's frustration boiled over, and she stood with movements sharp and angry, hands clenching at her sides to keep from shaking him. So what? You just let another child get blasted to smithereens. She pointed at the sleeping boy, voice dropping to a fierce whisper. Did you not see the condition this child was in when we reached that explosion? Did your heart not break? Her eye locked on his face, and she froze. Silent tears streamed down his cheeks, catching the filtered sunlight through the waterfall. He wasn't sobbing or making any sound, just crying while staring at the sleeping child. Jay noticed her stare and tried to wipe the tears with shaking hands. Yeah. His voice cracked into fragments. My heart broke. Over and over. Here I was, fighting Lady Death herself, wielding the life equation, learning fundamental truths about life and free will. He laughed, and the sound came out bitter. And then I saw an innocent child burned half to death, suffering because of my need to stay ahead of Sinister. His hands clenched into fists. Some protection. I tried to safeguard Nathan and Franklin, tried to prevent their DNA from being weaponized, and instead I nearly murdered this boy. Domino's lips quivered as she tried to form words to argue, but seeing Jay's shoulders shake drained all fight from her body. She moved without thinking, her legs folding as she sank down to lay against his chest with her head resting over his heart where she could hear it hammering. The familiar rhythm grounded her while reminding her he was here, still alive, still hers. What's this fight with Lady Death I keep hearing about? Jay's arms wrapped around her while one hand moved through her hair in slow, soothing motions. You want the whole story? It's pretty insane, even by our standards. I want to understand what you went through. So Jay told her everything, Fury's manifestation, the fight across the multiverse, the moment he realized Mad Jim Jaspers occupied the robot's body. His chest rose and fell unevenly as he talked about Lady Death's arrival, how she'd come to collect his soul personally with shadow soldiers multiplying endlessly. Subjective millennia fighting while reality compressed and expanded around them, the desperation that drove him to the amalgam universe. Domino felt his heart rate spike. I had no choice. She was going to kill me, then hunt you down. Everyone I cared about. The life equation was my wild card, the one thing from DC's cosmology she couldn't predict. He described the battle across Earth, 9602 with reality warping against abstract authority, then the moment he prepared to steal Death's fundamental essence because he saw no other way to survive. But someone stopped me. Jay's hand stilled in her hair. Death of the Endless appeared and prevented me from doing something catastrophically stupid. Then the cosmic entities showed up. Domino shifted to look at his face while he recounted the judgment, and she saw fear flicker in his features as he spoke of the living tribunal, the Spectre, Dr. Strange Fate, three beings who could casually bind multiversal abstracts. They made me repair Earth, 9602, restore everything my fight had broken. Took years of channeling the life equation at maximum output just to heal the dimensional fractures. His voice carried dark satisfaction. And as compensation for everything Death put me through. They took the Death Stone from her skull and gave it to me. Jay. The yelp escaped before she could stop herself. His hand clamped gently over her mouth while his other hand pointed at the sleeping child. Domino's eyes widened as she nodded, her hand gripping his wrist in apology. When he removed his hand, she continued in a fierce whisper. You mean the stone I was using came directly from that bitch's skull? Ew. She shuddered. That's so gross. Jay laughed, the sound genuine and unexpected enough to startle them both. Don't worry. Death of the Endless purified it. Dee Dee's aspect is transition and release, not ending and suffering. What you used was fundamentally different. Domino nodded, then froze mid-motion. Yeah, Dee Dee did mention. She shut her mouth abruptly. Chapter 276, Something New in Our Arms. A/N, this chapter means a great deal to me on a personal level. I'd truly appreciate hearing your thoughts, feelings, and suggestions about it. Domino nodded, then froze mid-motion. Yeah, Dee Dee did mention. She shut her mouth abruptly. Jay's eyes narrowed, but before he could pursue it, Domino pivoted. What about the child? Her eye carried unexpected tenderness. Since you know this world so well, what do we do with him? Jay rubbed his hair, fingers tangling in the strands. Actually, we have precedent. Jonathan Richards. Future son of Franklin Richards and Rachel Summers, future grandson of Reed and Sue. His voice gained confidence. Since this child has the same genetic makeup, Franklin and Nathan's DNA, it matches existing characters. Domino sighed with affectionate exasperation. You and your comics. Were the writers so bored they played matchup with every hero? Franklin and Rachel. Really? Jay managed a weak smile that faded almost immediately. You wouldn't believe half the things they did, but Dom, I need to ask you something. And I need you to be honest. He shifted to meet her eye directly. What are your feelings about him? You saved him, risked the death stone, went into the spiritual plane to bring his soul back. Meanwhile, His voice died. Domino understood without him finishing, then stood and moved to the makeshift cradle, lifting the boy with practiced gentleness while cradling his weight against her chest. He stirred but didn't wake as small hands curled against her collarbone and his head tucked beneath her chin with instinctive trust that made her throat tighten. When she spoke, vulnerability colored her voice in a way Jay rarely heard. You know, seeing you with kids, the bond you formed with Franklin from the moment he was born, the confidence when you delivered Nathan. Her voice dropped. I was jealous of Sue and Jean. Watching them hold their babies with that joy and love on their faces. They were so happy, so complete. I couldn't understand what that felt like. Her eye glistened. But for me, attachment means pain. You know I was raised where my friends died every other week, couldn't handle the procedures or training. Her hand stroked the child's soft hair. I learned young that caring meant watching them disappear, that loving someone was setting yourself up for loss. So I stopped letting myself want things that would destroy me when they were gone. She looked down at the child while her expression transformed into something achingly tender. But with you, with these relationships we've somehow managed to build, the family we've made from broken people who found each other. Her voice cracked. I have a feeling this child is meant to be ours. A blessing for us. A chance at something I never thought I'd want, let alone deserve. The sun had begun its descent with amber rays filtering through the waterfall, hitting Domino's hair and creating a halo around her black and white strands. The light caught the moisture in her eye while the baby cradled against her chest, backlit by setting sun with that genuine smile on her face, made her look radiant. She met his gaze directly. Jay. Hope and fear and desperate one compressed into his name. Will you? She swallowed hard. Will you raise this child with me? Be his father while I figure out how to be his mother. Help me not screw this up. Jay's heart broke in the best possible way as his mind flashed through every moment that led here, the isolation of being a transmigrator, the desperate struggle to survive, finding Domino and learning what trust meant, building connections with the network, the Fantastic Four, little Franklin, his master, fighting for a future worth living. But no moment compared to this. Jay stood on weak legs and crossed the distance like walking toward his entire future compressed into a single choice. He cupped her face with both hands, thumbs brushing away tears, then kissed her forehead with infinite gentleness while being mindful of the child between them. When he pulled back, that ridiculous smile she loved spread across his face. Yes. His voice came out rough but certain. Absolutely yes. Domino's breath hitched as tears spilled freely, but she was smiling wider than he'd ever seen, with her whole face transforming into joy that looked almost painful. They embraced carefully with the child cushioned safely between them, three people forming a small family in golden light. Time stretched and slowed while each second contained its own eternity. Sunset light fell through the waterfall, throwing rainbows across their skin as the cave's beauty created perfect stillness for this moment. The child stirred against Domino's chest and made a soft sound of contentment before his small hand reached out, grasping Jay's finger with surprising strength. Jay looked down at those tiny fingers while feeling the pulse in that small wrist, the warmth, the trust in that unconscious grip as something fundamental shifted in his chest. This wasn't responsibility forced by circumstance or obligation created by guilt, but choice. Deliberate and conscious choice to build something good in a world determined to tear everything apart. We should name him, Domino whispered. He needs a name that's his own. Something that means something to us. Jay nodded slowly while his other hand came up to stroke the child's brown hair, and he was quiet for a long moment. Love. The name emerged fully formed. We'll call our son, Love. The word felt strange but right as he realized, son, he had a son, they had a son. Domino pressed closer while nodding, her whole body shaking. Love Thurman. How does that sound? Perfect. Jay kissed her again and tasted salt from her tears mixed with his own. It sounds perfect. We'll figure it out together, make mistakes together, learn together. Outside, the sun finished setting while stars began appearing through the waterfall's curtain, and inside their hidden sanctuary, a new family found fragile peace. Domino shifted while adjusting her hold on Love. We should call Sue and Jean eventually. They deserve to know about the genetic samples. Eventually. Jay's exhaustion was catching up. But not tonight. Tonight, he's just ours. Tomorrow we can deal with explanations and consequences. Domino became suddenly aware of how exhausted she was as her muscles screamed and her eyelids felt like lead. Jay noticed immediately. Come on. Let's get him settled properly before you collapse. They moved as one with Domino carrying Love while Jay retrieved more pillows and blankets, and within minutes they'd transformed the makeshift cradle into something substantial, a proper nest that would hold their son safely. Love settled without waking with his face still peaceful. Jay and Domino collapsed on either side while facing each other across the small space where their son slept, and their hands found each other over his sleeping form. I can't believe we're doing this, Domino whispered. I never thought I had it in me to care for something this fragile. I hoped sometimes, but never actually believed. You'll be more than enough. Jay's thumb traced circles on her palm. We both will. Together. Domino's eye began to drift closed, but just before sleep took her, love you, Jay. Love you both. Love you too, Dom. Automatic and warm. Both of you. My family. He stayed awake longer while watching them sleep as his mind tried to worry about tomorrow, about explanations needed, cosmic entities watching, threats lurking. But for once, the worries couldn't gain traction. He was a father now. Eventually, his eyes closed too, and in the hidden sanctuary beneath the savage land, surrounded by waterfall mist and starlight filtering through ancient stone, 3 people who'd all survived their own forms of death slept peacefully together. Image here. Chapter 277, The First Morning Eye. The morning came gently to the savage land base. Sunlight filtered through the waterfall with increased intensity as dawn broke over the hidden valley, painting everything in shades of gold and amber. The distant calls of prehistoric birds mixed with the constant rumble of falling water, creating a symphony that spoke of life continuing despite everything. Jay's consciousness surfaced slowly as his awareness returned in stages. His body ached, suggesting his healing factor had worked overtime during the night, knitting together damage from dimensional travel and fighting the fury, scratch that he fought death itself. His powers felt depleted but recovering, like batteries slowly recharging after being drained to nothing. He reached out instinctively for Domino, seeking her familiar warmth. But found the space beside him empty. Jay's eyes snapped open, panic flooding his system before reason could catch up. His enhanced senses swept the room, cataloging everything, the empty nest where Love had been sleeping, the missing pillows, the absence of the 2 people who mattered most. His body moved before conscious thought, rolling off the sofa with more grace than his exhausted muscles should have allowed as adrenaline spiked through his veins. Then he heard it. Laughter. A child's laughter, pure and filled with joy. Followed by Domino's voice, carrying amusement and affection in equal measure. Jay moved toward the sound, his bare feet silent on the wooden floors, toward their small kitchen area. What he saw made him freeze in the doorway. Domino stood at their stove, spatula in one hand while the other tried to manage the chaos unfolding before her. She was still in her sleep clothes, black tank top and shorts that showed the pale expanse of her skin, black and white hair pulled back in a messy bun that somehow made her look even more beautiful. And sitting at their small table, practically bouncing in his seat with excitement, was Love. The 5-year-old had somehow found one of Jay's old t-shirts, which hung on his small frame like a dress, the hem pooling around his legs as he sat cross-legged on the chair. His brown hair was mussed from sleep, sticking up in weird directions. His blue eyes were bright with hunger and happiness as he stared at the plate before him. Pancakes. A stack of them, golden brown and perfectly round, topped with what Jay assumed to be their entire supply of maple syrup. Love was tearing into them with both hands, syrup coating his fingers as he stuffed pieces into his mouth. His cheeks bulged like a chipmunk's, and he made happy little humming sounds between bites. Slow down, sweetie, Domino said, her voice carrying gentle exasperation as she flipped another pancake. The food's not going anywhere. You're going to choke if you keep eating that fast. Love looked up at her, tried to say something with his mouth full, thought better of it, and swallowed hard. A bit of pancake stuck to his cheek. But Mom, they're so good. And I'm so hungry. Can I have more? Please, please, please. Jay's breath caught in his throat. Mom. The child had called her mom with such casual certainty, like it was the most natural thing in the world. And Domino. Domino's expression as she looked at Love was something Jay had never seen before. Soft in ways that made her look younger and vulnerable in ways she never allowed herself to be in front of anyone except Jay. Her scarlet-tinted eyes were bright with moisture that was close to spill over as she smiled at the child with such pure affection that it made Jay's chest tight. Of course you can have more, sweetie, she said, her voice thick with emotion she was trying to hide. But you have to promise to eat more slowly, okay? I can't keep up if you're inhaling them like you're in a competition. Love nodded so enthusiastically his whole upper body bobbed with the motion, already reaching for another pancake before Domino had finished speaking. He grabbed it with both syrup-sticky hands, took a huge bite, then seemed to remember his promise and slowed down. Sort of. He chewed with exaggerated care for maybe 3 seconds before the next bite came just as fast. Jay couldn't help the smile that spread across his face. Watching this, seeing Domino in full domestic mode while a 5-year-old demolished pancakes like his life depended on it, was so surreal that part of Jay's mind insisted he must still be asleep. This couldn't be real. This was too good to be true. But it was. Domino must have sensed his presence because she looked up, her gaze finding his across the room. Her smile transformed, becoming something just for him, intimate and carrying secrets only they shared. "Good morning, sleepyhead," she said, her voice carrying teasing affection. "Nice of you to finally join us." This caused Jay to laugh a bit. Haha. Love's head snapped up at the sound of a new voice, pancake hanging half out of his mouth. His blue eyes went wide as they landed on Jay, and for a second he just stared, chewing slowly while he tried to figure out who this strange man was. Jay moved into the kitchen carefully, his body still protesting the movement but recovering more with each passing moment. He made his way to Domino's side, positioning himself where he could see both her and Love clearly. "Need help?" Jay asked quietly, his hand finding the small of her back in an intimate gesture. "Looks like you're fighting a losing battle against the bottomless pit over there." Domino laughed, the sound carrying genuine amusement mixed with affectionate exasperation. "You have no idea. He reminds me of you too much. Same appetite, same single-minded focus when there's food involved. I swear, watching him eat is like watching a tiny Jay demolish everything in reach." Jay felt his chest warm at the comparison, at being linked to this child in even such a small way. He moved to help her cook, his hands finding the familiar rhythm of preparing breakfast. Waffles this time, and some boiled vegetables because the kid needed more than just sugar and carbs, even if he didn't know it yet. "So," Jay said quietly, keeping his voice low enough that Love hopefully couldn't hear over his enthusiastic eating. "How did he react when he first woke up? I was worried he'd panic seeing unknown faces." Domino's expression shifted, becoming thoughtful as she flipped another pancake. "You know, that's the weird thing. I expected the same. I was prepared for his crying and having to calm him down." She paused as she remembered. "But he was the one who woke me up. I felt this small hand on my shoulder, shaking me gently, and when I opened my eyes, he was just there. Looking at me with those big blue eyes, and he said in the sweetest voice." Her voice cracked slightly with emotion. "Mom, I'm hungry. Can we have breakfast?" Jay stilled, his hands pausing mid-motion as he processed that information. Just like that. His voice came out barely above a whisper. No confusion or fear. "He just called you Mom." Domino nodded, her hand moving to wipe at her eye before tears could escape. "Just like that. And then he started asking what I was making, if we had syrup, and if he could help cook. He was so sweet, Jay. So, trusting and innocent. I got lost in his cuteness, in feeding him and watching him smile. I completely forgot we were supposed to be strangers to him." Jay's mind raced through possibilities as a suspicion was forming, growing stronger with each piece of information. They worked in silence for a few minutes, the only sounds the sizzle of cooking food and Love's continued assault on the waffle mountain. Jay boiled vegetables, as his muscle memory guided his hands while his mind worked through theories. Finally, Love's eating slowed. The stack of food had been demolished, reduced to a plate covered in syrup residue and a few untouched veggies. The child sat back in his chair with a satisfied sigh that sounded impossibly adult coming from such a small body, his hand moving to rest on his slightly distended stomach. Syrup covered his hands, his face, and even somehow got in his hair. "That was so good," Love said, his voice carrying contentment. "Thank you, Mom." Then his blue eyes lifted, scanning the room with curiosity that hadn't been present before. He looked around the cave base, taking in the advanced technology mixed with natural rock formations, the waterfall entrance visible in the distance, and the comfortable furniture arranged throughout the space. Finally, his gaze landed on Jay. The child's expression shifted, becoming confused as he studied this new person. His small brow furrowed, and his head tilted to one side in a gesture that was so similar to how Franklin looked that Jay's breath caught. Domino noticed the change immediately. She set down her spatula, wiped her hands on a towel, and moved to sit beside Love at the table. Jay followed, his movements careful as he took the chair on the child's other side. Domino's expression transformed into a gentle smile, her eyes softened as she looked at Love. When she spoke, her voice carried warmth that made even Jay relax slightly. "Hey, little guy," she said, her hand moving to rest on the table near Love's but not touching, giving him space. Now that you're all fed up, aren't you weirded out about being with strangers? Love's confusion deepened. He looked at Domino like she'd just said something incomprehensible, his small face scrunching up with the effort of processing her words. What do you mean? His voice came out genuinely puzzled, carrying innocent certainty that made both adults' hearts clench. Mom is mom. The words hit Domino like an arrow to the heart. Jay watched her expression crumble, watched her carefully constructed emotional walls collapse as moisture filled her eyes again and spilled over before she could stop it. Her hand flew to her mouth, muffling the sound that wanted to escape, something between a laugh and a sob.